Quick Transmigration Canon Fodder's Record of Counterattacks Chapter 29:34 to Chapter 30:17. Without strength, they couldn't resist harm, and they couldn't even fight for the right to live. Could it be that they had to rely on others' charity to let them live and beg others' kindness to spare their lives, but that was impossible. Now, the obviously impure women didn't even have the right to live. These people had already encountered misfortune, and they still had to accept the malice from their own kind. Xianxia felt really annoyed. They were all humans. The men and women could be executed together, but the men who had sex with the orcs wouldn't be executed. Only the women who were the recipients were impure. And now, they were killed just like that. There wasn't even a place to complain. If they complained, others would only say that they had been defiled and no longer had chastity, so they should die. They still had the nerve to live and complain with great fanfare. It was good enough that they didn't say that they shamelessly seduced the orcs. They still had the nerve to fight for rights. Xianxia had an idea. Since these people couldn't live, he would find a place for these women to live. The world was difficult to begin with. Let these hurt women gather together to warm themselves. Since they were both victims, there was no question of who was discriminating against who. Women were hurt not only by men, but also by women. Men competed with men for resources, and women competed with women for resources. Now that he thought about it, it was normal to attack and hurt each other. In essence, it was about benefits. Women whose reputations were damaged or defiled were forced to withdraw from the battlefield of fighting for a spouse, or they found a bad spouse. Even they themselves thought that they didn't deserve a better spouse because a good spouse wouldn't like them. It was a market for picking and choosing. Xianxia said to Xiaoyu, "Buy clothes for them and follow me. You teach them how to cultivate." Yes. Xiaoyu picked up the sword on the ground. It was covered in scarlet blood. Xianxia said, "No matter what the situation is in the future, don't let your sword leave your hand. Only the sword can fight for you. If you throw your sword away, how can you fight?" Xiaoyu will remember. Xiaoyu wiped the blood off the sword. "Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir." These women knelt on the ground and cried loudly. Xianxia didn't comfort them. Anything he said now was very pale. Since he had met her, he might as well set up an organization for self-grooming girls. Self-combing women were ancient women who didn't want to get married. They tied their hair into a woman's bun. Self-combing women were probably ancient feminists. Especially after the transition from feudal society to the industrial era, some women had jobs that could support themselves. For example, they did not need to rely on men to survive and chose to comb their own hair. When the time came, he would find a secluded place to give those desperate women away to survive. Women who had been abandoned, defiled, or even abandoned since they were young would have a place to stay. If he passed down the peerless martial arts, he might be able to increase the power of faith. As for how the organization would develop in the future, Xianxia would not control it. He did not know if there would be extreme women like Abbess Miju. Perhaps there would be women who longed for love. In short, nothing could last forever. But now, there was such an organization that was able to survive the massacre of women. The population of other beastmen was growing very slowly, and they couldn't even give birth to children. However, there were still many beastmen alive. If every beastman defiled a woman, then there would probably not be many women in this world who could survive. After they solved the problem of the beastmen, they turned around and saw that most of the women had been killed. Hee, if you want to marry a wife in the future, you can keep dreaming. No matter how much money you spend, you won't be able to get a wife. The town was not small. The commotion here quickly attracted more beastmen. Who killed the brave warriors of the great empire? The leader of the beastmen saw that his subordinates had been killed and immediately questioned Xianxia. Xianxia was dressed in white. Under the sunlight, he emitted a halo. He was as eye-catching as an incandescent lamp. The beastman pointed at him. "Did you kill them?" When the women saw the beastmen coming, they panicked and hid behind Xianxia. Xianxia nodded. "I said it. They wanted to defile me, so I killed them." "How dare you? Just because they wanted to have children with you, you killed them." The beastman was shocked. He looked at Ningxu as if he was looking at a homicidal maniac. Ningxu was speechless. How could they communicate with different views? The beastmen and humans had completely different views. To them, this was completely the right and just thing, but you killed the people who were doing the right thing. Ningxu said, I don't feel good. I don't like it. I don't want to. I think they were hurting me. Why can't I kill them? Forget it. It was a complete waste of time to talk to the one-track-minded beastmen. Xiaoyu came back with some clothes. When she saw the beastmen, she stuffed the clothes into the arms of a woman. She pulled out her sword and stood in front of Ningxu. She looked at the beastmen warily. Sir, should we kill them all? If we let them go, they will go and defile other women. Xiaoyu's hand trembled. In the end, she held the sword tightly. In the town, who knows how many people were defiled by them? Then the women were executed by their families. Xiaoyu gritted her teeth and said, these people are too despicable. Ningxu looked at Xiaoyu and felt that Xiaoyu might become Abbess Miju in the future. She hated because she was weak. When she was strong, even men would have to bow to her because she could control their lives. You could be kind, but you had to let your kindness have some strength. Kindness without strength was nothing. If you couldn't even protect yourself, how could you be kind? If you want to kill him, then kill him. Ningxu said flatly. There was no right or wrong in the battle for survival. Xiaoyu gritted her teeth and rushed towards the beastmen with her sword. The beastmen laughed. They didn't think that a thin and weak human woman would cause any harm to them. Even if she had a sword in her hand, those swords were like children holding toothpicks. They didn't have any power at all. The beastmen also pulled out their swords. The swords they held were relatively large. They could be considered giant swords. When they waved them, they had a lot of power. Xiaoyu was more agile. She shuttled between the beastmen and added more wounds to their bodies. Ningxu watched from the side. The woman behind him changed her clothes and looked at Xiaoyu worriedly. If anything happened to Xiaoyu, they would also suffer. The beastmen wouldn't let them go. When the beastmen were cruel, they could directly tear people in half. Xiaoyu was panting, but she didn't kill a single beastman. Ningxu didn't want to be entangled here. They didn't find the treasure. Instead, they had so many tails. She should find a place to live in seclusion as soon as possible and settle these people down. As for their future life, she couldn't care less. She didn't care about eating, drinking, defecating, and sleeping. If she had to care about all these, she would be exhausted. She had a lot of things to do. Ningxu directly crushed the orc's heart with his spiritual power, and the orc fell to the ground with a puff. Xiaoyu was a little stunned. She wasn't that powerful. She immediately understood that it was the Lord who did it. Ningxu said, take the money from these orcs and buy some food and necessities. Let's go quickly. Yes. Xiaoyu immediately fumbled around the orc's waist and searched for the money bag. If the orcs in the past lived a bitter life, working as coolies and being discriminated against without money, now the orcs had completely turned over and were the masters. They would break into the house and rob the finances. Whether the woman had a husband or not, she would be pulled over to have sex with him. If the husband resisted, the orcs would make him lose the ability to move or hand him over to a female orc and let her have sex with him. If he resisted, he would be killed. Generally speaking, when the wife encountered such a thing, the husband would run away as soon as possible. If he couldn't beat the orcs, he would be courting death. The orcs were richer now. You guys go and search too. What are you waiting for? Ningxu said to the woman standing behind him. Since it was a big group, they had to contribute their strength. Were they going to wait for others to save them? Yes, yes. Although the woman was afraid of the orcs, she was more afraid that Ningxu didn't care about them now. Ningxu didn't dare to resist no matter what he said. After taking all the money from the orcs, Ningxu asked Xiaoyu to buy some jerky, pancakes, and food suitable for carrying. Now they had to start looking for a place to live in seclusion. If it was an easy place to find, those who hated impurity would definitely find it. Find a paradise for these women to live in. As for reproduction, when survival became a problem, don't think about reproduction. Xiaoyu seriously completed the task assigned by Ningxu. She treated Ningxu as her master and did whatever her master said. There were many followers behind him. In a town, some were willing to follow Ningxu, and some were unwilling. They might not die if they stayed, but if they followed Ningxu, their future was uncertain. The woman was in a dilemma. Ningxu wouldn't persuade others to follow him. If a person didn't even dare to take this step, he would have to save them a second time. Ningxu wasn't willing to take these people with him. He wanted to nurture a small group of people so that they could expand the team. The journey was so slow that Ningxu felt irritated. If it weren't for these people, she would have flown long ago. Perhaps she would have already circled half the world. Stop and rest. Eat something. Xiaoyu, pass the secret manual to them, Ningxu said to Xiaoyu. Yes. Xiaoyu took out some biscuits from her bag and got some water from the stream to share with everyone. The girls wolfed down the food. The youngest one was about 13 or 14 years old. Well, according to the modern law, a young girl would be sentenced to 3 years in prison. The older ones were in their 30s, but most of them were in their 20s. This was the peak period for women to give birth. After eating, Xiaoyu exchanged names with these women and said, I was also defiled by the beast men. It was Sir who saved me and taught me how to cultivate. Now, Sir wants to pass the secret manual to you. Thank you, Sir, for your kindness. The woman knelt down and kowtowed. Ningxu just nodded elegantly and coldly. If you want to act cool and cold, you can't go wrong by not saying anything. Obviously, Ningxu was so cold. Although he didn't ask about their well-being, these women felt that he was reliable and subconsciously relied on him. People would always have special feelings for the person who saved them. Therefore, being a hero and saving a beauty was the fastest way to build a relationship. But because Ningxu wasn't a man, these women wouldn't fall in love with Ningxu. However, there was an additional sense of respect. Xiaoyu was in charge of teaching and taking care of these women. Ningxu was in charge of acting cool and bringing these people to find a suitable place to live in seclusion. When they heard that Xiaoyu was looking for a place to live, these women were relieved. As long as there was a purpose, it was fine. They were afraid that they would wander like this forever. Sir, have some water. Xiaoyu handed the water bottle to Ningxu. If Sir didn't eat or drink, there would be problems. Ningxu, sorry, I don't drink this kind of water. I only drink dew and eat nectar. Xiaoyu's hand holding the water bottle trembled. She couldn't speak for a long time. After a while, she said, Do you want me to find nectar? No, I can find it myself if I want to eat it, Ningxu said very pretentiously. Xiaoyu nodded. I'll remember it. Every morning, I will collect dew for you. Ningxu, she was too pretentious. Ningxu, you don't have to go through so much trouble. I can do it faster. Ningxu pointed his finger and clear water droplets appeared in front of him. See? Xiaoyu was surprised. Sir, it's already noon. You can still collect dew. Ningxu shut his mouth. The more he said, the more mistakes he would make. Xiaoyu saw that Ningxu didn't speak, so she didn't pester him anymore. She went to teach the others. From time to time, she would look at Ningxu, who was holding the umbrella and not moving for half an hour. Our Sir is really a god. Xiaoyu couldn't help but say with stars in her eyes. Her words received a response as many people nodded in agreement. His clothes never seemed to be dirty. He didn't sweat or dirty his face. He was always clean and refreshed. No one doubted that Ningxu wasn't a human, but a soul. These phenomena added some mystery to him. On the way to migration, they passed by a village and saw many women being put on a fire. They were about to be burned alive. When Ningxu passed by, he used his spiritual power to scan. He really saw people being burned alive. When he heard Xiaoyu say it before, Ningxu thought it was a bit exaggerated. But now that he saw it, it was really King true. And they were being burned alive. They couldn't be burned only after they were killed. The burning pain on the skin, coupled with the suffocation of the smoke, was countless times more painful. Damn, what kind of hatred and resentment made people hate women who were defiled by orcs so much? Maybe they couldn't beat orcs, so they vented their anger on women. They were afraid that women would give birth to monsters. In the past, they used to punish unchaste women with all kinds of family rules. Now they didn't even want to leave a corpse. It was only safe to burn people to ashes. However, the people around were still raising their hands and shouting, "Burn them, burn them." Men and women were like this. The madness on their faces made Ningxu's heart a little cold. The women tied to the fire either looked desperate and lonely, or their faces were full of hatred. Some begged in fear, begging their families to save them. But there was no response. The bonfire was lit, and Ningxu pointed in the direction of the bonfire from afar. Dark clouds immediately gathered in the sky and the heavy rain extinguished the flames. The sudden rainstorm stunned everyone. Instead of calming them down, their faces became distorted. There must be a woman who is pregnant with the evil spawn. There must be an evildoer in the sky. The evildoer is protecting his mother. Ningxu was speechless. The people of this world were all very imaginative. The women who were tied up and thought they were saved begged for mercy in fear. "I'm not pregnant, I'm really not pregnant." Ningxu said to Xiaoyu, "There are people in the village ahead who are about to be burned to death. Bring some people to save them." These people were almost at the entry level and had some fighting power. They could be brought out to fight. As long as they saved the people, there was no need to tangle with the villagers. Xiaoyu looked at the village some distance away and turned to look at Ningxu in shock. He was so far away and yet he knew what was happening there. Ningxu was speechless. "What are you waiting for?" Xiaoyu said to Ningxu, "Sir, we're going. Stand here and don't move." Xiaoyu brought a group of more than 10 people into the village. The people in the village were in a frenzy and wanted to kill these women. Suddenly, a group of women appeared with swords. They cut off the ropes tied to their bodies and freed the women. The villagers were stunned. The women were also stunned. They thought they were going to die. They didn't expect someone to save them. Could they survive? "Who are you? How dare you break into our village and kidnap our people? How dare you?" The villagers were shocked by the sudden appearance of a group of women. The strong men in the village surrounded them, intending to keep them here. "Someone here has destroyed the evil spawn. They can't be allowed to live," the village chief said cruelly. "In the future, everyone will be killed by the evil spawn." Imagining things was a disease. Obviously, the sudden rain and the timing were too coincidental, causing these ignorant villagers to be very scared. Xiaoyu sneered. "From the moment you decided to burn them to death, they are no longer villagers of this village. You have no right to burn them to death." The sword in Xiaoyu's hand reflected a cold luster, directly stabbing the person who rushed over to her to death without mercy. Blood was washed by the rain, meandering on the ground. Murder, murder. Death brought fear and panic. Xiaoyu brought up the rear and let the others retreat first. She was currently the strongest, and the others might be killed if they stayed behind. These rescued women were confused. They were taken away by someone. Their hearts were at a loss and excited. Although they didn't know who these people were, they saved them. They only stopped when they saw a woman in white holding an umbrella. These people addressed her as Madam. Ningxu released his spiritual force. Xiaoyu had not returned yet and was being chased by the villagers. Ningxu stretched out his vines. The vines quickly stretched towards Xiaoyu and wrapped around her body. Xiaoyu was startled for a moment before she reacted. She seemed to have seen her master use vines before. But this scene frightened the villagers. There was a monster, there was a monster. They couldn't care less about chasing after the woman. They covered their heads and ran back into the village. Ningxu took back his vines. Xiaoyu immediately said, "Thank you, madam, for saving me." Ningxu was not afraid of exposing his ability at all. She would not live in this world. She was originally here to search for treasures and would leave after a while. "Thank you, madam." The woman understood that they were saved because of this woman in white. Ningxu stared at a woman. "You are pregnant." She knew with a sweep of her spiritual force. Everyone was staring at this woman with pity. They even silently moved away from her. There was a large open space around her. The woman looked blank and frightened. She clutched her stomach. I don't want to give birth to a monster, I don't want to give birth to a monster. Under all kinds of exaggerations, almost everyone believed that the children born from the union of humans and beast men were monsters. Ningxu asked, then what are you going to do? Madam, save me. I don't want to give birth to a monster. I don't want to die. The monster will kill the mother. The woman wanted to grab Ningxu's skirt. Ningxu took a few steps back. The monster will kill the mother. This kind of thing is because the child is deformed or has a strange body shape. It is especially easy to have difficult labor and hemorrhage during birth. After giving birth with difficulty, the mother may bleed to death. If the death rate is too high, people will think that it is the devil in the belly. If you want to do this, don't you have abortion medicine? Just drink a pack of medicine. Ningxu said. Does she have to wait until the belly is big and give birth? At that time, the child will already have a soul. Does she have to give birth to a child after being defiled? And this child will most likely be deformed. Perhaps it will stop developing halfway and become a stillborn. If the stillborn can't be discharged from the body, it will contaminate the human body and the person will die of sepsis. She won't stay here until this woman gives birth. Pregnancy and childbirth take several months. If something goes wrong midway, she won't be able to help, so she should make plans early. Such a simple thing, but they have to hug her leg and ask. These women are like birds startled by the twang of a bough. The slightest movement will make them feel like the sky is falling. Xiaoyu pulled up the woman kneeling on the ground and said, don't trouble madam anymore. When we reach the next town, I'll buy you some medicine. Don't cry. Xiaoyu felt that she had killed a few people and was very strong. It was mainly because she felt safe with madam by her side. The group grew bigger again and set off for the next destination. So far, Ningxu hasn't found a suitable place to live in seclusion. A place like the second-level world has a natural poisonous fog and miasma barrier, and there is another world inside that won't be disturbed by outsiders. These women will probably be afraid of men for a long time. This psychological shadow is very difficult to eliminate. After being defiled by orcs and burned to death by their own race, it can really be said that there is no place for them in this world. Not far from the town, the group stopped. Xiaoyu took some money and went to the town to get medicine for the pregnant woman. Not long after, Xiaoyu came back and bought a medicine pot. Ningxu felt that Xiaoyu was really becoming more and more capable. She will probably be the leader of this group of self-made women in the future. After boiling the medicine, the woman held the bowl with trembling hands and gritted her teeth to drink it under everyone's gaze. She had nowhere to go and could only follow this group. At least she was still alive. Not long after drinking it, her lower body began to bleed. She was in so much pain that her face turned pale. She grabbed the grass on the ground and her knuckles turned white. Ningxu said, give her some spiritual energy. She will feel better. Xiaoyu put her hand on her back and injected some spiritual energy. She asked, are you okay? The woman drank the abortion medicine and lost a lot of blood. Ningxu suspected that the medicine the doctor gave her was poisonous. Otherwise, why would she bleed so much? Ningxu said to Xiaoyu, inject more spiritual energy into her, or it'll be dangerous. Ningxu took out an embroidery needle from a woman's clothes, disinfected it a little, and began to prick her acupoints. With the help of spiritual energy and Ningxu's acupuncture, the bleeding under her body gradually stopped. However, the woman's situation didn't look very good. Xiaoyu asked, are you okay? The woman's face was pale and she said weakly, I'm fine. The team still had to go on, and it was impossible to stop for her to rest, so they wrapped the woman in thick clothes and made a simple stretcher to carry her away. Ningxu suddenly felt like he was on a long march. Along the way, the team grew bigger and bigger, and they took in more people along the way, including the old, the weak, the sick, and the disabled. They even picked up a few newborn girls. The riot caused by the orcs had also affected the human side. It had nothing to do with the baby girls. The baby girls were so small and couldn't do anything to the orcs. Ningxu felt that if this continued, he would waste a lot of time, so he simply found a place where he could live in seclusion. It was too slow to take so many people with him. Ningxu told Xiaoyu about this. Xiaoyu had a big reaction and insisted on going with Ningxu. She looked a little frightened and insisted on following Ningxu. Ningxu, why are you so excited? Ningxu said, you have to take care of these people and teach them. I'll be back soon. Xiaoyu reached out and grabbed Ningxu. It was cold to the touch, without any human warmth. Ningxu tilted his head and looked at her. Xiaoyu hurriedly let go of her hand. Ningxu said, I have to go sooner or later. I found a place to live in seclusion. You have to live on your own, and I'm going to the place where I should go. It was an accident that I came to this world. Xiaoyu asked anxiously, My lord, where are you going? Can't you take me with you? Can't you live with everyone? Ningxu, no. These people were helping her out, and they still wanted to live together. Was she still going to do missions? There were still many things she had to do. She was wasting her time here, living a life of fireworks. What's the point of her not eating or drinking? Xiaoyu looked extremely disappointed. Sir, if you want to leave, can you take Xiaoyu with you? No, those who follow me are all dead. Xiaoyu? Ningxu went on the road alone. Using a spatial jump, his speed was extraordinarily fast. In addition to finding a place to live in seclusion, Ningxu was more interested in finding some treasures. He didn't need to ask for a good treasure, just the world origin would do. This kind of thing wouldn't be like the Nihility world, where many treasures could be born. The treasures of heaven and earth that he found did not count. These things were of no use to Ningxu, but they could be exchanged for some money. He found a place to live in seclusion. This place was surrounded by cliffs on all sides. Generally speaking, very few people would come to this kind of dangerous place, except for those who could fly and burrow into the ground to cultivate. People who cultivated would not do things like killing women and children. All kinds of things in the human world were already gone, and there was no need to pay attention to it. Ningxu decided to choose this place to live in seclusion. He built a house in the valley, which could be used for farming, and then set up a seclusion barrier. That was about it. She had done what she needed to do. Ningxu returned to the team after a few spatial jumps. The atmosphere of the team was a little depressed. Xiaoyu told the team about Ningxu's temporary departure. Not long after, Ningxu returned. Xiaoyu didn't know what expression to make. Although Sir said that he would be back soon, Xiaoyu didn't believe it. But who knew that he would really be back soon? Xiaoyu didn't know what expression to make. Ningxu said that he had found a place to live in seclusion and that he would go there now. Then, they wouldn't have to travel so far and find a place to live peacefully. These women obviously didn't have any strength now. If they really had strength, they could fight with those men for their rights. But now, they couldn't. Ningxu wouldn't do anything else. She had stayed in this world for too long. She didn't find any treasures, only the shriveled ginseng. Ningxu, who didn't find anything good, was very unhappy. He brought these people to the valley. Standing at the edge of the cliff, those who were afraid of heights retreated. It was too high, too scary. Xiaoyu looked down. Sir, are we going to live in this place? How do we go down? How do we get out? With so many people, they had to have some daily necessities. They could farm, raise silkworms, and weave their own cloth. They were all women, so they knew how to do these things. But they couldn't make daily necessities like salt. Ningxu said casually, that's easy. Just leave a passage out. Xiaoyu, a passage wasn't something that could be made just because you wanted to. Xiaoyu asked, Sir, how do we go down now? Ningxu, that's even easier. Ningxu stretched out his vines and wrapped everyone up. Holding the black bone umbrella, he jumped down the cliff. Help, the sudden high-altitude bungee. Jumping scared many women and made them scream. Those who were timid fainted directly. Ningxu tiptoed and landed in the wet forest full of leaves. The vines loosened, and some of the women vomited. Their faces were pale, and they were so scared that they were dumbfounded. They were in a daze. Did they jump down from such a high cliff? They were still alive, weren't they? Ningxu found a small stream. The village needed to be built by the water. Although the forest was a little dangerous, these women had all cultivated peerless martial arts. No matter how dangerous it was not as dangerous as the outside world. We'll settle down here in the future and slowly develop and recuperate. Ningxu pointed his finger, and a piece of land began to wriggle. Patches of trees began to collapse. Soon, the surrounding area was razed to the ground. The law of earth was so useful. When he became a farmer in the future, he didn't have to plow the land himself. These trees will be used to build houses. Let's move. Everyone, so, how did you do it? They felt that Sir wasn't human. Was it good to show such power in front of them? They were afraid. Sir wasn't human. Xiaoyu said, Sir, we don't have tools, but at least we need a saw. Then let's go buy some. Ningxu dug a cave. Of course, he relied on the law of earth. This cave was very hidden and could let these people in and out. We can go out from here. Ningxu pointed at the cave. Everyone was silent. You're not human. How can you do this with just a raise of your hand? A few wisps of faith floated to Ningxu. They were very pure, just like the faith threads in the third level. Ningxu stretched out his hand and scooped up the pure silk thread. He glanced at these people and wondered who gave her the power of faith. No matter who gave it to her, it was not bad for her to take some power of faith. Everyone only saw that she seemed to be grabbing something, but they didn't see anything. Ningxu grabbed Xiaoyu's collar and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already far away from the canyon. Now they were going to buy tools and some daily necessities. Xiaoyu shook and the scene in front of her changed. She looked around in surprise. My lord, are you a god? Xiaoyu asked Ningxu. No, I'm a human, just a human cultivator, Ningxu said lightly. Xiaoyu asked, I can be like you, my lord. Work hard. It seemed like a very simple thing to do, but it required too much time and sweat, fear and decadence. Only by working hard behind the scenes could one seem easy in front of others. A strand of pure power of faith floated out from Xiaoyu's head, and Ningxu reached out and caught it. Spreading the peerless martial arts was just to add some power of faith to the peerless martial arts. He didn't think that there would be pure power of faith to take. After shopping for a while, he heard a lot of news. For example, the humans had begun to send troops to war with the beastmen. They were slaughtering the beastmen, and the beastmen were also fighting back. There were people running everywhere with bags on their backs. War was the best way to make something disappear. The heavenly Tao was probably using war to make the beastmen disappear. Based on what Ningxu saw, she felt that this kind of conflict was inevitable and would definitely happen. Even if there was going to be a war, the beastmen were still fulfilling their obligations. The more they fought, the more they would die and the more they would reproduce. Carrying a lot of things, Ningxu directly brought Xiaoyu back to the canyon. Their speed was very fast. Xiaoyu was dumbfounded. What kind of power was this? What kind of power could do this? With the tools, these women began to build houses. They might not build them well, but they could have a place to stay. These women all cultivated peerless martial arts and were quite strong. Even men couldn't compare to them when it came to work. Ningxu said to Xiaoyu, I'm leaving. Xiaoyu's eyes trembled. Ningxu asked, then will Sir come back? I might come back. When I'm free, I might come back for a stroll, Ningxu said. Then, Xiaoyu and the others. Xiaoyu forced a smile on Ningxu's face. We will definitely build our home well. Sir, you can come back and live with us. Xiaoyu felt that the chances of seeing her master again were very small. Ningxu only said, this is where you live. Try not to let outsiders in. Xiaoyu nodded fiercely. Sir, I understand. Other than some desperate women, they can live here. Stinky men can forget about coming in. If you kill women now, there will be fewer women after the war. At that time, women will be used as tools for reproduction, Xiaoyu said hatefully. The war caused the population to decrease. After the war, the most important thing was to recuperate and have children to replenish the population. Xiaoyu had an indescribable expression on her face. When there are fewer women, let's see what those men who gave the order to kill women will do. Ningxu was speechless. Well, you're right. However, when there are fewer women, they will either be worshipped or become goods to be used as tools for reproduction. Ningxu directly left the fourth level. Other than a thread of faith power, he didn't gain anything else. Perhaps it could increase the power of the peerless martial arts, but this kind of power was like a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. Moreover, it was slow. One had to cultivate the peerless martial arts to a certain extent to increase the power of the peerless martial arts. Xianxia didn't know if those women had the awareness to cultivate. After all, they already had a stable place to live. He hoped that the dangers of the jungle could temper their willpower and strengthen their belief in cultivation. Xianxia was least worried about Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu's belief in pursuing power was stronger than anyone else's. Xianxia planned to enter the 5th level to take a look, but he couldn't enter it every time. What kind of world was the 5th level? She felt that the heavenly Tao of the 5th level was repelling her. Perhaps it was because she wasn't strong enough. Xianxia squeezed in with difficulty. The further in he went, the stronger the repelling force. He was almost bounced out. In the end, Xianxia squeezed in with difficulty. As soon as he entered, he saw a dark scarlet color. All kinds of wailing sounds rang in his ears. All kinds of souls were being whipped and suffered all kinds of torture. Tongues were being pulled out, skin was being flayed, and the stomach was being cut open. All kinds of wailing sounds gathered together. It was terrifying. There were red spider lilies, as well as frightening ox heads and horse faces that held the souls of others. This scene made Xianxia feel like he had come to hell. These souls had done evil in their lives and were now being punished. This was the hell that people imagined. However, Xianxia didn't expect to see a real hell. Hell actually didn't exist. It was made up by people. It was a hell that was created because of the fear of death and because of good and evil. People often cursed you to go to the 18 levels of hell. What kind of female ghost are you? How dare you trespass here? A repulsive and ferocious ghost named Xianxia said angrily. What's your name? Xianxia's mental power swept through all kinds of situations in hell. The bridge of helplessness, Grandma Meng's soup, reincarnation and rebirth. The hell that people imagined was really placed in front of Xianxia. This was the 5th level world. If this was hell, then there was a human world outside. Bold female ghost, I asked your name. Why didn't you answer? The ghost swung the iron chain and wanted to lock Xianxia up. Xianxia said, Xianxia. Xianxia. Then the ghost actually started to check Xianxia's book of life and death. Why is there no name? The ghost was very confused. Of course there was. No name. She wasn't from this world. Xianxia looked around this hell and found that the bridge of helplessness and the book of life and death were rippling with spiritual energy. Obviously, they were powerful magic tools. Which almighty person directly created a hell? In other words, with such a hell, there was no need for a reincarnation world. As for the Grandma Meng's soup, Xianxia guessed that it was some kind of cultivation soup that could make people forget everything. This was a man-made hell. It used souls to manage souls and judge souls. It decided which path of the 6 paths of reincarnation a soul would go to. It decided whether the soul was good or evil according to what they did when they were alive. Xianxia felt that the heavenly Tao of this world rejected her because it didn't want to break this situation. It divided the world into 2. Half was the human world and the other half was hell. It could be well managed. He didn't know what the outside world was like. Xianxia saw that these souls were wearing ancient and modern clothes. It was clear at a glance when these ghosts died. Therefore, Xianxia didn't stroll in the underworld. Instead, he directly came out of hell. However, when he went out, he was trapped by the enchantment of hell. Using the enchantment to separate the human world and hell, Xianxia was once again certain that this hell was man-made. Which malicious ghost dares to escape from hell? Xianxia's escape quickly attracted the attention of the management of hell. Xianxia did not want to break the enchantment. If he did, the souls in hell would rush into the human world and break the balance. Xianxia felt that the heavenly Tao would dislike him even more. Xianxia said, I'm just passing by. I plan to go out. Where is the passage? The ghosts were speechless. Souls should stay in hell and be judged before reincarnating. Xianxia asked, will it take away my soul power? As long as you cleanse yourself of your sins, you can reincarnate. Oxhead and Horseface probably did not want to fight with Ning Shu because his soul was condensed. Although they did not have any evil aura, it did not mean that such malicious ghosts were not evil. Ning Shu rubbed his chin in thought. He didn't need to extract the strength of his soul. He only needed to be cut open, blinded, stinged, and subjected to all sorts of tortures. After torturing him for 200 years, he could be reborn. There was no need to extract his soul power, however, under such torture, he could not guarantee that his soul would remain intact or strong. Ning Shu asked, "Where is the exit?" "Hehe, I'm not telling you. The management of the underworld wants to capture Ning Shu." It seemed that he could only break through the enchantment forcefully. Space jump. Ning Shu disappeared in an instant. However, he had only jumped out of hell and his body was stuck in the enchantment. This was a little awkward. Ning Shu had thought that if she jumped out, she would be able to jump far away. The suppression of this world was very strong. The ghost in the enchantment grabbed Ning Shu's ankle and tried to pull him out. Ning Shu kicked him away and jumped out of the enchantment. He saw a small alley with dim street lights and the sound of car horns in the distance. This was indeed a modern society. There should be very few people who could cultivate. No wonder this world rejected other things from entering. Ghost. A drunkard saw Ning Shu dressed in white in the alley and immediately turned around to run. Ning Shu curled his lips and rolled his eyes. Had he ever seen such a beautiful ghost? Idiot, I don't have a ferocious face, I don't have a long tongue, I don't have bleeding eyes, and I don't have a rotten body that's wriggling on the ground. What makes you think I'm a ghost? Ning Shu walked out of the alley and turned invisible, walking among the passers-by. This world was exactly the same as modern society. Ning Shu even suspected that he had arrived in a modern world. Other worlds had people who cultivated, but this world was developing technology. But what followed was that he could no longer cultivate, restricted by the heavenly Tao. Ning Shu walked along the street and brushed shoulders with a few souls. Some of these ghosts were sticking to people's bodies and hugging them, but the people who were hugged didn't feel anything. Although there was hell, there were still many souls left in the human world. Then there were cases of malicious ghosts harming people. This kind of thing was not uncommon. Ning Shu picked up a small advertisement on the ground. Well, it wasn't an advertisement for a prostitute, but an advertisement for a ghost-catching firm. The main business was to look at feng shui and catch ghosts. In short, it was to do everything related to ghosts. He didn't expect that this world wasn't beaten into superstition and still had a feeling of prosperity. Along the way, Ning Shu picked up a few such advertisements. For some reason, Ning Shu suddenly felt that this world was a little cute. Ning Shu was looking at the advertisement when a piece of paper was suddenly pasted on his back. Ning Shu turned around and looked at the talisman on his shoulder. He took it down and looked expressionlessly at the little brother who pasted the paper on him. Damn, this handsome little brother was sweating profusely. He was obviously a ghost. Why wasn't he afraid of the talisman? Was it because he couldn't make the talisman? Why was this ghost able to take it down so easily? Master clearly said that there was no problem with his talent. Luo Yi fell into self-doubt. There was no shadow around her. He was sure that she was a ghost, although she did look like a human. Luo Yi, this soul is very powerful. Let her be your Shikigami. A soul floated out of Luo Yi's body. This ghost was wearing a suit. He must have been a social elite when he was alive. Luo Yi was probably a young celestial master who had just debuted. He was especially shy and scratched his head. I might not be willing. Ning Shu nodded. I'm not willing. By the way, what is a Shikigami? You don't know. Let me tell you. Some ghosts are willing to go to the underworld and cooperate with celestial masters to catch malicious ghosts and accumulate merit. Ning Shu explained. If you become a celestial master's Shikigami, the underworld won't catch you. If you're a wandering ghost and don't go to the underworld after a certain time, you can only drift in the human world. At this time, you need someone to help you. Ning Shu understood. Only then can I come out of the underworld. Luo Yi. Then do you want to become my Shikigami? You'll be easily caught. If you become a celestial master, the underworld won't catch you. The underworld will give the celestial master some face. Ning Shu. I don't know how to do anything. Don't look for me. Luo immediately said, it's okay. You can learn slowly. Don't worry, I'm also a new celestial master. We can learn from each other. Ningxu. I don't dare to follow you. Catching ghosts is risking my life. Moreover, a celestial master is a rookie. He must have lived for a long time. She just came out for a stroll. She didn't expect to meet a rookie celestial master who insisted on asking her to join his team. Ningxu felt that there shouldn't be any treasures in this world. After all, the spiritual energy in modern society was getting less and less. It couldn't produce any treasures. The rookie celestial master wanted to say something, but a luxurious car stopped at the side of the road. A tall man got out of the car and walked straight to the rookie. Why are you still here? The Li family found an ancient tomb. It's a little strange. You should go and take a look. Ningxu looked at the man. He had a strong aura. He should be a celestial master. Ningxu saw that he had merit. Most importantly, the two of them were gay. She felt that there was something wrong. A rookie being attacked by a big boss X or something. How touching. Isn't the tomb tomorrow? I'm chatting with my future Shikigami now, Luoi said to the cold-faced man. Luoi looked like a good-tempered and very soft boy. The man looked at Ningxu and frowned. Don't let her be your Shikigami. She's a woman. Is it convenient for you to follow her at all times? Men and women are different. The female ghost Ningxu. So, her existence made this big boss celestial master jealous? So, was this the cookie world of daily ghost catching? She looked quite adorable. BK Ningxu did not intend to become the Shikigami of this rookie Taoist master. She felt that this big shot had already listed her as an obstacle. Since he was so gay, he should be wary of the Shikigami in a suit. Luoi said, she's already dead. There's no difference between men and women. Alright, up to you. The big shot stared at Ningxu with a cold gaze. It was obvious that he wanted Ningxu to give up on becoming this big shot's Shikigami. Ningxu rolled her eyes. What the hell? It was as if she wanted to become the Shikigami of this rookie Taoist master. Your merit is completely useless to me. Your Taoist master methods are also useless to me. Ningxu smiled at the rookie. Suddenly, she felt that the big shot's aura had become colder and carried a murderous aura. Ningxu asked Luoi, are you guys going to the tomb? Are there any treasures in the tomb? Ningxu thought that she could not come here for nothing. It would be good to collect any treasures in the tomb. Ningxu hoped that there would be soul pearls in this world where humans and ghosts coexisted. The big shot Taoist master said, there are no treasures, but there are many malicious ghosts and zombies. You're already a ghost. Why do you still want treasures? The big shot Taoist master looked at Ningxu with suspicion. If he did not believe in his profession, he would think that the soul in front of him was not a ghost but a greedy person. He wanted to go to the tomb to fish for benefits. Luoi said, the tomb is indeed very dangerous. As for what burial items the tomb owner has, we'll know when we enter the tomb. Ningxu nodded and used her spiritual force to scan the tomb to see if there was anything inside. This Taoist master did not want Ningxu to become Luoyi's Shikigami. Ningxu did not want to become anyone's Shikigami. Something like a Shikigami had to be signed. After signing a contract, the contract would bind the Shikigami. At the same time, it would protect the Shikigami from being taken away by the people of the underworld. She was here for a stroll, not to sign a contract with anyone. A contract was not to be underestimated. It was recognized by the heavenly Tao. If she wanted to leave, she had to pay a price. She had to be crazy to become the heavenly master's Shikigami. Ningxu planned to walk around this world. As for treasures, he wasn't looking forward to it. Ningxu saw that the two of them seemed to have merit and providence. Perhaps they were the main characters of Sweet Biscuit. Following the main character usually meant that something big would happen. Ningxu thought for a moment and decided to follow the rookie celestial master first. I can't become your Shikigami for the time being, but I can follow you and see your strength. Although I'm a ghost, I'm very good at catching ghosts. Ningxu said to Luoi. Luoi nodded without hesitation. sure. This heavenly master was really a little naive. She trusted her so much, probably because she was very confident in her own strength. The boss looked at Xianxia with a sharp gaze. What's your purpose for following him? What purpose can I have? I just want to test the master's strength and then decide whether to become his Shikigami or not. Can't I understand the character and ability of the future Shikigami master? Heavenly master, sure, it's okay. Luoi said to the man. Since we're going to be partners in the future, we should be more careful. Luoi was worried that the other party would agree to the contract. What if the contract was a malicious ghost with a bad personality, or used him to stay in the human world? It would take a long time to see the character. Heavenly Master sure looked very impatient and said, your master asked me to take care of you, but you haven't even gotten the elementary Heavenly Master certificate. You can't control this kind of ghost. Although I don't have a certificate, I'm a good Heavenly Master. My master said that I can go out and explore. Luoi looked serious. Heavenly Master sure suppressed the urge to strangle this guy and gave him a talisman. If there's anything, use this talisman to inform me. Then he warned Xianxia, if I find out that you have other thoughts and hurt him, I'll destroy your soul. Xianxia stuck out his tongue and made a face. Ha ha ha, what does it have to do with you? You're such a busybody. The boss's expression turned ugly, and even his aura started to become chaotic. He was obviously angered by Xianxia. Heavenly Master, sure, you have something to do. You can leave first. I won't delay you. Luoi waved his hand. Heavenly Master sure stepped on the accelerator and disappeared. He was very fast. Good luck getting a ticket. Luoi said to Xianxia, I have a mission now. Do you want to go with me? Xianxia said, no. Xianxia followed behind Luoi and arrived at a park. There were several ghosts wandering in the park, and they were all female ghosts. They were full of resentment. Well, do you see anything? Luoi wanted to test Xianxia's ability. Xianxia glanced at him and said, these ghosts should have been killed by a person, and their bodies have been dismembered. They should be buried here. Xianxia's spiritual power scanned and found that there were bones buried under the park. These bones were all incomplete and had been chopped up. However, the incisions were neat. They should have been done with a chainsaw. It was amazing, no wonder the park was so gloomy at night. Gao Yang, go find the bones. I'll expiate these female ghosts, Luoi said. The man in a suit called Gao Yang floated out to find the bones. Xianxia didn't say anything. This park was not small. It would take some time to find the bones. Xianxia asked, you can find the bones with some means. Why do you want people to look for them? It's more dangerous for Gao Yang to stay here. Let him find the bones. Xianxia said, oh, you're so sweet. Luoi? Are you not sure you can expiate them? This kind of resentment was very strong. It lingered around the bones, but it didn't dare to find the person who killed them. Ghosts were also afraid of evil people. Luoi shook his head. No. Then don't forcibly expiate them. These people are lingering here because they can't take revenge. You can call the police and say that bones were found here. Let the police track down the murderer. Let the murderer be punished when he's alive and punished when he's dead. Don't you feel good about it? It's not good to link things related to ghosts to human affairs, Luoi said. Xianxia said, you're not sweet. You're silly. If there's a murder, why don't you call the police? Are you going to avenge these female ghosts? Are you going to kill the murderer? Luoyi's face turned red. How can I kill people? The Celestial Master Association has a rule that Celestial Masters can't harm people. I'll wait for Gao Yang to come back and ask if I can call the police. The main thing is that Celestial Masters can't get too involved in human affairs. Xianxia clicked his tongue. Human affairs? Do you think you're a god? It's not like that. Celestial Masters can't do things with great fanfare. If we can solve it, we can't do anything else. Luoi waved his hand /BK. This child was definitely a young boy who had just entered the pugilistic world. Otherwise, why would his brain be so slow? He did not look like an old fox at all. He was so tender that one could not help but want to ravage him. Being stared at by Ningxu, Luoyi had no choice but to call Gao Yang back. Gao Yang found the place where the bodies were buried. The owner asked if he could call the police and let the police handle this matter. Gao Yang glanced at Ningxu and nodded. Of course you can call the police. This is a criminal case to begin with. This is a reasonable use of social resources. Solve this matter from the source. Since it's a murderer, he won't stop just like that. If he's caught, there's no need to expiate these souls in the future. However, we need to do something before we can call the police. Either we inform the Celestial Master Association and let them negotiate with the police. Ordinary people did not believe in such things, but the country had set up a department to deal with such matters. Ningxu nodded. Gao Yang's lazy method was right. Countless people died in vain every day. If the murderer was caught, the resentment of these souls would be reduced a lot, and it would be much easier to expiate them. The sweet Luoyi called the Celestial Master Association while Ningxu looked at these malicious spirits. Black aura rippled on their bodies as they were expiated into the underworld. Ningxu was curious about how the underworld operated. Were the employees working for free? No organization could survive without profits. If the soul power of these souls was not extracted, what was the salary of the employees in the underworld? Was it really burning paper in the human world that was money? Was there no other reward? Was there no powerful reward? Luoyi called the Celestial Master Association. The person who answered the phone was Celestial Master Shi. He told Celestial Master Shi about this matter and asked him to call the police. After Luoyi hung up the phone, Ningxu said to Luoyi, "Why do I feel that your colleague doesn't like me very much?" Luoyi said, "Celestial Master Shi is a cold-faced but warm-hearted person. When I accepted Gao Yang as my Shikigami, he strongly objected. He said that celestial masters should improve their own strength and not rely on external forces. He has always been against me accepting Shikigami." Ningxu curled his lips. Then didn't he accept Shikigami? No, Heavenly Master Shi doesn't seem to like ghosts. Luoyi said carelessly, "My master said that as long as I have power, I can use it. Furthermore, it's a mutually beneficial relationship with a powerful soul. There's no contradiction with strengthening myself." Ningxu said, "Your master is right." Gao Yang looked at the wandering souls and said, "Let's wait until the case is solved." Luo Yang brought Ningxu to his apartment. The small apartment was not big. It was a boy's room, and it was a mess. All kinds of props were placed everywhere. Talismans, peachwood swords, compass. Ningxu, you don't even bring tools when you go out. How could he go and expiate a soul so casually? Was he crazy? Luoyi said, "I'm just going to check out the place. I won't be releasing souls for the time being. This is my first business, so I have to be careful." Ningxu, sorry, I didn't realize how cautious you were. Luoyi seemed to have seen through Ningxu's thoughts and said, "My physique is rather special. My blood can restrain evil." Ningxu, it seemed that he was born to be a celestial master. No wonder he could go there so fearlessly. "Don't get too close to me, and don't get my blood on you. Try not to touch these things in the house. You haven't made a contract with me yet. These things will hurt you." Before Luoyi could finish speaking, he saw Ningxu pick up the peachwood sword and wave it before hanging it back on the wall. Luoyi was a little choked and asked, "Are you a soul?" Ningxu nodded. "Yes, but I'm not afraid of this little bit of yang qi. Ordinary things are useless to me. These props had the yang qi that could restrain ghosts. Generally, souls were relatively weak. Too strong yang qi would hurt the soul, so ghosts were very afraid of the things in the hands of celestial masters." Luoyi said, "Then you're really strong. Why did you stay in the human world and not reincarnate in the underworld?" "I'm so free. Why should I reincarnate?" Ningxu picked up a piece of talisman paper and looked at it. The talisman paper didn't contain much spirit qi. Luoyi saw Ningxu playing with the talisman paper and felt that she didn't look like a ghost, but a human. Otherwise, how would she dare to take these things? Perhaps only his blood could deal with her. If such a ghost were to cause trouble, ordinary celestial masters might not be able to deal with it. He wondered if Master could deal with it. Luoyi asked, "Are you a ghost king?" Some ghosts could become ghosts. Ningshu thought for a moment. Kind of, but I'm better looking than a ghost king. A ghost king was as fierce as it could be, as scary as it could be. It was ugly. Luoyi thought so too. If he didn't look carefully, he would think that it was a human girl and not a ghost. Luoyi didn't dare to underestimate ghosts. Even a child or a ghost baby was very strong, let alone an adult. The next day, Luoyi prepared to go to the Li family's tomb. Ningshu was waiting for this moment. In this world where humans and ghosts coexisted, there should be a lot of supernatural things. Especially in the tomb, where Xianxia nourished, he didn't know what good things there were. Ningshu walked out of the apartment with the black bone umbrella. Celestial Master sure drove to pick up Luoyi. Luoyi was carrying all kinds of things. There were talismans, a peachwood sword, a compass. Anyway, he took everything he could carry. He looked like a refugee. Celestial Master Shi's eyebrows twitched, and his expression looked quite strange. But Luoyi didn't seem to be embarrassed at all. He stuffed everything into the trunk. When it was a little full, he stuffed it in with all his strength. Celestial Master Shi asked, "Why are you carrying so many things? What if the tomb is dangerous?" "My master said that in a place like a tomb, if we're not careful, we'll be wiped out. No one knows what's inside, so it's better to be prepared." As a new Celestial Master, he had to remember his master's words. Celestial Master Shi's expression was very helpless. When he saw Ningshu squeezing into the car, his expression was quite bad. Ningshu sat next to Luoyi. Celestial Master Shi, who was driving, narrowed his eyes. Luoyi had a young body. Ordinary ghosts wouldn't dare to get close to him, but this ghost could. Celestial Master Shi asked Luoyi, "Did you accept her as your Shikigami?" "No." Luoyi shook his head. The car drove to a sparsely populated place. When they reached a mountain range, the car couldn't continue driving. They could only carry the things and walk. Ningshu held the black bone umbrella and walked leisurely. Luoyi carried several bags and was so tired that he was panting. Ningshu said sarcastically, "Little Celestial Master, your physique is not good. How are you going to fight with the evil ghost?" His physique was obviously that of a thin and weak teenager. Yes, he must be weak. Celestial Master Shi glanced at Ningshu, took Luoyi's bags, and helped to carry them. Heaven Master Shi's physique was much better than Luoyi's. He carried the bag very easily. This tomb was rather secretive. It took a long time for them to reach the tomb after walking for a long time. There were many people not far from the tomb. They were probably all Heaven Masters. Some of them had white hair, some were old, and some were young, like Luoyi. Ningshu felt that as soon as he entered the tomb, the Yin energy became very heavy. There should be a tomb here. Fortunately, it was a deserted place. Otherwise, there would be many haunted events. Moreover, when the Yin energy invaded the human body, it would damage the body and cause hallucinations. It would happen in minutes. As soon as the Yin energy approached Luoyi, it automatically dissipated. This kind of body could not be envied. Heaven Master Shi, you're here." When Heaven Master Shi arrived, many people greeted him, but Luoyi, who was beside him, was completely ignored. He was probably treated as Heaven Master Shi's assistant. Luoyi did not feel embarrassed at all. He went to the side to tidy up his things. Heaven Master Shi talked to these people while paying attention to Luoyi. Ningshu squatted down and held an umbrella. He asked Luoyi, "Little Heaven Master, what do you think of Heaven Master Shi?" "He's pretty good, just a little cold. Although I know he has a good heart, seeing his face makes me scared. I don't think I get along with him very well. There are many things between us that don't go well." Ningshu shook his head. No, you don't understand love." Heaven Master Shi was so nosy. He liked to blabber in front of Luoyi when he had nothing to do. He knew very well what he was thinking. He did not blabber to anyone else. Ningshu chatted with Luoyi. Heaven Master Shi came over and asked Luoyi, "Have you tidied up everything? We're going to the tomb soon." "It's done," Luoyi said. The Li family was also a feng shui family. They found such a tomb and carefully investigated it. The Yin energy outside was so heavy. After thinking carefully, they felt that the Li family could not take it down, so they gathered their peers. The Heaven Master of the Li family warned them. After the preparations were done, they entered the tomb one by one from a thief's hole. It was a stolen tomb. This kind of hole was made by tomb robbers. Heavenly Master Sure said to Luo Yi, "Stay with me. If anything happens to you, I won't be able to explain it to your master." Luo Yi said, "It's okay. My master said that as a Taoist master, you have to catch and kill ghosts to expiate ghosts. You can also be killed by ghosts. Those who kill will be killed by Renheng." Heavenly Master Shi's expression was so complicated that Ningxu almost laughed out loud. Luo Yi was really sweet. She was so sweet and naive. The mine wasn't big and could only fit one person, so they had to crawl. Ningxu closed the umbrella and followed them in. He was quite excited because the Yin Qi in the tomb was very strong. There must be a lot of ghosts and Zongzi inside. There might even be zombies. Usually, when something like this was born, there would be good things buried with it. Since he had already come to this world, he wasn't sure if he would be able to come here again. If he could bring back some good stuff, wouldn't that be great? Ningxu was excited, but the other heavenly masters were in a heavy mood. In such a situation, they had to use methods to defend against the Yin Qi. The Yin Qi was so heavy that he couldn't see anything clearly. Luo Yi didn't need to defend against the Yin Qi at all. The Yin Qi couldn't enter his body at all. Heavenly Master Shi was so powerful that he didn't care about the Yin Qi. The mine was a little long. After crawling for a while, they arrived at the tomb. The tomb wasn't small. There were all kinds of passages crisscrossing. There were puddles on the ground and the sound of water dripping echoed in the cave, making the mine seem even quieter. The sound of footsteps added a terrifying atmosphere to the silence. Ningxu opened the umbrella. The Yin Qi was so strong and dirty that he had to protect his soul from being polluted. Luo Yi whispered, "There's no sun here. Why are you opening an umbrella?" Luo Yi thought that Ningxu opened the umbrella to avoid the sun. Many ghosts didn't dare to come out during the day because the yang qi was abundant and was very harmful to ghosts. However, in the tomb, it was dark. Why would he need a flashlight? Why would he open an umbrella? Luo Yi couldn't figure it out. Know yourself and know your enemy. Therefore, Luo Yi wanted to know why Ningxu was opening an umbrella at this time. It was so inconvenient. Heavenly Master Shi turned his head to look at Luo Yi and Ningxu. Ningxu showed his porcelain white teeth and smiled eerily. "Because it looks good." Heavenly Master Shi frowned and pulled Luo Yi to his side, using himself to separate Ningxu and Luo Yi. This ghost looked a little crazy. When he was alive, his brain must have been abnormal. They had been walking in this passage for a long time. Gradually, some people realized that something was wrong. Heavenly Master Shi stopped and squatted down to look at the cinnabar on the ground. He originally wanted to make a mark, but he didn't expect to come back. "Everyone, wait. We're going in circles now." More than one person noticed this situation. Ningxu released his spiritual power, but it seemed to be blocked. Was there a barrier? If there was a barrier, then the identity of the tomb owner was really not simple. A barrier was obviously a cultivation method. Only a cultivator could set it up. Of course, a heavenly master could do it, but there were probably not many people present who could set up a barrier that could last for hundreds of years. Perhaps the owner of the tomb might be a heavenly master. They might be going in circles because of the barrier. Luo Yi cut his finger and squeezed out blood. Ningxu turned to look at the blood on his finger. The blood seemed to be boiling and emitted white smoke. Ningxu's expression was a little strange. If this blood was thrown on her body, it might hurt. "You're bleeding again?" Heavenly Master Shi disagreed. He would bleed whenever he encountered something. "Do you think your blood is omnipotent?" "My master." Heavenly Master Shi had a headache when he heard him say master. "Alright, give it a try." Luo Yi drew a talisman on the wall with blood. After he finished drawing, his face turned even paler. Ningxu shook his head. This was a barrier, not something evil. Luo Yi's blood was probably useless. The talisman that Luoyi drew with blood lit up for a moment and dimmed. The effect was gone. Heavenly Master sure took out his Dharma artifact and began to test the surrounding environment. Every Heavenly Master tried their best. "We might be in a smokescreen," a Heavenly Master said. Heavenly Master sure had some strength. He used his Dharma artifact to break the barrier. The entire tomb seemed to shake. Then, the scene before everyone's eyes changed. Everyone was standing in a tomb chamber. There were many stone coffins in the tomb chamber. Each stone coffin was carved with many patterns. They were extremely complicated and were even coated with paint. These paints were still bright with the passage of time. They should be mineral paints that did not fade. There were a few skeletons around these coffins. They were already white bones, and there were many grave robbing tools around the skeletons. Maybe they were the poor grave robbers who dug the hole. It seemed that this should be a tomb, but it was not the main tomb. The people buried in these coffins were probably very important to the tomb owner. Otherwise, they would not have used such gorgeous coffins. Ningxu grinned. They had been fooled again because her spiritual power was still blocked, which meant that there was still a barrier around. This barrier looked much more real than before, and there were also the skeletons of the grave robbers. How exactly was an illusion constructed? Luoyi whispered to Heavenly Master Shi. "Heavenly Master Shi, why is there no danger?" There was such a strong yin qi outside, but there was not even a ghost inside. This was not scientific at all. The whole tomb seemed to be from a long time ago. Some rich and powerful tomb owners liked to make some things to guard their tombs. These things might be some strange creatures or souls. They killed some people and trapped their souls inside. Under the nourishment of the yin qi, these souls turned into malicious ghosts and tore apart the people who entered the tomb. It was too clean. There was nothing. It was not right. Heavenly Master Shi frowned and said, "This might be an illusion." The tomb owner was really naughty. Ningxu said to Luoyi, "I guess the next one will not be an illusion." Luoyi was speechless. "Don't bet when you are so serious." Ningxu said, "It's time to show you my strength." Ningxu raised his white finger and pointed at the center of the array. The array was broken. It was destroyed by Ningxu's spiritual power. The scene in front of them changed again. Everyone sucked in a breath of air because they were standing in front of a pit. This pit was filled with corpses, all of them white bones. These bones had begun to turn yellow and there were holes of all sizes on them. The bones were mixed together and it was impossible to tell which one was which. Ningxu felt that it was a pity. Why did they kill people and leave them here? It would be great if they were cute skeletons. Ningxu shook her head, her face full of heartache. What a waste. Luoyi felt that although this female ghost was quite strange, he was still full of sympathy. Luoyi explained, "These skeletons should be the craftsmen who built the tomb. In order to prevent their tomb from being discovered, some tomb owners would kill these craftsmen." "Ningxu, you're crazy." With a series of rustling sounds, the skeletons actually began to move. It was not the skeletons that moved, but the insects that lived under the skeletons. Now that they smelled the scent of a living person, they came out in full force. It was so dense that it made people feel numb all over. Even trypophobia was acting up. These insects had yin qi on their bodies, and they were also poisonous. Once bitten, it would be over. Those who could be invited by the Li family were not ordinary people. Of course, there were also some heavenly masters who were not strong enough and wanted to reap some benefits. They were bitten to death by these bugs in the first wave. Wails of agony rang out one after another. These insects drilled into the bodies of the people densely. Very quickly, the bodies turned into bloody skeletons. Some pieces of flesh swayed on the bones. This scene was so disgusting that it made people want to vomit. Luoyi took out talismans. These talismans spontaneously ignited and turned into a sea of fire. The insects were burned, and the smell of burnt protein wafted out. It was also a little fragrant. But at the thought that these insects ate human flesh, the smell made people want to vomit. Ningxu held the umbrella and floated in the air. She didn't move. Although the insects wanted to bite Ningxu, they were all blocked by Ningxu's barrier. Ningxu floated to the main tomb. She felt a familiar fluctuation. Under such circumstances, it meant that there must be a treasure that she was familiar with or had seen before in this tomb. Seeing that Ningxu floated away, the others hurriedly followed. After all, whatever treasure was in the main tomb, it was snatched by this Shikigami first. Some heavenly masters had Shikigami, and some didn't. When they saw Ningxu, these heavenly masters thought that Ningxu was the Shikigami of a certain heavenly master. The main tomb was blocked by a huge door. The thick stone door was carved with frightening ghost faces. On both sides of the door stood a fat and beautiful stone statue of a horse with its front hooves raised. If they broke through this stone door, they would be able to enter the main tomb. There were a few lines of words carved on the side of the door. What the hell was written? Heavenly Master Sure said, the owner of the tomb is warning us not to open the door. Ningxu, I don't care at all. The closer they got, the more familiar the fluctuation was. Every treasure had a special fluctuation. This fluctuation was difficult for ordinary people to detect, or this fluctuation could represent the identity of the treasure itself. So Ningxu didn't care about the warning at all. But there were so many people. She might be fine, but it didn't mean that these heavenly masters would be fine. It depended on their decision. If they decided to leave, Ningxu would pry open the stone door alone. If these people stayed and decided to open the stone door, Ningxu would do it. After all, the minority followed the majority. If she did it and something happened, the result would be blamed on her. She could leave, but after all, she was brought here by Luoyi. If she ran away, Luoyi couldn't run away. It was better not to cause trouble for the silly girl. Let's part on good terms. The heavenly masters discussed for a while and decided to ignore the tomb owner's warning. They wanted to open the door and see what was inside. However, this stone door was extremely thick. They tried to find the mechanism but couldn't find it. So, they couldn't open it at all. They wanted to go in. All kinds of brilliant moves hit the stone door. The tomb only shook, but the stone door couldn't be opened at all. So, the power of life was still stronger. Ningxu stretched out her vines. The vines pierced into the ground and then broke out under the stone door. The vines directly propped up the stone door. The stone door opened and Ningxu was the first to rush in. When the other heavenly masters saw Ningxu rushing in, they quickly rushed in as well. But they regretted it as soon as they entered. It was like hell inside because it was densely packed with evil ghosts. These evil ghosts were all covered in black smoke. They were very powerful ghosts. Thick qi blew in their faces. This was completely an undead army. There were at least 200 ghosts. These ghosts were guarding the coffin in the middle. The color of this coffin was gorgeous, as if it had been buried not long ago. When the ghost saw a stranger, it immediately pounced over and looked like it was going to eat him. Ningxu went straight for the coffin. The malicious ghosts pounced at her, but they were all repelled by the barrier around her. Ningxu stopped in front of the coffin and wanted to open the lid. The stone coffin was very heavy. Ningxu pushed it open. A stench came from the coffin. Ningxu covered her nose with one hand and fanned with the other. She looked inside the stone coffin. The corpse in the stone coffin was wearing armor. He didn't know what material this armor was made of, but it looked quite new. This was an ancient man, about 30 or 40 years old. His skin was green and white, and his corpse hadn't decayed. Ningxu reached out and searched the corpse. Finally, he pinched the corpse's mouth and found the jade stone in the mouth. It wasn't a jade stone, but it was a black pearl. Ningxu directly reached out and pulled the pearl out of the corpse's mouth. He was overjoyed. This was a soul pearl. In a world where humans and ghosts coexisted, there was a certain chance that such a pearl would be born. Back then, she used a soul pearl to form the world of reincarnation. But what was the process? Ningxu didn't remember the process of forming the world of reincarnation. He couldn't replicate it even if he wanted to. Ningxu directly hid the pearl and didn't let these heavenly masters know. He casually took a pearl from the coffin and stuffed it into the corpse's mouth. Basically, people who were buried had the custom of holding a jade in their mouth. Other than the jade, there had to be grains beside the corpse. On the way to the underworld, there seemed to be roosters that pecked at souls. When there was grain, the roosters would eat it. I admire the big shots who created the underworld. They really perfectly recreated the hell that humans imagined. Xianxia reached out and pinched the corpse. He didn't know if it had turned into a zombie. Its body seemed to have green hair, but it didn't seem to have consciousness. It actually held the soul pearl in its mouth and gathered the surrounding yin qi, allowing the yin qi to enter the corpse. Although it wasn't a place to cultivate corpses, it was a man-made place to cultivate corpses. If a person didn't want to die and resentment grew in their heart, the 7 souls wouldn't disperse. The 7 souls were the 7 emotions and 6 desires of a person. They would stay in the body, unwilling to leave, and turn into a zombie. Born by gathering the resentment of heaven and earth, they wouldn't age, die, and be indestructible. Some people listened to the words of the sorcerers and wanted to come back to life after death. Then, they worked on the tomb, and then with the passage of time, they came back to life, but they didn't know what it was that came back to life. Xianxia didn't care who this corpse was. He got a soul pearl. It was perfect. When the other celestial masters saw that Xianxia was the first to open the coffin, they couldn't help but rush over. However, these malicious ghosts were pestering the angel. There were too many malicious ghosts, making it difficult for them to advance. Some malicious ghosts pounced on Xianxia, but they were all repelled by the barrier. Xianxia turned around and walked back. The zombie in the coffin opened its eyes. Its scarlet eyeballs rolled around, and it stood up without a sound. When the Heavenly Master saw the zombie stand up, he was stunned. F***ck, zombie. Luoyi pointed behind Xianxia. Xianxia shouted, "Behind you." Xianxia turned around and saw an ugly face facing him. Xianxia gave it a big slap. It was too smelly. "Do you know how long you've been lying there without a bath?" the zombie roared, and Xianxia rushed over. Xianxia's spiritual energy transformed into a long sword. He held it with both hands and slashed at the zombie's neck, directly cutting off its head. Burp. When the celestial masters saw that Xianxia cut off the zombie's head so simply and violently, they didn't know what to say. Under the nourishment of the yin qi and all kinds of filthy qi, the corpse had turned into copper skin and iron bones. Ordinary weapons, even the celestial master's peachwood sword, couldn't pierce through the green-haired zombie's body. If the zombie was stained with blood, its strength would increase by leaps and bounds. Although the zombie's head was cut off, it flew back into its body. He raised his hand to correct it, and it was fine again. So, when the body was split, it could grow back together. They had never seen such an unscientific thing. Celestial Master Sure said, "Everyone, work harder. Don't let the zombie out of the tomb. If this kind of zombie went out, it would be like a pack of wolves entering a flock of sheep. Ordinary people could only be slaughtered. Moreover, zombies stained with human blood would become flying zombies and fly very fast. At that time, no matter how many celestial masters there were, they couldn't do anything to the zombie. No wonder the tomb was built in such a place. There was enough time to cultivate in the wild mountains and forests. Seeing how powerful Xianxia was, the zombie didn't want to fight with Xianxia. Instead, it went in the direction of the stone door. Obviously, it wanted to get out of the tomb. Celestial Master Sure, Xianxia, shouted, "Put down the stone door. Don't let it go out. If it goes out, it will be a disaster." The celestial masters present were killing the malicious ghosts silently. Once the stone door was closed, all of them would be locked inside and fight with the zombie and the malicious ghosts. All of them might even die here. Xianxia removed the vines under the stone door, and the stone door closed with a bang. The zombie was angry and roared. Hearing the zombie's roar, all the malicious ghosts trembled and attacked the celestial masters more fiercely. Some of the celestial masters were defeated, mainly because there were too many malicious ghosts, and there were only a dozen celestial masters at most. The zombie especially hated Xianxia. He disturbed his sleep and took away the thing in his mouth. It was unforgivable. Xianxia rushed over aggressively. Xianxia held his sword and slashed at the zombie's waist. The zombie's body was cut into two, but the two parts of the body wriggled and were about to grow back together. Xianxia said to Luoyi, "Give me some of your blood." Before Luoyi could react, his finger was cut by Xianxia's sword. Xianxia dipped his finger in some blood. Luoyi's blood was indeed very hot. When Ningshu came into contact with the blood, he felt as if he had been scalded by boiling water. With Luoyi's blood, Ningshu formed a seal with both hands. The talisman hit the zombie. The zombie happened to connect its body together, but suddenly, a raging flame appeared on its body. The flame covered its entire body and enveloped the zombie. The zombie was in extreme pain from the burning flames. It wailed and crazily slammed its body against the wall. It even killed the celestial masters. Luoyi was speechless. Was this person really a ghost? Why was she not afraid of his blood and actually knew the celestial master's methods? Could it be that she was a celestial master when she was alive? He felt that this person was too mysterious. He just saw a ghost on the street and casually stuck the talisman on her body. Damn it, tell him that this person was really a ghost, not a human. Although the zombie's body was covered in blood, its fighting strength was still very strong. Especially when it was at the end of the road, its fighting strength was even stronger. It would drag anyone down with it. Ningshu formed a seal with both hands. The flames on the zombie's body rose and burned even more fiercely. Ningshu held her sword and chopped off the zombie's head. Under the scorching heat of the fire, the zombie could no longer reconnect its body. The flames crackled loudly. Now, only these malicious ghosts were left. The death of the zombie weakened their momentum a lot. The celestial master saw hope and used all kinds of methods. Luoyi sprinkled his own blood. All the malicious ghosts that were stained with Luoyi's blood had their souls sizzling and were in incomparable pain. Luoyi used the peachwood sword to directly kill the malicious ghosts. Beside him, the Shikigami Gao Yang protected him. Heavenly Master Shi was very strong. He could kill several malicious ghosts each time. With a cold expression, he protected Luoyi behind him. Although Ningshu was unhappy that Heavenly Master Shi had inexplicably released enemies, as a Heavenly Master, he had to do his duty to kill ghosts and demons. At that time, the zombies were about to run out and expose the stone door. It meant that everyone present might die, but Heavenly Master Shi still asked Ningshu to put down the stone door. None of the Heavenly Masters present objected. The zombies were burned to death by the fire. In fact, it was not fire, but Xianxia. Zombies were evil creatures, and Xianxia restrained them greatly. However, it was not necessarily the case when one reached a certain level. For example, Xianxia was still running around in broad daylight. He was basically unaffected. The zombies were dead. Ningshu quickly wiped the blood off her hand on Luoyi's body. This kind of blood stained the soul, and there was a scorching pain. Luoyi was speechless. Why did she wipe it on his body? The zombies were burned by the flames. Ningshu stood still. She had to pay attention to the situation of the soul pearl at all times. She left the malicious ghosts to Heavenly Master. The soul pearl could absorb souls. Although there was a barrier, Ningshu did not dare to be careless. She was afraid that she would be sucked into the soul pearl and not be able to come out. She did not know how long the barrier could last. Heavenly Master fought with these malicious ghosts. Of course, the soul pearl could also absorb these malicious ghosts, but at the same time, the soul pearl would be exposed. Moreover, if she opened the barrier, her soul might be sucked in too. No, it was better to hide the soul pearl. The situation was very dangerous. Luoyi began to bleed again. It seemed that he was preparing a big move. Heavenly Master Shi said angrily, "You rely too much on external things. If one day you encounter a stronger malicious ghost, will you have to drain all the blood in your body?" Heavenly Master Shi scolded Luoyi while protecting him. He was very powerful when killing the malicious ghosts. All the malicious ghosts that were attacked by him were destroyed. Luoyi used his blood to set up a large array. Ningshu looked at it and saw that it was similar to the Yang gathering array. In any case, it gathered Xianxia to destroy the malicious ghosts. After doing these things, Luoyi's face was pale and he could not hold on any longer. Heavenly Master Shi grabbed his arm to prevent him from being attacked by the malicious ghosts. With Luoyi's blood and the effect of the array, these malicious ghosts suddenly burst into flames, causing them to howl in pain. In the end, their souls dissipated. Although the ultimate move was quite satisfying, it could only be used once. If it was used again, Luoyi would turn into a ghost. This was his trump card. When the last malicious spirit was burned to ashes, the surviving celestial master heaved a long sigh of relief and sat down on the ground to rest. Heavenly Master Sure placed Luoyi on the ground and leaned against the wall. Then, he walked to the side of the gorgeous coffin and looked at the funerary objects inside the coffin. In addition to some jades, there was also a long spear. The long spear was a little rusty, but other than that, there was nothing else of value. It wasn't anything valuable, but something worthless. The previous enchantment and illusion were suspected to be the tomb of a Taoist master, but now it seemed to be the tomb of a general. Since zombies could be formed, then there were conditions to form zombies. However, there were some ordinary things in the coffin. Then, what kept the bones from rotting and turned them into zombies? Without thinking, Heavenly Master Sure immediately looked at Ningxiu. She was the first to open the coffin. If there was anything good in the coffin, she must have been the first to discover it and take it away. Ningxiu met Heavenly Master Sure's gaze calmly without any guilt. The things were in her hands, but did you see me take it? If you didn't, don't talk nonsense. The other celestial masters also leaned over to look at the things in the coffin. There were some jades, but these jades had been corroded by yin qi and could not be worn at all. This kind of thing could not ward off evil spirits. On the contrary, it could easily attract evil spirits. Only celestial masters could handle jades, but they did not care about these things. Celestial masters used the jades that ordinary people thought were precious as containers. Strange, why is there nothing here? Yes, how are zombies formed? What are they using to gather yin qi? There were conditions to form a zombie cultivating area. Some zombie cultivating areas were formed naturally because of the terrain, while some were artificially created. Of course, creating such a zombie cultivating area required a lot of things. At least, there must be some kind of treasure, a treasure of extreme yin, that could gather yin qi. This was not a zombie cultivating area, but there was nothing special here. It was really strange. Like Heavenly Master Sure, several celestial masters looked at Ningxiu. She was the first to open the coffin. Ningxiu shrugged and stretched out her hands. I didn't take anything, and there's nothing inside. The zombie must have been poor when it was alive. Otherwise, it would have been buried with a decent burial item. The celestial masters' faces were full of disbelief. We are celestial masters. How can we not know? A celestial master asked. Whose Shikigami are you? Heavenly Master Sure frowned. As expected, Luoyi was implicated. Luoyi liked to cause trouble and provoked a female ghost with unknown intentions. Now that the female ghost took something, it was very likely that Luoyi would be implicated. Heavenly Master Sure was sure that there must be something in the coffin, and the female ghost was probably looking for such a thing to make herself stronger. She was using that thing to cultivate. Heavenly Master Sure wanted to facepalm. Luoyi was really an idiot. He was obviously being used. Can't he be less worrisome? Heavenly Master Sure felt that he was very worried. He had never been so worried before. Like his old father, Luoyi's master was also not stingy. He should have taught Luoyi well. Why did his disciple become so annoying? Dog. Luoyi was about to speak when Heavenly Master Sure coughed. Cough, cough, cough. It was as if he had tuberculosis. Luoyi immediately turned his attention to Heavenly Master Sure. Heavenly Master Sure, are you injured? Luoyi asked. Heavenly Master Sure nodded. I'm indeed injured. There's some yin qi in my body. Since there's nothing else, let's go. Fortunately, these malicious ghosts and zombies were eliminated in advance. Otherwise, the zombies would have looked for people to suck blood when they came out of the tomb. The Li family is the nearest family. If the zombies came out, the Li family would probably be the first to suffer. Heavenly Masters' bodies were different from ordinary people. Heavenly Masters could cultivate. Their blood and body contained energy. Ordinary people were more attractive to zombies. The Li family's Heavenly Master nodded. Yes. Fortunately, it was eliminated. Otherwise, who knows how dangerous it would be. Everyone, let's go out first. The yin qi here is too strong. Heavenly Master Sure said to divert everyone's attention from Ningxiu. It was not for Ningxiu, but because he did not want Luoyi to be attacked by this group of heavenly masters/BK. After all, this female ghost was brought here by Luoyi. If anything happened, Luoyi would take the blame for her. Luoyi was talented in catching ghosts, but it didn't mean that he was good at fighting with people. People's hearts were complicated, even for heaven masters. When it came to treasures that could improve their strength, they would definitely risk their lives to fight for them shamelessly. Everyone also felt a chill run down their spines and decided to leave the tomb first. As for the mysteries of this tomb, he would have to wait a while before exploring it. The heaven masters had taken away the jade and burial items in the coffin. If these things were sold on the black market, it would definitely harm people. This kind of jade could be used to make magic weapons, but after working so hard for so long, they only got a few pieces of jade of poor quality. Everyone was very disappointed. He was indeed a poor general. He was so poor that he probably used all his money to hire heaven masters. Otherwise, why would he be so poor? After leaving the tomb, the sun shone on them, but the heaven masters didn't feel any warmth. Instead, they felt cold. The more they basked in the sun, the colder they felt. Luoyi wanted to talk to Ningxu, but Heaven Master sure grabbed his arm and separated the two. It was not the right time to have more contact with this ghost. She must have taken something from the coffin. These heaven masters hadn't come back to their senses, but once they did, they would definitely destroy her. Ningxu got her things and planned to leave. She wanted to leave this world. After thinking for a while, he took out the soul pearl and said to everyone, "This is what I found. Soul-sucking pearl. It's actually this thing." When everyone saw the soul pearl, their eyes lit up. The soul-sucking pearl was a powerful tool to catch ghosts. As long as it was used, malicious ghosts would be sucked in and never be able to come out. This thing could be said to be the dream of heaven masters. Under normal circumstances, it couldn't be forged. It wasn't man-made, so it was especially precious. The heaven masters became restless. Some of them held magic weapons and talismans, obviously wanting to fight. Now that they thought about it, the zombie was born by the soul pearl. It made sense that there was so much Xianxia around it. "You're a ghost, right? What's the use of holding the soul-sucking pearl? Hand it over." Ningxu played with the soul pearl in his hand and said with a smile, "It's fun. Aren't you afraid of being sucked into the soul-sucking pearl? Hand it over, and we'll spare your life." The heavenly masters surrounded Ningxu, and all kinds of Dharma artifacts rippled with yang qi. Luoyi wanted to go over but was stopped by Heavenly Master Shi, who warned him in a low voice, "Don't go over." She was still stubborn before, saying that she didn't take anything. Now she took it out because she didn't want to implicate you. If these people can't find the thing, they might make trouble for you. After hearing Heavenly Master Shi's words, Luoyi didn't know how to proceed. She muttered, "Although she's a ghost, she's quite affectionate and loyal." Heavenly Master Shi's eyebrows twitched. Sometimes, he really didn't know what to do with this guy. However, Heavenly Master Shi did not try to snatch the soul-absorbing pearl. His philosophy had always been to strengthen himself. It was useless to rely on external objects. If one day he ran out of external objects, wouldn't he be crippled? Perhaps it was because of this mentality that Heavenly Master Shi was able to remain unmoved when he saw treasures. On the other hand, other heavenly masters were more indifferent and casual. However, when they met Luoyi, this indifference collapsed. Heavenly Master Shi didn't know what Luoyi's master was thinking to raise Luoyi to such a character. He heard that Luoyi was an orphan who was raised by his master. How did such an irrelevant master teach such a simple-minded disciple? Didn't he know that one shouldn't have the heart to harm others, but one must be vigilant against others? The atmosphere over there was tense because of the soul-absorbing pearl, but Luoyi and Heavenly Master Shi were indifferent. Ningxu put away the soul-absorbing pearl. "What's in my hands is mine. You're a ghost. Aren't you afraid that you'll be sucked into the soul-absorbing pearl and never be reincarnated?" Ningxu smiled slightly and planned to leave this world. However, after trying a few times, he actually couldn't leave this world directly. He actually couldn't open the black hole. Ningxu revealed an awkward but polite smile. Damn it, this world was difficult to enter and difficult to leave. It really made him speechless. What should he do now? Of course, he had to run. He didn't want to fight with these heavenly masters. It was meaningless. Ningxu jumped through space and disappeared without a trace. The heavenly masters looked around but didn't find the ghost. They even used talismans to track Ningxu, but the talismans fell to the ground and were useless. Unable to find the culprit, these heavenly masters looked at Luoyi. That ghost is your Shikigami, right? Luoyi shook his head. No, I only have one Shikigami. Luoyi pointed at Gao Yang. I only have one Shikigami. Heavenly Master Shi said, Luoyi wanted to take that female ghost as a Shikigami, but now it seems that the female ghost is using Luoyi. With Heavenly Master Shi's words, these heavenly masters didn't make things difficult for Luoyi. Heavenly Master Shi had a very high status in the Heavenly Master Society. Secondly, he was very powerful. No one dared to make things difficult for Luoyi in front of him. Looking at the thin and delicate Luoyi, many people muttered in their hearts that this was Heavenly Master Shi's toy boy. Luoyi's master had never brought his disciple to the Heavenly Masters. Therefore, many people thought that Luoyi was a Heavenly Master who was riding on someone's coattails. Now, the Heavenly Masters had more important things to do, and that was to find the female ghost. Luoyi and Heavenly Master Shi went home. Luoyi invited Heavenly Master Shi to drink tea upstairs. After all, Heavenly Master Shi had helped him a lot. Luoyi felt that it was reasonable to invite him to dinner. Heavenly Master Shi's heart beat faster. He calmed himself down. This kind of invitation was a bit ambiguous for Heavenly Master Shi. He nodded as if nothing had happened and agreed to go downstairs. As soon as they opened the door, they saw the female ghost in white sitting on the sofa with her legs crossed, watching TV. You're back. Ningxu and Luoyi smiled. Heavenly Master Shi pushed Luoyi behind him. He looked at Ningxu warily and asked, Why are you here? What do you want? Ningxu spread his hands and said, I have nowhere to go. So I can only come here. After that, Ningxu tried several times, but he couldn't leave this world. This made Ningxu a little annoyed. Now, he felt that the heavenly Tao of the third level was not difficult to communicate with. The heavenly Tao of this world was strange. It was not easy to come in. Then, he was not allowed to go out. Since he couldn't go out, he could only stay. He had to stay. In the end, he chose to come to Luoyi's small apartment. Then, Luoyi and Heavenly Master Shi saw the scene. Heavenly Master Shi sneered, You are now wanted by many Heavenly Masters. You will only cause trouble for Luoyi here unless you give the soul-sucking pearl to him. If she gave the soul-sucking pearl to Luoyi, there would be no problem for her to follow Luoyi. She couldn't let Luoyi take the blame without any benefits/BK. Even Master Shi had to admit that the soul-sucking pearl was a good thing. No matter what kind of powerful ghost it encountered, it could directly suck it in. The malicious ghost that was sucked into the soul-sucking pearl could never come out again. It was simply a divine tool to catch ghosts. Master Shi had no objection to letting Luoyi use it. Master Shi was like a worried old mother who wanted to put all the good things in front of Luoyi. Moreover, the intention of this female ghost was confusing. What was her purpose of coming to Luoyi? She was not weak, which was why Master Shi was so afraid. If it was an ordinary malicious ghost, he would kill it or throw it to hell to suffer. But Master Shi felt that he could not release this female ghost. It was impossible to give the soul-sucking pearl to Luoyi. Ningxu shook his head. No, I can't give him the soul-sucking pearl. But I will teach him some charms. It's too restrictive to always draw charms on paper. He should draw charms in the air. Celestial Master Shi narrowed his eyes. Luoyi poked his head out from behind Celestial Master Shi and said to Ningxu, Celestial Master Shi is right. You are indeed in danger now. You should hide in the mountains. Ningxu shook his head. I want to follow you. What was the use of hiding in the mountains? He couldn't go back. It was better to follow Luoyi. Luoyi was easy to talk to, but Master Shi always had a cold face. He disliked Shikigami. Ningxu was not a masochist. That was why he followed Master Shi. Master Shi just said, if you cause trouble for Luoyi, don't blame me for being rude. Don't worry. I will protect him. I don't need your protection. As long as you don't appear in front of other masters. Master Shi pulled a long face. Ningxu did not look at him. He stared at the TV. Although the male and female leads were crying, he felt much more comfortable facing Master Shi's face. Gao Yang sat on the sofa, and Luoyi went to cook. The two ghosts and a Master Shi in the living room maintained an eerie silence. The male lead's affectionate confession on the TV made the atmosphere even more inexplicable. Ningxu looked at the TV with a smile. Gao Yang was really restless. He got up and went to the kitchen to see when the master was done cooking. The confrontation between the two big shots made him very uncomfortable. Although Gao Yang was now a Shikigami, he was still instinctively afraid of the Taoist master. This female ghost was very powerful. She even burned the zombies in the graveyard. When these two big shots were fighting with their auras, he felt really uncomfortable at the side. Let's eat, let's eat. Luoyi acted as if he didn't feel the weird atmosphere and asked Heavenly Master Shi to eat. As a ghost, Ningxu naturally couldn't eat the smoke and fire of the human world. Heavenly Master Shi snorted, as if he was showing off. Luoyi was an orphan. His life skills were excellent. Since he was young, he had to take care of himself and his unreliable master. He had to worry about eating, drinking, defecating, and sleeping. The dishes looked, smelled, and tasted good, which made Heavenly Master Shi feel better. Although Luoyi was 250, he took care of him for the sake of his master. With her personality, even if she wasn't deceived by ghosts, she would still be deceived by others. After eating, Heavenly Master Shi had no reason to stay here. He moved his feet with difficulty. When he saw the female ghost in the living room who was holding her stomach and giggling pretentiously, he was even more worried about letting Luoyi interact with her. Ningxu waved his hand. Drive carefully. I won't see you out. Heavenly Master Shi was speechless. Luoyi didn't ask him to stay, and Heavenly Master Shi was embarrassed to stay, so he could only leave. Before he left, he gave Ningxu a warning look and said to Gao Yang, protect your master well. Inform me if anything happens. Don't let your master be harmed by wild ghosts. Ningxu smiled meaningfully. He didn't seem to realize that the wild ghost he was talking about was himself. After Heavenly Master Shi left, Luoyi sat opposite Ningxu and asked, what are your plans next? Heavenly Master Shi is right. You can't show yourself now. I'm with you. It doesn't matter. I can turn invisible. Ordinary people can't do anything to me. The main thing was that she couldn't get out of this world. If she could get out, she wouldn't have to follow Luo Yang. When the time was right, she would definitely be able to get out. As Ningxu spoke, his body disappeared. Do you know where I am? Ningxu's voice came from all directions. Luoyi couldn't accurately know where the invisible Ningxu was. I'm relieved that you have your own means. However, you have the soul-sucking pearl. My master said that treasuring a treasure is a crime. You should be careful. Luoyi only said one sentence and opened a very old and thick notebook. This notebook was obviously an obsolete product. It was so thick and heavy. There was even dust on the keyboard. A Taoist master's profession was still very valuable. He could check feng shui for rich businessmen and catch ghosts. The remuneration was not low each time. Why didn't he get a new computer? Luoyi opened a website. It was the website of the Heavenly Master Association. There were all kinds of ghost-catching missions. Completing the missions would give you money. Hearing Ningxu's words, Luoyi said, Master passed this computer to me. Ningxu was speechless. The speed of opening the website was extremely slow. It took half a day to even open a page. Moreover, with Ningxu's little bit of hacking skills, Ningxu knew that this computer was infected. It was definitely Luoyi's master who had nothing better to do than to browse the website, and it was the kind that did not kill the virus. This computer was really King pitiful. Luoyi's master, who was always mysterious, must be very wretched. He was an old man who would do foot massage when he had nothing to do. TSK, he definitely didn't look like a sage at all. He didn't expect Luoyi to be so pure. Luoyi accepted a mission and had to go out in the middle of the night. Ningxu asked, do you want me to go with you? Luoyi said, this mission isn't very difficult. I can handle it myself. Since Luoyi said so, Ningxu did not insist on following him. Luoyi's basic skills were still very solid. Ningxu glanced at it previously. It was a matter of malicious ghosts harming people at a construction site. Moving the ground was a very dangerous thing because no one knew what terrifying things were below or what they would disturb if they moved the ground. Under such circumstances, it was very easy for something to go wrong. Generally speaking, before breaking the ground, they would find a heavenly master or an expert to take a look. They would determine the time of breaking the ground and make sure that they would not disturb something. Otherwise, it was very easy for something to go wrong at a construction site. Once something went wrong, the compensation would be hundreds of thousands of yuan. It would also slow down the progress of the project. Now that something had happened at the construction site, Ningxu felt that the chances of Luoyi being able to handle it were a little low. Luoyi walked in front and Ningxu followed behind. No one could discover him while he was invisible. He didn't know if Luoyi was brave enough to go to a construction site at night. However, some things would only appear at night and hide during the day. /BK Gaoyang followed him and looked back, but he didn't see anything. He couldn't help but frown. He clearly felt that something was approaching. That aura and fluctuation couldn't be wrong. Could it be that the female ghost at home came with him? Was she here to protect Luoyi or to attack him from behind? Gaoyang could only remind Luoyi, something might be following us now. Be careful. Luoyi opened his third eye, but he didn't see anything. If something was really following them, he would be able to see it. The developer's construction site was in the suburbs. It was said that they were building villas, but the construction workers went missing on the way. When they were found again, the construction workers had already been gnawed beyond recognition. They were probably gnawed by some wild beast. The developer even specially arranged for people to search the surroundings for a long time, but they didn't find any wild beasts. At this time, they suspected that ghosts were causing trouble, so they issued such a mission through channels. When Ningxu saw this, he felt that it might be some kind of spirit causing trouble. After all, the world had existed for so long. There would be some kind of spirit born. If it was really a spirit, then Luoyi's ghost-catching methods would be completely useless against it. It might even be able to swallow Luoyi, who was like a chicken. Luoyi was like a newborn calf that wasn't afraid of a tiger. No wonder Heavenly Master sure was so worried. Ningxu followed Luoyi to the construction site. At night, the street lights were very weak. It was even scarier. It was worse than darkness. The surroundings were quiet. Luoyi's footsteps were a little heavy, and they traveled a little far. Now that the project had been put on hold, all kinds of construction materials were still in the open space, and there wasn't even a security guard. It seemed that they were really scared out of their wits. Luoyi held the compass and bit the flashlight in his mouth, observing the situation of the compass. Gaoyang looked around vigilantly, paying attention to any possible danger. Strange, why isn't there any reaction from the compass? There's no yin qi here, but there's a murderous aura, Luoyi muttered to himself. Ghosts could have murderous aura, and so could humans. If a person had murderous aura, it meant that this person was ferocious and had even killed someone. Rustle, rustle, rustle. There was the sound of something rubbing against the ground. Gaoyang immediately said to Luoyi, "Something is coming." Luoyang immediately reached into the bag and prepared to take out the talisman paper to deal with it. He held a flashlight in one hand and shone it around, looking for the thing that made the sound. Under the illumination of the flashlight, the two green eyes that were the size of a baby's fist could not be seen. Luoyi moved the flashlight down and saw black scales. Luoyi was stunned for a moment as Gaoyang shook him off. The snake was extremely fast and almost bit Luoyi's body. Luoyi didn't know that it was a snake. He had never seen such a big snake before. It was as thick as an adult man's thigh, had green eyes, and carried a strong fishy smell. If he had known earlier, he would have brought Realgar. This snake had already begun to grow a crown. At first glance, it looked like a coxcomb. It seemed that it had lived for quite some time. This should be its nest. It was disturbed and ate a few construction workers. The snake twisted its body and charged towards Luoyi. Its green eyes were filled with greed as it wanted to swallow Luoyi in one gulp. But as soon as it got close to Luoyi, it was blocked by an invisible barrier. The snake was unwilling to give up and desperately slammed into the barrier. Luoyi's heart almost jumped out of his chest when he realized that someone had saved him. Ningxu was no longer invisible. The moment he appeared, the snake actually cast its gaze at Ningxu. From the sudden appearance of this human body, it felt a strong vitality and instinctively yearned for it. It actually spat out its tongue and rushed over to Ningxu, wanting to devour Ningxu. Ningxu? How suicidal was it, however, as soon as the snake approached, Ningxu smelled an unbearable stench. Ningxu hurriedly opened the black bone umbrella to block the stench and pollution from the snake's body. This black snake's body actually had a stench that resembled an calamity beast. How many people had the snake swallowed for its body to be unable to digest the human's 7 emotions and 6 desires? Furthermore, the surface of the scales was covered in a sticky black liquid. Ningxu almost vomited. It was too smelly. He originally wanted to use the vines to wrap the snake and kill it directly, but now he didn't want to use the vines at all, lest his vines were contaminated by the snake. Ningxu covered his nose. Gao Yang, who was weaker, was directly weakened by the snake's biochemical weapon. Ningxu said to him, "Stay away from this snake. It's poisonous and targets the soul." Gao Yang floated to Ningxu's side and asked, "What should we do now?" He thought it was a ghost, but it turned out to be a snake. Ghost-catching methods were useless against spiritual monsters. Spiritual monsters were not afraid of yang energy. It was uncomfortable, but the restraints were very small. Luoyi immediately called Celestial Master Shi. "Celestial Master Shi, there's a snake here. I accepted a construction site mission, but it turned out to be a big snake. Celestial Master Shi, the female ghost is holding on. Hurry up and bring weapons, or this snake will eat more people. This kind of creature could only be killed with weapons. Guns were useful. Catching ghosts and demons were 2 different professions. The Celestial Master Association could cooperate with the National Department. It was very reasonable for them to apply for help in such a situation. If such a big snake slithered into the city, it would cause a lot of panic. Therefore, Celestial Master Shi's application was approved as quickly as possible. Celestial Master Shi led an armed force to the suburbs. Along the way, Celestial Master Shi felt very uncomfortable. He wished he could immediately fly to Luoyi. When he arrived and saw that Luoyi was intact, he heaved a sigh of relief. Under the bright light, everyone couldn't help but gasp when they saw such a big snake. Its entire body was black, and its scales looked very wet and sticky. It was very disgusting. The armed men pointed their guns at the snake, but they didn't shoot impulsively. The snake coiled its body and stuck out its tongue. When it saw so many people, it actually didn't run away. "Why did you run over so impulsively?" It was late at night, but Celestial Master Shi was so scared by Luoyi that he broke out in a cold sweat. He couldn't calm down. Celestial Master Shi felt that since he became a Celestial Master, he had encountered many malicious ghosts and many dangerous situations. However, only this guy could scare him to such an extent. Luoyi only said, "I thought it was a ghost, so I accepted such a mission. Besides, this mission didn't specify what it was. The workers kept disappearing, so I came to take a look." "You want to earn money, right? You want money more than your life." Celestial Master Shi was furious. He didn't understand anything and was afraid to come over. "I want to earn money. Master likes to drink expensive wine." Celestial Master Shi choked. If it weren't for the sake of his image, he would have pounded his chest to calm himself down. BK Perhaps the snake was very confident in its own strength. Facing so many people, it didn't run away. Instead, it coiled up. They were confronting the armed forces. Ningxu hid far away. Ningxu felt that she didn't need to fight against things that were usually related to soul pollution. She couldn't afford to offend them. Fighting with such things was completely polluting one's soul. Even if she won, she would still lose. If the soul was polluted, what was the point of fighting? She would have to forcibly separate the soul power and deal with it. How painful would that be? So, this kind of thing should be left to the armed forces. She just needed to watch from the side. Gao Yang stood beside Ning Shu. Ning Shu distanced herself from him in disdain. Stay away from me. You've touched a snake. Just as Luo Yi was about to leave, Gao Yang kicked the snake away. Gao Yang, are we still partners? Can you not be so direct? What exactly is on the snake's body? Gao Yang had no choice. He had never seen such a situation before. He could only ask Ning Shu for advice. Looking at her, she seemed to have seen such things before. She immediately avoided it. Ning Shu said, the body can be polluted by all kinds of things. The soul is the same. I don't know what's wrong with that snake, but its body is full of soul pollution. Gao Yang said, oh. Then, he asked, is that person also very easy to be polluted? That's not necessarily true. People have flesh. The body protects the soul. So, it's not so easy to be polluted. But if you're bitten by the snake or have wounds on your body, it will also pollute your soul. It was a bit like garbage that didn't know how to deal with. Shoot. The armed forces raised their guns and fired at the snake. But the snake's scales were very hard. When the bullets hit the scales, sparks flew. It was as if they hit a piece of metal. This, Ning Shu wanted to ask them not to kill the snake. She wanted to know why there was so much filth on the snake's body. This kind of filth could only be born in the world of reincarnation. Even if the snake had eaten many people, it was still meat. Could it have swallowed the soul as well? However, he was invulnerable. Even bullets couldn't do anything to him. Fortunately, he didn't open his mouth. Otherwise, it would have been awkward. Everyone was horrified. How could there be such a powerful snake? This was no longer an ordinary snake, but an impenetrable fortress. Dang! 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 Bullets were fired at the snake. Although the bullets couldn't penetrate the snake's body, it still felt pain. The snake was infuriated. It swam towards the people who were shooting. It twisted its body and moved at an extremely fast speed. These soldiers had been specially trained, so their mental fortitude was very good. However, when such a large snake pounced over, their hearts couldn't help but tremble. His heart was flustered, and his aim wasn't very good. Heavenly Master Sure hurriedly used his Heavenly Master technique, but it only stopped the snake for a moment. Instead, it made the snake even more violent. Its tail slammed on the ground, splashing a thick layer of dust. The dust at the construction site was already very heavy, and this made it feel like a sandstorm. In any case, this snake had somewhat shattered Luo Yi's worldview. He was a ghost hunter, but he had never seen such a powerful snake. However, he had heard from his master that there were some mountain spirits and monsters. His master said that the chances of encountering such things were very small. Moreover, the heavenly masters did not have any grudges with these things when they caught ghosts. However, he didn't expect to encounter one. Even Heavenly Master Sure was a little reluctant. Luo Yi had no choice but to focus his attention on Ning Shu. Do you have a way? Was he going to bombard the snake with cannons? Ning Shu's expression was very reluctant. He set up a barrier and trapped the snake. He felt that his barrier had become special. With the barrier, although it could protect the people outside, it could also protect the snake inside the barrier. The snake was inside the barrier, desperately trying to break through. Ning Shu pointed his finger. The water vapor in the air condensed into tiny ice needles. These ice needles pierced the snake's body from all directions. The snake was in so much pain that its body rolled and twisted, hissing and spitting out its tongue. However, Ning Shu didn't intend to kill the snake. He said to Heavenly Master Sure, let the armed forces go back. Unless it's a bomb, it won't be lethal to this snake. Heavenly Master Sure asked, then can you kill it? Ning Shu shook his head. No, the point is not to kill the snake, but to find where the snake's cave is and where the substance on its body came from. This kind of thing can give birth to something more dangerous than the snake. Luo Yi was confused. He understood the words of the female ghost, but he didn't know what they meant when they were put together. Heavenly Master Sure looked at Ning Shu with fear in his eyes and asked, what do you know? Ning Shu spread his hands. What can I know? I've just seen more of the world than you. Let the snake go. Heavenly Master Shi glanced at Ningxu and communicated with the armed forces. However, the armed forces did not intend to withdraw. Such a big snake could only be killed. Otherwise, many civilians would suffer, and bullets couldn't kill it. The reason why Ningxu wanted to let the snake go was that he didn't want to use his spiritual power. If he really scanned something dirty, it would pollute his spiritual power. It was not worth it. The snake could be killed at any time, but his spiritual power couldn't be polluted. Heavenly Master Shi was in a dilemma. He didn't know if he should believe this female ghost. If this snake really slithered into the city, everyone would be in trouble. Ningxu didn't care anyway. She would leave when she could. What happened to this world had nothing to do with her. However, if it appeared in this world, he didn't know if it would affect the world next to it like a plane. However, if he was too active, others would think that he was up to no good. Therefore, he stayed calm and watched the show. The snake in the barrier was still twisting its body. The ice needles in its body were not fatal, but it was painful. The more it moved, the more painful it was. Heavenly Master Shi frowned. Luoyi said very straightforwardly, Heavenly Master Shi, let them go back. They are useless here. The armed forces were speechless. Special things require special means. By the way, female ghost, what's your name? It's been so long, but I still don't know your name. Luoyi turned to Ningxu and asked. Ningxu. Luoyi nodded. I think Ningxu is quite capable. Luoyi was nothing in the Heavenly Master Association. He was just a little angel. When he talked to others, they wouldn't even pay attention to him. Therefore, Heavenly Master Shi was still the one who communicated with others. Heavenly Master Shi glanced at Ningxu. This kid trusted a female ghost so much. Heavenly Master Shi communicated with the armed forces. He didn't know what to say, but he made the armed forces withdraw and drive away. Ningxu used the law of earth. Earth spikes emerged from the ground and pierced the snake's body. The snake cried out in pain. When the armed forces were far away, Ningxu said to Heavenly Master Shi and Luoyi, stay behind me. I'm going to release the snake. Luoyi hid behind Ningxu without a second thought. Heavenly Master Shi was very upset. This fool would cry one day after being deceived by others. Heavenly Master Shi stood beside Ningxu. Ningxu released the barrier, but the snake still wanted to take revenge on them. Ningxu stared at the snake and wanted to cover his nose. The black bone umbrella turned even darker. The snake stopped halfway, twisted its body, and turned around to escape. Its sense of danger made it decide to leave this place. If its scales could be pierced, then it could be killed. Therefore, the snake chose to escape and return to a place where it could protect itself. Ningxu said, follow it. Ningxu floated in front while Heavenly Master Shi carried Luoyi. Using talismans, they quickly caught up with the snake. The blood oozing out of the snake's body was very smelly. Ningxu pinched his nose and tried to lower the umbrella, afraid that he would be contaminated. He could not allow himself to be contaminated. Ningxu felt that he had developed mysophobia and did not want his soul to be contaminated by dirty things. The serpent left the construction site and swam into a river, then came ashore. Ningxu walked across the surface of the water. She hadn't walked far when she smelled something stinky. Gao Yang vomited, but Heavenly Master Shi and Luoyi did not react. Seeing Gao Yang's disgusted expression, they asked, what did you smell? Why can't I smell it? You can smell it when you become a ghost, Ningxu said. He wanted to hide in the umbrella. It was too smelly. Ningxu suspected that there was an evil beast inside. Otherwise, it would not be so smelly. The snake's hole was not big and could only fit one snake. Since he had found the snake, Ningxu killed the snake in the hole. The snake struggled in the hole and could feel the ground shaking. Heavenly Master Shi frowned. What happened inside? If there was a ghost inside, he would be better. However, it was a snake, and a mutated one at that. He was a little nervous. It was mainly because he did not know what to do. Ningxu said, I'll kill the snake. Anyway, we found the hole. When the snake is dead, you can dig the hole. Heavenly Master Shi was speechless. Alright, you don't have to dig the hole, Ningxu said. Gradually, there was no movement inside. The snake should be dead. Ningxu used the law of earth, he suddenly moved and formed a passage for people to pass through. Heavenly Master Shi's pupils constricted. This female ghost was very powerful. He wondered how many heavenly masters were needed to deal with her. Her methods were unimaginable. Ningxu said, "You guys walk in front. I'm afraid there might be danger." Luoyi held a flashlight and shone it inside. He walked in carefully. Heavenly Master Shi said, "You walk behind, I'll walk in front." He took the flashlight from Luoyi's hand, shone it into the dark hole, and walked in carefully. Ningxu suddenly said, "Be careful of the offspring of the big snake inside. There are many small snakes." Heavenly Master Shi was startled by Ningxu's sudden voice. The cold Heavenly Master Shi could not help but want to roll his eyes. Could he not be so alarmed? Even heavenly masters were afraid. Gao Yang was a little weak. He asked Luoyi, "Can I not go in?" Just this smell alone made him weak. He was timid and did not dare to go in. Luoyi sniffed. There was no smell at all. What did Gao Yang smell that made him so weak? Of course, his heart ached for his Shikigami. Luoyi said, "Then keep watch outside. If there's any movement, inform us." "Okay." Gao Yang nodded. Heavenly Master Shi, Luoyi, and Ningxu entered the cave. There was the sound of dripping water and hissing. The big snake was dead, but there were really small snakes. Heavenly Master Shi shone his flashlight inside and looked at the densely entangled snakes. He had goosebumps all over his body. It was too disgusting. Ningxu's trypophobia was also acting up. There were so many small snakes entangled together. It was like countless earthworms entangled together. It was especially disgusting. Luoyi's face was pale. He tried to ease the atmosphere. This big snake gave birth to so many small snakes. Heavenly Master Shi was speechless. "Can you stop talking?" Heavenly Master Shi felt like breaking down. He looked at Ningxu and said, "I don't think it's appropriate to go in now. Let's get someone to clean up the snake cave first." Ningxu raised his hand and the surrounding soil began to devour the snakes. The densely packed snakes were directly swallowed by the ground. Heavenly Master Shi watched as the snakes were devoured. Then, the soil returned to its original state. It was very solid. Not a single snake was left. Ningxu said, "We can continue walking forward." She pinched her nose and spoke in a muffled voice, causing Luoyi to keep sniffing. What did they smell? He was really curious. The smell was getting stronger. Ningxu suspected that an evil beast had been born inside. Otherwise, it would not have been so smelly. Although the cave outside was small, it was a completely different world inside. It was a huge cave inside. Water was dripping, but the water was black and sticky. Black things seeped out of the rock walls. There were also pools of black, sticky things that looked like asphalt. Ningxu was about to faint from the smell. She could tell that these were impurities removed by souls. However, why did this world have such a thing? Wasn't there the underworld? There was no rebirth pool in the underworld. How did it remove the impurities if there was no rebirth pool? Luoyi and Heavenly Master Shi were shocked. What was this? Luoyi asked suspiciously, "Is this some new energy source?" He wanted to touch it, but was stopped by Heavenly Master Shi. "Don't touch it." The black pool water bubbled. No matter how one looked at it, it looked ominous. How could it be a new energy source? Did you think it was oil? The black, sticky things on the snake's body. Could it be something from the pool water? Some indescribable small things crawled out of the pool water. Ningxu saw them and immediately turned to run. Damn, help, it's an evil beast. Oh my god. Why did this world have such things? Wasn't there the underworld? Ningxu ran away quickly. Heavenly Master Shi and Luoyi also ran away. Fortunately, the things in the pool water did not chase after them. Ningxu said that these evil beasts were not mature yet and would not leave the pool water for the time being. After leaving the cave, Heavenly Master Shi looked at Ningxu. "You seem to know that thing." "Yes, I know it. However, I didn't expect it to appear in this place. That's why I'm very surprised." Ningxu did not dare to close the umbrella. She was stunned. She relied on the umbrella for protection. Heavenly Master sure narrowed his eyes and said with certainty, I'm afraid not only do you know it, but you're also quite afraid. There was nothing to deny about Heaven Master Sure's words. Ningxu nodded and admitted calmly, that's right. Even the soul is afraid of that thing. For some reason, Heaven Master Sure heaved a sigh of relief. He probably felt that this female ghost also had shortcomings, which made her look less annoying. Gao Yang felt uncomfortable all over. He asked Luoyi, can we go back now? Okay. It was the first time Luoyi saw his Shikigami like this. No matter how terrifying the ghost was, he had never seen him so uneasy. Everyone got into Heaven Master Sure's car. Even when they got in, Ningxu didn't close the umbrella, making the car seem very crowded. Can you close the umbrella when we get in the car? Heaven Master Sure couldn't help but ask. This female ghost was simply a weirdo. Ningxu shook his head. No, I feel uncomfortable without an umbrella. If I don't open an umbrella, I feel uncomfortable all over. After squeezing home like this, Gao Yang's situation became better. Ningxu sat on the sofa, shaking his legs. He tried to leave the world, but he still couldn't. Ningxu was very unhappy. Why was she trapped here? What was the use of her being trapped here, and to deal with this kind of thing, she needed skeleton. Heaven Master Sure sat opposite Ningxu and asked, please tell us what that thing is. Ningxu was in a bad mood, and Heaven Master Sure was interrogating him again. He said angrily, I don't know. Heaven Master Sure took a deep breath and stopped talking. Luoyi asked, why are you afraid of those things? Are you afraid that poisonous feces will stick to your body? That kind of thing is dirty and poisonous, Ningxu said. Luoyi asked, ghosts are afraid of that kind of thing. Ningxu glanced at him. What are you thinking? Luoyi said, if ghosts are afraid of this thing, then we can use this thing to deal with them in the future. Ningxu's eyes widened as he looked at Luoyi. You are really a ghost-catching genius. Even a normal person's soul could be corrupted by it, let alone a malicious ghost. Otherwise, how could the poison of earthworms be effective on living people? If one's soul was touched by this thing, their soul would be contaminated and they would lose their consciousness. The pain was self-evident. Luoyi did not understand the meaning behind Ningxu's words. Instead, he asked, do you think it's feasible? Heavenly Master Sure pulled Luoyi to his side and sat down. This time, his attitude towards Ningxu was a little better. He asked, excuse me, what exactly is that thing? Ningxu sighed and explained the matter to Xianxia. Xianxia's expression became very grave when he heard that this thing not only affected souls but also people. Moreover, when he heard that monsters could be born inside, his expression was so gloomy that it could drip water. He turned to Luoyi and said, don't make this matter public. For something like this that could deal with malicious ghosts, wouldn't those heavenly masters be scrambling for it? However, this kind of thing is very dangerous to use. It's impossible to imagine all the ghosts being tainted. Ningxu said, I think you should inform the underworld about this matter. This matter is definitely related to the underworld. The world was divided into two. One side was the sun, and the other side was the underworld. Ningxu suspected that the place from before was actually a barrier. This kind of thing leaked out from the barrier. Heavenly Master Sure asked, what do you mean? Only a place where souls gather can have so much filth. In short, inform the underworld to come and take a look. Ningxu said. Even if he left her here, she wouldn't be able to handle this matter because she wouldn't be able to do it. Heavenly Master Sure and Luoyi began to perform the ritual. They prepared to summon the people of the underworld. Ningxu casually took 2 copper coins from Luoyi and began to communicate with the heavenly Tao. She had to go out and not fight with the calamity beast. Ningxu deeply suspected that the heavenly Tao of this world trapped him here to fight with the calamity beast. Ningxu almost rolled his eyes. Why? Do you have a bigger face? Luoyi was speechless. This ghost could even take copper coins. Many people had touched copper coins before. It was the most young item. Why was nothing wrong with her holding it? Ningxu communicated with the heavenly Tao. In the end, the 2 copper coins exploded and cracked. Ningxu spread his hands. I'm sorry. The will of heaven is too strong. It cracked the copper coins. This meant that he refused to discuss with her. Ningxu chuckled in his heart. It was his fault for forcing himself into this world. He obtained a soul pearl, but now he couldn't leave. Luoyi was speechless. Heavenly Master Shi was speechless. So what are you doing? You destroyed the copper coins. Ningxu spread his hands and said, give me 2 more copper coins. Luoyi shook his head. No, these copper coins are real antiques. Master only passed down these few to me. Ningxu saw the potted plant and casually took 2 leaves and began to do divination. He bargained with the heavenly Tao. She had to leave. A few marks appeared on the leaves. The marks were neat, as if they were cut by a knife. Heaven Master Shi and Luoyi looked at each other. What are you trying to divine? Luoyi said. Do you want to leave for a while? We are going to summon the people of the underworld. You are a lonely ghost. You will be captured and brought to the underworld. Ningxu said, do as you wish. Don't worry about me. Heaven Master Shi and Luoyi began to cast their spells. Not long after, a cold wind blew. Someone from the underworld came and asked in a low voice, why did you summon me? Heaven Master Shi explained everything that had happened. When the people from the underworld heard this, they focused their gaze on Luoyi. After a while, they said, this kind of thing can only be done by the destined person. Ningxu was originally divining. When he heard the words of the underworld staff, he couldn't help but look at Luoyi. What did he mean? Could it be that Luoyi was a destined person? His responsibility was to eliminate the calamity beast. Ningxu felt that the people from the underworld were probably joking. If Luoyi could deal with it, why would she spend so much money to nurture so many skeletons? Ningxu was quite curious. Why did he think that Luoyi could deal with the calamity beast? Although the calamity beast was not big and had not matured yet, could Luoyi deal with it, saving the world alone? What a joke. Heaven Master Shi also felt that something was amiss. He asked the people from the underworld, what do you mean by destined person? What does it have to do with Luoyi? You will know when the time is right. The people from the underworld said ambiguously. They seemed very mysterious. Ningxu was not in a good mood. He directly pulled the people from the underworld in front of him and beat them up. Then, he said, can you speak properly? What destined person? How should Luoyi defeat those monsters? If a human could deal with it, then her skeletons would have nothing to do. Furthermore, they had to rely on the power of faith to destroy it. Are you kidding me? Originally, when the staff of the underworld were summoned by the Heaven Master, they all had a high and mighty attitude. In the end, these Heaven Masters were all working for the underworld and dealing with the ghosts in the human world. The people of the underworld were inevitably a little arrogant in front of these Heavenly Masters. Moreover, the Heavenly Masters were proud of summoning the soul hunters of the underworld. She spoke mysteriously, but Ningxu was very indignant. If she could solve it alone, why did she have to work so hard to nurture skeletons? Therefore, Ningxu didn't like this staff of the underworld. After being beaten up, the staff of the underworld still said stubbornly, the secrets of heaven can't be revealed. Hurry up and leave. Are you going to tell me? Ningxu looked at him. What secrets of heaven can't be revealed? That's just fooling ordinary people. Luoyi and Heavenly Master Shi were speechless. Why do you always do things out of line? I'm afraid that you will be captured by the people of the underworld. In the end, you beat them up. If you don't tell me, I won't let you go. Otherwise, I'll push you into that pool and let you experience the feeling of soaking in a poisonous cesspool. The Heavenly Tao didn't let her go. She felt uncomfortable. Now, she was still pretending to be mysterious. The staff of the underworld who was beaten up by Ningxu covered his face and hid in a corner. I really can't tell you now. He turned around and wanted to run, but he was bounced back. Ningxu looked at him expressionlessly. This person had no choice but to say, I don't know the details. It's just that when the time comes, someone will be able to seal this kind of thing. Just a seal? Ningxu asked. What's the use of a seal? There are people who are born with extreme yang. They use their souls and bodies to suppress those monsters. Ningxu looked at Luoyi. Heavenly Master Shi's heart trembled. He asked, is there no other way? Did they have to sacrifice Luoyi? Luoyi was talented, and evil spirits couldn't get close to him. However, the price to pay was too great. If they had a choice, who would want to have such benefits and a mission? Luoyi was a little confused. Obviously, he didn't expect that as an orphan, he would need to save the world. The staff of the underworld almost cried. I told you that it's not the time to talk about this. The destined person hasn't become strong yet. Ningxu asked, since the underworld exists, why is such a thing born? If hell was capable of purifying souls and removing the impurities within them, then perhaps it would be a good idea. The person from the underworld said, it's from the Yellow Springs River. The Yellow Springs River is corrosive to ghosts. Once a soul enters it, it will be corroded. Basically, no soul can crawl out. I don't know where this Yellow Springs River leads to, but these things are gradually appearing. Every once in a while, a person will be born to deal with these monsters. He had nothing left to live for. If he said this, he would definitely be beaten to death when he returned. No, he was already dead. He could only be fried in a pot of oil. I've said what I should say. Can you let me go? Ningxu grunted and let him go. After the employees of the underworld left, the house fell into a suffocating silence. No one knew what to say. Ningxu continued his divination. The leaves on the potted plants were all pulled bare by Ningxu. Every divination ended in failure. Heavenly Master Shi's heart ached. Luoyi was just a naive child. Why did he have to bear these things? It was not fair at all. Looking at Ningxu, who was doing the divination, he asked a little pleadingly, what can you do? Save Luoyi. You must know how to deal with those things. Ningxu said, get out of the way. You're disturbing my divination. Luoyi said, I didn't expect that I would have such a mission. It seems that there are no monsters there yet. I can live for a long time. But your body and soul have to be used to suppress those monsters. Your soul can't enter the underworld to be reincarnated. Heavenly Master Shi felt pain every time he breathed. After drinking mangpo soup, I don't remember who I am. It doesn't matter if I reincarnate or not, Luoyi muttered to himself. He stood up, walked into the room, and locked himself in. No one could face death calmly. After knowing their future and knowing that they were born to deal with these monsters, everyone was stuck. Heavenly Master Shi wiped his face and was extremely annoyed. Seeing that the female ghost was still doing the divination, he was angry, but he did not dare to be angry with her. Now he only hoped that the female ghost could find a way to save Luoyi. After seeing those things, although the female ghost looked disgusted, she did not panic or fear. It was destined to be a restless night. When the sun rose the next day, Luoyi came out of the bedroom. His eyes were red. It seemed that he had cried. However, Heavenly Master Shi did not go back. He stayed in the living room for the whole night. After staying up all night, his eyes were red. Luoyi acted as if nothing had happened. After washing up, he began to make breakfast. Heavenly Master Shi did not know how to comfort him. He opened his mouth but could not say a word. Any words of comfort were pale. Luoyi said, it's okay. I'll live every day as if it's my last day. The breakfast prepared by Luoyi was very sumptuous, but Heavenly Master Shi tasted like wax. He asked, do you want to tell your master about this? Luoyi shook his head. Don't tell my master. It'll make him feel bad. Even if something happens in the future, just say that it was killed by a hostile ghost. It's easier for my master to accept being killed by a hostile ghost. Heavenly Master Shi's heart ached. He was in so much pain that he almost cried. He reached out and grabbed Luoyi's hand. Don't be afraid. I'll be by your side. Gao Yang floated to Ningxu's side. He saw that the things on the ground that could be used for divination had all been divined. It was a big pile of trash. After a whole night of divination, she was still doing it. She held an umbrella and squatted on the ground like a mushroom. Gao Yang asked in a low voice, is there really no way? Ningxu stretched and sat on the sofa. He was too tired. He had never seen the way of heaven like this. He dawdled for half the night and could not communicate with it. Now he finally got it through. she could finally leave this world, but there was a condition. Ningxu thought that it was a bit of a loss. It was just a soul pearl. Even if she wanted to replicate the world of reincarnation, Ningxu was simply confused about how the world of reincarnation was formed. Even if he had a soul pearl, Ningxu did not dare to guarantee that he could replicate the world of reincarnation. Moreover, Ningxu had no clue about the materials. There seemed to be boundary stones. What else was there? In short, this kind of thing was completely a hodgepodge of inexplicable things. However, it would be extremely difficult to recreate the formula. Gao Yang asked again, "Is there really no way?" Ningxu smiled. "If there is a way, what price are you willing to pay?" Hearing this, Heavenly Master Shi quickly said, "As long as it's not Luo Yi's life, we can pay any price." Ningxu asked again, "How about your life?" "A life for a life." Heavenly Master Shi was stunned. He looked at Luo Yi and pursed his lips. He did not speak for a moment. Ningxu mischievously said that she would trade a life for a life. Usually, this kind of world problem was particularly heart-wrenching. Especially for lovers, Ningxu felt that he was really merciful. Heavenly Master Shi was rendered speechless by Ningxu. He didn't know if what she said about exchanging a life for a life was true or false. Anyway, Heaven Master Shi had no idea what this female ghost was thinking and why she suddenly appeared in front of Luo Yi. Or was she the one who guided Luo Yi to sacrifice himself to save the world? Heaven Master Shi's heart was filled with all kinds of comments. He was afraid that if he really died, there would be no way to save people. Luo Yi said directly, "This is my business. How can I let others sacrifice their lives to save me? Heaven Master Shi, please don't do this. I can't repay this favor." Luo Yi hurriedly waved his hand and said to Ningxu, "Even if there is such a thing, you can't do this." Luo Yi was quite moved and said, "Heaven Master Shi, you are the person who treats me the best except for my master. Please don't die." Heaven Master Shi was speechless. Heaven Master Shi's heart was very complicated and he was very angry. "Do you have King understand? Who treats you well? Why don't I treat you well instead of others? Use your pig brain to think about it." The pig brain Luo Yi couldn't think of anything and said, "When my master asks about it in the future, you can say that I was killed by a malicious ghost." Heaven Master Shi said, "Then your master will ask me to pay for one of his disciples. If you want to say this kind of thing, you can say it yourself." "I won't say it. I won't be the bad guy." Luo Yi was a little disappointed. "Well, it's quite difficult for you." Ningxu felt that he was in a charaba now. The people next to him took the opportunity to show off their love and tell each other their heartfelt feelings. It was a little unbearable. Ningxu said, "You guys take your time. I'm leaving." Luo Yi was stunned and asked, "Where are you going?" Ningxu said, "Of course, I'm going back to my place." Heaven Master Shi frowned. "Where are you going? Where did you come from?" This female ghost was really too mysterious, which made Heavenly Master Shi very afraid of her. However, he had no choice but to place his hopes on her. "Ningxu, didn't you tell me to get lost before? Why are you not letting me go now?" Ningxu opened the black hole and walked into it. After the black hole disappeared, Ningxu disappeared from the room. The female ghost disappeared just like that. Heavenly Master Shi's expression was a little unsightly. He originally wanted to get some information from the female ghost so that Luo Yi could avoid future accidents. However, the female ghost left just like that and took away the soul-sucking pearl. Was he following Luo Yi for the soul-sucking pearl? He really couldn't figure out what a ghost could do with the soul-sucking pearl. Could it be that she was cultivating with it in her mouth like a zombie? Forget about cultivating, the soul-sucking pearl had already absorbed her soul. Luo Yi sighed and said, "She left just like that. I can't bear to part with her." Heavenly Master Shi, he didn't want to talk. Ningxu returned to the world of samsara. Looking at the gloomy world of samsara, Ningxu felt very safe and didn't want to go back to that world. The black bone umbrella became dirty again. He just bought one and it didn't take long for it to become dusty again. When the two sides fought, more dirty things might spurt out. He felt that one black bone umbrella couldn't protect him anymore. Should he get two, he got two black bone umbrellas, one in his left hand and the other in his right. Ningxu went to check on his precious skeletons and planned to cultivate one or two first. Their souls and bones had been fused for some time. Now these skeletons were more lively and could walk around. Some of them could even speak fluently. Ningxu walked over and asked Li Si, based on your observation, which skeletons can be cultivated first? Of course, they were intelligent and recovered quickly. Li Si pointed at a skeleton and said, that skeleton is good. Ningxu looked at the skeleton that Li Si was pointing at. The skeleton stood with its hands behind its back. It stood there motionlessly and looked around silently. It did not speak much. However, its noble and elegant posture was a little funny because it was a skeleton. But through the skeleton, one could feel a sense of calmness. It felt good. Ningxu waved at it and asked it to come over. The skeleton first looked left and right to make sure that Ningxu was calling it. Then, Ningxu slowly walked over. Li Si said to the skeleton, this is the person who created you. His name is. What was his name? Ningxu also felt that these skeletons should have a name for him. Calling him boss was too formal. Calling him grandaunt was too formal. Then what should he call her? Lady. Ningxu said, just call me lady. Li Si turned his head in horror. Because he turned his head too quickly, his neck made a cracking sound. He probably twisted it. This skeleton did not speak for a long time. Ningxu suspected that there was something wrong with its intelligence. Now, he had to cultivate one. Moreover, he had to bring it out to fight. It was not good to be too stupid. The skeleton said, lady, this name is a bit shameful and shameless. Ningxu was speechless. You said that I am shameless? This kind of problem could not be spoiled. Ningxu asked expressionlessly, then what do you think I should call you? I am a tyrant. I only like to hear nice words. The skeleton thought for a while. It probably did not have any vocabulary in its mind. It shook its head and said, I will listen to you. Then call you lady. Ningxu made a firm decision. What opinion could the skeleton have? None, Ningxu said, now, there is a mission that needs your help. Ningxu took the skeleton and Li Si to the side and cultivated them separately. Ningxu took out a lot of golden light of virtue and gave some to Li Si. The rest of the 100 or so were all given to the skeleton. The skeleton looked at the golden light of virtue in the basket, tilted its head and asked puzzledly, why did you give me so many, lady? Ningxu was speechless. Damn, it was really a bit shameful. Especially in the future, when these skeletons became sensible and experienced more, they would all call him skeleton. It was really shameful. Don't be afraid, he would get used to it. Eat, then do something. Ningxu said. Instead of spending money to hire other skeletons, it was better to cultivate his own skeleton. Although it would take a lot of golden light of virtue to cultivate, he already had a skeleton. Sooner or later, he would have to cultivate it. After Li Si ate the golden light of virtue, the white light on his body was finally balanced. The color became more mellow. The skeleton chewed slowly one by one. Although it ate slowly, the golden light of virtue was quickly emptied. The skeleton's body gradually became golden. After eating more than 100 golden light of virtue, the color of its body was already very deep. It was golden yellow. Ningxu said to the skeleton, jump and see. Virtuous grains could increase the skeleton's defensive capabilities, as well as increase their strength in all aspects. The golden light of merit could prevent evil spirits from invading, its defensive ability was very strong. Even if those pollutants were to splash on the skeleton, it would not corrode the skeleton. The skeleton jumped obediently. With this jump, it was actually 3 feet high. With a bang, it landed again. The skeleton actually did not fall apart. Merit was really a good thing. The skeleton obviously had not adapted to its own power. Ningxu asked, what is your name? The skeleton thought for a moment. Zhujun. Ningxu raised his eyebrows, this was your previous name? Zhujun said, I don't remember my previous name. Ningxu said to Li Si, this time we are going to deal with the disaster beast. You have experience in dealing with the disaster beast. Tell him and let him familiarize himself with his own power. Yes. Li Si replied and asked, the reincarnation pool has not given birth to the disaster beast yet. It was born in another place. It was born in the world. Didn't you want to find your master? This time, we are going to the world. You can look for him. Ningxu said to Li Si, teach him well. When Li Si heard that he could go to the world, he was very excited. He did not expect to be able to go to the world so soon. Ningxu returned to the system space and prepared to buy a mask or something. When the disaster beast ran out, it would be very smelly. Even if she looked at it from the side, it would be very uncomfortable. Anyway, the disaster beast in that world would not be formed so early. Ningxu rested in the system space. After the matters in this world were settled, he would do other things. Ningxu felt that the underworld should be removed from the world of the 5th level and connected to the world of reincarnation. Although the world of reincarnation would also give birth to disaster beasts, they would not pollute the world. They could also be dealt with here. Moreover, those things were not destroyed at all. Who knew how they were sealed? Even if there was the underworld, there were still many souls in the human world. They were all captured by the employees of the underworld. And when it was connected to the world of reincarnation, it would form a black channel that directly sucked the souls away. Unless there were some special reasons, 90% of the souls could enter the world of reincarnation. Without the underworld, perhaps the number of heavenly masters would decrease sharply. After all, if there were fewer malicious ghosts staying in the underworld, the heavenly masters would not be able to make ends meet. Naturally, they would not be doing this job anymore. Ningxu ordered someone to clean the black bone umbrella. Looking at the dirty umbrella, Ningxu felt as if his soul was being polluted. Ding dong. The chat system chimed. Ningxu opened it and saw that it was a message from the Abyssal Prefect. Ningxu, don't tell me you're going to show off your baby again. Abyssal Prefect, I heard that you didn't even get half of the 5,000. Ningxu said, actually, there were more than 2,400, almost half. Something went wrong along the way. Abyssal Prefect, what a waste. There should have been more than 3,000 out of 5,000. I gave you the newest method with the highest survival rate, but in the end, not even half of them succeeded. Ningxu, she wasn't here to show off her baby, but to complain about her. Of course, Ningxu wouldn't say that out loud. She almost couldn't do it. Ningxu simply said, there was an accident along the way. That's why it ended up like this. Does the child have a name yet? Has he grown taller? He might even be able to walk now. He could not be treated as an ordinary child. Abyssal Prefect, oh, he's just SOSO. He was born in that broken little world of yours. He's naturally weak and needs to be nurtured. Ningxu, who did her broken little world offend, Ningxu felt as if he and the Abyssal Prefect were fighting over the child's custody. The two families were verbally abusing each other, trying their best to smear each other's reputation. They both felt that it was best for the child to be with them. Ningxu felt that the Abyssal Prefect was overthinking things. She would not fight with the Abyssal Prefect. She did not have the time to take care of a child. As long as the child fulfilled his responsibilities, she did not care who he liked to be with. Besides, she did not have anything to do with this child, nor did she have the time to nurture their relationship. Ningxu said, then please take care of him. After a long while, the Abyssal Prefect replied, I said that as long as I gave you the method of making skeletons, you would not restrict this child. Ningxu, I mean what I say. If this child is willing to live with you, I have no objection. This was the main point. After getting the answer, the Abyssal Prefect went offline directly. He did not even bother to talk to Ningxu. Ningxu turned off the chat system, took out the soul pearl, and looked at the black and round pearl. Ningxu held the notebook and tried hard to recall how the world of samsara was born. A soul pearl. It seemed that there were boundary stones and other things. Boundary stones were not easy to find. This kind of stone that could be used to build boundaries was really hard to find. In addition to boundary stones, there were other things. Ningxu scratched on the notebook. He felt that this world of samsara was a beautiful misunderstanding. It was completely a coincidence. But it was very difficult to piece together these coincidences. Anyway, this thing was born inexplicably. Some people built worlds, but he had never heard of anyone buying a complete world of samsara. There was a method to building a world. It needed the origin of the world and then slowly evolved into living beings. But the world of samsara had no rules and people had to build it step by step. He seemed to remember that he bought something from the world of samsara at the auction. That was something that happened 100 years ago, and Xianxia really couldn't remember it. He would keep the pearl first and then slowly collect the materials. Other than building another world of samsara, it was more important to solve the problem of the law of nothingness. He put the star stone into the vast law of nothingness. Now the peerless martial arts were like a bowl. He did not know when the law of nothingness would overflow. But the world was still shrinking. Xianxia could not figure it out no matter how much she thought about it. She always felt that these things did not follow her will at all, and she did as she pleased. Just like the world of samsara, it kept evolving. It did not care whether she could afford it or not. It could simply force people to death. Luckily, the reincarnation pool was born. Otherwise, Xianxia felt that he would need to feed all his soul power to the world of samsara and it would not be enough. Seeing that it was about time, Xianxia went to the world of samsara to see the results of Zhu Jun's training. Honestly speaking, this was the first time he brought his skeletons to battle. Xianxia was really nervous. He was even more nervous than the skeletons themselves. As he spent money to do this, Xianxia was afraid that something would happen to his skeletons. If something happened, Xianxia would hear a cry in his mind. My money, but he spent money to let these skeletons do things. So, he couldn't not let these skeletons do things just because he felt bad about money. He couldn't afford to raise them. Xianxia asked, how is the training? Let's go to the world of samsara to fight. If they didn't fight, they would never be able to fight. In the process of nurturing them, he might lose some skeletons. Those weak ones would be eliminated. Honestly speaking, now that Li Si and Zhu Jun stood together, Xianxia could not tell who was who. At this time, he had to remain cold and not let them know. Xianxia brought the 2 golden skeletons into the 5th layer of the world and landed in Luo Yi's house. This time, it was much easier to enter the world. There was no feeling of forcefully pushing people out. He had never seen such a heavenly Tao. If you are useful, you can come in. If you are useless, don't even think about coming in. The 2 skeletons also appeared in the living room. Luo Yi's small apartment was very quiet. All the props in the house were taken away. They probably went to catch ghosts. Xianxia sat on the sofa and turned on the TV to watch. The 2 skeletons were very curious about the things around them. Zhu Jun had forgotten the past. Everything was new to him. And Li Si had always lived in the 1st layer. The 1st layer was the ancient cultivation world. He had never seen the modern world. When Xianxia turned on the TV, the 2 skeletons jumped up in fright and directly hit the ceiling. Xianxia said, you guys familiarize yourself with the environment. The 2 skeletons rummaged through Luo Yi's small apartment. Flush toilets, all kinds of things. Looking at the iron box galloping on the road outside the window, they were really amazed. When the 2 skeletons' novelty was over, they became a little more well-behaved. Luo Yi, who returned home in the middle of the night, opened the door and turned on the light. He saw 2 dazzling golden skeletons in his house. Without thinking, he pulled out his peachwood sword and stabbed it into Zhu Jun's body. The peachwood sword directly pierced through Zhu Jun's chest. Zhu Jun lowered his head and looked at the peachwood sword. He stretched out his hand and directly crushed the peachwood sword. What kind of evildoer came to find me? Luo Yi felt that it was really not easy for him. Previously, he met a big snake, a zombie, and now he met a skeleton. Don't do it. Xianxia was afraid that the skeleton would raise his hand and slap Luo Yi's head off. He hurriedly opened his mouth. This is an acquaintance. Don't do it first. Luo Yi saw Xianxia sitting on the sofa and said happily, you are back. I thought you would not come back after leaving. Actually, I didn't want to come back, but I had no choice. Who are they? Luo Yi pointed at the 2 skeletons that were about to blind his titanium dog eyes. Especially under the light, the reflection of the golden light was so dazzling. Xianxia said, they are all my underlings. I have something to do this time. Don't treat them as ghosts, but you can't beat them. Luo, on the other hand, was very open-minded. He expressed that he welcomed the two skeletons. These skeletons had life, able to stay in ordinary worlds, but their bodies also had death energy, able to stay in the world of reincarnation, between life and death. Even if it was an ordinary world, the yang qi of the world had no effect on these skeletons. Ningxu asked, "You went out to catch ghosts?" "That's right. We've exorcised the ghosts in the park. We've also found the murderer. The murderer is from the estate management company. They killed the people and buried the bodies," Luo said. Ningxu replied, "Oh, Heavenly Master sure didn't follow you." "No, I didn't let him follow me. I feel that he treats me like a patient with terminal cancer. I don't think there's any change. I'll do what I have to do," Luo said in a low voice. As a Heavenly Master, no one knows what kind of malicious ghost they will encounter next. Maybe they will die. Heavenly Master sure doesn't have to do this at all. It's not good to know the future. Especially when it came to things like fate, it was better not to know. Ningxu knew that Luo was just pretending to be strong. No one could be generous enough to die. Ningxu changed the topic and said, "If you have a mission in the future, take my two underlings with you and let them practice." "That's not very good." Luo looked at the two golden skeletons. If he took them out, it would cause panic. Ningxu said, "Aren't you a Heavenly Master? Can't you even make some camouflage?" Luo said, Okay. He felt a lot of pressure to go out with these two skeletons. Luo asked again, "Why did you come back this time?" "Nothing much, I just brought my underlings out to see the world." Ningxu wouldn't say that he was here to deal with the disaster beast. If he couldn't deal with it at that time, that would be embarrassing. He would talk about it after he dealt with it. Luo said, "Oh." Looking at these skeletons, he said, "Give me more light." Zhu Jun and Li Si said, "Please take care of us." "They can still talk?" Luo was shocked. These were self-aware and intelligent skeletons. They felt even more different than zombies. "They can talk. You can just treat them as ordinary people." Ningxu took the remote control and adjusted the TV. The two skeletons sat on both sides of Ningxu and stared at the TV. Luo wanted to shake his head. How could all kinds of monsters gather in this small apartment of his? Luo, who was hungry, made instant noodles. The taste was very fragrant, but for Ningxu and the skeletons who were in soul state, this kind of food was not attractive at all. Luo asked, "What do they eat?" He was asking about the skeletons. Ningxu said, "They eat good food. You can't imagine it." Luo thought for a while and finally gave up. As long as the skeletons didn't hurt him, it was fine. While Luo was eating, the doorbell rang. Ningxu scanned with his spiritual power and found that it was Heaven Master Shi. Heaven Master Shi was carrying a bag with a lot of supper inside. Gao Yang opened the door, and Heaven Master Shi walked in with the bag. When he saw the skeletons watching TV on the sofa, he suspected that his eyes were playing tricks on him. How could there be such a thing? And one of the skeletons looked at him, then turned its head and continued to watch TV. It seemed to be enjoying it. "Heaven Master Shi, you are here." Luo said immediately, "We have guests at home." "Why are you eating instant noodles again?" "I brought you supper," Heavenly Master Shi said as he looked into the living room. Heaven Master Shi put the supper on the table and took away Luo's instant noodles. Heaven Master Shi sat on the sofa, but Ningxu and the skeletons didn't even look at him. They were watching TV. The skeletons giggled, and Heaven Master Shi didn't dare to interrupt. It was only when the advertisement was played that he looked at Heavenly Master Shi, still unsatisfied. Heaven Master Shi asked Ningxu, "You are back again. I have something to ask you." Ningxu tidied up her skirt. "I'm not in the mood to talk about this now. Some things will come sooner or later." Heaven Master Shi frowned. "What if I am willing to exchange my life for Luo's?" He lowered his voice, afraid that Luo, who was eating, would hear him. Ningxu looked at him. "Are you serious? There is no such thing as exchanging a life for a life. And how can you replace him? Although you are quite strong now, you don't have his physique. Love made people blind. With just a little thought, he knew that there was a loophole. Heaven Master sure was speechless. Did I really believe in your nonsense? Heaven Master sure took a deep breath. Is there really no way? Ningxu shrugged her shoulders. Nope. Master sure felt that he was a masochist. He clearly knew that this female ghost was not serious, yet he still insisted on asking. He did not know if her words were true or false. Because his attitude towards her was not good before, this female ghost held a grudge. To him, it was a big matter, but the other party did not care at all. This made him very angry. Could she be more serious? But he could not get angry. The two skeletons stared at him with their black eye sockets. Although they did not have eyes, they were still staring at him. Their gaze was focused on him. Master sure stood up and sat at the dining table. He also ate something and said to Luoyi, I learned some things from the Celestial Master Association's database. This kind of thing only recorded some scraps, there are not many. Luoyi said, don't worry, just do what you have to do. You're making me feel very uncomfortable. Master sure endured the pain in his heart and nodded, yes, just do what you have to do. Ningxu, it was the Azure Arena again. Ningxu brought the two skeletons and left. He was going to the place where the disaster beast was born to take a look. Before entering the cave, Ningxu smelled a stench. He quickly put on his mask, held the black bone umbrella, and brought the two skeletons in. Lisi was very surprised. Why is there this kind of thing? Could it be that there is a rebirth pool here? Ningxu shook his head. How can there be a rebirth pool? I don't know where this kind of thing came from. Lisi looked at the sticky pool that was bubbling. Occasionally, there would be something the size of a child swimming in it. When it saw someone, it would immediately sink into the pool as if it was frightened. This kind of black creature did not have any facial features. It was just a black ball. It looked disgusting and smelled very bad. This was the filthy thing in the soul, and then it was born. It had no consciousness and fed on filth. As it wandered, the filth in its body would spread everywhere. Whether it was a human or a soul, they would suffer. They were still small before, but now they had grown so big. The speed was really fast, and there were a lot of them. Even if Luoyi could really suppress them, how could he suppress so many of them? Even if she had brought two skeletons with her, the current situation was still unbearable. Gurgle, gurgle. The pond was bubbling. Once the bubbles broke, it was as if a foul gas was released. This gas was very smelly. The situation was not optimistic. He had to train the two skeletons. Although Lisi had participated in the annihilating beasts battles a few times, he had only been assisting from the side. He had never faced it alone. Zhu Jun was a completely new person and had never seen such a thing before. The disaster beast would not leave the pool before it matured. He could not possibly reach his hand into the pool to fish it out. This feeling was as disgusting as sticking his hand into a cesspool, and it would contaminate his soul. Ningxu would not do such a thing. Even if the skeletons would not be contaminated, directly scooping up the disaster beast was no different from committing suicide. Although the golden light of merit could resist corrosion, everything had a limit. No matter how much merit one had, it wouldn't be enough. Now, Lisi knew what they were here for. They were here to destroy the disaster beast. After destroying the disaster beast, he wondered if he could stay in this world for a while and look for the young master. Ningxu brought the two skeletons and teleported back to the small apartment. Luoyi and Heaven Master sure finally finished their supper. Ningxu said to the two, I went over to take a look. That thing is starting to grow. It will probably mature soon. With the growth of the pool water, it will grow very quickly. Luoyi and Heaven Master sure were speechless. Why did you bring this up again? We were just about to finish eating and have a good sleep, but you brought up such a disappointing matter again. Heaven Master sure was a bit desperate. Why did Luoyi have to do this? Why? There are so many people in the world, why did it have to be Luoyi? Luoyi doesn't even know who his parents are, but he has to save so many unfamiliar people, so many strangers. Why did it have to be someone he liked, who knew why? She was also schemed against by the heavenly Tao, but she was not as upset and worried as Heaven Master sure. In the end, it was a matter of strength. Ning Shu ignored Heaven Master Shi and said to Luo Yi, in the future, bring 2 skeletons with you to catch malicious ghosts and expiate souls. He had to let the 2 skeletons have actual combat experience. Luo Yi nodded. Okay. Luo Yi and Heaven Master Shi slept in the same room and on the same bed at night. The 2 skeletons asked, it's fine if we sleep together, but why are we lying on each other? Ning Shu was speechless. Could it be that the 2 of them were already together? It was normal when he thought about it. He didn't know when a disaster would come. Of course, he should cherish every day. He should confess when he should, and applaud when he should. Ning Shu said, don't worry about the master's affairs. They are a couple, don't use your spiritual power to peek at others. Zhu Jun and Li Si were speechless. Are you bullying us skeletons because we haven't seen the world? Why are they 2 men? Li Si had memories and knew about yin and yang intercourse. Even if there was a rabbit master in a big family, Li Si still saw more yin and yang intercourse. He didn't expect that there would be a rabbit master in such a world. Zhu Jun didn't have any memories, so everything was new. His worldview, outlook on life, and values had to be reshaped. Now that he saw this scene, Ning Shu didn't know how it would affect Zhu Jun's worldview. In fact, after seeing so much, he became indifferent. After all, it was just a matter of men and women. The next day, Ning Shu saw that Luo Yi's complexion was very good, and he even looked a little shy. Luo Yi accepted the mission and went out with the 2 skeletons. Ning Shu stayed at home and watched boring TV dramas. In fact, he was expanding his sea of consciousness to be able to accommodate more spiritual power. Not long after, Luo Yi came back with the 2 skeletons and the Shikigami. Ning Shu was surprised. You're back so early. He came back in an hour. Luo Yi was speechless. He went over and found the ghosts, but he directly crushed them to death and their souls scattered. Those malicious ghosts that made people tremble in fear were crushed to death by the skeletons. Moreover, when the malicious ghosts saw the skeletons, they were so scared that they ran away. They even begged Luo Yi, Master Celestial, I want to reincarnate. Please help me. Luo Yi was speechless. Therefore, Luo Yi quickly completed the mission. Luo Yi said, it's a bit of a waste to let the skeletons follow me to complete the mission. If the skeletons were to attack ordinary malicious ghosts, they wouldn't be able to fight back at all. There was really no need. Moreover, if the skeletons attacked, their souls would be scattered. Ning Shu said, then take on a harder mission and let them follow you. Luo Yi was speechless. Luo Yi didn't know why Ning Shu gave him the skeletons. The black pond water in the cave bubbled, the water level kept dropping. Instead, the calamity beasts in the pond grew bigger and bigger. Some of the calamity beasts were humanoid, and some were strangely shaped like aliens. Their bodies were sticky, and they had no facial features, but they made people feel disgusted and horrified. The calamity beasts were growing at a very fast speed. The underworld had already sensed it and reacted quickly. Every time they sealed this kind of monster, it required a lot of manpower. Ning Shu was expanding his sea of consciousness at home. He opened his eyes, casually picked up 2 petals, divined, and sighed. The aura of heaven and earth had changed, it would come sooner or later. On this night, the weather was so dark that one couldn't even see their fingers. Even if it was a city that never sleeps, the neon lights were flickering, but this kind of darkness could almost swallow the lights of the city. A cold wind blew in the small apartment, a large number of Underworld's personnel were coming and going, the densely packed Yin soldiers filled the entire apartment, and there were even more Yin soldiers outside. The leader was a man wearing an official's hat, he looked very mighty, he should be the king of hell of the Underworld. There were many kings of hell in the Underworld, they were called this king, that king. They were in charge of different departments. Heavenly Master Shi stood in front of Luo Yi, and said with a fake smile, King Qingguang of the Underworld, we are honored to have you here. Behind him, Luo Yi's expression was a little sad, as if he had already foreseen his future. So many Yin soldiers came, should he say that he was really important? King Qingguang said in a low voice, the world's catastrophe is coming, since Luo Yi is the destined person, he should complete his mission. Heavenly Master Shi couldn't help but sneer, why should we let him die so easily? He still had a natural look, as if he was slaughtering cats and dogs. Why should Luoyi sacrifice himself for the common people? He didn't have this responsibility. The heavens chose him, then let him die. Do you think we can really go back alive? King Qingguang frowned his thick eyebrows, looking very dignified. As he said that, he stared at Ning Shu and the two skeletons in the corner of the living room. He could see that the two skeletons had merit. What the hell was this? The catastrophe was coming, all kinds of demons and ghosts were coming out. Where did these skeletons come from? However, the more important thing now was to solve the problem of the monsters. This required Luoyi's active cooperation. Luoyi stepped out from behind Heavenly Master Shi and said, "I'm willing to go with you." Luoyi, no. Heavenly Master Shi's face was filled with sorrow. He grabbed Luoyi's arm and said, "Why is it you? Why is it you? Why must Luoyi take on this mission? Shouldn't Luoyi be protected like an ordinary person? There were so many people in the world. Why did it have to be Luoyi?" Heavenly Master Shi roared angrily in his heart. He felt that the Heavenly Tao was really unfair. They were all ants. Why couldn't it treat them equally? Why did it have to make an ant bear such a burden? Luoyi smiled at Heaven Master Shi. His smile was especially bright and soft, causing Heaven Master Shi's heart to feel as if it had been pierced through. "What should I do without you? Luoyi, are you really going to abandon me?" The powerful Heavenly Master Shi was extremely fragile at this moment. He was almost begging Luoyi not to leave. This scene was really sad. King Qingguang coughed heavily and broke the atmosphere. He said, "Since Luoyi has agreed to go, let's go now. That thing will be born soon." Heavenly Master Shi sneered, his face full of ridicule. "You people of the netherworld are high and mighty. Can't you solve this kind of thing by yourself? Why do you need a lowly ant to help you?" King Qingguang said, "This is the will of heaven. This is the will of heaven." The Heavenly Tao would leave a glimmer of hope. Luoyi was this glimmer of hope. King Qingguang was a little impatient. "If you don't let me go, I can only kill you. You know that if that thing is born, it will be a disaster for the whole world." Heavenly Master Shi had a kind of madness. He said, "I can't even keep the person I like. I love him. Mom, you still have to take care of the whole world. The world takes care of me, but the world takes care of Luoyi? Why should we take care of the world? It's none of my business whether the world is destroyed or not. It's better to drag the world down with us." King Qingguang was too lazy to listen to his nonsense. He rolled up his sleeves and directly swept the two away. The Yin soldiers majestically went to that place. Otherwise, if the monster was born and ran away, where could they find it? The originally narrow and crowded apartment suddenly became empty. Only Ning Shu and the two skeletons were left. Zhu Jun said to Ning Shu, "Pippi Shu, let's go too." Ning Shu turned to look at Zhu Jun, his eyes sharp. "What did you call me?" Zhu Jun said, "Recently, I went out with Luoyi and learned some new words." Pippi Shu. Ning Shu's heart was filled with anger. Pippi Shu, at first, he thought it was a mantis shrimp. Zhu Jun's expression was a little confused. Pippi Shu, isn't it the naughty and cute Ning Shu? Pippi Shu for short. Isn't that a compliment? Ning Shu. I'm with you. Whether the society is chaotic or not, Sister Shu has the final say. You're not allowed to call me Pippi Shu. Call me Sister Shu. Queen, lady, beauty, fairy, whatever it is, you can't call me Pippi Shu. It's not easy for people to learn, but it's a matter of minutes to learn bad things. How long has it been since she came to this world? He already started to give her nicknames. Zhu Jun, oh, I won't call you Pippi Shu in the future. Ning Shu, I already said, don't mention the name Pippi Shu. Ning Shu's expression was distorted. Bringing the two skeletons, he directly jumped through space and arrived at the place where the disaster beast was born. The whole place was surrounded by Yin soldiers. Ning Shu was waiting outside. Using his mental power to scan, the pool was almost dry. Instead, it was replaced by sticky black creatures. Their whole body was covered in black stuff. Moreover, this time, two giant creatures were born. From afar, Ning Shu smelled an unbearable stench. He hurriedly put on his mask and tied up his skirt. After all, the skirt that was dragged outside the umbrella could easily be contaminated. He had to ensure that his body was under the protection of the umbrella. Zhu Jun, Pippi Shu, what are we doing now? Don't talk to me. Ningshu glared at him, don't call me Pippi Shu. Without any dignity, how could he command these skeletons in the future? Moreover, everyone had a tendency to follow the crowd. If one person called him Pippi Shu, it would be like a stormy sea of Pippi Shu, Pippi Shu. Ningshu felt that this kind of teen couldn't be brought out to show off at all. Ningshu tied up his skirt and temporarily observed the situation. He wanted to let these people from the underworld consume some of the disaster beast's power. First, exhaust the disaster beast, then let the two skeletons attack. This way, the chances of winning would be higher. This time, he only brought two skeletons over. One was an intern, and the other was a pure newcomer. It would be difficult for them to deal with the disaster beast. Therefore, the two skeletons had to kill the disaster beast in one hit. Otherwise, the longer the fight, the lower the chances of winning. Anyway, Ningshu would not join such a battle. He would hide far away. The disaster beast could pollute the soul. The Yin soldiers present were shivering again. Their souls were trembling uncontrollably. If it was not for the mission, they would have probably scattered. Even if these Yin soldiers had not fought with the disaster beast yet, their souls had already begun to be polluted. Roar. There was a silent roar, as if it was announcing its birth. This roar seemed to have no emotions in it, but it was mixed with all kinds of desires. Looking. When people heard it, countless emotions were born in their hearts. Fear, horror, evil, and even lust. The huge disaster beast directly overturned a mountain. In the dark night, it was impossible to see the appearance of the two disaster beasts. The entire earth trembled violently again. An earthquake occurred. It caused a huge panic. The people who were immersed in the nightlife were frightened. Formation. King Qingguang shouted. Tens of thousands of Yin soldiers immediately began to arrange the formation. The formation could temporarily trap the disaster beast. A golden fishnet-like barrier fell from the sky. The two disaster beasts were struggling inside. The filthy aura on their bodies polluted the formation. The sticky liquid dripped on the ground, releasing a stench and extreme pollution. Some of the Yin soldiers whose souls were polluted immediately went crazy. Their souls completely turned black. They had no facial features. They were completely polluted from the inside out. They could not continue. King Qingguang personally made a move. After all, his strength was stronger than the average Yin soldier. He was also more resistant to pollution. Luoyi, what are you waiting for? Release the blood formation core. King Qingguang shouted at Luoyi. He did not say how much blood to release. In any case, he had to release all the blood in his body. The things that were given by the heavens were now all taken back. Even the souls were being taken away. Heavenly Master Shi's face was incomparably pale. He grabbed Luoyi tightly and shouted at King Qingguang, I am also a heavenly master. Is my blood okay? The formation became dimmer and dimmer, and the disaster beast was about to break free from the formation. More and more Yin soldiers were contaminated, and they had to suppress their fear of this monster. It was human instinct to be afraid of dirty things, especially things like the disaster beast, which could be said to be the dirtiest thing. No matter how powerful the evil ghost was, it would not be able to fight it. King Qingguang held on bitterly. When he heard Heavenly Master Shi's words, he cursed, your blood is useless. Luoyi, hurry up. If you don't take action, so many ghost soldiers will be sacrificed. The sacrifice is a small matter, but once the whole thing breaks free, what do you think will happen to the whole world? Heavenly Master Shi's eyes were bloodshot. This is moral kidnapping. What does the world have to do with Luoyi? Heavenly Master Shi felt that he had not received any reward for what he had done for the entire world. Sometimes, he would even risk his life to deal with things that others could not see but were real. They protected ordinary people from being harmed by malicious ghosts and sent ghosts to the underworld so that they could wander the realms of the living and the dead. But now, what was the reward for everything he had done? The person he liked was about to be sacrificed, and it was all because of this world. Heavenly Master Shi only wanted Luoyi to live. Even if he was killed by a malicious ghost in the end, he did not want him to bleed to death. King Qingguang gritted his teeth. Many of the Yin soldiers were contaminated. Without the control of the Yin soldiers, the formation would weaken a lot and there would be loopholes. These disaster beasts continued to struggle. When the formation reached the 0 point, it would collapse. If there was no external force, it would collapse sooner or later. Most of the Yin soldiers of the underworld had been brought over. In fact, these Yin soldiers were basically abandoned by the underworld. Since they were here, it was unlikely that they would survive. When the monsters were dealt with, the underworld would continue to recruit Yin soldiers and prepare for the next monster's birth. The cycle would repeat. King Qingguang's face was as black as a pot of ash. Even a soul like Ningxu could be contaminated. King Qingguang would inevitably be contaminated as well. He saw the two of them chattering and being lovey-dovey. Once they were involved in love, they would be so lovey-dovey. They spoke as if only Luoyi would die. There were so many of them, but less than 10% of them could return. Even if they returned, their souls would be contaminated and they would not be able to reincarnate. If the contamination was too serious, they would be disposed of directly to prevent the contamination of other souls. If they returned victorious, what they received was not applause and glory, not flowers and praise, but destruction. Who would they tell their grievances to? King Qingguang roared like thunder. Luoyi, if you don't do it now, when are you going to do it? Luoyi's heart was in a mess. On one hand, he liked the pleading of others. On the other hand, he was facing such a crisis. Luoyi pulled out a sharp dagger. The cold light reflected from the back of the dagger shone on the despairing face of Heavenly Master Shi. Luoyi slit his wrist. Fresh blood flowed out. Luoyi endured the pain and dripped the blood into the formation. With the reinforcement of the extreme yang blood, the strength of the formation increased by a lot. The formation that enveloped the Calamity Beast lit up and made sizzling sounds when it came into contact with the Calamity Beast's body. Although Luoyi's blood could strengthen the formation, there was only so much of a human body. Just the blood alone was not enough. Luoyi's soul had to be sacrificed. Heavenly Master Shi's expression was numb as he hugged Luoyi from behind. He whispered in Luoyi's ear, "Don't be afraid, Luoyi. Don't be afraid. I will accompany you." The heavens were really cruel. Luoyi's face turned paler. This was a sign of excessive blood loss. His body swayed twice. If Heavenly Master Shi had not hugged him, he would have fallen to the ground. Drop by drop, blood flowed out of his body like water. That was his vitality. The fear of death overflowed his soul. He watched his own blood flow out of his body. The Calamity Beast roared silently. All the souls could not help but tremble, including Ningxu. This was because it was too smelly. Ningxu placed a few strands of the power of faith in Li Si and Zhu Jun's hands. He said, "This is the power of faith that can destroy the Calamity Beast. You can go over now. Find the right time to destroy it. You must kill it in one strike." Ningxu did not know how much power of faith these strands of pure power of faith were worth. Just like merit granules, once they had a physical body, they must not be cheap. This kind of pure power of faith was more powerful than the other kind of power of faith. He had some of this kind of power of faith. In order to prevent Li Si and Zhu Jun from dying here, Ningxu was willing to take out this power of faith. People were the most important. The money spent on these two skeletons was much more than a few strands of faith power. He could not lose sight of the big picture for the small. Li Si and Zhu Jun took a few strands of pure silk strands. Zhu Jun said to Ningxu, Pai Shu, stay here and don't move. Get lost." Ningxu kicked Zhu Jun, but Zhu Jun dodged. "Be careful. If there's anything wrong, come back immediately." If even death could not destroy the disaster beast, then there was no need to sacrifice their lives. Zhu Jun and Li Si jumped a few times and arrived in front of the disaster beast. Zhu Jun thought for a while and took out a band-aid. He directly stuck it on Luoyi's deep wound. Luoyi's face was so pale that it was almost transparent. Seeing such a band-aid, he suddenly felt funny and touched. Although this band-aid could not stop the blood loss, Luoyi felt warm in his heart. Other than Heavenly Master Shi, there was someone else who did not want him to die. When King Qingguang saw the sudden appearance of two skeletons, his eyes almost popped out. Why did someone come out to cause trouble again? What were they doing? The disaster beast that was trapped by the formation seemed to feel the danger and began to struggle violently. It was like a trapped beast fighting. Suddenly, a hole appeared in the formation. Li Si and Zhu Jun seized the opportunity and rushed towards the disaster beast with the power of faith in a straight line. King Qingguang's heart was extremely stifled. The couple was so lovey-dovey that they missed the best time. Although the monster was trapped now, a newly born monster was the weakest. Even if it was trapped, it would get stronger and stronger. Their chances of winning were getting lower and lower. Now, these skeletons came out of nowhere to cause trouble again. He felt that this world was going to end. If these monsters were allowed to walk freely in the human world, then the human world would become hell. All living things would be polluted. Ningxu stood not far away and watched the skeletons fight with the disaster beast. He was very nervous. He was even more nervous than when he was fighting himself. If Li Si and Zhu Jun could destroy the disaster beast this time, then they would have the qualifications to destroy the disaster beast alone. Her world of reincarnation would no longer need to ask for external help. The corruption on the disaster beast was temporarily useless to the skeletons. The skeletons used the power of faith to consume the disaster beast's power. The strands of faith power grew longer and longer, wrapping around the calamity beast's body. The strands of faith power shrunk and sank into the calamity beast's body. The calamity beast seemed to be in extreme pain. It kept struggling and roaring. Finally, with a bang, the calamity beast exploded and was destroyed. However, there was some smoke floating around it. This could be considered as the corpse of an calamity beast. These particles would be carried by the wind to every corner of the world. Once they were diluted, the pollution would not be so great. This battle was exceptionally difficult. Li Si and Zhu Jun both had scratches on their bodies. These scratches were white inside, which was the original color of the bones. This meant that the merit only covered the surface and did not cover every part of the skeleton. First, it covered the surface. Then, it went deep inside. When every part of the body was forged by merit, it would be truly indestructible. How much merit points did that land consume? These scratches could only be repaired by merit. When the two newbies were fighting, they had taken many detours. Their bodies were covered with scratches and bite marks. There were even black filth that had seeped into their bones. All of them required merit grains. Fortunately, the two skeletons survived. Merit points could be earned again. If these skeletons were gone, then there would be one or two less. It could not be replenished for the time being. It was already very difficult to nurture more than 2,000 people. He would not make more skeletons for the time being. Ningxu held the black bone umbrella. When the two calamity beasts exploded, the filth that erupted caused Ningxu's black bone umbrella to turn black again. He had just spent money to clean it. In the end, it became dirty again. Ningxu said to the two skeletons, "You did well this time. When we return, there will be rewards." The two skeletons were very tired. They lay on the ground and did not move. The death of the calamity beast made King Qingguang a little confused. He originally thought that being able to seal the monster was already a very good result. Especially when Luoyi was not cooperating. King Qingguang felt that it would be very difficult to seal the monster. Since those skeletons could destroy the monster, then there was no need to sacrifice the destined person and so many Yin soldiers. Heavenly Master, sure, I don't have to die, right? Luoyi could not find his voice. He looked at the band-aid on his wrist. The wound had already stopped bleeding and was no longer bleeding. His brain was muddled due to excessive blood loss. There was only one thought in his mind. He did not have to die. Heavenly Master sure hugged him and sobbed silently, "Yes, we are saved. We don't have to die." Luoyi fainted. His body was cold. The heat seemed to be gradually leaving his body. Heavenly Master sure carried Luoyi to the hospital in a panic. Luoyi now needed a blood transfusion. He was about to return the blood in his body. If he received a normal blood transfusion, he might be able to survive. But from then on, he might lose his extreme young body. But this kind of body can be taken by whoever wants it. They arrived at the hospital as fast as the wind. Ningxu was speechless. If he could find her and give her a little chance of survival, it would be more useful than going to the hospital. But since she did not look for her, Ningxu was not worried. He hugged Luoyi like a baby and ran away. King Qingguang, who had a full beard and thick eyebrows, walked towards Ningxu. Looking at the skeleton lying on the ground, his eyes revealed a look of curiosity. What kind of creature was this? A skeleton? How could a body without a soul move? This thing seemed to be able to deal with the monster. This was simply a great thing. There was no need to sacrifice so much manpower, material resources, and lives to suppress and seal the monster. Ningxu rejected King Qingguang's approach. Stay away from me. You are so smelly and dirty. King Qingguang was strong. He did not lose his consciousness after being polluted. He might be able to slightly remove the pollution of his soul when he returned to the underworld, but it was impossible to completely remove it. King Qingguang stopped and kept a distance from Ningxu. He had to speak loudly. Who are you? These skeletons are yours. Ningxu refused to answer such a stupid question. Instead, he said, since your mission has been completed, go where you should go. King Qingguang? Where to? King Qingguang asked. The reason why he was polite to a lonely ghost was because of the skeleton. Only skeletons were useful. And this female ghost watched the whole process. But these skeletons seemed to be her subordinates. King Qingguang was more polite to Ningxu. He did not take these three to heart before. He did not expect that the skeletons would turn the tide. So, King Qingguang wanted to win the skeletons over to the underworld. In the future, even if monsters were to be born, these skeletons would be comparable to 100,000 soldiers. Ningxu saw that King Qingguang was thinking about the skeletons and was very unhappy. He rolled his eyes, of course, to the real hell. Your underworld can only be considered a fake hell. Real hell, pseudo-hell. King Qingguang, what kind of speech is this? Facing one of the 10 kings of hell, it's fine if you're not afraid, but you even said that you want to send him, the king of hell, to hell. Ningxu said to the two skeletons, don't be a corpse for now, let's finish this and go back. Ningxu opened the black hole and said to King Qingguang, do you want to go in by yourself, or do you want me to let my darlings kick you in? King Qingguang was dumbfounded, he had no idea what was going on. What is this? To be able to make a black hole appear in space, he couldn't do such a thing. This female ghost, I am King Qingguang of the 10 kings of hell. King Qingguang revealed his identity. Ningxu tilted his head and looked at him, so? Didn't Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva say that if I don't enter hell, who will? If hell is not empty, he will not become a Buddha. I am helping him to become a Buddha, emptying hell and letting him become a Buddha. No need to thank me. Ningxu said. King Qingguang he still wanted to say something, but he was directly thrown into the black hole by the skeletons. King Qingguang wanted to struggle, but he was caught by the skeletons. He didn't even have the strength to struggle and was thrown into the black hole. Li Si and Zhu Jun put the surviving souls into the black hole, then followed Ningxu into the barrier of the underworld and arrived at the underworld. The underworld was dark all year round, there were many ghosts. Ningxu opened the black hole, and these souls were thrown into the black hole like dumplings. She discussed with the heavenly Tao for an entire night and divined for an entire night, chattering and nagging. In the end, they forcefully reached an agreement. Since the disaster beasts were dealt with, the matters of the underworld also had to be resolved. It was originally a world of living beings, the underworld was only temporarily established to deal with the souls. Now, let the souls go to where they should go, otherwise, if there were always disaster beasts being born, she would have to run to this world for no reason. Was she going to send skeletons to this world to suppress it? That was absolutely impossible. She didn't have many skeletons. In the end, she had to send the skeletons that she had painstakingly nurtured to guard a world of living beings. Ningxu directly spat, she was dreaming, he would definitely not agree. He wanted to tear down the underworld and send all the souls into the world of reincarnation. The underworld was in chaos. There were many souls in Fengdu Necropolis alone. Now, they were running in all directions, but they were all chased into the black hole by Li Si and Zhu Jun. Who dares to disturb hell? The King Yanluo of Hell, Oxhead, Horseface, the Soul Hunters, and all of the other employees of Hell immediately raised their weapons. The two skeletons continued to drive the souls away. It seemed like these souls that were slightly more powerful were not willing to enter the world of samsara. Ningshu stretched out his vines and threw the souls of King Yama, Oxhead, Horseface, and the like into the black hole. However, there were quite a number of souls in hell. Some of them were still being tortured. Some of them had to go through hell, and some of them were dragged into the world of reincarnation. There was no such torture in the world of samsara, but the reincarnation pool would gently draw out a part of the soul strength. The lake of rebirth was absolutely fair. At the end of the day, hell was still a human department. As long as one was a human, there would always be cases of injustice and falsehood. It guaranteed the basic operations of hell on the whole, but there would definitely be a lot of disagreements in private. The lake of rebirth wouldn't do that. If you have too much filth and evil creatures on your body, it would be especially difficult to purify them. Sorry, I have to draw out more of your soul strength. Then, if a part of your soul strength was drawn out, who knows what else you can produce. With an unstoppable momentum, all the souls were dragged into the world of samsara, including King Yanluo, Oxhead, Horseface, Mengpa, and the like. The underworld, which was originally very crowded, was now empty. Now that the hell was about to be torn apart, Mengpo's soup was a soup that made people lose their memories. On the other hand, the Book of Life and Death had a feeling of the intersection of yin and yang. It was fluctuating with spiritual energy. It was obviously a magic treasure. Ningshu kept the Book of Life and Death. It would be a waste if he didn't take it. There were a lot of mysterious things in hell. It wasn't good to expose them to the human world. Now, he only needed to remove the barrier and let the sun shine in to disperse the yin energy. Ningshu looked for the array core of the formation. It was more convenient to destroy it directly from the array core. After all, it was more strenuous to break the barrier with his fists. However, after searching for a long time, he still couldn't find the array core. This made Ningshu a little puzzled. The barrier clearly separated the human world and hell. How could there be no array core? Ningshu stood on the bridge of helplessness. He could faintly feel the fluctuations of the bridge of helplessness. There was a faint fluctuation of a treasure. This bridge of helplessness was also a treasure. Ningshu's mind was enlightened. This bridge of helplessness shouldn't be the core of the formation. It might even be a barrier stone. Ningshu squatted down and touched the bridge of helplessness. He sensed for a moment. The barrier radiated from this. In other words, the bridge of helplessness was actually made of barrier stones. So many. Ningshu had a feeling of making a fortune. There were so many of them. He didn't know if he could sell them for money. His family was a little poor. Ningshu immediately moved the bridge of helplessness away without thinking. Ningshu directly lifted the bridge of helplessness by himself and threw it into the world of reincarnation. Such a big thing, the system space couldn't fit it. He could only put it in the world of reincarnation. Fortunately, the world of reincarnation was big enough. Zhu Jun, Pai Pai Shu's strength is really great. Li Si, don't call her like that. She will get angry. This great aunt has a bad temper. It's fine if she has a bad temper, but she also likes to let others call her fairy. She piled adjectives that had nothing to do with herself. Zhu Jun, isn't she deceiving herself? Or is there something that blinded her eyes? Pai Pai Shu is quite suitable for her. Ningshu was dismantling the bridge over there. The two skeletons were ridiculing her. As soon as the bridge of helplessness disappeared, the barrier of the underworld also disappeared. The sun shone in and the yin qi scattered. Even so, the underworld had existed for an unknown period of time. The dense yin qi wouldn't disappear in a short period of time. Ningshu used the vines to directly destroy the huge buildings of the underworld. He also destroyed the torture tools that tortured the souls. Without the underworld, this world would become a lot bigger. It was originally a world that was divided into two. Now, it was all a world of living beings. However, this kind of place probably couldn't be inhabited for many years. The yin qi was too heavy. Moreover, the soil couldn't be cultivated under the erosion of the yin qi. The red spider lilies that grew would also wither. After solving the problem of the souls of the underworld, Ningxu began to build a passage that connected the two worlds. After consulting with the elder, Ningxu's speed of building the space passage was much faster. Moreover, it was more stable. The interior and exterior were reinforced. Now, once the souls of this world died, their souls would directly enter the world of reincarnation and be unified. Even if there were misfortune beasts, they would be born in the world of reincarnation and killed by the skeletons. Ningxu finally heaved a sigh of relief after the underworld's matter was resolved. Another world was resolved. Ningxu wanted to climb up to the 6th level again. He didn't know what kind of world the 6th level would be. He felt that the 9-palace mountain was like a box. If he didn't open it, no one would know what was inside. Ningxu got a lot of merit granules for Li Si and Zhu Jun. Because they were injured, they needed a lot of merit to recover. After eating the merit, the wounds on the two skeletons gradually disappeared. Ningxu was a little worried. To nurture skeletons, not only did the surface have to be dazzling, even the inside of the bones had to be golden. Otherwise, they would be strong on the outside but weak on the inside. He couldn't imagine how much merit would be needed. In short, he was worried that he didn't have money. He also couldn't get a lot of money. He didn't have a fixed source of income. She didn't have much to rely on just buying things. With so many people crying piteously for food, Ningxu was so worried that he wanted to leave the stall and quit. He was comfortable alone, he was full and the whole family wasn't hungry. Now, no one had enough to eat. The matter is resolved, we should go back. Ningxu said to the skeleton. Li Si was a little hesitant. Ningxu asked, "Can I stay in this world for a while? I want to look for young master." Ningxu, I can't tell you that without connecting to the world of reincarnation, your young master might not be reborn in this world. Ningxu handed the book of life and death to Li Si. Why do you need to look all over the world? Use this to check. This thing was like the demon revealing mirror. It recorded a person's life in detail. This kind of treasure was simply amazing. It should be an innate treasure that was born from heaven and earth. It was probably created to create the underworld and make it easier for people to manage. The book of life and death looked like a book, but it actually recorded a lot of things. Everything in this world, even snakes, insects, and ants were recorded. Thank you. Li Si took the book of life and death and began to flip through the pages. Zhu Jun said to Ningxu, we have nothing to do now. Why don't we find Luoyi? Isn't Luoyi sick? We're going to visit the patient, Zhu Jun said. Ningxu looked at him from the corner of his eyes. When did you two become so close? I followed him around this world for a while. When I was free, I even went out to catch ghosts. He's sick, so there's nothing wrong with visiting him. Pippi Shu, shall we go? Ningxu, no. I could have gone, but since your name is Pai Pai Shu, I don't want to go. Not going, not going. Zhu Jun said, we're leaving soon. Let's go and say hello to them. We still have to do them a favor. Ningxu, I don't owe him any favors. If we're talking about favors, Luoyi was destined to die. Now that he's still alive, no matter how big the favor is, it's already been repaid. She had followed Luoyi into the tomb to find the spirit pearl, but when she was discussing with the heavenly Tao, she had also saved his life. Ningxu said, if you want to go, then go take a look. Li Si and I will stay here to read the book of life and death. Zhu Jun sat down. If you're not going, then I won't go either. Li Si had been looking for Pai Lupi for a long time. If he knew his name, it would be fine. He could know his past and present life, but the problem was that he didn't know. There were so many living beings in this world. It was a bit difficult to find them one by one and compare them to his young master. Who knew if a dog's past life was Pai Lupi? Ningxu didn't want to stay in a place with a lot of yin qi. Because souls were gathered together, there were more impurities. He asked Li Si to take the book of life and death to the small apartment. There was no one there. Luoyi was in the hospital now, and Li Si had been holding the book of life and death. He didn't give up. Although Ningxu said that his young master theoretically wouldn't be in this world. He waited for Li Si to finish reading the book of life and death before leaving. What if Pai Lupi really appeared in this world? So he waited. Heaven Master sure came back to get a change of clothes for Luo Yi. When he saw the skeleton and female ghost in the room, he didn't say anything and went straight to pack the clothes. In a short period of time, Heaven Master sure had lost weight and looked very haggard. However, he was still in good spirits. Luo Yi should be fine. Otherwise, Heavenly Master sure would be so depressed that he would rather die than live. Ningxu asked politely, "How is Luo Yi?" Heaven Master sure stopped and said to Ningxu, "He's fine. He just lost too much blood. His body will be weak in the future. He'll be fine after some nourishment. Besides, there won't be so many malicious ghosts in the future. It's quite safe," Ningxu said. After all, souls would enter the world of reincarnation immediately. The netherworld would take souls away manually. It was inevitable that there would be mistakes. Heaven Master sure was speechless. Saying that there wouldn't be so many malicious ghosts in the future in front of Heaven Master was actually cursing Heaven Master for having no business. Although Ningxu was telling the truth, Heaven Master sure didn't take it to heart. After all, this female ghost killed the monster and didn't sacrifice Luo Yi. This was enough for Heaven Master sure to be very tolerant of her. "You can say whatever you want," Zhu Jun said. "Say hello to Luo Yi for me." After a pause, he said, "Can you lend me your computer? Your boyfriend's computer lags too much." After coming to this world, the first thing Zhu Jun learned was the internet. Although he didn't know the words in this world, playing games didn't discriminate between national boundaries and languages. Heaven Master sure was speechless. Heaven Master sure had to buy a new computer for Zhu Jun. He wouldn't give his computer to Zhu Jun. There were a lot of information and important things in it. Zhu Jun took the new laptop and played happily. Ningxu looked at the skeleton addicted to the internet and asked, "Is it fun?" "It's quite fun. Pippi Shu, I think the world of reincarnation should also have an internet cable. Then you can know everything in the world of reincarnation." Zhu Jun's skeleton fingers clicked the mouse quickly. Although it was a skeleton, its hand speed in games could kill many people in seconds. Ningxu sneered. "You want an internet cable? Why don't you go to heaven?" After coming out, the skeleton's heart became wild. Li Si was not so bad. He was originally an ancient person and was not interested in these high-tech things. He was relatively slow. On the contrary, Zhu Jun, who knew nothing and had no worldview, accepted this kind of thing very quickly. Ningxu said, "Pull an internet cable." "Just wait." Zhu Jun asked, "How long do I have to wait?" Ningxu said, "About the time when the sea runs dry and the rocks crumble." Zhu Jun said, "Isn't the time when the sea runs dry and the rocks crumble for you? With the law of water and the law of earth, without the sea, the rocks would crumble. It was just a matter of raising one's hand." "Hey, I find that you especially like to talk back to me. When I said the sea runs dry and the rocks crumble, it meant that it would take a long, long time. You have to measure it with the time of ordinary people," Ningxu said angrily. As long as there was an organization's internet, there were many things to connect to and play. Emperor's Way only BQG3S. But Zhu Jun, a skeleton, couldn't connect to the organization's network. What could she do? She had to create it herself. She had to wait until the sea ran dry and the rocks crumbled. Ningxu felt a little depressed when he thought about it. Li Si flipped through the Book of Life and Death. Zhu Jun played on the computer. Ningxu had nothing to do, so he said, "You stay in this world. I'll go back first." There were still some things to do in the world of samsara. And she hadn't done any tasks for a long time. If she didn't do any tasks, she wouldn't have the power of the soul. Apart from these external things, the power of the soul was the only thing that could strengthen herself. The world of samsara couldn't strengthen her soul, nor could these skeletons. Instead, she had to keep feeding them. She kept running around. These external things could make her stronger, but they didn't have a direct effect. The soul had to absorb the power of the soul and store some to avoid any problems in the future. In fact, the power of the soul was very precious and couldn't be bought or sold. Even the power of faith and merits were used as currency, but the power of the soul wasn't. She couldn't find a place to buy it. The organization was very strict in this aspect. Zhu Jun asked, when will you pick me up? We can't stay here all the time. Ningxu said, I think you're having a good time playing games. Why do you still want to go back? Zhu Jun said, Pippi Shu, you're wrong. Work is work, and entertainment is entertainment. Ningxu said, haha, then you're having a good time. When she returned to the world of samsara, the internet addiction would make her feel uncomfortable. She had to do tasks. If her soul suffered a destructive blow, she had to have some food. When she was sucked dry by Xingqing, her soul was in a state of dissipation at any time. A little injury was enough to make her soul dissipate. Li Si put down the book of life and death and sighed. Although skeletons couldn't make expressions, they were full of sadness. You finished reading so quickly. You didn't find the person you were looking for. Zhu Jun knew Li Si was looking for someone. No, let's go back. Li Si said. He looked at Ningxu and asked, can't this book of life and death search for other worlds? Ningxu shook his head, oh, that won't do. After all, he was born in this world, so he should only be in charge of this world. Perhaps if he was placed in the world of reincarnation, he could slowly record the souls of the reincarnation world. Maybe I can slowly find out. Let's just wait. Ningxu picked up the life and death book. This was a treasure, and he couldn't lose it. Zhu Jun closed the computer and prepared to take it back to the world of samsara. Ningxu said, there is no electricity or internet in the world of samsara. What's the use of bringing it back? Zhu Jun said, Pippi Shu, I think the world of samsara should make great efforts to develop science and technology. The world of living beings is developing rapidly, and the world of samsara can't fall behind. Even if we live in the world of samsara, we can't just make do. Ningxu hooked his finger at Zhu Jun, come over here. Zhu Jun came to Ningxu's side. Ningxu reached out and patted his shiny skull. Do you think the world of samsara is a place for people to enjoy after death? The world of living beings is restricted by the heavenly axiom, but the world of samsara basically doesn't. Any development is a burden to the world of samsara. There were all kinds of planes, but the world of samsara was the same. Otherwise, there were so many worlds of samsara that were exactly the same. The world of samsara was a transfer station for souls. Souls could stay here for a long time, but for people who were eager to leave, it was very short. What was the point of developing it? The reincarnation pool was already a huge burden to the world, and now it was increasing the burden to the world. Of course, Ningxu wouldn't be harsh on Zhu Jun. After all, Zhu Jun didn't know anything. It was normal for him to mention such things. Zhu Jun touched the top of his head and nodded, I see. Ningxu warned, when you go back in the future, don't call him Pai Pai Shu, especially in front of so many people. If nothing unexpected happened, many skeletons would be brought by Zhu Jun in the future. After all, Zhu Jun was the first skeleton to become strong. Zhu Jun made an O sound. Then what should I call you? Don't call me lady or something like that. I sincerely suggest that even if you want to give yourself a stage name, you should choose it according to your situation. It can't be too out of place. How did he train his mouth? After coming to this world, he felt as if someone had poured spiritual energy into him from the top of his head and he became an expert. He actually insulted her. Ningxu sneered, then what do you think you should call me? Pay attention to your words, or you won't get any more merit grains next time. Zhu Jun said, isn't it good to call you boss? You can call him Pai Pai Shu in private. That's our love for you. I really thank you for your love. Ningxu didn't give in to the way she called him. This concerned her dignity in the future. Even the title of female devil sounded better than Pai Pai Shu. Ningxu brought the two skeletons to the hospital to see Luo Yi. Luo Yi's face was as white as a ghost. It seemed that he was really weak. With so much blood gone, it was already not bad to be able to keep his life. When Luo Yi opened his eyes, he saw a female ghost and two skeletons. He was almost scared, but he struggled to sit up and said weakly, you guys came. Thank you for coming to see me. Ningxu made an N sound, we have to go. In any case, we got along with each other, so we came to say goodbye to you. Luo Yi quickly asked, where are you guys going? Zhu Jun said, to hell. There's no place for us in this world. Ningxu couldn't help but glance at him. He was really good at acting. He wasn't from this world to begin with. What did he mean by there was no place for them? Crazy, Luoyi quickly said, you guys can live with me. Moreover, you guys can eliminate monsters, so the underworld won't make things difficult for you. One ghost and two skeletons were silent. Sorry, we seem to have made things difficult for the underworld. Now the underworld no longer exists. Ningxu said, it's good that you're fine. Live on and be lovey-dovey with Heavenly Master Sure. It wasn't easy for the two of them to come all the way here. It could be said that they got what they wanted. Thank you, will you guys come back? Then Luoyi patted his head, look at what I said. You guys went to the underworld and reincarnated. You definitely won't come back. Zhu Jun reached out and patted his shoulder, I'm leaving. Ningxu opened the black hole and walked in. The two skeletons followed behind him. The black hole quickly closed and disappeared. The door of the ward was pushed open. Heavenly Master Sure walked in with a thermos. When he saw Luoyi sitting up, he looked a little lost and asked, why did you sit up? Lie down and rest. I stewed soup for you. It's all blood nourishing. It's a diet prescription prescribed by an old Chinese medicine doctor. Heavenly Master Sure said. The female ghost and skeleton just left. They just left. I didn't even have time to say thank you. Luoyi sighed. Heavenly Master Sure said, we'll meet again if fate allows. Drink the soup. He fed her Xianxia spoonful by spoonful. Emperor's Way only BQG3, S. The room was quiet and cozy. After the catastrophe, they cherished the chance to live more than anyone else. After all, they almost became friends of life and death, and could never be together again. Ningxu and the two skeletons returned to the world of reincarnation. A model bridge was placed in the world of reincarnation. With another world's soul, the world of reincarnation looked a little more lively. The souls who were suffering in the underworld were almost jumping for joy. Because there was no need to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of fire, no need to have their tongues cut off, no need to have their stomachs cut open. The hundreds of years of torture all ended in an instant. It was simply too blissful. However, these cheering souls did not realize how weak their souls were, nor did they realize that there was a black aura floating around their bodies. Since they were convicted in the underworld, they were guilty. As long as they wanted to be reborn, the rebirth pool would punish them. The staff of the underworld sighed. They were thrown into this place, the management of this place was too lax. These souls could do whatever they wanted. Ningxu handed the Book of Life and Death to Li Si to manage. Since Li Si wanted to find his master, then perhaps the rebirth pool would slowly record the souls that came to this world. It would be able to find out a person's past and present life. Li Si was very happy to take care of the Book of Life and Death. He said that he would definitely protect it well. Ningxu said to Zhu Jun, now you have to take care of those skeletons. You must not let anything happen to those skeletons, understand? Zhu Jun nodded, I understand. Also, you have to observe the rebirth pool. The rebirth pool will give birth to misfortune beasts. You have already seen the misfortune beasts, right? Zhu Jun, I understand. Ningxu gave him some merit grains, take these. If there are any skeletons that are worth nurturing or stand out, you can give them some missions. No matter what the mission is, as long as you don't hurt the skeletons, you can give them to the skeletons after completion. Zhu Jun took the merit grains and asked, is it training? It can be considered as training, but skeletons without merit are very weak. You can't use force to train them. More of it is used for mental training. If he used a little force, the skeletons might split open and scatter a little. Now, the most important thing was to learn. I will, don't worry. Zhu Jun nodded seriously and asked, when are we going to the world of living beings? What do you want from the living world? He had just returned, and now he wanted to go. I keep thinking about everything. I feel like my mind is empty, very empty, so empty that it's uncomfortable, Zhu Jun said. Ningxu nodded. Your brain is indeed empty. If there was no medulla in the brain, he wouldn't even dare to knock on the top of the skull. If he knocked on the top of the skull, he might end up with a hole. Xianxia thought for a moment and said, there will be opportunities in the future. After all, he had to take these skeletons to see the billions of planes and form a worldview. Xianxia really wanted these skeletons to grow up quickly and become stronger. Moreover, when they gathered together, they could form a huge skeleton. Every step he took caused the ground to tremble. She was standing on the skeleton's shoulder. It was 2F** cool. Xianxia felt his blood boil just thinking about it. Xianxia's eyes lit up like light bulbs. Zhu Jun waved his hand in front of Xianxia's face. Pai Pai Shu, are you okay? You were distracted. Did you hear what I said? Xianxia, I didn't hear you. Say it again. Zhu Jun, actually, I didn't say anything. Zhu Jun returned to the group of skeletons. Some skeletons stared at Zhu Jun, but most of them looked at the boxes of merit grains that Zhu Jun was pulling. They were yellow and dazzling. Some skeletons actually rushed up to snatch the merit grains. Everyone had eaten merit grains before. Instinct was definitely a good thing. Some skeletons without intelligence could only rely on instinct. They directly snatched them. Zhu Jun directly kicked the skeleton away. The skeleton fell to the ground with a plop. Fortunately, it didn't fall apart. However, more skeletons pounced on him. Some skeletons were watching, carefully sizing up Zhu Jun, trying to see something from him. As time passed, these skeletons' intelligence would slowly recover. Of course, this was also a kind of competition. If they recovered slowly, they would definitely fall behind. Of course, there were also skeletons who started low and walked high. However, those who walked in front were generally stronger than those who walked behind. As time passed, the gap between them would grow bigger and bigger. Zhu Jun twisted his neck until it made cracking sounds. He knew that he had to fight. If he didn't fight, these skeletons wouldn't be afraid of him. He had merit grains in his hands, and they would always come to snatch them. Zhu Jun felt that this was quite good. If they had the ability, they could snatch them. Apart from some skeletons who were controlled by instinct, some skeletons waved flags and shouted but didn't join the battle. Some skeletons watched indifferently. Some skeletons were not in the right state and didn't pay attention to the situation here at all. Zhu Jun's strength was much stronger than these skeletons who had only eaten a few merit grains. After defeating these skeletons, he sat on the box. As long as you defeat me, I will take out a portion of the merit grains. Or you can fight. Whoever wins, I will give the merit grains. How about that? It's fine as long as you don't overdo it. However, swords have no eyes. Therefore, you must protect yourself well. Zhu Jun opened the box and took out a merit grain. He threw it into his mouth and chewed. The sound was very loud. I defeated you. This is my reward. Zhu Jun said. You are welcome to challenge me at any time. Zhu Jun directly lay on the boxes and closed his eyes to rest. Of course, he didn't have eyelids, so he couldn't close his eyes. These skeletons scratched their ears and cheeks. One by one, they thought of ways to snatch the merit grains. Some of the more simple-minded skeletons didn't think of a way at all and directly rushed up. However, they were all beaten back by Zhu Jun. They couldn't even touch the boxes. Since they couldn't do it by force, they could only use their wits. There were so many of them. If they all attacked together, they could crush that skeleton to death. Some of the skeletons' personalities were already quite obvious. Some liked to use their brains and liked to scheme. Some were suitable to be the vanguard. They directly went up and started fighting. Some used both their brains and their hands. There were loners and those who liked to cooperate. Xianxia watched from the side for a while. He felt that this kind of training shouldn't be fatal to the skeletons. If something really happened, they would die. It was also because the team was gradually eliminating the weak. In fact, it was as strict as the mission enforcers. Xianxia took a stone from the Bridge of Helplessness. The entire Bridge of Helplessness was built with boundary stones. Even a boundary stone as big as a brick was very precious. Not to mention, the Bridge of Helplessness was built with so many boundary stones. He planned to take it back and see if it could be fused with the Soul Pearl. He wanted to try his best to replicate the process of the formation of the world of Reincarnation. Ningxu held the brick in his hand. He was stopped by someone. It was a girl. Ningxu was in a good mood now. He looked at her and said, "Why haven't you gone to the world of reincarnation yet?" He Qing had always said that she wanted to follow him. He thought that she had given up and was still in the world of reincarnation. Emperors only BQG3s. The girls who were locked up in the city lord's mansion by the law of earth seemed to have gone to the afterlife. Even if they didn't go to the afterlife, they didn't have such a strong will like He Qing. He Qing asked Ningxu, "Well, is my soul qualified?" Ningxu took a look. He Qing's soul was stronger than before. It was admirable that she could slowly strengthen her soul in the world of reincarnation. Even if there were fruits that could strengthen the soul in the world of reincarnation, the effect was minimal. How many fruits did He Qing eat to strengthen her soul? Now that Jing Qing was gone, even if she was sent to the system for identification, she wouldn't be able to successfully enter the organization without 2 guarantors. In the past, 2333 was counted as a person, but now it was a backup system. It couldn't be counted as a person at all. Even if she wanted to recommend a talent to the organization, she needed a guarantor. Although the guarantor didn't need to be responsible for the person's future actions, once something happened, the source could be traced back. Just like the ancient imperial examination, the students who entered the examination needed a guarantor. If there was fraud in the imperial examination, even the guarantor would be implicated. Therefore, even if He Qing's soul was qualified, she couldn't recommend her. After all, she still needed a guarantor. If she found another person, she would have to pay a favor. Her relationship with He Qing wasn't good enough to owe her a favor. Although it wasn't a big matter, she still owed her a favor. What good would it do her to recommend He Qing to the organization? To put it bluntly, He Qing was a stranger. Would she do her best for a stranger? She saved He Qing, but it didn't mean that she would be responsible for He Qing's life. Then she would be exhausted to death. Ningxu asked, "How did you strengthen your soul?" Ningxu didn't believe that just by eating some wild fruits could strengthen the soul. Regardless of whether others believed it or not, she wouldn't believe it. If she had nothing to do, she would just go find some fruits to eat. Why would she do tasks? He Qing's expression looked a little hesitant. Obviously, she didn't want to tell him how to strengthen her soul. Ningxu curled his lips. "Why should I help you when you are so selfish?" Ningxu took the brick and walked around He Qing. He Qing quickly caught up with Ningxu and said, "I'll tell you how to strengthen my soul. You can let me leave this place and become like you." Ningxu shook his head. "I'm not interested in your method of strengthening your soul." This kind of impure method did not interest him at all. Although He Qing's soul was much stronger than before, the impurities in her soul were much greater than before. This kind of unorthodox method was usually risky, so when He Qing made a deal with him, Ningxu's heart didn't waver at all. He Qing was anxious. She really didn't have any capital at all. Since the other party said that her soul wasn't strong enough, then she would work hard to strengthen her soul. However, she didn't know that she was dispensable to Ningxu. She wasn't a talent that he urgently needed. The organization had its own way of recruiting talents. Ningxu was like an employee of the company. He didn't need to worry about the company's employees. At most, he just needed to recommend them. However, recommending someone was something that he was too lazy to bother with. If one day Ningxu needed a talent and could make her own decisions, she might consider it. So when He Qing heard Ningxu's indifferent words, she was completely dumbfounded. What kind of people were the most difficult to deal with? They were people who had no desires. What you had was unattractive to them. You were helpless, and they would just silently watch. You couldn't find their weakness, and you couldn't give them anything that could move them. This kind of feeling was very terrible. He Qing's mood was terrible. She was full of hope and an indescribable pride as she walked in front of Ningxu. "You said that my soul wasn't qualified, but my soul is now qualified." Her previous pace was disrupted, but the other party was still indifferent. The only possibility was to tell him the secret of a strong soul, but even if he did, it didn't mean that she could leave this place. If she was just an ordinary woman who hadn't been brought to a world that she couldn't touch and had never heard of by a powerful man, then jumping into the reincarnation pool and starting a new life would be reasonable. However, she had already seen another kind of life. She didn't want to live that kind of life again. She couldn't even guarantee what she would be in her next life. What would her impermanent fate send her to? Animals, humans, even if they were humans, had tragic fates. That unpredictable fate wasn't what Xianxia wanted. However, she really didn't have anything to bargain with him. Xianxia was no longer as high-spirited as before. Xianxia said, "If I tell you, can you let me leave this place?" Xianxia shook his head. "I already said that I'm not interested." He wanted to try to see if he could fuse the barrier stone with the soul pearl. He didn't know if he could fuse them. It seemed that when he absorbed the barrier stone, the soul pearl had already formed a black hole. Xianxia's mind was constantly thinking, and he completely ignored Xianxia. Xianxia took a deep breath and said, "Some souls have no consciousness. They're just a mass of gas floating around. However, they still have soul power. Thus, absorbing such souls can strengthen one's soul." After Xianxia finished speaking, she carefully glanced at Xianxia and said, "This isn't wrong, right?" "It's right. Those souls had no consciousness. After floating around for a while, their souls directly scattered. This kind of soul power without consciousness was floating around in this world. It was a bit wasteful. Xianxia wanted to collect these souls that didn't even have the instinct to jump into the reincarnation pool. Or collect the soul power scattered in the world of reincarnation. Xianxia gave him a new idea. She basically didn't interfere with the reincarnation of souls in the world of reincarnation. However, those souls that were too weak to reincarnate and had lost consciousness could be collected. Xianxia pondered. It would be a waste to leave them in the world of reincarnation. Moreover, they would be slowly absorbed by the reincarnation pool, increasing the burden of the reincarnation pool. Xianxia clasped her hands together tightly and looked at Xianxia nervously. "Since you've inspired me," Xianxia said, "I can give you a test first. If you can't pass, then forget it." "Thank you." Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief. As long as there was a chance, the rest should be feasible. She had also absorbed a lot of soul power. Eating wild fruits wasn't helpful to the soul. Although the fruits contained a part of the soul power, compared to the soul, the fruits were useless. They had to find souls without consciousness. If the souls with consciousness resisted, they might be devoured instead. Xianxia had lived in this world for a while. She had seen the struggle between souls. There was no blood, but it was very cruel. Some souls would devour other souls to make their own soul stronger. Then they would jump into the pool of rebirth. The stronger the soul, the better the conditions for their rebirth. Maybe it was because of the extra soul power that they could rebirth into a beast, but with a little extra soul power, they could become a human. Of course, not every soul knew about this unspoken rule. Those who knew or wanted to rebirth would try their best to make their souls stronger before rebirth. Xianxia knew about it by accident. That was why she could strengthen her soul and appear in front of Xianxia. Xianxia opened the black hole and walked in. Seeing Xianxia standing there in confusion, he said, "Follow me." Xianxia clenched her fists and followed Xianxia into the black hole. Then they appeared in the system space. Xianxia looked around. The windows were bright and clean. It was good in the dark and gloomy world of reincarnation, where there was no day or night. There was an indescribable pressure. It was too bright. Xianxia reflexively covered her eyes with her hands. Even if she was a soul and not a body, she could still feel the dazzling light. Xianxia said to the system, "Scan her and see if her soul is qualified." Suddenly, Xianxia felt as if something had swept past her body. It was extremely penetrative, and every inch of her body was clearly seen by this person. Xianxia's face couldn't help but show a look of humiliation. Xianxia lit some agarwood. Seeing Xianxia's expression, he said, "It's not a person. It's just a system. Don't feel like you're being peeped at." It was the same as an ultrasound. Xianxia said, "Oh." Her whole body was tense. She was very nervous. When she smelled the fragrance, she relaxed a little. Looking at Xianxia sitting on the sofa, her eyes were full of envy. This was the life she envied. She didn't have to live in the dark and colorless world of reincarnation. How poetic it was to arrange flowers and burn incense. The feeling of being peeped at was gone. Xianxia looked at Xianxia. Ningshu asked, is it qualified? The system replied emotionlessly, not qualified. Hiqing's body trembled. Her expression was ugly. She was sad and unconvinced. Ningshu asked, where did you fail? The purity of the soul is not up to standard. There are too many impurities that will contaminate the client's body. The system wouldn't care about Hiqing's feelings. Of course, it would say whatever it wanted to say. Ningshu said that this was a foreseeable outcome. If the previous Hiqing's soul was not strong enough and she had absorbed the soul power, the side effect was that there were too many impurities. After absorbing soul energy that wasn't pure, his soul would become impure. In short, Hiqing had no way of becoming a mission enforcer. Didn't they say that it's fine if one's soul is strong? Why is it not working now? Hiqing was on the verge of collapse. She had worked so hard and waited so long for her soul to be qualified. Now, what kind of purity was this? What purity? Was there such a thing as a pure soul? Hiqing couldn't accept that her hope had been shattered. She squatted on the ground and buried her head in her hands, crying. What else could Ningshu say? There was nothing he could say, and any words of comfort would pale in comparison. Moreover, her relationship with Hiqing was just that. Ever since Hiqing told her about devouring souls, she had already expected it. If their souls were not strong enough, they were afraid that the mission enforcers would directly collapse when traveling through the plains. They would also be troubled by the residual emotions of the mission enforcers. They would not be able to complete the mission properly. Soul purity was to prevent the mission enforcer's soul from contaminating the mission enforcer's body. The mission enforcer's body might contaminate the mission enforcer's soul. On the other hand, if the mission enforcer's soul was too tainted, it would contaminate the mission enforcer's body. When the mission enforcer returned, it would contaminate the mission enforcer's soul. The mission enforcer had already offered a portion of their soul power. Now that their soul had been contaminated, another portion of their soul power would be taken away by the rebirth pool the next time they were reborn. Originally, they could be reborn as humans. However, because of the serious contamination of the soul, they could only be reborn as animals. This was very unfair to the mission enforcer. After all, mission enforcers who offered all their soul power were in the minority. Even fewer souls would not return to their bodies. In any case, Ningshu had already done what he could. He opened the black hole and said to Hiqing, although your soul now has a lot of impurities, it's strong enough. You can be reborn as a human. Hiqing could not accept this. Why couldn't she? Her eyes were red as she said to Ningshu, didn't you say that it's okay to have a strong soul? But my soul is already strong. Hiqing felt like she was being toyed with. From the beginning, he said it was impossible. Now that she had achieved it, he used another excuse to dismiss her. It was too infuriating. Under the blow of disappointment and being deceived, Hiqing looked at Ningshu with a strange gaze. It was filled with disgust and suspicion. Ningshu spread his hands. You can leave. What do I have to do with you? I never said that I would be responsible for you. If it weren't for me, you would still be locked up in the city lord's mansion. You already have the chance to be reborn. I understand that you want to become stronger, but your resentment towards me is inexplicable. Truly, Hiqing's imagination was a bit too much, wasn't it? She was not the original incarnation of the law of earth. He did not like her, did not know her, and had no responsibility towards her. If possible, she would rather have her former family members become mission enforcers. However, there were billions of planes. Ningshu did not know which plane he had been born in. He was unable to determine the location, and he did not even know how that plane had developed. Were her family members still alive? So, what did Hiqing have to do with him? Hiqing reacted and hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry. I was just too disappointed. No matter what Hiqing said, it had already happened. It could not be undone. Ningshu raised his chin towards the black hole. You can leave now. He brought her along because she provided him with information. He gave her a chance, but her soul did not meet the requirements, so he was to blame. What kind of logic was this? Hiqing almost knelt down in front of Ningshu. She begged, please give me another chance. I beg you. She was about to cross the threshold, but she could not. She was too unwilling. If she had not seen such beauty, it would have been fine. But now that she had seen it, she could no longer remain calm. Ningxu sat on the sofa and shook his head. Sometimes, if you did too much, people would think that it was natural. If you did not agree, you would be wicked beyond redemption. Ningxu felt that he had done too much. He had saved people and placed them in the world of reincarnation. In the end, it was her own problem. How could he be blamed? Ningxu did not plan to deal with Yiqing. If Yiqing was worth his time, the strength of her soul was a small matter. /BK maybe he could get some pure soul power to make her soul qualified. But Yiqing was not worth it. Even if it was an investment, it had to be a reliable investment. Ningxu was not happy, but Yiqing also felt wronged in her heart. Fortunately, she worked hard to come up with a plan. At the end, let me tell you, it's not like this. No, it's not qualified. If it were anyone else, they would be angry. Yiqing was the one who let her anger erupt. Ningxu felt a little puzzled. Yiqing looked like a strong woman, and she was trapped in the Earth City's Lord Mansion for a while. Didn't she have this kind of tolerance? If she asked how to deal with the soul purity, maybe the atmosphere would not be so bad. Every time she asked questions, she paid real money. Who had so much time and energy to deal with irrelevant people? Ningxu waved his hand. Please leave. You can still go back to the world of samsara. If you continue to make trouble, I won't even let you have a chance to be reborn. What was the purpose of pursuing power? Talk reason with Sabi. Yiqing looked decadent. She wanted to beg Ningxu, but she saw his indifferent face. No matter how she begged, nothing would change. Yiqing's expression could not help but be a little resentful. You said that my soul was not strong enough. Now that my soul is strong, you still don't want me. Ningxu's expression became more and more indifferent. He looked at Yiqing indifferently. If she wanted to stay here, he would throw her into the Soul Pearl. The Soul Pearl was a place more oppressive than the world of samsara. I've been bleeding and sweating until now, and now I'm being threatened by you. Is this reasonable? Yiqing seemed to be poured a bucket of cold water over her head. As soon as she met Ningxu's eyes, she shuddered and went into the black hole. She did not dare to speak again. The black hole disappeared. Ningxu rolled his eyes. His straight back bent down, and he nestled in the sofa without any image. He directly threw this matter to the back of his mind and clicked on the chat system. Ningxu clicked on His Excellency and said, Dear, there's something I want to ask you. His Excellency did not answer. Ningxu asked again, Dear, how is the child recently? In the past, the itch of an abyssal prefect was the flower. Now, the itch of an abyssal prefect was the child. Whenever a child was mentioned, he would reply no matter what. Abyssal prefect, what is it? Can you stop being so annoying? Do you know that you're annoying? Ningxu ignored it and asked, There are some people in the world of reincarnation who don't have consciousness. How do you deal with the scattered soul force? How do you collect it? Why not collect them? The abyssal prefect asked, There are so many skeletons that want to eat the golden nuggets. If we sell the power of the souls to the organization, we can earn a sum of money. Ningxu grinned widely. Now, he had found a way to collect souls. I thought that the abyssal prefect skeletons were waiting for the organization to allocate military funds, but it turns out that they were here to buy and sell soul energy. Skeletons did not require soul power, but they required merit points. However, an organized army required soul power. An exchange would benefit both parties. There were millions upon millions of reincarnation worlds. Collecting a bit of soul energy from each world was also a huge amount of soul energy. No wonder even an abyssal prefect could use his soul energy to water the flowers. He must have a lot of soul energy. Ningxu changed the topic again. Can I see how the child is now? Has he grown up? Abyssal prefect, didn't you see him before? He's still the same. What do you want to say? Ningxu, I want to ask, how do you guys collect the scattered soul force? Abyssal prefect, what do you think this place is? You want to get whatever you want. Do you have any shame? Do you have any shame? Of course, what is it that makes you so happy and persistent? Is it love? Is it responsibility? Is it poverty? If she could collect the scattered soul force in the world of reincarnation, other than doing missions, she could also store other soul force. Maybe when she was really poor, she could even secretly go to the black market to sell soul force. Ningxu absorbed the spirit stone while sending a message to the abyssal prefect. I won't ask any more. Can I see the child? I'm very worried about him. Abyssal prefect, you are stepping on my bottom line. Is there any meaning to it? Ningxu smiled. Then return the child to me, abyssal prefect. I will send some skeletons over later. They will fix it. Ningxu smiled without showing his teeth. Okay, I got it. Tell the child that I love him. Abyssal prefect, in the future, don't send messages for no reason. If there is really a problem in the world, he will sense it. After saying that, abyssal prefect blocked Ningxu. He was blocked again and again. After a while, a few skeletons came over. The skeletons in the world of reincarnation had a division of labor. Some were responsible for making new skeletons, some were responsible for collecting soul force, and some were responsible for fighting. They were clearly separated and seemed to be in good order. However, Ningxu's team was more chaotic now. The skeletons saw Ningxu and handed her a shopping list. By according to the things on the list, you need to build a device to collect souls and set up an array to absorb them. Ningxu took the list and looked at it carefully. She suddenly had a headache. There were many expensive things. She needed star stones. The main function was to form something to hold soul force, just like holding the law of nothingness, it was used to hold soul force. There was also an array, which was extremely complicated. Ningxu looked at it and felt that her eyes were going to go blind. Such a big array, she might not be able to set it up even if she drained all her spiritual power. Where was she going to find so many star stones? Every time she picked up a few pieces from the trash, when would she be able to pick up enough? The skeletons looked at Ningxu's expression and said, then you can delay the construction of the pool. After all, your world has just been formed not long ago. I guess there is not much soul force dissipated. The world of reincarnation with more soul force dissipated is darker. Ningxu, what you said is so hurtful. Ningxu's skeletons asked, if you succeed, how much soul force can you gather? This is hard to say. It depends on the density of souls in the world of reincarnation and the number of souls that have lost their intelligence. You can gather a lot of soul force. You can also exchange a lot of merit with soul force. Ningxu took a deep breath as if she had a toothache. She was really conflicted. The skeletons had just been created not long ago and spent a lot of money. Now that she had to do this, she was really tight on money. Moreover, she needed star stones. Peerless martial arts needed star stones. The amount needed was not small. Star stones were not something that could be bought with money. The organization said that there was a stock, but they might not sell it to her. After all, the world of reincarnation needed these things and would provide them to the world of reincarnation immediately. Ningxu wanted to say that she was also from the world of reincarnation. There was no need to discriminate like this. The skeletons waited for Ningxu's reply. After a while, they asked, will you call us when you have decided? Now, many skeletons knew that there was a world of reincarnation next door. They came to this world to earn extra money. Therefore, these skeletons had a good attitude towards Ningxu. Ningxu nodded. This wasn't a matter of words. Looking for materials made him want to cry. After the skeletons left, Ningxu quickly contacted Fragrant Wind and said that he wanted to buy star stones, a large amount. Fragrant Wind, don't look for me for this kind of thing. I'm not in charge of logistics. Ningxu, then who should I look for? After so long, she didn't even know the organization's departments. It wasn't that she was stupid, but the organization was too complicated. Moreover, the organization wouldn't specifically tell the mission enforcers about the organization's structure, departments, and higher-ups. She couldn't get in touch with them, and there was no information. Fragrant Wind said, find the main system, find the Taishu. Ningxu clicked on the Taishu and said, I want to collect the soul power of the world of reincarnation. When the construction is completed, I can also provide soul power for the organization. Whether she exchanged the soul power with the organization for merit or sent it for purification, the organization would take it away. Moreover, if she bought the star stones, she would definitely take out real money. They wouldn't give it to her for free. Ningshu didn't bother with pleasantries and directly explained the matter. At least there was a child as a buffer when talking to the Lord. Now the Taishu was in a bad mood. Taishu, find the main system. Ningshu sighed. You guys are quite good at pushing people. Poor little people. Ningshu, oh, who is the main system? Usually, the main system would send messages and was responsible for the network and monitoring of the entire organization. The security department also took care of the logistics department. Taishu, sang Liang. Ningshu. Silver-haired man, Ningshu thought about it carefully. Had she ever told the silver-haired man anything that was against the law, even the main system came out to earn extra money? Oh, haha, the organization was really poor. So, the main system was a person. Ningshu contacted the main system with complicated feelings. I have something to discuss with you. It was better to be tactful. How's the child? He still used the child as an opening line. Ningshu suddenly felt like he was a scum. There were children he had abandoned everywhere. The main system only replied with 2 words, it's all right. It was very awkward. Ningshu explained the matter of buying star stones, how many star stones he wanted to buy, and the benefits of the construction. Blah, blah, blah. For the organization, not only would they be able to earn money from trading star stones, but they would also be able to obtain soul power in the future. In short, the only way to purify soul energy was to find an organization. Ningshu thought back to the time when she did business with the main system. Back then, it was always the silver-haired man who bargained with her with a cold face. Main system, how many star stones do you want? More. I want to build a bigger pool. Main system, how much? 2,000 yuan. Since he was going to do it, he had to do it well so that he wouldn't have to do it again in the future. Moreover, in the future, every world of samsara would have to build such a pool to collect soul power. Actually, from the looks of it, there wasn't a lot of star stones in stock. After all, they had to first satisfy the needs of the planes and link the planes together. The remaining star stones had to be supplied to the worlds of samsara. There were so many worlds of samsara, and every world of samsara needed to build a pool, therefore, this thing actually had many uses. Previously, he thought that star stones had no other use other than to hold things. Main system, 2,000 yuan is not enough. 1,000. Ningshu contacted the skeleton again and asked if 1,000 star stones could be used to construct the pool. The skeleton replied that it could, but it had to depend on the size of the star stones. If each star stone was only the size of a fist, it definitely wouldn't be enough. Ningshu hurriedly asked the main system about the size of the star stones. The answer he got was that there were big and small ones. The big ones were as tall as a person, and the small ones were the size of a fingernail. Ningshu, damn, could it be made to be the same size? It wasn't exactly the same, but it couldn't be so different either. Anyway, it was random. There were big ones and small ones. It depended on one's luck. If one was lucky, there would be a lot of big ones, and it might even be worth the money. If one was unlucky, then there was no other way. Ningshu, what was the point of talking about luck when doing business? Ningshu didn't have much confidence in his own luck, but this kind of thing was only available to the organization. A monopoly would lead to huge profits. Ningshu gritted his teeth and said, I want to buy it. How much is it? Main system, there are 2 options. First, you buy 1,000 star stones directly. 1 stone is 25,000 merit points, and 1,000 is 25 million merit points. Second option, the organization will take 20% of the soul power collected. 1 star stone is 1,000 merit points, and you will pay 10 million merit points. Ningshu, counting with his fingers, he saved 15 million merit points, but a part of his soul power would be taken away in the future. His account now had less than 20 million merit points. After repaying his debt, he was left with more than 17 million merit points. However, he had invested a lot of merit points in cultivating the skeleton. Now, his account should only have about 10 million merit points, which was enough to support the second option. Let the main system take away a part of his soul power. In fact, the main system had invested in building this pool. Then, it was normal to take away his soul power. However, Xianxia didn't want to accept the second option. What should he do? Where could he get money? He couldn't possibly borrow money. He couldn't find anyone to borrow money from. Shubai had already borrowed money once. The Xianxia man had only spent 30 million to buy a bead. He probably didn't have any money now. He suddenly realized that the people around him were very poor. So, where did the money go? Everyone was poor. Where was the money? Xianxia said guiltily, I have to think about it. The main system didn't say like the salesman that there would be no more such things next time. If he wanted to buy it, hurry up and buy it. Xianxia seized the time to get the money. He hesitated. Should he buy it or not? If he didn't buy the pool, he could still use the money to cultivate the skeleton. He would buy the pool when he had money in the future. Xianxia, he didn't even know when he had money. He was short of money now, and he would be short of money in the future. It was better to buy it. Xianxia took out the fire bead. While the fire bead was still popular, he wanted to see if he could sell it for a good price. It was unlikely that he could sell it for 30 million merit points. Xianxia took out a fire bead and took it to the auction house to look for Xian. Xianxia sat in the private room and asked Xian, how's the market for fire beads now? It's saturated. When an item became valuable, such items would appear in a swarm. Xian said, it's okay. A few people asked me if you want to sell it. If you want to sell it, now is the best time. There are billions of planes and so many worlds of nothingness. If you deliberately search for it, you will eventually find it. Once there are too many of these things, they won't be valuable, Xian said. This was the last time Xianxia sold this item. He took out one and said, please help me sell it. Okay. Xian put away the bottle. BK Xianxia said to Xian, can you hurry up? I have something urgent. Xian nodded and left the room. Xianxia drank his tea and waited. He had more than 10 million merit points and could accept the second option. But Xianxia didn't want anyone to interfere with the world of reincarnation. Maybe there would be more and more soul power in the future and the main system would have control over a portion of the soul power in the pool. He felt really unhappy, so he would rather spend more money now than feel bad in the future. If he didn't have enough money, he would have to wait for a while. When he had enough money, he would have to choose the first option. My name on the property deed is better than two people's names. If there was only one name on it, there wouldn't be any conflicts in the future. Because of interests, it would be really ugly. Now that he had cleaned it up, there wouldn't be any trouble in the future. Most importantly, Xianxia knew himself well. Every time he had to give away a portion, he would feel heartache. In order to prevent himself from feeling heartache, he had to choose the first option. Xianxia ate his desserts and drank his tea. After waiting for a long time, Xian finally arrived. Xian walked into the room. Xianxia put down his teacup and looked at Xian. Xian said, I've informed a few people to bid. But it wasn't as much as the auction. It was only 18 million. Xian said. Xianxia nodded, okay. He didn't expect that kind of price. That kind of price couldn't be sold anymore. Xian gave 16 million merit points to Xianxia and took a portion of the service fee. Xianxia felt that Xian really knew how to make money. Every time he did a business, he would get a commission. If it was something from his own auction house, the price and profits would all go to the auction house. He couldn't imagine how rich Xian was. Xianxia wanted to kill and burn his belt. It was all because he was poor. Xianxia blinked and asked Xian, do you need people to invest in your auction house? Xian said, the auction house doesn't lack funds. Not at the moment. Only by financing could one have a chance to invest and get dividends. The business of Xian's auction house was pretty good, and he definitely wouldn't allow others to split the profits when the business was booming. Xianxia was just asking. He didn't expect to get a share of the profits. He took the money and returned to the system space. Then, he told the main system that he had chosen the first option. He would pay 25 million for 1,000 star stones. The main system did not advise Xianxia to choose the second option. It received the money and sent the item over. There were more than 1,000 star stones of different sizes. When they appeared, they filled up the system space. It almost drowned Xianxia. He felt that his system space was a little small and wanted to expand it. Xianxia took these things to the world of samsara and informed the skeletons to come and build them. The skeleton said to Xianxia, "You should familiarize yourself with the array formation as soon as possible. Once the collection pool is ready, you need to set up the array formation. This array formation is equivalent to a device that can absorb the soul power of the world and then collect it in the pool." Xianxia nodded and sent the skeleton to the world of samsara. Then, he absorbed the spirit stone and tried to strengthen his spiritual power. Such a complicated array formation required a huge amount of spiritual power. He didn't want to run out of spiritual power when he was about to finish setting up the array formation. After absorbing the spiritual power, he used the fire pearl to temper his spiritual power. He felt that the spirit ball was swollen and painful. He felt a little bloated. When he used the fire pearl to temper it, it wasn't so powerful anymore. Xianxia felt that his spiritual power had entered a bottleneck. Even if he absorbed a lot of spiritual power, it was useless. This was probably related to the problem of the realm. Xianxia tempered the spirit ball until it was bright silver and stopped absorbing the spirit stone. When he came to the world of samsara, a few skeletons were using the star stones to build the pool. He didn't know how they handled the star stones, but they could actually make the surface of the star stones very smooth. Leaving behind some scraps of the star stones, Xianxia threw all these scraps into the law of nothingness. The skeleton's hands and feet were nimble. They had already finished setting up the pool. Xianxia was still making seals to familiarize himself with the array formation. This array formation was too complicated. It was impossible to familiarize himself with it in a short time. A skeleton said, "Do you want me to help you set up the array formation?" Xianxia looked at him with some surprise. "You actually know how to set up an array formation?" "This is what we do." "Of course I know how to." Xianxia thought of his own skeletons. Some of them were still in a daze. Looking at these skeletons, it was like looking at other people's children. How could they be so versatile? They were other people's children. Xianxia was like an old mother. When he saw his child, he couldn't help but feel a little anxious. He was anxious that his child could be so incompetent. Xianxia shook his head and said, "No need, I'll do it myself." This was the time to familiarize herself with the array formation. She couldn't rely on others to set it up for her in the future. Xianxia made seals with both hands. His fingers moved faster and faster. However, Xianxia was really nervous. He didn't know if he could successfully set up the array formation. Even a genius array master wouldn't be able to set up an array formation with just a glance. Xianxia was very glad that he had learned how to set up arrays. He had a little foundation. Otherwise, he would definitely be at a loss. No matter how complicated the array formation was, it was still an evolution of the basic array formation. As long as one was familiar with the basic array formation and was familiar with the basic structure of the array formation, it was evolving. His mental strength was being sucked away at an extremely fast speed. Not only was his mental strength being sucked away, his soul power was also being sucked away. Soon, his mental strength was sucked dry. The array formation was at its final juncture. Xianxia gritted his teeth and persisted in outputting his mental strength. The mental strength ball became smaller and smaller. In the end, it became only the size of a peanut. He was about to succeed. Xianxia released his mental strength, which was the size of a peanut. However, under such a high-intensity output, his mental strength scattered and directly collapsed into specks of stars and disappeared. The mental strength ball disappeared. Xianxia was shocked. The rhythm of the array formation was also broken. The array formation collapsed. Her mental strength ball was gone. F***ck, 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 the mental strength ball was gone? Without the mental strength ball, the soul would lose its consciousness. If the mental strength ball was stimulated too much, it would become a fool. But now, the mental strength ball was gone. Was she going to lose her consciousness next? Ningxu asked. What's wrong? Ningxu was a little panicked. Now that she didn't have the mental strength ball, she couldn't set up the array formation. The most important thing was her consciousness. Would she become a wandering soul without consciousness? Ningxu said to the skeletons, help me set it up. A few skeletons stood in place and began to set up the array formation. Soon, an array formation enveloped the sky above the pool. A skeleton said, this array formation collects soul power and condenses it into soul liquid. Drop by drop, it drips into the pool. There shouldn't be many souls that have lost their consciousness in your world. I don't think we can collect many now. Soul fluid is very attractive to the souls in this world, so send someone to guard this pool or set up an array formation to surround it. Ningxu nodded. I got it. Thank you. Ningxu gave each of them 10 merit grains and sent the skeleton away. Ningxu ran back to the system space and took out the spirit stone to absorb it. After absorbing the spirit stone, the spirit ball might be formed again. The output of spiritual energy was too strong and directly destroyed the spirit ball. The spirit ball was useless. Ningxu absorbed the spirit stones one by one. The fine sand around her feet had all turned into sand after absorbing the spirit stones. Ningxu felt that she had absorbed a lot, but the spirit ball still hadn't formed. This was a little scary. Ningxu didn't know what to do. The spiritual energy absorbed was not pure. Now that she didn't even have a spirit ball, how could she extract it? She had absorbed a lot of dirty things. Ningxu gave up on absorbing them. If she absorbed them, it would be difficult to spit them out. F***ck, don't tell me I've become an idiot. Ningxu had never thought that she would become a wandering soul one day. She had never thought about it. However, she didn't feel anything. It didn't hurt or itch, but there was no spirit ball in her sea of consciousness. This was very scary. When she encountered something she didn't understand, of course, she had to consult. Even if she was going to become a wandering soul, she had to hold an umbrella and be a beautiful and clean wandering soul. Ningxu held an umbrella in one hand and held her long skirt in the other. She hurried to the consultation room. After a while, the silver-haired man came out of the room. Ningxu saw 3 shining words above his head, main system. When the silver-haired man saw Ningxu, his expression was cold and normal. He asked, what do you want to ask this time? Ningxu sat across from him and said, my spirit ball is gone. I'm afraid I'm going to lose my mind. The silver-haired man's expression was indifferent. He placed his hand on the craft book and asked, do you feel like you're going to lose your mind now? Ningxu nodded. I feel like my head is getting numb. The silver-haired man raised his eyebrows. He does look like he has lost his mind. How did he do that? Ningxu told the silver-haired man everything that had happened. He looked at the silver-haired man and asked, will I become a wandering soul? The silver-haired man said, the state of existence of the mind is not only solid. It can also be liquid or astral. Your current mental power is just a different form of existence. When a form of existence cannot satisfy the needs of the mind power will change its state. Overusing the mind power gives the mind power a chance to change. A spirit that is not destroyed by violence will not disappear. It will still exist in the sea of consciousness. Ningxu said, oh. He let out a long sigh. At least she wouldn't become a wandering soul. She could understand it as her spiritual power breaking through the neck of the human body. In the future, it wouldn't be solid and might become a lake. But how was she going to refine her mental strength? If it turned into a pond and she still used the fire pearl like before, she was afraid that it would be useless. Ningxu felt both happy and worried. She was worried that she might not be able to use the impurities in her mental strength anymore because she didn't know how to purify it. The silver-haired man ignored Ningxu's scrunched-up face and sighed. He asked, do you have any other questions? Ningxu thought for a moment and asked, how should I strengthen my mental strength? In the past, I could stimulate the mental ball and make it stronger. But how should I cultivate it when it becomes a different state? The silver-haired man said, mental strength will grow slowly. If you cultivate it, you have to enter the sea of consciousness and touch it. Like the mental ball, it needs external stimulation. Ning-Shu didn't understand. He asked, for example? The silver-haired man said. For example, your mental strength becomes a vast ocean and you jump in. Ning-Shu said, what's the use of jumping in? The silver-haired man said, it will hurt, and your mental strength will reject it. It will have a stimulating effect. Ning-Shu, that was really simple and crude. Last time, when she casually mentioned going to the void world, the main system used this to threaten her to pick up garbage. After all this time, she told the main system herself. The silver-haired man was the one who made her pick up garbage, and then he sat across from her and made her money. Ning-Shu wanted to ask the silver-haired man if it was exciting. The silver-haired man asked, is there anything else? Ning-Shu shook his head. No, there's also how to purify my mental strength. The silver-haired man said, keep stimulating and tempering it. Ning-Shu nodded and stared at the silver-haired man. The silver-haired man asked, what else? What about the child? He didn't know how the child's mental strength was now. If the organization cultivated a heart, it would definitely be useful in the future. The silver-haired man simply said, not bad. What did that mean? Ning-Shu asked, is it very wild? A person who had just formed would definitely not be happy to be disciplined. It's quite wild. Although the silver-haired man said that his heart was wild, his expression was very calm, without any distress at all. The wild heart probably wasn't a problem for the silver-haired man. Ning-Shu felt that his heart must be going crazy right now. The silver-haired man asked, is there anything else you want to ask? This time, there was really no more. Ning-Shu asked, how much merit points? 200,000, Ning-Shu, F*CK, 200,000 for just a few sentences. Did he include asking about the heart as a question? Ning-Shu asked, don't tell me you used the organization's information and knowledge to exchange for money? As the main system, it supported the operation of the entire organization and had all kinds of knowledge and experience. The silver-haired man said, knowledge is wealth. Alright, there was indeed no reason for the organization to provide mission takers with complete knowledge. Even if it was a sect, not everyone knew the secrets of the sect. Ning-Shu gave the silver-haired man 200,000 merit points. It felt like everyone was earning money very easily. See Tian, the silver-haired man, they were earning hundreds of thousands every minute. There were consultation rooms everywhere. Ning-Shu asked curiously, are there many people who want to consult you? When he collected taxes, the silver-haired man didn't collect much. Moreover, the silver-haired man would set the price according to the question. He remembered that when he was still a newbie, he spent points. As the question changed, it became merit points and faith points. Ning-Shu basically hadn't used his points yet. What were they for? All this time, he had been using faith points and merit points. Ning-Shu asked, what's the use of points? Every mission would reward some points. But what was the use of points? Maybe some small things cost points, but Ning-Shu was buying things with merit points and faith points. The silver-haired man said, points can be used to buy items with points. Uncle and a group of props will release items with points every once in a while. As long as you have enough points, you can buy them. Including some expensive and rare props. Regardless of the mission taker's level, you can buy them. It's a benefit from the organization. There are very rare props. This was a shopping voucher. Ning-Shu asked, when will such a product be released? Depends on Uncle's mood. Ning-Shu was speechless. So capricious. Anyway, she hadn't seen a point-based product for so long. It had probably been hundreds of years. Did the organization have some misunderstanding about time? How could they not release a product for hundreds of years? When the point-based products were released, she had to snatch some. Anyway, points were useless. The silver-haired man said, 1,000 merit points. You need merit points for this kind of question? Ning-Shu looked at the silver-haired man in shock. You asked a question and I answered it. You have to pay a consultation fee. Ning-Shu said, if I ask you, are you doing well, and you come back, do I have to pay a fee? The silver-haired man said, yes, I answered you again. 1,001 merit points. Ning-Shu was speechless. Damn, she couldn't afford to offend. She couldn't argue with him. Ningxu took out 1,001 merit points. She asked for some merit points after greeting him. Ningxu kept her mouth shut. She needed money to talk here. She couldn't ask anything that wasn't nutritious. Knowing that she wouldn't become an idiot, Ningxu walked out of the consultation room. She tiptoed, walked in circles, and hummed a tune. Although she was frightened, the result was good. Her mental strength would become stronger in the future. She might be able to build a space tunnel to pick up fragments by herself. She had to earn some money by relying on someone else's tunnel. If she helped others pick up fragments, wouldn't she have to give some money to the person who built the tunnel for her? This seemed like making use of others to earn money. If it was just picking up fragments by herself, it would be fine. Now that she had to earn money, the nature was a little different. Now that she could build a tunnel, she didn't have any psychological burden. Ningxu was in a good mood. As he was spinning, he bumped into someone. However, this person reached out from behind and pulled Ningxu into his embrace. A pair of hands wrapped around Ningxu's shoulders from behind. Ningxu's nose was filled with a fragrance. When he turned to look at Xianxia, goosebumps rose all over his body. He immediately pushed Xianxia's hand aside and jumped away. "Why are you here?" Ningxu couldn't get rid of the chill in his body. "If you can go to Shaman City to comprehend the law of shaman, then I can also comprehend the law of wood and the law of fire. You can't stop me from comprehending the law of wood just because you're the city lord of the law of wood, right? There's no such logic." Xianxia put his hand to his nose and sniffed. "You smell good." Ningxu almost vomited. Xianxia had become so greasy, so wretched, so greasy. Right now, he was still having goosebumps all over his body, and they wouldn't go away. He felt as if a snake was coiling around his body. Ningxu sneered. "You're too disgusting. You were the one who bumped into my arms. There's nothing wrong with me hugging you," Xianxia said directly. "Even if there's any past between us, it's all in the past. Why are you holding a grudge?" Ningxu said, "Yes, I'm holding a grudge. Even if I'm holding a grudge, I should be the one holding a grudge against you. You're the one holding a grudge against me. You're unreasonable." Xianxia shook his head and said, "Even if there's any discord between us, there's no need to be so tit for tat when we meet." Ningxu didn't want to talk to Xianxia. Arguing with him was a waste of time. "Reason? Sorry, I'm not going to reason with you. Who do you think you are?" She really wanted to kill this guy impulsively, but she had to be obedient. What if she lost the city lord medal? Now that the grand uncle was annoyed because of Xingqing's matter, if she made trouble, she might be killed. Unless her value was so great that the grand uncle would consider her value when he killed her again. Damn it. Ningxu felt like caterpillars were crawling all over her body. It was disgusting. If she stepped on a caterpillar, her shoes would be dirted by the splashing green water. It was even more disgusting. Xianxia was a little helpless. "When you see me, you must exude killing intent. You can kill the incarnation of the law of earth. You can kill me. I'll stand still. You can do it. If you don't do it, can we reconcile? We used to be husband and wife." Ningxu was speechless. According to Xianxia's calculations, she had many husbands in many planes. Xianxia was one of the scumbag husbands. Hee. Ningxu realized that Xianxia was really calculating people's hearts all the time. How could he be so sure that she wouldn't do it? He thought that she would be afraid because she had just made trouble once and now wanted to keep a low profile. If she didn't do it, would Xianxia imagine that she had feelings for him, so she couldn't bear to do it? Do it. If you do it, we'll write off what happened before, Xianxia said. If you don't do it, is it because you have scruples or because of me? Ningxu almost laughed out of anger. She was going to do it. They were good friends. If she didn't do it, it was because she couldn't bear to. Do it or don't do it. You got all the benefits. This was a multiple-choice question. Either I'll be your boyfriend or you'll be my girlfriend. F***CKU. Your awkward flirting was really disgusting. He was sure that she wouldn't do it. Fighting now didn't need to be earth-shattering. Ningxu tried to release her spiritual power. It seemed that she could still use it. This spiritual power was very strong. It directly attacked Xianxia's consciousness. The spiritual ball was attacked and rebounded violently. Crack. Xianxia's spiritual ball cracked. He groaned and knelt on the ground with his hands on the ground. His expression was painful and hideous. Ningxu left Wood City to teach Xianxia a lesson so that he would take a detour when he saw her in the future. She was afraid of the judges and didn't dare to kill a mission enforcer in a city of laws. Moreover, this mission enforcer didn't seem to have provoked her. Looking at it this way, the fault was all on her side. Ningxu gritted her teeth. Xianxia was really good at scheming. Even if Xianxia died, there was still Xianxia's system. Maybe it would report this matter to the organization. However, the pain of the spiritual ball cracking was very uncomfortable. Xianxia could enjoy it. Moreover, the average person couldn't repair the spiritual ball. Back then, her spiritual ball was shattered by her heart. Then, her heart needed her spiritual ball like dough and repaired it. So who would Xianxia find to repair it? The spiritual ball was flawed. It was also very painful to cultivate. There were cracks there, and it hurt when touched. Using spiritual power would also hurt. What was she flirting about? Flirting was a very dangerous thing. Xianxia felt like his mind was being crushed by countless trains. His whole body trembled. The tearing pain made Xianxia unable to get up for a long time. He raised his head with difficulty. There was no trace of the woman in front of him. Xianxia's heart seemed to be frozen in ice water. It was bone-chilling. /BK he paid the price for his impulsiveness this time. Xianxia returned to the system space. His system space had a cold style with gray and black decorations. He sat on the sofa and hugged his head. It hurt too much. Forget about enlightenment, even completing missions was a little difficult. A male voice sounded, "Host, why do you always like to find trouble with this woman? She's obviously stronger than you. You'll definitely be at a disadvantage in her hands." What a stupid thing to do. Xianxia said in a muffled voice, I don't know. His heart was very complicated. He wanted to kill her, but he also hoped that she would smile at him. Every time he saw her, she had a disgusted expression. Xianxia wondered when she would smile at him while holding an umbrella. Don't mess with her for now. Her equipment, even an umbrella, is worth tens of thousands of merit points. You've just become the embodiment of the sorcerer's law, so you haven't collected any taxes yet. Xianxia's system didn't know what was going on between the two of them. It only saw Xianxia approaching her again and again. Don't think of female mission enforcers as normal mission enforcers. They've been through too much. Normal love can't shake their hearts, especially a woman with 3 sigils of the law. You've underestimated your opponent. He even stood there and let her kill him. Xianxia had a splitting headache. His head was about to explode. He said to the system, "My head hurts." The system checked. "There's a crack in your spiritual sphere." Did he really think that she wouldn't do anything to him? Spiritual sphere? Xianxia frowned. Will it affect my spiritual energy? The system said, what do you think? The spiritual sphere is the foundation of spiritual energy. Now that there's a problem with it, do you think your spiritual energy will be fine? She only did that once and you can only suffer this hidden disadvantage. It's useless even if you find the judge. The system was bald. He didn't understand the grudge between the two of them. He gritted his teeth and wanted to go over again. Why bother, in an organization with strength, if you insist on using love, when that woman is really strong, I guarantee that you won't use love to conquer her. This is the behavior of the weak. When you can crush her, do you still need to waste time and effort to flirt with her? How can you be so conflicted? You have to be careful. We are now one body. If you do anything dangerous, please think of me. I don't want to be unlucky with you. Xianxia furrowed his brows and endured the pain. He clenched his fists and flipped the things in front of him in frustration. The pain in his head made him irritable. After messing with Xianxia for a bit, Ningxu returned to the system and prepared to do the quest. Even if Zhang Jiasen went to complain, she wouldn't do the mission anymore. Senior uncle wouldn't be so idle as to go to the plane to kill her. Even if he wanted to kill her, he would have to wait until the plane mission was over. Moreover, no one died, so he could just dismiss them with a joke. Ningxu said to the backup system, "I want to do a mission." Let's meet the mission enforcer." The backup system retorted, "What do you mean by meeting the mission enforcer?" "The mission enforcer is watching you do the mission the entire time, but what mission enforcer did you meet?" "Ningxu? Can't we meet the mission enforcers?" Ningxu was very confused. In the past, she could meet the mission enforcers. Because of the problem in the world of reincarnation, she had met them a few times and couldn't see them again. The backup system, the organization doesn't have this rule. There is no rule to meet the mission enforcer in advance. Ningxu scratched her head. What was going on? She had seen it before in this system space. Ningxu had all kinds of thoughts in her mind. Ningxu asked, "How does your system choose the mission?" "Choose?" The backup system said directly, "There is no such thing as choosing the mission. The main system randomly allocates the mission according to the mission enforcer's level. There are difficult and easy missions, and those of equal difficulty are not chosen by the system." Ningxu? But the missions she did in the past were all chosen by 2333. No, Jingqing. She didn't like the mission of chasing love for others. The missions she did had nothing to do with this. Since it wasn't chosen, why could she refuse? This kind of allocation is to prevent everyone from choosing the easy missions. Some of the more difficult missions are not done. If it drags on, it may cause the plane to collapse. And the missions have a priority. The more serious missions are placed in front. When the mission enforcers accept the mission, they will receive the more urgent missions. The severity of the mission changes all the time. Some clients may have to wait for a long time without any mission enforcers to counterattack for them. It can also prevent uneven distribution and mismatch of difficulty. "I don't quite understand what you mean by choosing." "It's nothing." Ningxu intuitively stopped this topic. What was up with her previous system? Ningxu asked. Then is my current mission a mission related to love? Career and love are the two eternal themes of human beings. Many missions are related to love, the backup system replied. Especially love. It is accompanied by suspicion, jealousy, possessiveness, and loss. The resentment that results is very strong. That's right. Many of the missions she did in the past were related to love. The wife who was cheated on, of course. There were more tragic things that had nothing to do with love. Ningxu was a little confused about what happened in the past. Jingqing said that he would choose the missions himself. She even did a lot of system missions for this. But the missions were what she was good at. But the organization's mission allocation all had requirements. Could it be that the main system opened a back door for Jingqing? That was not possible. Ningxu felt that her prophecy mission was a little dangerous. It might really come true. In the past, she felt that her missions were easy. In the future, her missions might be even harder. The backup system asked, "Do you want to do a mission now?" Ningxu rubbed her head. Jingqing ran away, leaving her with a head full of question marks. She had no idea how she used to do missions. It was originally a uniform allocation, but Jingqing seemed to have specially chosen it. She chose a lot of system missions and absorbed the wild system. Let me think. Do you know the content of the next mission? Ningxu's backup system asked. I didn't receive any content from the main system. Ningxu, the main system is really busy. The main system is just a general concept. There are other systems under the main system. The content they are in charge of is different. Oh, Ningxu said weakly. She felt that she was really stupid. It seemed that she had gotten some benefits. Jingqing chose the missions on his own. But there were also missions that were more difficult. So, there was no option to meet the client. Where did Jingqing pull the client into the system space to meet her? The backup system. You have a lot of missions. Can I ask you, don't you do missions? Ningxu, what? BK Ningxu felt that she had done a lot of missions. Why did the backup system say that she hadn't done any missions, even if there was a backlog of missions? that was because she had been busy with other things recently. There wasn't a backlog of missions. From the backup system's tone, she had a lot of missions. She had been busy for so long, but in the end, to the organization, she wasn't a qualified mission enforcer. The backup system said, if the missions are backlogged for too long, the damage to the plane will be greater, and the difficulty will increase. Xianxia rubbed her forehead and asked unwillingly, mission enforcers really can't see the mission enforcers? Can't they talk face to face? The backup system, is there really no such thing? Xianxia, then what she saw before was a ghost, it was indeed a ghost. What was Xianxia doing? It looked like he was making things convenient for her, but in reality, it wasn't. She felt that she had done so many missions, but the backlog was still the same. What was going on? She didn't ask Xianxia personally, so she didn't know what he was thinking. And every time she did a mission, her attribute panel was correct. Then all the missions she did were connected to the main system and recorded in the main system. But why was there still so much backlog? The backup system, you should refresh your attribute panel. It should be refreshed after a while. The main system will give you a reply. What does refresh mean? Xianxia felt that something was wrong. Her heart was beating wildly. It's the data recorded by the main system. It also has the number of missions you did and the specific content. It's convenient for you to correct the difference between the main system and yourself, the backup system replied. It answered whatever Xianxia asked. On the other hand, Xianxia, a super mission enforcer, seemed rather ignorant. Xianxia swallowed and said, then I'll update the data too. The backup system, then I'll ask the main system for information and check. Xianxia shook her legs and bit her fingernails. She estimated that she really hadn't completed many missions. Xianxia suspected that some of the missions were private work done by Xianxia, and such private work wouldn't be connected to the main system's data. Xianxia chuckled. He didn't expect that a witty retard like her would have this kind of ability. If she had nothing to do, she might have gone to do some private work. The backup system said, the bill has been updated. You should also update your attribute panel. The stats panel was a private bookkeeping tool. Sometimes, it would be different from the official account. Usually, the official account would take precedence. However, even if there was a slight difference, the difference wasn't that big. Xianxia opened the bill. The record was quite detailed, including what mission he had completed, the time he had completed it, and the final result. In the end, she had completed 68 missions. More than 60 missions. Xianxia flipped through these records and had a feeling of understanding. Sure enough, the system's mission was not recorded here. In other words, her system's mission to get the wild system's mission was actually not recorded here. He was a little speechless. Xianxia really wasn't a pushover. Wild systems would devour the host's soul. At that time, when he wanted to share a bit of soul power with Xianxia, it seemed to have caused a bit of trouble. For a bit of benefit, it seemed that at that time, she tore it apart a bit. In the end, she didn't get anything from Xianxia. Perhaps when she was doing the organization's mission, the soul power reward might have been leftovers from Xianxia. In any case, Xianxia had given her a bit. If he really didn't give her a bit, she would have jumped up at that time. The bill wasn't transparent at all. Moreover, she had no way of knowing that these things were in it. In the end, she had worked for nothing. Xianxia wasn't willing to share with her at all. The soul power reward after the mission was probably given by Xianxia casually. It was something that Xianxia used to stabilize her and coax her. Xianxia wasn't a witty retard. She was the witty retard. Xianxia checked the mission list and opened it again. Only now did he realize that her stats panel was really unrecognizable. He couldn't see it. The attribute points weren't correct. The points weren't correct. However, the honorary title was correct. After all, it had been a long time since the honorary title was updated. If it was a private job, then the attribute points were all fake. Except for the soul power, everything else was fake. She held on to the fake attribute points and added and subtracted intelligence and force like a Satan. Xianxia didn't think that she would find out at all. Perhaps by the time she found out, he would have already left. See, she really only found out after he left. Therefore, he was very unscrupulous. The reason why he didn't kill her was probably because she was a little useful. Instead of killing mission enforcers and constantly being replaced by Tai Shu, it was better to use mission enforcers to escape. Oh, Xingqing was simply awesome. She happened to be in a situation where Xingqing calmed down and didn't directly get killed. The next time she saw Xingqing, she would definitely stab him to death. She couldn't bear it. In her stats panel, the attribute points were all cut in half. Moreover, when she was doing private jobs, the attribute points were very high. 2333 was directly given blindly. It was often more than 10 attribute points. In fact, the attribute points reward wasn't much. Her own record was like this. The data looked pretty good. Name, Ning Shu, age, 27 level, Super Mission Enforcer points card, 522, 10 million points for 1 point card. Soul value, 47 health value, 43 wisdom value, 49 luck value, 49 charm value, 39 spiritual power, 53 force value, 47 aptitude, 46 plus 2 faith power, 20,000 merit, 15,000,000 soul strength, 3 plus 8 authorization ticket, 0 pure heart, none comprehended law, water law incarnation, wood law incarnation, space law, earth law incarnation, constructed world, reincarnation world tools, calm halo, calming pill, faith halo, amulet 4, upgraded amulet plus 2. Honorary title, War God Empress, selfless ancestor skills, 5th ring shooting technique, level close combat technique, minor achievement in peerless martial arts, level poison technique, low-level business management knowledge, beginner code programming, beginner lawyer skill, divine master ghost catching skill, beginner cooking skill, level embroidery skill, trash hypnosis halo, mother of the world, queen's blessing, sister model worker, Qinshi's blessing, leader halo, grass blessing, best friend for life, Miao Miao Miao's blessing, life-saving hand, Zhu Susu's blessing, founding woman, Chen Ermiai's blessing, beauty and law, Chen Ning's blessing, bane of the blood clan, Jasmine's blessing, transcending race communication, Bai Sanyang's blessing, brave heart, Wang Ying's blessing, bloodthirsty tyrant, and I Bingyan's blessing, heart of peace and joy, luck halo, faith halo, longevity. /BK now it had become like this. Name, Ning Shu, age, 27 rank, Super Mission Taker contribution card, 237, 10 million points for 1 contribution card. Soul, 31 health, 28 wisdom, 39 luck, 25 charm, 15 mental power, 40 martial power, 28 potential, 36 faith, 20,000 merit, 15,000,000 soul strength, 11 authorization ticket, 0 pure heart, none law comprehended, water law incarnation, wood law incarnation, space law incarnation, constructed world of reincarnation tools, calm halo, heart calming pill, amulet 4, upgraded amulet 2, faith bell honorary titles, goddess of war, selfless ancestor skills, 5th ring. Shooting technique, intermediate fighting technique, intermediate level poison technique, beginner level business management knowledge, beginner level code programming, beginner level lawyer skill, sage ghost catching skill, beginner level cooking skill, intermediate level embroidery skill, trash hypnosis aura, mother of the world, queen's blessing, sister model worker, Qinshi's blessing, leader aura, grass blessing, best friend of a lifetime, Miao Miao Miao's blessing, life-saving hand, Zhu Susu's blessing, founding woman, Chen Ermiai's blessing, beauty and law, Chen Ning's blessing, bane of the blood clan, Jasmine's blessing, transcending race communication, Bai Sanyang's blessing, brave heart, Wang Ying's blessing, bloodthirsty tyrant, and I Bingyan's blessing, heart of peace and joy, luck halo, faith halo, longevity. What was more gratifying was that the merit and faith wouldn't be reduced. She just found out that points could be used to buy items, but now her points were reduced by so much. If there really was a point product, she wouldn't be able to buy any powerful tools with her points. She was given a false number. Ning Shu rubbed his face. He thought that some things were over, but he didn't expect that there would be a bolt from the blue. She wouldn't let Xingqing go. She really wanted to kill him. The next time she met him, it wouldn't be as simple as reporting him. Ning Shu slammed his thigh. Then let's start again. Ningxu said to the system space, let's do the mission now. It was not a good idea to keep the missions piled up here. If there happened to be a problem with the plane and they found that this world was not being maintained, and the missions happened to be in her hands, she did not know what kind of punishment they would suffer. The backup system replied, yes. Ningxu exchanged for some fasting pills, medicine, and water. After all, not every world could use the power of law. If it was an extreme situation, they would have to rely on these things to survive. The backup system replied, we're about to be teleported. Please get ready. Ningxu nodded and felt a sense of weightlessness. She merged into a body, and there was a lot of noise in her ears, mixed with the sound of crying. Ningxu closed his eyes and did not move. For the time being, he accepted the mission information. However, there was no information at all. Ningxu asked the backup system. The backup system said, the surrounding client has lost their memories. There is no information. Ningxu was speechless. Therefore, how could a client with no memory be so resentful? Why would the organization accept the client's request? Without memories, there was no way to complete the mission. Even he did not know who he was. Who the hell knew what he wanted and how to complete the mission? It was indeed a little weird. His ears were full of people talking. The language was a little difficult to understand. It should be an ancient plane. Ningxu decided to cultivate first. After these people left, Ningxu woke up with trembling eyelashes. A maid was wiping tears by the bed. Miss, you're awake. The maid was very happy and hurriedly asked, Miss, how do you feel? Are you uncomfortable? Are you hungry? Ningxu, who are you? Ningxu made up an excuse, saying that his brain was confused and his brain was blank. Like all the plots, he could only ask this maid. If she randomly grabbed someone to ask, especially in an ancient plane, she would be burned to death as a monster. Moreover, Ningxu did not know what the original personality of the client was. How could she complete the mission without knowing anything? Ningxu wanted to curse the main system. Since the client had lost his memory and did not remember anything, or sealed his own memory, why couldn't the organization investigate and give him some basic information? This was all because the client was stubborn and could not do it. If the client was transparent and there was no complicated situation, it would be fine. But looking at the decorations in the house, it was not an ordinary house. This was not the backyard of an ordinary family. The backyard was a place where one could kill without spilling blood. The women in the backyard were all smart. Ningxu felt that the women in the backyard of the rich and powerful in ancient times would definitely be white bones in the modern world. But there was no such opportunity. Ningxu rubbed his head with a pained expression. The maid immediately asked, Miss, are you choking too much water? Did she fall into the fish pond? There was water in the backyard of the courtyard, rockery, flowing water, and fish ponds. Could she faint from choking on water? Miss, you will be blessed after surviving a disaster. This young master saved you. Ah, Ningxu's head hurt. She fell into the water and was saved by a man. Damn, this was not good. The maid's expression was very gratified. Miss, if you marry young master, we can stay in the house. Ningxu did not want to talk at all. She did not go out while she was sick. After all, she did not know anyone. Every day, she would listen to the maid's chatter. This maid was called Dong Shui. Then, Ningxu obtained the following information from her chatter. The client was living under someone else's roof. The people in the house called her Miss Biao. She was living in her uncle's house. Her parents were dead and she was an orphan. The identity of an orphan in ancient times was more sensitive. Families who wanted to marry would not choose such a girl. Moreover, Ningxu did not feel good when he heard that she was a cousin. Since ancient times, cousins were usually cannon fodder. Always listening to Dong Shui's chatter about how handsome and talented that young master was, Ningxu felt that this body had no chance with that young master. She was an orphan living under someone else's roof. How could the young master's mother agree to her son marrying such a girl? Ningxu directly asked, Does cousin like me? Dong Shui thought for a moment and said, I think young master treats you quite well. Miss has all the things that the other misses in the house have. Young master will not favor one and discriminate against the other. Ningshu face-bombed. That was definitely not a chance. In any case, Ningshu felt that the handsome and talented cousin would at most have a little pity and sympathy for this cousin. Or he would be polite and courteous as a host. The client could not really have any improper thoughts about this cousin, right? If she wanted to marry cousin and stay in the house, the chances were close to 0. Even if the cousin really liked the client, she could only be a concubine. The position of the legal wife would definitely not be given to the client. Ningshu didn't know if the client had really been careless or if he had purposely set it up so that he could scam her cousin. Ningshu asked Dong Shui to take a mirror and looked at the person in the mirror. She had a small nose, cherry lips, beautiful curved face, watery eyes, and a pitiful expression. Wow, she looked like a two-faced, pitiful cousin who was black-bellied and vicious on the inside. Ningshu asked Dong Shui how she fell into the water. When it came to falling into the water, Dong Shui's expression became indignant. She said, "It's all the third miss's fault. The third miss deliberately tripped you into the pool." "Are you sure?" Ningshu had to understand the client's current situation. After all, she was living under someone else's roof. She must look at the other person's face. It was not her own home. Maybe the other person would ask her to pack up and get out. So it was normal for the client to be timid and cautious. It was not her own territory. She couldn't take it for granted and be self-confident. Ningshu could be sure of the client's character. At least in front of others, she was more timid and timid. She was definitely not as noisy as a cockfight. Of course, the third miss doesn't like you the most. Dong Shui looked at Ningshu and said carefully, "Actually, they are bullying the third miss because she has no family." Ningshu rubbed his head and told Dong Shui that his head hurt. It hurt so much that he couldn't remember a lot of things. When Dong Shui heard this, she hurriedly went to find a doctor, but Ningshu stopped her. "No need, it will be troublesome again." He felt that the client was a bit like Lin Daiyu. Lin Daiyu actually had a lot of money. But he didn't know how much money she had. He had to know the client's family background and how her parents died. If there was any information, he wouldn't have to waste time on such a thing. Moreover, he didn't know how things would go in the future. Dong Shui was probably used to her master's weak appearance. She hurriedly poured water for Ningshu. "Miss, drink some water. It will make you feel better." Ningshu nodded, took a sip, and asked Dong Shui some questions. Actually, the client's family background was not bad. Her father was the prefectural magistrate, and her mother was the young miss of the Marquis Manor. She was the daughter of the Marquis Manor's first wife, and the Marquis Manor's first wife's daughter. The Marquis Manor's first wife's grandmother. However, during a trip, they were killed by bandits. Although they were officials, they were dressed casually at that time. Even if they killed the officials of the imperial court, the bandits would have already run away. She was originally a delicate girl, but after losing her parents, her father's relatives completely ignored her. Logically speaking, if an orphan girl of the clan went to seek refuge with someone else, the clan would probably lose face and let someone else raise the daughter of the clan. But the client insisted on coming to the capital to seek refuge with her grandmother and uncle, who were closer to her. The matriarch loved her granddaughter, so she left her in the Marquis Manor. The client was about to talk about marriage. Since she lived in the Marquis Manor, the Marquis Manor should make the decision on marriage. When the time came, they just needed to inform the head of the Xiao family. Xiao Caishan's aunt said a few things for her, but Xiao Caishan rejected them all with the reason of mourning. This made the matriarch of the Marquis Manor unhappy for a long time. Especially when she found out that this orphan girl was thinking about her son and wanted to stay in the Marquis Manor, it made her even more unhappy. If he married a cousin who lived in the Marquis Manor, those who didn't know would think that the Marquis Manor was bullying an orphan girl. Moreover, an orphan girl with nothing, no family background, and no parents. This kind of girl was probably ominous. Marrying her parents would bring bad luck. This was similar to Ningshu's guess. Maybe the client liked that cousin and wanted a place in the Marquis Manor. Even if they talked about marriage, with the client's situation, it couldn't be a good marriage at all. The conditions were right there. Rich families had many requirements for a wife. Ningxu didn't believe that the client could go crazy for love wholeheartedly after losing her parents and seeing the bleak world. The most important thing now was the cousin's attitude. Ningxu asked, "Does cousin like me?" Dongshui thought for a moment. "He should like you. Young master is very polite to Mississippi." Then he didn't like her. Ningxu released his mental strength, enveloping the entire Marquis manor. The Marquis manor took up a lot of space. The number of maids, servants, masters, men, wives, and concubines wasn't small. Ningxu memorized the faces and names of these people. Instead, she saw her incomparably handsome and talented cousin, Fu Yizhi. He really was quite handsome. He was as gentle as jade, and his every move was elegant. This kind of appearance, family background, and talent was enough to make a girl fall head over heels for him. If the client really liked this cousin, it wasn't shameful. Everyone liked outstanding men. But this man definitely didn't like the client. It was fine if he didn't like her, but what should he do next? He was really restricted here, giving the client a place to rest. She was an outsider, and the people of the Marquis manor couldn't treat her as family. Especially the matter of his cousins. Ningxu felt that it wasn't good. Cousins were used as cannon fodder, and they were so pitiful. Who knew if they would cry at the slightest thing? Ningxu lifted the blanket and sat up, crossing his legs and rubbing his chin. Ancient girls who didn't have a family and didn't have a place to rest were really bitter. But she couldn't show her face in public. Unlike in the modern world, she could rent a house and find a job to support herself. If he said that he wanted to move out, the first to object would be the people of the Marquis manor. The ancient people who wanted a reputation wouldn't leave a reputation of mistreating orphaned girls. Ningxu couldn't help but kick the blanket. This was really a dilemma. Especially when the client didn't have any wishes. Who knew what she wanted in her heart? Big hole. Ningxu used his mental energy to scan the situation in the room, mainly to see how much money the client had. Ningxu picked up the pillow and took out a few banknotes. The face value wasn't very big, 100 taels for one. In fact, 100 taels was a lot for an ordinary person. But compared to the Marquis manor, it was definitely shabby. Even if Xianxia's father had some money, it was taken away by the family. For example, the family said that they wanted to take back the land. The rest of the money was to be used for the funeral of her parents. There wasn't much left. Even if she got married in the future, with some money in her hands, even if the Marquis manor subsidized some dowry, her dowry would definitely be shabby. If she wanted to marry an ordinary person, the Marquis manor wouldn't allow it. Otherwise, people would say that the Marquis manor was harsh on orphaned girls. She didn't put in any effort and just casually married her niece off. In other words, the client was a hot potato for the Ho Fu, especially when it came to marriage. Especially since the client had rejected the Ho Fu's mistress several times, she had already made the people in the Ho Fu unhappy. This time, when she fell into the water, many people would be able to tell that something was wrong. They would think that she was trying to scam the young master Fu Yizhi. "Miss, why are you up? Quickly cover yourself with the quilt. You just soaked in the water, don't catch a cold." Dong Shui carried the ginger soup and placed it beside the bed. She quickly arranged the quilt and covered Ningxu with it. "Miss, drink some ginger soup. Don't get sick." Ningxu drank the spicy ginger soup. In other people's houses, she always caused trouble and annoyed them. The Ho Fu gave her half a house to shelter her from the wind and rain. She didn't have the confidence to cause trouble and might even be called an ingrate. Ningxu's headache was that he didn't know what the client wanted. Ningxu asked the backup system, "Is the client watching me do the task now?" The backup system replied, "She's watching." Ningxu said, "Then can you communicate with her and ask her what she wants?" Shouldn't he say something in this situation? Was it really good to watch her run around like a headless fly? The backup system replied, "I can't communicate with her. This is to prevent the client from changing her wishes and repeatedly increasing the difficulty for the task taker. And even if I can communicate with her, the client has already lost her memory. She also doesn't know what she wants." Ningxu sighed. In this situation, he could only follow his own pace. After drinking the ginger soup, Ningxu let Dong Shui dress him up and went to find the old madam. The old madam was Xianxia's grandmother. She had a tender heart towards the client. After all, she was an orphan and her own daughter had died. The old madam wanted to take care of her. After tidying up, Ningxu looked at himself in the mirror. He was dressed plainly. After all, it was still the mourning period. It was not suitable for him to wear red and heavy makeup. Dressed like this, coupled with the client's appearance, she looked like she was in mourning, delicate and pitiful. Ningxu felt more and more that she was a cannon fodder supporting female lead. Perhaps the male lead was that handsome and talented Fu Yizhi. As the young marquis, the title of marquis would be passed on to him in the future. He was a noble with a noble status. Ningxu went to the old madam's courtyard. The house was quite lively. When the old madam's nanny said that Miss Gu had come, the atmosphere in the house changed. Ningxu walked into the house and felt that everyone was looking at him with different gazes, which contained a lot of information. Fu Yizhi was also there. He was dressed in light green clothes. He stood there like a tall and straight bamboo. Ningxu touched his chest. His heart did not seem to be beating wildly. Could it be that the client did not love Fu Yizhi? Otherwise, he wouldn't have any reaction when he saw her body. His mouth could lie, but his body was honest. It was a real thing. When he saw the person he liked, his kidney would be stimulated and his heart would beat faster. Could it be that his soul was strong enough to suppress this feeling? Ningxu decided to interact more. Maybe if Fu Yizhi said something, this body would have a reaction. When the old madam saw Ningxu, she asked, "Why? Are you up? Why aren't you resting in bed?" Ningxu quickly helped the old madam with her luggage. Then he helped everyone present with their luggage. The marquis's wife smiled and said, "You child, we are all family. You don't have to be so polite." Although she was smiling, the skin on her face was twitching. Looking closely, there was a bit of disgust and apprehension in her eyes. Ningxu smiled and bowed to Fu Yizhi, "Cousin as well." Fu Yizhi returned the greeting, "Cousin." His voice was clear and bright. It was not low. He enunciated each word clearly and slowly. He stared into the other's eyes without avoiding them. This was a person with an aura of 2.8 meters. Ningxu's heart beat faster. Could it be that the person who entrusted him was a voice controller? When the marquis's wife saw her son talking to the orphan, her face darkened. Especially when Ningxu said that he had saved her life, her face could not bear to look at it. Ningxu said, "Kaishan thanks cousin for saving my life." In that kind of dangerous situation, there was no difference between man and woman. Life is important. I hope cousin will not take it to heart. No matter how much the heavens extinguished human desires, if a person flopped in the water and did not save a person because there was no difference between man and woman, this was against human nature. Fu Yizhi only said, "Cousin is right. It is good that cousin does not take it to heart. You are the marquis's daughter and also my sister." The word little sister removed the ambiguity in it. The marquis's wife laughed. This time her laughter was genuine. She grabbed Ningxu's hand and said, "You are brother and sister. It would be unreasonable if he did not save you." Ningxu smiled faintly, "Thank you, aunt. I have troubled aunt." The marquis's household was living under someone else's roof. Even if she married out, it would change from living under someone else's roof to living under someone else's roof. The woman who was abandoned could only wring her hair and pray to Buddha for the rest of her life. Ningxu had now become an ancient woman who was at a loss for her future. This world was not an ordinary kind of difficult. Women did not have any space to survive. What should she do? If she randomly found someone to marry, who knows what kind of person she would marry? If she just happened to marry someone she liked, the chances were not high. If this was her own life, finding a suitable person to marry was not realistic to talk about love here. Could it be that she would elope with a servant? Haha. If the person who entrusted him really wanted to scam Fu Yizhi, then he definitely wanted to stay in the marquis's household. Compared to going to an unfamiliar place, the marquis's household was a good choice. But Ningxu was afraid that she was a cannon fodder cousin. So towards Fu Yizhi, she wanted to stay as far away as possible. Moreover, Fu Yizhi did not have any good feelings towards cousin. Not getting close to Fu Yizhi could also make the people in the marquis's household treat her better. She did not really care about what these people thought. But because of Fu Yiji, living in the Marquis' household was not worth it at all. The Marquis' household was very complicated. There were 4 branches, and all of them were not separated. Everyone lived in the same household. There were many eyes, and it was very chaotic. Ningxu was an orphan girl. If she wanted to live a peaceful life in the Marquis' household, she must be broad-minded and clear-minded. On the surface, everyone would not mistreat an orphan girl like her. Even if she suffered some grievances, it was not her own family, so it was unavoidable. If she wanted to move out, she reckoned that she would not be able to. The Marquis' household wanted its reputation. Aunt would not let her leave, old Madame would also not let her leave. She could only stay in the Marquis' household. If Xiao Kaishan did not come to the Marquis' household, an orphan girl would not be able to support the family. The family property and marriage were all decided by the family. They would most likely use Xiao Kaishan, and would not put much thought into the marriage. In short, the situation of the person who entrusted him was awkward, extremely awkward. /BK Because of Ningxu's tactfulness, the incident of falling into the water was finally over. As a result, she received some gifts, such as new clothes and some jewelry. Compared to the promising, handsome, and talented Fu Yiji, these things were insignificant. Ningxu stayed in his room all day and did not go out unless necessary. He became more and more transparent in the manner and did not have a sense of existence. However, the third miss, who pushed Xiao Kaishan, was at the door of her courtyard. She did not pay attention and fell down the stairs. The stairs were not high, but because the third miss fell on her face was a bit bloody. It would not leave a scar, but it would form a scab. Once the scab began to fall off, if one did not pay attention, it was likely to leave a black mark. The third miss was on the verge of collapse. Like Ningxu, she did not go out. She looked for various doctors every 2 to 3 days just to not leave a mark on her face. When Dong Shui talked about the third miss, she was very happy to see who the heavens would spare. She must have done something wrong to be so unlucky. How important was a girl's face? It was related to a girl's lifetime happiness. Ningxu only said, "Don't go around saying it. It will not be good if people hear." The third miss is a legitimate miss of the manor. "Yes, miss, I will remember." Dong Shui said again, "I heard that young master went to find Minister Qin's miss and asked her to come over." Ningxu did not care and asked, "Is Miss Qin a doctor?" "Miss, you don't know Miss Qin?" Dong Shui looked surprised. "It seems that Miss has forgotten most of it." Young master said that Miss Qin is a strange woman. She created a lot of delicious food, special music and dances, and various beauty products, such as facial masks. Even the nobles in the palace like to use the things she makes. Ningxu, it was almost instantly confirmed that the protagonist of this world was this Miss Qin who had transmigrated. The difference between people was very big. She did well in her business, hot pot, barbecue, and barbecue. It seemed that the restrictions that women in the boudoir were bound by were not affected by her. This was automatically filtered out by everyone. It was not immoral. She just didn't know if this Miss Qin had anything to do with the client. Ningxu asked, "Many young masters like Miss Qin, don't they?" Dong Shui rarely left the Fu. Regarding the situation outside, she only heard the gossip from the manservants and servant girls. She said uncertainly, "It should be. After all, His Majesty praised her for her intelligence." Ningxu felt that the only way Miss Qin could be related to the client was through Fu Yiji. Maybe this Fu Yiji also likes this Miss Qin. There was something wrong with his sister's face. Instead of asking for a doctor, he had to ask for Miss Qin. Miss Qin might be good at beautifying her face, but she shouldn't be that good at treating illnesses. She couldn't possibly apply all kinds of beauty creams or apply a facial mask on the wound, right? Ningxu asked, "When will Miss Qin come? Would you like to meet the man of the hour?" "I don't know about that. I will definitely pay attention. If Miss Qin comes, I will inform you." Ningxu only made a sound of acknowledgement. When he had nothing to do, he would embroider and cultivate. Right now, he could only wait quietly because he didn't know what would happen in the future. He had to rely on himself. Fu Yiji quickly invited Miss Qin. Dong Shui hurriedly entered the room. Miss Qin is here." Do you want to go and see her? Of course. Ningshu tidied up a bit and then went to 3rd Mrs. Courtyard with his only servant girl, Dong Shui. 3rd Mrs. Courtyard was very lively. It seemed that there were many people who wanted to join in the fun. Ningshu saw Miss Jean. This girl looked very lively. She was wearing a light yellow dress and was examining 3rd Mrs. face. Fu Yizhi looked at him from the side. His eyes were filled with tenderness and love as he looked at Miss Jean. Ningshu clicked his tongue. Could it be that the two of them were married and the concubine was the one who entrusted it? Ningshu's eyes moved back and forth between Fu Yizhi and Miss Jean, hoping to see the atmosphere between the two of them. Miss Jean looked at 3rd Mrs. face and said, "Fortunately, it's not very serious. You can use this to wipe it. Don't let it touch water. It shouldn't leave any marks." 3rd Miss heaved a sigh of relief. "Thank you, Miss Jean. I listened to young Master Fu and came to take a look," Miss Jean said. 3rd Miss immediately said to Fu Yizhi, "Thank you, big brother." From the corner of her eye, she saw Ningshu looking into the room. She immediately glared at Ningshu. If it wasn't for the fact that Xiao Kaishan wasn't in front of her at that time and that she had fallen in front of her own door, she would have suspected that Xiao Kaishan was taking revenge on her. 3rd Miss felt a little guilty. People really shouldn't do bad things. Karma was about to come. She had just kicked Xiao Kaishan. She didn't expect Xiao Kaishan to be so weak and fall into the pool. Who knows if she did it on purpose? Seeing that her brother was here, she quickly came over. She was really shameless. She looked like a skinny horse in Yangzhou. Coming to someone else's house to observe mourning was really bad luck. Ningshu was glared at by a 14 or 15-year-old girl, but he didn't feel anything. He didn't quarrel with children. She just came over to take a look at the person who might be the female lead. The young miss of the minister's manor and the young marquis of the marquis manor could be considered a good match. Strictly speaking, she was climbing up the social ladder. But this kind of official's daughter and the domineering marquis were the perfect match. Could it be that Fu Yizhi was the supporting male lead? Such an outstanding man, who had everything, was actually a supporting male lead. Could it be that the supporting male lead was the real deal? In any case, she wouldn't covet Fu Yizhi, nor would she have any thoughts about Fu Yizhi. Then, the battle between the male and female leads and the supporting male lead wouldn't affect her. Even if she hadn't seen so many plots, but recently she had basically avoided danger. She still had the instinct to avoid danger. Fu Yizhi was the source of danger. The Marquis Manor had plans for his marriage. They vowed to find a perfect wife for Fu Yizhi. Whoever became a stain on Fu Yizhi's reputation, the Marquis Manor would be the first to explode. Also, Fu Yizhi himself liked the young miss of the minister's manor. She didn't know what the Marquis Manor's impression of this young Miss Jean. Would they be able to get together? From the female lead's point of view, being the young Marquis of the Marquis Manor was too much of a grievance. If all the civil and military officials fell in love with me, it should at least be a marquis. Ningshu stood there and didn't have much of a presence. But in his heart, he was constantly complaining. He saw what he should see, so he didn't want to join in the fun. Returning to his room, Ningshu said to Dong Shui, "If there's nothing else, you can chat more with those servant girls. I want to know who likes young Miss Jean. Is young Miss Jean engaged?" Dong Shui instantly filled in a lot of things. "Young Miss, you're worried that young Master Fu Yizhi likes young Miss Jean, so you're asking about young Miss Jean's marriage." Ningshu, S. "Young Miss, don't worry. I will definitely ask around." Dong Shui promised. Ningshu took out some silver and asked Dong Shui to buy some sunflower seeds and plum snacks. It was best to eat sunflower seeds when gossiping. If he used real money to ask around, it would look more meaningful. Dong Shui took the silver and promised again that she would find out whether young master liked Miss Jean or not. Ningshu, what does it matter if he likes her or not? Dong Shui mixed in with the maids when she had nothing to do. Occasionally, she would listen to the servants talk about the outside world. Ningshu expanded his sea of consciousness. Since the spiritual ball disappeared last time, his spiritual power had not formed yet. It was not in the form of water, mist, or stars. He did not know what form his spiritual power existed in. Before it formed, Ningxu could only expand his sea of consciousness to make it bigger. This way, he could hold more spiritual power. Young miss, I heard that Miss Qin and the third prince are already engaged. They will be married soon. I heard that the two of them love each other very much. As expected of a prince. How boring, if Miss Qin and the prince were together, then there would be nothing for Fu Yizhi to do. Fu Yizhi would definitely not dare to steal the bride. This was something that the third prince begged the emperor. If Fu Yizhi did anything, it would implicate the entire Marquis estate. So the protagonist's halo would not affect her. Happy, as for Fu Yizhi, he could only wish him well. The person he liked was married to someone else. He would be fine after a while. The young miss of the minister's estate was marrying a prince. She was definitely marrying someone of a higher social class. Anyway, they were a loving couple. When the protagonist was in heaven, he could do whatever he wanted without being criticized. However, the canon Fodder did not have this kind of treatment. Ningxu felt that if a normal person transmigrated to ancient times, they would not be able to live for more than 3 days. Ningxu felt that ordinary transmigrators would have been annihilated if not for the blessings of fate. Not every transmigrator had the life of a main character. Miss Qin is married. She won't marry into the Lord Protector's manor. Young Master Biao. Dong Shui's meaning was very obvious. She felt that they could fight for it. Ningxu could only say that he was daydreaming. It would never work. He always felt that Dong Shui did not know what was going on. Some people were like the moon in the well when they had something to do. Even though Fu Yizhi had fallen out of love, it was still not her turn. Not to mention that Fu Yizhi did not like her. She was still in mourning. Did he want her to climb into his bed? If she climbed into his bed, she might just die from a bowl of medicine. Ancient clans and families had the absolute right to judge people. Ningxu was happy that the halo of the female lead did not radiate to the Marquis estate, but the atmosphere in the Marquis estate these days was not quite right. Ever since the imperial edict was announced, the young master of the Marquis estate, Fu Yizhi, was in a bad mood. He locked himself in his study and wrote and drew. The floor was filled with waste paper. He drew pictures of beauties. The woman in the picture frowned and smiled. He wrote poems. He wrote frustrated poems. They were sorrowful and lingering. They were painful and emotional. He drank the strongest wine to make himself forget the pain. The originally elegant and graceful young marquis had now become so dejected. It made the head wife's heart ache. Who knew how many young masters were as dejected as Fu Yizhi? These men hoped that the woman would know her place and not do anything out of line. They treated the husband as their god. But when a different woman appeared, she was very different. She was different from the women who had rules carved into their bones. She was very lively. These men were very captivated. The third marquis impatiently wanted to marry Miss Qin. The date was set in a hurry. It seemed that it was true love. When they got married, 10 li of red dowry. Who knew how many women in the boudoir were envious? Even Dong Shui clasped her hands and said with a longing expression, if Miss could also be like this when she gets married, how good would that be? Wake up, stop dreaming. Ningxu shook his head and said. She had to look at her own conditions. Her dowry, don't mention 10 li of red dowry. To be able to get married from the Marquis estate, enter the husband's house, and carry the dowry without leaving the Marquis estate completely was already not bad. When the daughters of influential families married off, the dowry was determined by the distance between the husband's house and the mother's house. The bride had already entered the husband's house and the tail of the dowry had not left the mother's house. Of course, this was limited to the same city. If she married far away, no amount of dowry would be enough. For example, Miss Qin's serious 10 li of red dowry that went around a quarter of the capital was very eye-catching. Some families were happy while others were sad. After Miss Qin got married, Fu Yizhi fell seriously ill. He was bedridden and there was no sign of him being well. The marquis's wife was so anxious that she cried. She stayed by her son's side all day long. The old madam would kneel in the ancestral hall and chant scriptures when she had nothing to do. She would find a famous doctor to treat Fu Yizhi. She probably knew that Fu Yizhi was doing this for Miss Qin who had just gotten married. No, it was the current third princess. The nobles of the imperial family could not disrespect her, but it did not mean that they did not have resentment in their hearts. Fu Yiji's illness caused the marquis' estate to be in a mess. What was even more chaotic was that when the third princess heard that Fu Yiji was sick, she actually came to visit him. Previously, she was a friend. There was nothing wrong with her visiting a friend who was sick. The third princess's actions caused the heads of the marquis' estate to be collectively speechless. Fortunately, the third marquis came with her. Otherwise, they would not know what to do. But the third marquis came to visit, and the news that the marquis' estate was biased towards the third marquis. What a headache! No matter how much the marquis' estate resisted the arrival of the third marquis and his wife, the two of them still came. In this kind of occasion, it was not good for Xianxia to attend. But if he wanted to watch the fun, he could only use his spiritual force to scan. After getting married, the third princess was dressed elegantly and luxuriously. When she walked into the room with the third marquis, she smelled a strong smell of medicine. When she saw Fu Yiji on the bed, she was somewhat surprised. Fu Yiji gave her the impression that he was a very elegant man. But now, he was lying on the bed with a sickly face. Originally, Fu Yiji was sick and a little delirious. When he suddenly saw his sweetheart, he suddenly felt that he was dreaming. He murmured the third princess's name. The third princess asked Fu Yiji to recuperate well and not to joke about his health. What kind of illness did he have that made him so sick? It took Fu Yiji a while to realize that Miss Qin, who was already married, really came to see him. He must look very embarrassed now. Not only did women dress up for their sweetheart, but men also did the same. Fu Yiji was so excited that a sickly blush appeared on his face. The third marquis said to Fu Yiji, "Yiji, hurry up and recuperate well. Don't be lazy all day." Fu Yiji had a position in the Ministry of Rights, and the third marquis was Fu Yiji's immediate superior. The Ministry of Rights was actually a government office with no official duties. It had to be said that the Ministry of Rights was also very busy. It had to be busy with the titles of the nobles in the harem, as well as the royal sacrifices and visits from other countries. But its importance was not as great as that of the Ministry of War or the Ministry of Personnel. Presumably, the third prince was not reconciled, and Fu Yiji was the future marquis, and the title of nobility would fall on his head. Roping him in would be a help, not to mention that the marquis's mansion was not a small force. This visit would give the outside world another wrong information, as if the marquis's mansion was on the side of the third prince. At that time, others would think that the marquis's mansion was on the side of the third prince. Even if they denied it, others would put the two sides together when considering. Fu Yiji looked at the third princess greedily, but he had basic vigilance and did not dare to let the third prince notice. Xianxia, who was peeping, felt that the third prince was well aware of it, and could even use the young marquis's feelings for the princess to pull the marquis's mansion to his side. No matter how much you adore him, you have already become his wife who shares the same bed as him. Therefore, when faced with someone adoring his wife, a man may show jealousy, but more often than not, it is a kind of pride. The marquis wanted to put his hand on his forehead when he saw his son's performance. Once it involved love, and his wise and calm son disappeared. The third princess left some pills, saying that it could help Fu Yiji's illness. After the marquis and his wife left, Fu Yiji was in a very calm state, and actively cooperated with the medicine and treatment. Before, he was sick, but now he could get out of bed and walk around. The marquis and his wife breathed a sigh of relief, but they were very uneasy. Their son was like this, which made them really worried. He looked very normal, but it always made their hair stand up. He was too calm, so calm that it made people feel that his heart was dead. Or maybe he had made a decision in his heart. After all, she was Fu Yiji's mother. The marquis's wife felt that her son may have to keep his chastity for the rest of his life for that princess. He did not marry, and did not have children for the marquis's mansion. In order to test her son, the marquis's wife tried to arrange several marriages for her son, and wanted to let her son see. However, all of them were rejected by Fu Yiji with the reason that his career was more important. This feeling was even worse. The marquise's heart became even more uneasy. She asked Fu Yiji directly, "Are you acting like this because of the third princess consort? Don't forget, she is already married." It is impossible for you two to be together. Fu Yizhi pursed his lips. He had met the best people and the most interesting people. They were like-minded people. If he had to live with another woman, it would be a suffocating despair. If that was the case, he would rather not get married. Her son's silence made the Marquise feel even more hopeless. That was the daughter-in-law of the imperial family. How could he even think about her? Moreover, what was so good about that woman? She offended public decency and seduced so many men before she was even married. Taking away her son's soul, the Marquise was inevitably dissatisfied with the third princess. No matter what, it was that woman's fault. Fu Yizhi directly said, "I will not marry a woman from a noble family. I can't give those women what they want. If you want to become enemies, then you can just find a woman with a similar family background to marry me. As for how your life will be in the future, I don't care." The Marquise clutched her chest. In this kind of situation, marrying a woman from any family would be the same as becoming enemies. How could the woman's family spare the Marquise's family? The Marquise was so angry that she fell ill. Lying on the bed, her whole body was aching. She knew that she could not threaten her son. Even if he really married her, she would only be a decoration. Her son had always been outstanding since he was young. She had never worried about him. But now that he was rebellious, it was simply infuriating. The Marquise earnestly said, "That woman is already married to the third prince. That means she is the daughter-in-law of the imperial family. If people know that you are coveting a woman from the imperial family, the entire Marquise's family will suffer. The safety of the Marquise's family depends on you. You must not be willful. There are so many lives at stake." Fu Yizhi's expression was painful. He did not speak. The Marquise was distressed, but she still said, "Now the most important thing is to quickly get married and stop the third prince's thoughts." The third prince came to visit the sick. His intention was not obvious. If the third prince knew about it, he might cause trouble. Immediately getting married could solve a lot of problems. But the person to marry was a problem. Generally, how could a woman with prestige tolerate her husband like this? At that time, it would not be a marriage, but a real feud. The Marquise had a headache and went to the old madam to discuss it. Fu Yizhi did not look like he was about to get married. Every day, he had an indifferent face. In the dead of the night, he looked at the portrait of the third princess and touched the face of the third princess. This infatuated look made Ningxu click his tongue twice. At the same time, he was a little unhappy. Now he only needed a woman to make Fu Yizhi a married man. But the person to marry was a problem. Ningxu found that she was the perfect candidate. Her parents were dead, and she was an orphan. Marrying into the Marquise's family was like climbing up the social ladder. The bitterness and sweetness of it could not be understood by outsiders. And even if she was wronged, she had no family to complain to, no one to support her. Even if her husband had someone else in his heart, she had to endure. She was more or less a widow. But from the perspective of benefits, this marriage was actually possible. She could become the wife of a young marquise. She could live a luxurious life and have a group of servants. If she could successfully stay in the marquise's family, she would be the marquise's wife. Her life would be very good, and she would be the first wife. As for her husband, whoever loved him, he could like whoever he liked. Now it was up to the old madam and the marquise's discussion. Although there were benefits, there were also risks. People were greedy. With the position of the first wife, she would have to look forward to the man's love. And the husband still loved a married woman. Torturing himself, his life would not be good. It would depend on his attitude. One day after breakfast, the old madam's mama came over and told Ningxu to tidy up and go to the old madam's courtyard. Ningxu understood. Here it comes. Ningxu made herself more plain. She wore a silver hairpin on her head. She did not even bring any slightly colored hairpins. This was in line with her identity as a filial daughter. Ningxu went to the old madam's courtyard. There were not many people in the house. The old madam, the marquise, and Fu Yizhi. There was not even a maid. After Fu Yizhi recovered from his illness, his body had become much thinner. His temperament had become more solemn. At first glance, he did not look like a lively man. He looked like he was hurt by love. It seemed like he loved the third princess very much. Especially when he could not get her, she would become a permanent cinnabar mole in his heart. It was already an obsession. Ningxu bowed and greeted them one by one. When it was Fu Yiji's turn, Ningxu asked, "Cousin, is your body better?" This kind of polite greeting, asking a question, would not cause him to lose a piece of meat. It also made him seem polite. In response to his cousin's greeting, Fu Yiji only nodded indifferently. Before, Fu Yiji was a little polite to this cousin, but after knowing that his parents and the madam wanted to make this cousin his wife, this politeness disappeared without a trace. In the end, he was just venting his anger. On the surface, Ningxu was very careful, but in his heart he was laughing, as if she wanted to marry you. The marquise's sickly face had a smile on it, but if one looked carefully, this smile was very stiff and unwilling. She beckoned Ningxu to come in. Ningxu lowered his head and walked in front of the marquise. When she saw Ningxu's appearance, she was even more dissatisfied. This kind of orphan girl, a girl with a petty temperament, how could she be worthy of her son? The marquise held Ningxu's hand and said in a gentle voice, "Kai Shan has been in the house for a long time. Do you want to stay in the house forever?" "Ningxu, how do you want me to answer, yes or no? It's not good. You have reached the suitable age. I think you and your cousin are a good match. If you agree, then nod your head, and soon you will get married." Ningxu pulled his hand out of the marquise's grasp. His face was full of shock. "Get married with cousin?" Ningxu looked at Fu Yiji, who didn't care about this matter, and said, "Aunt, this is not good." The madam said, "What is not good about it? One of you is my grandson, the other is my granddaughter, a match made in heaven." Ningxu, granddaughter, grandson. Sounds inexplicably abnormal. Giving birth to a child is easy to be deformed. If you agree, then find an auspicious day to get married," the marquise said while holding back her anger. Marrying an orphan girl was simply an insult to her son. Moreover, she was the official wife, even if her son had another woman in his heart and didn't love her, but it still made the marquise angry. Ningxu rolled his eyes in his heart, so rushed, so perfunctory, inexplicable marriage, and casual appearance. To be honest, this deal was not bad. After becoming a marquis wife, she wouldn't have to worry about food and drink, and would have people to serve her. She would be able to enjoy splendor and wealth. But as a supporting male lead, it was hard to say when he would serve the female lead like a dog or a horse. She, as his wife, might also be unlucky. Moreover, Fu Yiji seemed to be deeply in love with the third princess. Other than showing off the female lead's great charm, there was still a man who missed and loved her so much even though she was already married. More likely, if the female lead was in trouble in the future, this man would help her unconditionally, although she didn't know what it was. Ningxu keenly felt that there was a trap ahead. Ningxu lowered his head and said, "Both my parents have passed away. The mourning period is not over yet." After being rejected, the marquise's expression became even colder. She stiffly said, "There is still less than half a year left. I think your parents won't blame you." Ningxu raised her head and asked Fu Yiji, "Cousin, do you really want to marry me?" Fu Yiji only said, "My family wishes to marry you." He only said his family and didn't say himself. Ningxu bowed to the elders in the room and said, "Kaishan wants to observe mourning for her parents. Moreover, Kaishan is only an orphan and is not compatible with cousin. Cousin deserves a better woman. Kaishan cannot marry cousin." Fu Yiji looked at Ningxu with a strange expression. He didn't think that Ningxu would refuse. According to her situation, this was a meat pie that fell from the sky. The marquise was gratified that Ningxu had self-awareness and knew his place. But she was also angry that he didn't know what was good for him. How could he refuse? The marquise didn't like this. Niece of hers. No matter if the other party refused or accepted, she would feel uncomfortable. Especially when she was about to become a daughter-in-law. A daughter-in-law was a natural enemy. This girl was really lucky. Otherwise, how could an orphan girl become the marquise? Ningxu expressed that she was very touched by the love of everyone in the marquise. Then she very decisively refused. Her reason was that she had to mourn for her parents. The rejection was unexpected and made the atmosphere stiff. In the end, it was Fu Yiji who said, "Since cousin is not willing, then don't force her." The marquise was clear that her son didn't want to get married. The marquise waved her hand to let Ningxu and Fu Yiji leave. It seems that she won't force Ningxu to marry Fu Yiji. Ningxu and Fu Yiji left the courtyard one after the other. Fu Yiji's body carried a cold aura that kept people away. It was as if the marriage of the third princess had taken away all of Fu Yiji's vitality and warmth. Ningxu curled her lips. So affectionate that it was a bit nauseating. Fu Yiji cupped his hands to Ningxu and left. Dong Shui saw Fu Yiji leave and quickly came over to help Ningxu down the steps. Ningxu turned to look at the marquise's courtyard. To be able to convince her son or grandson to marry an orphan girl, she had already gathered a lot of courage. With this rejection, her anger dissipated. She also couldn't bring herself to insist on marrying her orphan girl to the marquise's outstanding successor. Otherwise, it would make it seem that no one wanted Fu Yiji. Returning to the room, Dong Shui poured tea for Ningxu and asked, "Miss, why did the marquise call you over? Why didn't you let me in?" Ningxu only said, "She asked me when I would be done with my mourning and who I want to marry." Dong Shui sighed, "How good would it be if Miss and young Master Biao married? Here, Mrs. maternal grandmother and uncle will be there to support you even if you are wronged. If I marry into another family, Ningxu felt that if she married into another family, the marquise's household would still take care of her a little. Once they really became a family, how would they deal with this mess? If she was wronged in another family, the marquise's household could still say a few words. If she really married into the marquise's household, there wouldn't be so many flowers. Ningxu guessed that the person who commissioned her had agreed to this marriage and could successfully stay in the marquise's household. And what happened after that? Missions without memories were really troublesome. They were even harder to complete than missions without aspirations. She didn't even know the direction of the story. As expected, after that, the head of the marquise's household did not mention her marriage with Fu Yiji again. In the end, they couldn't bear for their son to be matched with an orphan, and an orphan who was still in mourning. If word got out, it would be bad for their reputation. The young marquise married his cousin who was still in mourning. Of all virtues, filial piety was the most important. The ancient people valued filial piety the most. What was damaged was Fu Yiji's reputation. Then Ningxu's days were still so calm, never leaving the house. Dong Shui would chat with the servant girls in the household when she had nothing to do. When she heard some interesting things, she would come back to play the Dragon's Gate game with Ningxu. It could be considered some of the fun in this boring inner residence, including what happened in the capital, which matriarch killed or sold concubines. Apart from a few official concubines that couldn't be divorced or bought, all the concubines brought up by the servant girls had their contracts in the hands of the matriarch. Selling them was just a matter of a word. Recently, the news in the capital was about how loving the third princess and her husband were, how harmonious they were, attracting the admiration of many unmarried women towards the third Xianxia. How come they didn't know that the third Xianxia was such a good man? The third marquis didn't have many concubines, so he doted on the third princess a lot. He looked like a marquis who didn't have much ambition and was addicted to love. Wherever he went, he would spread dog food. It was the Azure dog slaughterhouse. But the two of them could look at each other as if there was no one else around. The pink atmosphere made the onlookers feel cold. Shit, go home and show off. The third marquis was even scolded by the emperor because of this. He said that a grown man like him shouldn't be a bit more mature if he spent all his time with his wife. The third marquis, if I don't spend time with my wife, am I supposed to spend time with other people? That made sense. Speechless. The emperor couldn't be bothered. This wasn't a mistake in principle. His son liked a woman, and it was his wife. There didn't seem to be anything wrong with that. It was better than colluding with the court officials and staring at the chair under his butt all day. This kind of man was admired by all the women in the boudoir. They were even more envious of the third princess. This made people envious and jealous. The husband spoke up to protect his wife. He wasn't afraid of being called henpecked at all. That righteous look on his face. It really made women yearn to marry a man like the third marquis in the future. They didn't ask for the third marquis status. They just wanted the third marquis personality. The third princess was really lucky. Ningxu stayed in the Marquis mansion and didn't go out. But the news still reached her ears. Now, Dong Shui seemed to have found a lifelong career. Plus, Ningxu allowed it. She exploded with great enthusiasm. Gossip made a living. Ningxu felt like he was stuffed with dog food every day. He felt like he couldn't take it anymore. He didn't know who was so bored to spread the news about the couple. There were probably a lot of people paying attention to this couple. Then some business was born. That was probably how the gossip magazines came to be. Ningxu stretched. Recently, he had been expanding his mindscape. But his spiritual power hadn't formed yet. Ningxu was a bit worried. Call the food. I'm hungry. Ningxu said. All right. After a while, Dong Shui ran back angrily. The food in the food box was not very good. There were stir-fried celery and a few chicken bones, chicken necks, and chicken wings. Anyway, there was no meat. What is this? Dong Shui was unable to calm her anger, although Miss is not a proper Marquis Fu's miss, but you can't be like this. Ningxu was expressionless. He picked up his chopsticks and said, let's eat. Right now, the Marquis' estate is in troubled times. Who cares about these things? Dong Shui snorted twice and scooped chicken soup for Ningxu. The chicken soup was very clear. If not for the few pieces of chicken, one would have thought that it was water. It was probably added to the chicken soup. Young Miss is really wronged. If Master and Madam were still here, young Miss wouldn't have to suffer like this. Dong Shui chattered endlessly, almost wiping away her tears. She also said that the servants of the Marquis Fu were snobbish. Ningxu ate the stir-fried celery. It was bland and tasteless. In the end, she was living under someone else's roof. What could she not do? Sigh, it would be difficult to establish her own household. Even if she wanted to establish her own household, now was not the time. Of course, this did not exclude the possibility that the Marquis Madam did it on purpose. The last time she refused, the people of the Marquis Fu lost face. But the Marquis Madam had always been considerate. She would not be so shallow as to mistreat people in this aspect. Therefore, the Marquis Madam was not in the mood to manage the rear residence. Because of Fu Yiji's matters, she did not care about an orphan girl's daily needs. Rumor had it that the Marquise had recently invited Fu Yiji to look at a few women, but Fu Yiji's attitude was neither cold nor warm. He would let them look at him, but as for the women who came to look for him, he simply ignored them. This was related to the problem of attitude. The girls could not stand Fu Yiji's coldness. They were all treasured children of the family, and they were all the daughters of the first wife. Learning the rules, learning the zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting, learning how to manage the rear residence, all these hardships were not for the sake of seeing someone's cold face. The girls all expressed that they were not satisfied with Fu Yiji. So what if he was the Marquis? Even if it was a matchmaker, they still needed to find someone they were satisfied with. Even if they did not love each other, they should not be like this. They were not even married yet, but they were already giving people that attitude. Who knows what would happen after they were married? Why should they be angry? The Marquis Madam was so angry that she covered her chest and hammered Fu Yiji with her fist. What do you want? Which part of those girls are not as good as her? You child, Fu Yiji only said, I can get married. I can marry anyone as long as mother is satisfied. Listen, what are these words? The Marquis Madam's heart ached. What should she do? It was all that third princess's fault. She was always in the limelight and seduced so many men. Now that her son was like this, the Marquis Madam did not like that third princess. The more unobtainable something, the better. The more she thought about it, the more she became obsessed. Now her son was obsessed. Could it be that she really had to beg that orphan girl to marry her son? How could her son, whom she was so proud of, fall to the point where no one wanted him? How infuriating. But the Marquis Madam did not dare to introduce any more noble girls to her son. Recently, people's impression of the Marquis mansion had dropped rapidly. She originally thought that if her son met these girls, he might be able to take a fancy to one of them and get married. But the truth was that she really thought too much. Especially when she heard from the Marquis that recently Iji and the third prince were a little close. This made the Marquis Madam even more anxious. Her husband said that he wanted her son to get married quickly, so that he would not always be whimsical. Getting married was easier said than done. There had to be someone who would get married. It seems that there was only one orphan girl at home. The Marquis Madam held back her anger and called Ningxu in front of her. With a kind smile on her face, she said, "Kaishan, I really like you." Ningxu said, "Thank you, Aunt." Kaishan also likes Aunt. The two of them exchanged pleasantries. The Marquis Madam asked how life in the Marquis mansion was. If she wanted to eat something, she could ask the kitchen to make it. If she wanted anything, she could just ask the accountant to pay for it. Ningxu nodded, indicating that she would not be polite. The Marquis Madam took Ningxu's hand and stroked the back of Ningxu's hand over and over again. "Kaishan, have you ever thought about staying in the Marquis mansion and becoming the mistress of the Marquis mansion?" Ningxu shook her head. "Kaishan has never thought about it." The Marquis Madam choked and said, "You silly child. I am your aunt. If I don't love you, who will I love? If you marry your cousin, we will become a real family." Ningxu blabbered on about her identity. She did not want it. She had to mourn for her parents. Everything else could wait until after the mourning period. In any case, mourning was her protective talisman. She could use mourning to block anything. The Marquis Madam was rejected again. Moreover, she was an orphan. If she could become the Marquis Madam, why did she keep refusing? She really did not know what was good for her. The Marquise was somewhat absent-minded. Could it be that her son had no market? Such an outstanding son, how could he not even find someone to marry? The Marquise wanted to vomit to death. Her face was very ugly. She said to Ningxu, "It is your cousin who is not worthy of you." This was completely out of anger. Ningxu only said, "It is Kaishan who is not worthy of cousin. Kaishan has never thought of marrying cousin. Moreover, I have to observe filial piety. Now there is a chance for you to marry your cousin. You are not willing. You have to seize this opportunity. In the future there will not be another chance like this." "Let's talk about the future in the future," Ningxu said. The Marquise was already angry. Her chest was heaving up and down. She waved her hand to tell Ningxu to get out. If it was not for her son, she would not even bother to speak with her. Ningxu returned to his room, curling his lips. It was clearly Fu Yiji who did not want to get married. Why did he have to drag someone to experience this kind of pain? Fu Yiji's uncooperative attitude made the Marquise think about her again. "Sorry, I have to observe filial piety. If you have the ability, then marry a filial daughter." Ningxu was thinking about how to leave the Marquise's mansion. Living under someone else's roof is not a long-term solution. Could it be that returning to the family? But even if he returned to the family, he would still be living under someone else's roof. Marriage would be for the family's benefit. When the time comes, even if he married a cat or a dog, he would not be able to refuse. After rejecting the Marquise, Ningxu did what he should do. He was not affected at all. But the food was really getting worse. If it was not cold, then it was a little smelly. The weather was getting hotter and hotter. The leftovers from last night were quickly spoiled. Once there was a smell, it meant it was not fresh. Ningxu guessed that this was the Marquise's method. This method was not much, but it was good at making people uncomfortable, and it was not like they did not give food. There was no way to reason. Even if there was a dispute, it could be said that the servants were negligent, and the matter would be over with a punishment. For the Marquise, this matter was not painful. It was probably because she was angry in her heart. Dong Shui was about to die from anger and couldn't help but find the chef in charge of cooking in the kitchen to make a fuss. The chef retorted, "Your young miss isn't even a member of the Marquis Fu. She's eating and living in the Marquis Fu for free. What else do you want?" Dong Shui was so angry that her eyes turned red, but she couldn't say a word. She dispiritedly carried the basket to Ningxu. "Miss." Ningxu did not pay much attention to it. He felt that there was still something that had not been resolved, so he had to stay in the Marquis' estate for a while. Dong Shui sighed. She didn't understand why their life in the Marquis Fu had suddenly changed. What had happened? It seemed like only their family's young miss was treated harshly. The other young misses and young masters of the Marquis Manor were not treated harshly. Their food and clothing were the same as usual. Moreover, it was almost summer, and the weather was starting to heat up. Summer clothes were about to be made, but no one came to take the young lady's measurements. Could it be that she had to wear last year's clothes? Dong Shui couldn't figure it out even after racking her brains. This kind of uncomfortable matter, for Ning Shu, was not painful. If there was something to eat, he would eat. If there was nothing to eat, he wouldn't eat. Occasionally, he would let Dong Shui take some money to buy something to eat. Perhaps if she had agreed to the Marquise's request, perhaps the current situation would not be like this. The Marquise's heart was not comfortable, so she wanted people to be uncomfortable with her. People under the eaves had no choice but to shut up. Instead of arguing with others, it was better to expand her mental strength. When spring approached summer, it was the time to hunt. The royal family's hunt was a very important form of entertainment. But it was very easy for things to happen at this time. Swords did not have eyes, and when they hit people, they would start to rub against each other. Many things happened on the hunting grounds. There was no deep palace, no majestic imperial palace, but the hunting grounds were the most unstable. The nobles of the royal family all gathered there. It was very easy for things to happen. For example, a group of assassins dressed in black during the day would suddenly appear. They would kill anyone they saw, no matter who they were. A deafening shout, "Dog Emperor, give me your life." However, this assassin was immediately turned into a hedgehog. The third Marquise's token was found on the assassin's body. Fuck, the third Marquise wanted to rebel. The emperor's face was extremely ugly, and he immediately ordered the arrest of the third Marquise. The third Marquise was the emperor's son, so he should have some people in his hands. The emperor informed the third Marquise, who was in the middle of a hunt, that something had happened and that he should stop hunting. When the third Marquise heard this, even if it was slander, it was still yellow mud that fell into the crotch of his pants. Even if it was not shit, it was still shit. There was no room for him to quibble. If he was judged guilty, he would either be imprisoned or killed. Who cares if he was wronged or not, but he had crossed the emperor's bottom line. Even if it was his own son who threatened his power, he would be very sensitive and furious. You want to kill your father to become the emperor? The third Marquise did not hesitate to choose to run away. But at this time, the third princess was already pregnant. He did not know what would happen on the way. So the third Marquise temporarily entrusted his wife to someone else, waiting for him to kill his way back. The third Marquise's escape made the emperor's fury turn into a murderous aura. He directly issued a warrant, regardless of life or death. If someone killed the third Marquise, there would be a reward. But it was not certain whether this reward could be obtained. The third Marquise was the emperor's son. You still want a reward after killing his son? I will definitely let you and the third Marquise accompany each other on the road to the Yellow Springs. Although the third Marquise had run away, he had turned from a noble to a wanted criminal. The couple who were still showing off their love had now become traitors. Things had changed too quickly. Before, they were still envious of the couple, but now everyone was silent. Some unmarried women sighed. How could it be like this? However, there was an indescribable feeling in their hearts. So what if they showed off their love so much? Now they had to be homeless, unable to have a high bed and soft pillow. With such a thing happening, of course the hunt had to be stopped. Ning Shu learned of this matter and was a little speechless. It seemed that the third Marquise's image to the outside world was that he doted on his wife like his life. He did not seem to have any ambition and did not rope in the court officials. Perhaps he would do it again, but it was not obvious. It was obvious that he had been framed. Otherwise, that assassin would not have been so careless. Who would shout to remind the other party to kill someone? King retard. The atmosphere in the city was a little different. The imperial bodyguards were searching back and forth, so there were fewer people looking for pleasure. At night, there was not a single person on the streets. But the third Marquise seemed to have evaporated into thin air, disappearing without a trace. If the third princess was really the female lead, then the third Marquise was the male lead. Then the third Marquise would come back. At that time, he would definitely make a comeback and seize the throne. This did not seem to have anything to do with her, but the person who entrusted the task was only married to a man whose heart belonged to someone else. This man was incomparably cold, but he would not forget. Not long after, Fu Yizhi came back with a masked woman. This woman was dressed very plainly, and her face was covered, so that people could not see what she looked like. So he brought her home. And this woman's belly was slightly protruding, it seemed that she was pregnant. Ningxu scanned with her psychic power, and was stunned for a moment. She scanned again. If her memory was not wrong, this face should be the third princess. The third princess did not go with the third prince, but stayed. Seeing her slightly protruding belly, Ningxu understood. It was too dangerous to escape with two bodies. But Fu Yizhi was so careless to bring home the wife of a rebel. Was there something wrong with his brain? Ningxu took a deep breath. If something happened to the home mansion, the whole family would be executed, and she, as an orphan, would also be executed. Fu Yizhi brought back such a daughter, which was a bomb to the head of the home mansion. Fu Yizhi directly said that this woman was his woman, and that she was pregnant, and now he was going to get married. Madame Ho's head was about to explode. With a veil, she could not even see the person's face clearly, what was going on, and she was indeed pregnant. Madame Ho asked, "Which family is this young lady?" Fu Yizhi said, "It's Huan Yang." Huan Yang was a brothel girl. When Madame Ho heard this, her heart was about to explode. What the hell, her son was going to marry a brothel girl, why did he have to torture people like this? This child had never been worried since he was a child, but now he was worried for his whole life. Fu Yizhi said, "Didn't you always want me to get married? I'm going to get married now." Fu Yizhi's face was full of smiles. It was the kind of sincere happiness, as well as eagerness. Seeing his son like this, Master Ho's heart jumped. He called Fu Yizhi to the study and asked, "Who is this woman? Tell me the truth, is she the third princess?" Fu Yizhi shook his head. "No, she looks very much like the third princess." "You." Master Ho couldn't help but have a headache. "You are going to marry a prostitute. Do you know how sad your mother is?" As a man, he couldn't really lift the woman's face to see. Master Ho asked again, "Is she the third princess?" It wasn't that he didn't know that his son liked the third princess. Now that the third prince was in trouble, a woman who had to flee with him would definitely suffer a lot. They might have even lost each other. If this woman was really the third princess, then Fu Yizhi had stolen someone else's wife. Moreover, she was the wife of a traitor. If Saint knew that they were harboring a traitor, then the entire house of Marquis would suffer. Hoping that his son could calm down, Master Ho stared at him and said, "Don't hide it from me. If something goes wrong, it will be too late to think of a way." He was truly possessed. Fu Yizhi thought for a moment and admitted, "She is the third princess." Master Ho was horrified. He stood up and slapped his son's face. "Do you know what you are doing?" Fu Yizhi covered his face and then put down his hand, saying, "Of course I know what I am doing. The third prince has been framed and the third princess is pregnant. She is pregnant. If she is caught, she will definitely die." Master Ho was heartbroken. "Silly. She won't die now. But you have risked so many lives in the house of Marquis. Where is your brain?" Fu Yizhi said, "I will arrange this matter. I want to marry her." Master Ho was already numb from the stimulation. "Marry? She is the wife of the third prince. She is the daughter-in-law of the royal family with Yudi. You want to marry her? Of course not in this identity." Fu Yizhi said, "Only marriage is the best way." Master Ho sneered, "There are some things that you can't think about. Father, believe in your son. Among the sons of His Majesty, only the third prince is capable of taking on such a great responsibility. That's why he suffered such a calamity. I believe that the third prince will soon be able to regroup and return. Before that, we must protect the third princess and the child in her belly." No matter how righteous Fu Yizhi's words were, Master Ho looked at him with a sneer. They were all men and could understand what he was thinking. "Marriage?" Master Ho sneered and asked, "Then when the prince comes back, what should the princess do?" His Majesty was still in power. Maybe before the third prince came back, their house of Marquis would be the first to lose their heads. Of course she will die of illness or disappear in other ways. Fu Yizhi pursed his lips and said. He was satisfied to have a relationship with her, even if it was in name only. Master Ho said lightly, "What if I don't agree and have to hand this woman over?" He was really annoyed by this woman. There was no end to it. Fu Yizhi just said, then father, you have to think of a good excuse. Explain why the third princess is in the house of Marquis and what is the close relationship between the house of Marquis and the third prince. You are threatening me. Master Ho was so angry that he laughed. He was threatened by his son, a woman who was already a wife. It was like putting the house of Marquis on the fire. I have said that I will deal with this matter. I will not let her identity spread. The third princess was arranged to stay in Fu Yizhi's yard. Fu Yizhi walked into the yard and saw the third princess restless and looking around at the door. He hurried over. You are pregnant. Don't move around. Fu Yizhi helped the third princess to sit down. The third princess asked worriedly, how could this happen? Will the prince be okay? Fu Yizhi comforted her, it will be okay. Don't worry. The prince is blessed and will come back. Before that, you have to protect yourself and marry me. What? Married to you? Third princess consort was shocked. What was going on? I'm already married to His Highness. Of course, you will not marry me as the princess. You will marry me as another identity. I will take care of this identity. I don't know when the prince will come back. You and I will become husband and wife. This is the best way to keep it a secret. This? The third princess's expression was awkward. Now the prince's life and death was unknown. But she was going to marry another man. No, I am the prince's woman. Fu Yizhi's heart was full of pain. He said, it is not a real marriage. It is to confuse the outside world. We are husband and wife in name only. You are the third princess. When the prince comes back, you will be the third princess. Think about it. Now you are wanted everywhere. The most dangerous place is the safest place. Who will think that my wife is you? After you get married, don't see anyone. Wait in this yard until you give birth. The third princess suddenly encountered such a change. She felt uneasy. This was a good idea, but she always felt sorry for the prince. The prince just had an accident. She was going to marry another man. When the prince came back, how should she face it? BK Fu Yizhi said, even if you don't think for yourself, you have to think for the child in your belly. It's too dangerous outside. The child can be in danger at any time. In the Marquis's residence, you can wait for delivery without worry. Fu Yizhi felt that he was quite despicable. In order to keep the third princess, he used the child to tie her down. Moreover, the child wasn't even his. But this was the only way to keep her by his side. Once the prince returned, she would be removed from his life again. But he was greedy. He longed for her, even if it was just for a short while. The third princess stroked her belly and nodded with difficulty. Finally, she said, Yizhi, I'll have to trouble you. It's no trouble. Fu Yizhi had a smile on his face. He instructed the third princess to have a good rest. Then, he instructed the servant girls to take good care of the third princess and not to slack off in the slightest. Ningxu was speechless. Damn, Fu Yizhi was a role model in the world of taking over. Not only did he take over, he even had to return it to someone else in the future. Ningxu couldn't admire such magnanimity anymore. Moreover, Fu Yizhi had left the courtyard and was heading straight here. What was he doing here? Miss, young Master Biao is here to see you. Dong Shui said happily. Young Master Biao had never come to see Mississippi. Ningxu thought, good people don't come, but they don't come with good intentions. Ningxu invited Fu Yizhi in and made a cup of old tea. Fu Yizhi wasn't here to drink tea, but he didn't know how to start. He picked up the teacup and took a sip. When the tea entered his mouth, it was quite astringent. It had an old taste and a bit of a moldy taste. Cousin, you don't have good tea. I have new tea at my place. Fu Yizhi said. Ningxu took a sip of tea. Thank you, cousin. Then, he didn't say anything else. The atmosphere was a bit stiff. Fu Yizhi tapped the teacup with his finger and hesitated for a moment before saying to Ningxu, cousin, I'm going to get married. Ningxu was stunned for a moment before he reacted. He immediately said, congratulations, cousin. Because I'm still in mourning, I can't attend your wedding. Fu Yizhi looked at Ningxu. Cousin, there's something I need your help with. Ningxu narrowed his eyes. Cousin, tell me. As long as it's not against my principles, I'll definitely help. Fu Yizhi was probably a little embarrassed. I am getting married, but the other party is a brothel girl. Ningxu, hee, start your performance. Ningxu was stunned. And would agree to you marrying a brothel girl? It's not allowed. That's why I'm asking for your help. Fu Yizhi said. I'm afraid that only cousin can help with this matter. Hee, she was so important. Why did he think of her? Looking at Fu Yizhi's glowing face, it seemed like his previous dejection was all fake. Ningxu didn't say anything and just looked at him. Fu Yizhi said, cousin rarely comes out. No one in the capital knows her. I'm borrowing her identity. Ningxu directly spat out the tea in his mouth onto Fu Yizhi's face. He hurriedly took out a handkerchief to wipe his face. He said apologetically, sorry, I was too agitated. I don't really understand what cousin means. What do you mean by borrowing my identity? Ningxu's heart was cold. What the hell? Borrowing her identity, the third princess would get married as an orphan staying in the Marquis's household. When the male lead returns, then the third princess would have to recover her identity. How would she recover her identity? Naturally, it would be to make the fake identity disappear. Hee, that's a pretty good idea. But she would be dead and there would be no Xianxia in this world. She would become a nameless person. Fu Yizhi had never been spat on in the face before. He couldn't help but wipe his face. He said to Ningxu, cousin, I have no choice but to borrow your identity. When the time comes, I'll return it to you. Ningxu was speechless. How would he return it? Her name got married, and then she died. For the third princess, Fu Yizhi was really racking his brains. Ningxu frowned and looked like he was about to cry. Cousin, how can you borrow her identity and name? Her body, hair, skin, and name were all bestowed by her parents. How can Kaishan be so unfilial and get married during the mourning period? Cousin, you can't. Ning. Shu shook his head like a rattledrum. I can't help you with this matter. As for the mourning period, this matter is very easy to solve. Kaishan, cousin needs your help. Fu Yizhi frowned. He didn't expect his cousin to refuse. Brothel girl was just an excuse. Fu Yizhi obviously didn't want the third princess to be known by others because of this identity. His cousin was the most suitable candidate. She didn't have many connections and didn't know many people. Other than the people in the Hofu, she didn't know anyone else. When the time came, he would say that he was going to marry his cousin, but the person who would marry would be someone else. One person substituted for another. Perhaps his cousin would have to suffer a little and temporarily leave the Hofu. Ningxu's heart turned cold. After connecting all the clues together, Ningxu felt that he had touched upon the truth. The person who entrusted it, Xianxia, agreed to marry Fu Yizhi and successfully stayed in the Hofu. As for her life after marriage, it was probably the same. Her husband was cold. The relationship between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law was probably not that good. After all, the Hofu's wife felt that an orphan was not worthy of her son. According to the time, perhaps not long after the marriage, something happened to the third prince. Fu Yizhi still brought the third princess back to the Hofu. She successfully replaced the person who entrusted it and became Fu Yizhi's wife. There was already one Xianxia. It was impossible to have two at the same time. Xianxia would definitely be sent away. As for whether she was coaxed away by the people of the Hofu or forcefully taken away, the person who entrusted it couldn't stay in the Hofu. Her identity was temporarily taken by the third princess. As for the third marquis, he was destined to return and become the emperor. At that time, Xianxia died, and the third princess consort brought the child back to the third marquis. Fu Yizhi was very sad about his wife's death. Facing his so-called dead wife's memorial tablet, he was very sad and affectionate, and then reminisced about the good times with his wife. Ningxu was speechless. F*ck, you're dead, aren't you surprised? She was originally the Hofu's wife, but now she was a dead person. Even if she came to the Hofu to make trouble, she would probably be beaten to death. At that time, Xianxia would return and take the position of the Hofu's wife. For Fu Yizhi, it would be hard to accept. How would such a woman with no status and no clan live? He didn't know what happened later, but he guessed that she died young. Ningxu looked at Fu Yizhi's eyes with a cold light. He grinned and said, "Cousin, even if she's a brothel girl, as long as you love each other, it doesn't matter. The eyes of the world won't affect your love." If he wasn't afraid of being implicated, Ningxu wanted to run out and shout that the third princess was in the Hofu/BK a secular view. This was not a problem with the secular world, but with the identity of the third princess. It was safer to use the identity of an orphan than a brothel girl. Moreover, this identity could be easily found out. Although she was an orphan, she had a family. It was very safe. Most importantly, she did not know anyone in the capital. Her family was far away from the capital. Fu Yizhi said, "I don't want her to be criticized because of her identity." Ningxu said lightly, "That woman used my identity. Then what identity should I use? Should I use the identity of a brothel girl? Although I'm an orphan, I'm not an ordinary person. I'm a member of a clan. My father was once an official of the imperial court." Ningxu tilted her head and looked at Fu Yizhi. "Cousin." In the end, he felt that she was an orphan and her identity was not very noble. Using your identity was already an honor. Fu Yizhi narrowed his eyes. She had no parents and no relatives. Such an identity was indeed not very good. Moreover, she was living under someone else's roof. When a woman was at home, she relied on her parents for glory. When she married, her husband would be honored. Xianxia had no parents and was not married. Her identity was not very good, but it was suitable. Fu Yizhi wanted to drink tea, but the tea did not taste good. He put down the teacup and said to Ningxu, "I just want to borrow your identity. I can promise you anything you want." Ningxu drank the bitter tea and said, "Since you are borrowing it, why do you want to return it?" Revolting wasn't something that could be done in a few months. Ningxu did not know the plot. She did not know when the third prince would return to his hometown in glory and sit on the throne of the emperor. He also did not know when he would borrow it. "How long can I borrow it?" Fu Yizhi didn't know when he would borrow it. "If you get married, it will be a matter of a lifetime. Then this woman will have to use my name for the rest of her life." "Cousin, aren't you being too much of a bully?" Fu Yizhi took a deep breath and said, "Not forever." "How long would that be? 1 year, 2 years, 10 years? Ningxu countered. The person who had entrusted him would probably want to live outside the Marquis' manor. 1 year, 2 years, 10 years. If he couldn't return to the Marquis' estate, he didn't know what kind of identity he would have to continue living. This was not the most difficult part. Once the third princess returned to her identity and Xianxia died, then what identity would the client have to return to the Marquis' mansion? That was the most difficult time. The Marquis had died, and Fu Yizhi had missed his wife, the third princess, while Xianxia had disappeared from the world. The client was stripped of his identity and became a person without status. This was really interesting. "Even if you're handsome, I won't help you." Moreover, Ningxu didn't know if Fu Yizhi would kill her and replace her. Ningxu patted his chest. "Oh my God, I'm so scared. In the past, it was always the male lead who opposed me. Now it's the supporting male lead. You can't afford to offend an affectionate man." Fu Yizhi said, "Cousin, this won't take long. Believe me, I'll give you whatever compensation you want." Ningxu looked at his fingernails and said lightly, "Then what do I need to do?" Fu Yizhi said, "Then I'll have to trouble you to leave the Marquis' estate for a period of time. Of course, I've already arranged a place for you to live." Ningxu laughed. Very thoughtful. "Cousin, what if I don't agree?" Ningxu looked at Fu Yizhi with a smile. "And from what you said, it seems that you'll be divorced soon after you get married. Otherwise, why would you only borrow her for a period of time?" Fu Yizhi. Very sharp. "But I don't want to care about your matters. I only know that I can't live without a name. How can I live without an identity? In ancient times, there were many people who didn't have an identity. But Ningxu didn't want to become that kind of person. Although she was an orphan, at least her clan was powerful. Speaking of which, she was still a rich young lady. Why should I let you take advantage of me? I'll give you the identity of the female lead. The female lead wouldn't care how this identity came about. She probably wouldn't think about it. She wasn't really married to Fuiji. She didn't care about her identity at all. As long as it wasn't the identity of the third princess, it was fine. Ningxu's heart was boiling. Sigh, a child without a mother or father was like a blade of grass, especially an orphan living under someone else's roof. Fuiji said, "Cousin, I can compensate you by borrowing your identity. When the time comes, I'll give you a rich dowry. I don't even have a marriage partner now. It's too early to talk about dowry." And this promise was too vague. Ningxu didn't believe it. Of course, Ningxu wouldn't open her mouth to suspect the female lead's identity. Once she revealed any suspicions, the female lead might just kill her and take advantage of her identity. Fuiji probably also felt that his promise wasn't very good. He added, "As long as you tell me what you want, I can satisfy you." Ningxu said, "Since you're using my identity, then give me another identity." Fuiji. Cousin, you mean? Fuiji hadn't encountered a situation where he had to abandon his name and identity. Once he abandoned his identity, it meant that he was abandoned by his clan. The ancient people attached great importance to their clan and family. Once something happened, they would implicate the entire clan. Even creatures like friends were included within the scope of the clan. Ningxu said with some distress, "I'm just an orphan living under someone else's roof. If I don't agree, I'll seem like an ungrateful person. But without an identity, how can I live? Moreover, you're married under my name. You're going to live together for the rest of your life. Can't I be called Xianxia for the rest of my life?" Instead of waiting for the name to be returned, it was better to create a new identity and start from scratch. Moreover, it would be under a more prominent clan. However, it would be easy to be implicated. What if these big shots weren't satisfied with the glory and wealth in front of them and chose to pursue higher power and wealth? Of course, she could also set up her own clan. Although it was a little poor, she didn't have to worry about being implicated because of other people's affairs. Fuiji said, "Then what identity does cousin want?" Ningxu told him her identity. She planned to still use the surname Xiao, but with the same pronunciation. On the death anniversary of their parents, they would still worship their parents' children. In ancient times, there were countless people who concealed their identity. After all, it wasn't like modern times where one needed an identity card to get a room. Moreover, Ningxu didn't want to have anything to do with the Marquis's mansion. Fuiji breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, he made sense. He ran over excitedly. Only then did he think that when the prince returned, the princess would return to the prince's side. Then he would be considered married to his cousin. After their identities were changed, his cousin would become his wife. Fuiji felt that he might not be able to bear it. He could not accept his wife suddenly changing into another person, nor could he accept his wife changing into another person. Therefore, the best way was to let his cousin leave and change her appearance. Fuiji, who had achieved his wish, was very happy and generous. He said, "Cousin, do you have any other requests? Since you want to live alone, how much money do you need?" Ningxu only said, "No need, my parents left me some money, it's enough if I spend it sparingly. I'll have to trouble cousin to take care of me for the past year. You're my aunt's daughter, your family," Ningxu said. After achieving his wish, he gave her some benefits and then said she was family. After the client got married, something happened to the third marquis. Even if the client wanted to stay in the marquis's estate, she did not have any fate with it. Even if she got married to Fuiji and used this method to stay in the marquis's estate, when the third princess came, she still had to move and leave the marquis's estate. Therefore, there was no need to force yourself to stay in a place that was not fated. The world was big, there would always be a place to settle down. With martial arts, there was no need to be afraid of being bullied. "Then cousin, when will you leave the marquis's estate?" Fuiji asked. Ningxu smiled, "That will have to wait until you give me a new identity. I want to be independent. Since your wife used my identity, then I'm a new person." According to the genealogy, Xianxia was married to Fuiji. If something happened to Xianxia in the future and she died of an illness, then Xianxia would be dead. Fu Yizhi nodded and said, then I'll be quick. Ningxu grunted, cousin, take care. I can't walk now, so I won't send you off. Fu Yizhi did not care, he knew that the other party was unhappy. If one day he was stripped of his identity as the Marquis, Fu Yizhi, he would also be unhappy. But there were differences in identity. The Marquis was not the same as the Imperial Prince. You are allowed to have emotions, but there is really nothing to complain about. This is the way the world is. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given up on the person he loved. Just because the other party was a descendant of an imperial family and he was just a young Marquis, even if he inherited the title in the future, he wouldn't be able to compare to those princes and imperial grandsons. Fu Yizhi told his cousin to have a good rest and left. Seeing that Fu Yizhi had gone far away, Dong Shui walked into the room and asked Ningxu, Miss, what did young master say to you? He talked for so long. Dong Shui didn't hear much from outside the house. She only heard the word marriage and identity. Suddenly, she became excited. Miss, is young master going to marry you? Yes. Ningxu nodded. He was indeed going to marry Xianxia. Dong Shui clutched her chest and widened her eyes, looking like she couldn't react. Really? Really? Dong Shui paced back and forth. Then Miss can stay in the Marquis's mansion. That's great, Miss can finally enjoy the good times. Ningxu shook her head. No, we have to pack up and prepare to leave the Marquis's mansion. Ah. Dong Shui was stunned. What was this? They were going to get married, why did they have to leave the Marquis's mansion? Ningxu explained the ins and outs of the matter clearly. Hearing this, Dong Shui's face turned pale and her body was on the verge of collapsing. Miss, what is this? How can you use your status as a miss to gild gold for a flower girl? Shut up. Since father and mother passed away, you are no longer a Mississippi. Take a new identity and start afresh. In the future, Miss can support you. Ningxu said lightly. No, Dong Shui doesn't want Miss to support her. It's just that Miss has suffered. If it was Master and Madam's child, Miss wouldn't have to suffer like this. She even had her identity taken away. Young Master is using threats and promises. Dong Shui was indignant. What Dong Shui couldn't stand the most was, why would young Master rather marry a flower girl than a miss? A brothel girl was a lowly person with a lowly status. Her miss couldn't marry into the royal family, but her status was still better than a brothel girl. Ningxu only said, this is probably true love. Dong Shui was stunned and couldn't say anything to refute. She was so angry that she pounded her chest and exploded. When we go out, we can eat whatever we want. We don't have to worry about the Marquis's mansion. We can eat leftovers every day. Isn't that great? Ningxu said to Dong Shui. Although they were master and servant, the two of them depended on each other. Xianxia brought Dong Shui to his uncle's house to seek refuge. It was probably because she had a good relationship with Dong Shui. Moreover, the client's family was scattered, but Dong Shui was still by the client's side. She should be someone who could be trusted. It was likely that the master and servant didn't want to drift, so they married Fu Yizhi and stayed in the Marquis's mansion. It was so strange. The more one wanted to hold on to something, the harder it was to hold on to it. It was just that they didn't know how the client died. Dong Shui was still angry, but she didn't dare to shout at the master's house. She was just a servant, and it was normal for her to be killed. Although some families liked to have a good reputation and wouldn't easily kill their servants, some families didn't care too much. If they killed someone, then so be it. The helpless Dong Shui was tearing up. She was a little afraid of the outside world. Ningxu said to Dong Shui, don't be afraid. I can support you. I won't let you starve. This servant is not afraid. I'm just afraid that Miss won't be able to adapt. Miss has never suffered before. Ningxu just let Dong Shui pack up her things, and then he counted the assets. Including the money left by his parents, part of it was the dowry of the client's mother. It was almost used up, but the money was enough for a lifetime. Of course, she couldn't wear brocade clothes. She had a group of servants, otherwise this money wouldn't be enough. It was enough for her to live a normal life. She could also make a small business to live a comfortable life. When Dong Shui packed up her things, she was so angry that she almost tore her clothes. Ning Shu hurriedly persuaded, "Don't tear it. It's not easy to buy this kind of cloth. The people in the Marquis's mansion would definitely wear clothes made of good cloth. In order to show their kindness to this orphan girl, they would give her 2 sets of clothes every season." To be honest, Ning Shu felt that 2 sets of clothes were not much. She would change 1 set a day and wear the 2 sets back and forth. But the client had her own clothes, so she didn't expect to wear these 2 sets of clothes. A proper miss of the Marquis's mansion would have 4 sets of clothes. When attending banquets, they would sew extra clothes. Dong Shui's eyes suddenly turned red. "Miss, don't say that. This servant's heart is uncomfortable." "Ning Shu. I just want to increase my income and reduce my expenses. Hurry up and pack," Ning Shu said to Dong Shui. Dong Shui made a no sound. She almost took the tables and chairs away. Fu Yiji's actions were quite fast. In just a few days, he got the new identity that Ning Shu wanted. It was easy to get things done when there were people in the imperial court. Fu Yiji said, "Because you are an orphan girl, it's not good for you to appear out of nowhere. So you are under the name of a couple. But this couple has already passed away, so no one can find anything." Actually, Fu Yiji's brain, as long as he was not facing the female lead, was still quite clear. He had the brain of an heir. But once the hormones took control of the brain, sometimes the things he did were more crazy. But being crazy for love did not seem to be despised. Once it was love, everything was beautiful and worthy of forgiveness. Because of love. Ning Shu grunted and took the identity document, then "Thank you, cousin." Ning Shu flipped the identity document over and over again. After confirming that it was real and not fake, he asked, "Do you need me to save mother and say goodbye to grandmother?" Fu Yiji said, "Since you have a new identity, then they are no longer your relatives. There is no need to say goodbye. You can leave from the back door. I have made arrangements, no one will see." Ning Shu did not have any feelings for the people in the house of the Marquis, and would not be hurt by Fu Yiji's words. To be honest, an orphan living under someone else's roof, being careful and trembling with fear, would not feel any familial affection. Ning Shu let Dong Shui take the package. They were about to leave. Dong Shui snorted and followed Ning Shu to the back door. Dong Shui's face turned green. She had to leave through the back door. She could not even leave through the main door. Fu Yiji sent Ning Shu to the back door and said, "Cousin, live well." Then he closed the door. Dong Shui was flabbergasted. Her eyes turned red. "How can you be so heartless?" Now Fu Yiji was anxious to marry the 3rd princess, even if it was a fake marriage. Ning Shu curled his lips and said to Dong Shui, "Don't look, let's go." "Miss." Dong Shui felt wronged. "What should we do now?" "Find a place to stay." "Do you want to sleep on the streets?" Ning Shu took a package from Dong Shui. "Oh," Dong Shui replied. Looking at the people coming and going on the street, she was a little confused. She didn't know where home was. "Miss Biao." A male voice sounded surprised. Ning Shu turned around and saw a young man holding several books in his hands. They weren't dressed too well, but they were still dressed better than ordinary scholars. "Young Master Qi." Dong Shui hurriedly bowed. When Fu Hongqi saw Ning Shu and his servant carrying several bags, he quickly asked, "Where are you going?" There were many people in the Marquis's mansion. Other than the Marquis, there were a few other branches that lived in the Marquis's mansion. Fu Hongqi was the son of the 3rd branch. His father was not the old madam's biological son, but the son of a concubine. Naturally, he couldn't inherit the title. Dong Shui was just about to speak when Ning Shu spoke first. "I want to leave the Marquis's estate." "But what happened?" "Eldest uncle allowed you to leave, and old madam also agreed." Fu Hongqi frowned. "Old madam is reluctant to let you out. She was old madam's biological granddaughter. How could old madam bear to let her granddaughter suffer outside? Did you suffer some grievances in the Marquis's estate? Tell eldest uncle will make a decision for you. Did the servants in the estate give you a hard time?" When Dong Shui heard this, she felt even more wronged. Just as she was about to speak, she was interrupted by Ning Shu. "It's nothing. I just want to leave the Marquis's estate." I don't want to stay in the Marquise estate. After all, I'm an outsider in the Marquise estate. I don't feel comfortable. It's better to live outside. Fu Hongqi frowned. It's hard for a woman to live outside. You should go back. I'll accompany you to tell old madam. Old madam didn't like concubines. Moreover, they were the children of concubines. She only occasionally saw the concubines' daughters-in-law at family banquets. At other times, she didn't let them come. Fu Hongqi basically didn't go to the main courtyard. Dong Shue's eyes reddened. She suddenly felt that young Master Qi was much more humane than young Master Biao. And young Master Biao was such a bully. Ningxu smiled faintly. He once again interrupted Dong Shue's words and said, "No need. Goodbye, cousin Qi." If he went back now, Fu Yizhi would probably tear him apart. Success was right in front of him. He wouldn't allow anyone to ruin it. Ningxu bowed and left. Fu Hongqi quickly reached out to stop Ningxu. Fu Hongqi's body moved faster than his brain. He reached out to stop Ningxu. Seeing the other staring at him, he realized that he had acted rashly and immediately retracted his hand. He looked flustered and stuttered a little. "You're a rich young miss. You're unfamiliar with the people and the place. How are you going to live?" This time, Dong Shui was afraid that her young miss would steal the conversation and immediately said, "Yes." How was she going to live? Her heart was panicking. Ningxu was very calm and indifferent. "I already have a plan." "Thank you for your concern, cousin Qi. Why do you suddenly want to leave the Marquise estate?" Fu Hongqi asked. "Because I'm not happy. But don't tell anyone that you saw me leave." "Why?" Fu Hongqi asked again. Ningxu wanted to roll his eyes. "You have 100,000 whys." Ningxu said, "Cousin Qi, if you don't let me go, I'm going to shout molestation." "You?" Fu Hongqi almost jumped up. He stared at Ningxu dumbfoundedly. Ningxu directly walked past him. This time, Fu Hongqi didn't dare to stop him. He was a little afraid that Ningxu would really shout molestation. Ningxu turned back to look at Fu Hongqi, who was scratching his head. Originally, he wanted to report that the third princess consort was in the Marquise mansion after leaving the Marquise mansion. Moreover, he was planning to marry the third princess consort. Even if the third princess consort had committed a crime, the third princess consort was still the daughter-in-law on the imperial jade disc. And she was the daughter-in-law of a traitor. It was enough to make Fu Yizhi suffer. But there were still many people in the manor who didn't know. They didn't know anything. Even if they didn't know and didn't participate, they would be implicated. Someone like Fu Hongqi. So, he had to think of another way. You painstakingly wanted to get married, but in the end, you fell short. Even a fake one wouldn't let you achieve your wish and would torture you to death. If he reported it, too many people would be implicated. It was better to forget about it. Fu Hongqi still caught up with Ningxu and asked, "Do you have a place to stay?" Ningxu looked at him from the corner of his eyes. "We're going to find an inn to stay in first." Fu Hongqi said, "Then I'll go with you. It's easy for two women to get into trouble." Ningxu didn't have any impression of Fu Hongqi. He just shook his head and said, "No need. It's okay, I'll help you." He snatched the parcels from Ningxu's hands and took a few more parcels from Dong Shue's hands. He walked in front excitedly. Dong Shui asked Ningxu, "Young miss, what does young Master Qi mean by this?" Ningxu touched his face. The client didn't look bad. He probably liked the client. Maybe he was happy to help others. "Don't be so smug." Ningxu said, "He's a scholar. He'll help when he sees injustice." Dong Shui said, "But young Master Qi is a scholar. I heard that he's going to take the Shoucai examination soon. How can he help?" Melons, this was just a metaphor. Fu Hongqi found an inn and said to Ningxu, "This inn is not bad. It's quite safe." Ningxu paid the accommodation fee. There was only one room. The two ladies could just squeeze in. Dong Shui agreed, but she felt wronged. Fu Hongqi took the package to the room, put it down and quickly went out of the room. He stood at the door and said, "Miss, I think you should go back to the mansion." Ningxu just said, "No, you didn't see me today. Don't talk nonsense when you go back." How could a concubine's son argue with the young marquis? Fu Hongqi would be at a disadvantage. Fu Hongqi was very confused. What happened? Thank you. Cousin Qi, you should go back to school, Ningxu said to her. Fu Hongqi had no choice. Seeing that the other party didn't talk to him, he could only cup his hands and leave. Dong Shui closed the door and said to Ningxu, "Miss, what should we do next?" "We'll cross the bridge when we get there. Don't worry, your miss knows what to do." First, they had to deal with Fu Yiji's marriage. The other things could be dealt with later. "I won't let you get married." Fu Hongqi returned to the mansion and went to ask the old madam why the young master moved out. The old madam was shocked. She didn't know about this at all. Fu Yiji heard the news and came back. He said, "Grandson is preparing for my cousin's marriage. I'll send my cousin out and bring her back when it's time to pick her up. My cousin's house is a little far from the capital, so I plan to go around the capital to pick her up." He was going to marry Xiao Kaishan anyway. "You're going to get married?" Fu Hongqi asked. "Even if you're going to get married, why don't you prepare for it?" The old madam's expression was a bit suspicious, but she didn't say anything. Fu Yiji was her grandson. She wouldn't embarrass her grandson in front of outsiders. Fu Yiji said, "This is what I discussed with my cousin." Fu Hongqi had nothing to say. He just cupped his hands and left. Xiao Kaishan left the mansion silently. Soon the marquis and the marquis's wife knew. The marquis's face was ashen. He guessed a possibility. His face was even more ashen. Fu Yiji nodded. "It's exactly as you think, father. Just her identity as a brothel girl is not enough to keep her safe. So you stole the identity of your aunt's daughter." Master Ho wiped his face and said, "You're a devil." "I was possessed." Fu Yiji nodded and said, "If I had been a little braver at that time, I would not have regretted it for the rest of my life. There are plenty of women out there. Why do you insist on this one?" Master Ho's face was ugly. Doing this was like walking on a tightrope. He did not care much about the orphan girl. But once this matter was discovered, even if the Ho family was not destroyed, it would slowly sink. Now the emperor was very angry. Fu Yiji said, "The other women are not her. What's the point? And I promise that there won't be any problems with this matter." Master Ho couldn't take it anymore and slapped him across the face. "Promise? What promise do you have? You're gambling with all the heads of the Ho manor. I'm going to hand her over. She can't stay in the Ho manor." "Father." Fu Yiji was shocked. Fu Yiji didn't care about the slap before, but this sentence made Fu Yiji kneel on the ground, looking frightened. "Father, you can't do this. If you hand her over, she will suffer a lot." Master Ho said coldly, "She is the third princess consort. When she was living a life of luxury, she couldn't even touch the edge of the marquis's mansion. Since she was living a life of luxury, she should have thought of the day when she would lose it. If she suffers, why does she have to drag the entire Ho manor down with her? What does the Ho manor owe her? Because your son loves her. Moreover, the third prince will return sooner or later. Your son knows that you want the marquis's mansion to be a little higher. Why don't you bet on the third prince?" "Father, the third prince is definitely someone worth following. Only with investment can you reap the rewards." "Father, this is an opportunity." Fu Yiji tried to persuade him. "Then you can hide her outside." Fu Yiji said, "Father, you know that the search outside is very tight now." This time, the emperor was furious. Maybe he knew that this was not his son's doing, but he wanted to punish the chicken to warn the monkey. At the same time, none of these sons could escape. So recently, those princes were unlucky. Today, a prince was impeached and was scolded and punished by the emperor. Tomorrow, another prince was impeached and the emperor roared and must be punished. During this period, the number of officials who were disgraced increased. Now, the third princess was a hot potato. He hid his uneasiness and fear in his heart. If he handed her over, how should he explain? In short, Fu Yiji decided to take the third princess back to the Ho manor without authorization, which was like planting a bomb in the Ho manor. He even changed his name and wanted to marry the third princess. What a ridiculous thing. Late at night, Ningxu took advantage of the fact that Dong Shui was asleep. In order to prevent her from waking up in the middle of the night, Ningxu also made some incense to make her feel better. Wearing dark clothes, in a hidden alley, he climbed over the wall and stepped on the tiles, avoiding the patrolling officers and soldiers on the street, and arrived at the home manor. Oh, hee, I told you that I would be back. Ningxu used his spiritual force to scan the third princess's room. Fu Yizhi did not live with her. Even if they were married, nothing would happen if they lived in the same room. Even if Fu Yizhi wanted to do something, when he could not help himself, he would not succeed. You are just a supporting male lead. Even if you get her body, you can't get her heart, and you can't unlock more positions. Ningxu avoided the guards of the home manor and groped his way to the third princess's room. There was a servant girl on night watch, lying on the table asleep. Ningxu knocked the servant girl unconscious with a karate chop. Then, she walked to the side of the bed with the third princess consort's back facing her. Ningxu then knocked the third princess consort out with a karate chop. The third princess consort was already asleep. Once she fainted, she did not make a sound. Ningxu shook his hand. His hand hurt, so he picked up the third princess. Ningxu originally wanted to carry the third princess away, but as soon as he carried her, his shoulder pressed against her stomach. The third princess is now a little pregnant, and her lower abdomen is only slightly protruding, but once it presses against her stomach, something will definitely happen. Ningxu can only princess carry and slip away. Carrying the third princess, he went to the third prince's mansion. This place was often patrolled, and soon the third princess was found. If she was discovered, Fu Yizhi didn't believe that he could snatch her back. Ningxu put the third princess down, leaned against the wall, and then directly returned to the inn. Thinking about it, using this method to get the third princess away, it will not implicate the people in the home manor who do not know. The third princess is not, let's see who you marry, you will be anxious to death, go trembling in fear, go guess. Moreover, even if the third princess is caught, nothing will happen for the time being. The third princess has a child in her stomach. The emperor will not kill women and children, especially his grandson. Moreover, with his wife in the capital, the third prince can also walk into the trap. Doesn't the third prince dote on his wife like his life? Moreover, even if he wants to do something, he has a hostage in his hands. Ningxu placed the third princess near the gate of the third Wangfu. When he left, in order to avoid being intercepted, Ningxu planned to lead the patrolling guards to this place. Ningxu crouched on the roof and picked up a small stone. She tossed it in her hand and threw it at the guard below. The stone hit the guard's armor with some force. With a clang, the guard who was hit fell to the ground uncontrollably. The place where the stone hit was very painful. It was so painful that the guard was numb. If it wasn't for the armor, the stone may have sunk into the flesh. Who is it? The guard's companion suddenly scanned the surroundings with great vigilance. When he saw a black shadow disappear, he quickly shouted, "Chase!" Ningxu maintained a distance that was not too far nor too close. He could let these people see him. Then he fled to the third Wangfu and sped up his pace. Then the third princess who was lying on the ground was found. The guards pointed a torch at the third princess's face and then took out a portrait. Isn't this the third princess? Hurry up and catch her and report to the peak. The guards didn't expect to catch the third princess. Why was the third princess alone in front of the gate? Now the Wangfu has been sealed. There was no one inside. The third princess appeared here. The guards thought that it might be a trap. They dragged the third princess away. In any case, now they found a criminal. The unconscious third princess didn't know who caught her. These patrolling guards didn't care about the black shadow. They wanted to catch the important criminal first. Ningxu watched these guards leave. He followed them for a distance. When he was sure that the third princess was sent to the yamen, he turned around and went back. If the third princess still had someone to save her, or someone to protect her, then it was none of her business. There was no need to talk about the flood of good fortune, which made Xuani's people envious. Ningxu returned to the inn, took off his clothes, and went to sleep. On the bed, Dong Shui was sleeping soundly. Ningxu lay down, and what happened next had nothing to do with her. She was just a delicate and pitiful little girl. How could the assassin be her? Even if the Marquis estate was suspicious, they wouldn't suspect her. Fu Yizhi believed that he had already given her the best. If she wanted a new identity, he would give her a new identity. There was no reason for him to make things difficult for the third princess. However, Ningxu was about to drive Fu Yizhi crazy. Originally, he had already captured her easily and was about to fulfill his wish, but he suddenly stepped on empty air. She was looking forward to Fu Yizhi's expression when he found out that the third princess had disappeared. Ningxu slept with a smile on his face. It was really tiring to run for such a long time. There was suppression in this plane, and he didn't even know the plot. When he did it, he couldn't go all out. Without a target, it was good to give him a target. In the morning, the dew dripped, and the air was fresh. After a night of peace, the Marquis' estate began to become restless. There were all kinds of voices, and the sound of shouting outside the estate. There were people selling breakfast on the streets, starting a day of prosperity. As if nothing had happened. Fu Yizhi personally instructed the small kitchen to prepare a nutritious breakfast. Ever since the third princess consort was pregnant, her appetite had been poor. It was not easy for the prince to have an accident after the pregnancy reaction ended. The third princess's liver was depressed, and she was in a state of worry all day. In order to let the third princess eat well, and also for the child in her belly, Fu Yizhi personally came to the small kitchen to prepare. Pregnant women's tastes were more tricky. Even she herself didn't know what she wanted to eat, so it had to be tasty and nutritious. A gentleman stayed away from the kitchen, not to mention someone of Fu Yizhi's status. But when he did this, the small kitchen was in a mess. Fu Yizhi didn't know how to cook, but he would stare at it. One moment, he would do this, and the next moment, he wanted it to be perfect. The kitchen maids were so busy that they wanted to *ck a dog. Just for breakfast alone, there were more than 10 dishes, and they were all very particular. But if it was done well, Fu Yizhi was very generous. If the third princess liked to eat a dish, he would reward the chef who made that dish, and it wasn't a small sum. So these people were *king a dog in their hearts, but they were also preparing with all their might, showing their determination to win. But no one could be sure about a pregnant woman's taste. She might like it today, but not tomorrow. Usually, for 3 meals a day, these kitchen maids worked very hard. Usually, they had to get up before dawn to prepare, and even in the middle of the night to think about what to prepare. Fu Yizhi saw that breakfast was almost ready, so he went to the third princess's room to call her. Fu Yizhi knocked for a while, but no one opened the door. The pregnant third princess was always sleepy, and her mental strength wasn't very good. But why didn't the maid who was on night duty come to open the door? Fu Yizhi's expression changed, and he directly kicked the door open. He saw the maid lying on the table, sleeping soundly. It was already dawn, but the maid was still sleeping. Fu Yizhi looked into the room and saw that there was no one on the bed. His face turned pale, and his body staggered. He almost couldn't support himself and fell to the ground. Fu Yizhi kicked the maid. Fu Yizhi had always been an elegant gentleman, but this was the first time he was so flustered and exasperated, and his kick was very fierce. He directly threw the maid to the ground. Because of the pain, the maid woke up, and her face was blank. Seeing the young Marquis's fierce and bloodthirsty eyes staring at her, she immediately quivered. Young master." The maid hurriedly knelt on the ground, not understanding what had happened. But the master was so angry, it was definitely not wrong to admit her mistake at the first moment. Fu Yizhi gritted his teeth. "Where is she? You were on night duty, and you even lost her?" Without marriage, Fu Yizhi naturally wouldn't sleep with the third princess. He respected the third princess very much, and loved and respected her. But he didn't expect that she would disappear just like that. Fu Yizhi's scalp exploded, and his mind was in a mess. He didn't know how the third princess was, where she was, and what she encountered. Just thinking about it, Fu Yizhi's mind went blank, and he didn't dare to not think about her situation. The maid was incomparably shocked, and then incomparably frightened. I don't know. I was clearly guarding the young miss, but I didn't know that the young miss would disappear just like that." Fu Yizhi rubbed his forehead. The third princess had suddenly disappeared. Was the person who took her an enemy or a friend? Fu Yizhi also knew that this maid had been sneak attacked, but he still couldn't help but scold her as an idiot, and kicked her body. The maid fell to the ground, not daring to resist. She only trembled on the ground, and didn't say anything. Fu Yizhi wouldn't waste time on a maid, and after thinking about it, he directly went to a concubine's courtyard. Young master, and concubine haven't woken up yet. The maid stopped Fu Yizhi, who was rushing into the room. Fu Yizhi was burning with anxiety. In one night, a living person had disappeared for no reason. It was silent and did not alarm anyone. At least, no one in the manor noticed. There were guards in the manor. Not everyone could enter the manor. If it was not someone outside, then it must be someone inside. Father did not agree to keep the third princess in the manor, so he took her away. Only Father knew that it was the third princess. The marquise and the old madam thought it was a prostitute. So, it was very likely that Master Ho took her away. Get out of my way. Fu Yizhi directly kicked the servant girl away. Right now, anyone who stood in his way would not have a good ending. In the room, a concubine was tidying up Master Ho's clothes. Fu Yizhi just barged in. Fortunately, he had gotten up and dressed. If not, it would be very awkward. Master Ho could not only have Marquise as his only woman. He also had concubines. It was normal for him to sleep in the concubine's room. Master Ho's face was cold. What is this? Even if it was just a concubine, there was a difference between men and women. Moreover, she was Fu Yizhi's elder. How could she barge in like this? You have studied so much. It was not easy to have a break, and he did not have to go to court early. However, his son barged in without any reason and looked secretive. Master Ho was very disappointed with his son recently. He was using up the good impression and ability he had accumulated before. If it was not because Fu Yizhi was very outstanding and famous in the past, he would not be so lenient. He was called a young talent, good-looking, and a legitimate son. He had a good hand, but now it seemed that he was playing worse and worse. Master Ho did not want to give up his legitimate son unless it was a last resort. In the future, the title would definitely be given to his legitimate son. Fu Yizhi saw that the concubine was present. He held back and said, "Father, I have something to say to you. It is very important." Master Ho left the concubine's courtyard and went to the study. Fu Yizhi immediately said anxiously, "Father, the princess is missing." Missing? How could she be missing? Master Ho frowned. Would this woman's disappearance bring disaster to the manor? Moreover, who was it that took it away? Would they report it to the Marquise estate? Or was there someone monitoring the Marquise estate? They hadn't even gotten married, yet something like this had already happened. It made people tremble with fear. They felt as if there was a head hanging over their heads, but they didn't know where it came from. Fu Yizhi's eyes were red as he asked, "Father, did you hide her?" Master Ho was speechless. No. Master Ho denied it flatly. He wasn't the one who took her away. Since she didn't disturb the mansion, maybe it was the third prince's men who took her away. Now Master Ho only hoped that it was the third prince's men, not someone else. Now that someone else had something on him, it was quite a terrible thing. Now, she was just a brainless person, yet she was suspecting that he had taken her away. Damn it, stupid as a pig. Fu Yizhi was now in a state of confusion due to his concern. He did not make any sound, and did not leave behind any words. Fu Yizhi became even more worried, thinking that something bad had happened to her. "Father, only you have the ability to disappear from the manor without a sound." Fu Yizhi looked stubbornly at Master Ho. His heart was frying. He was about to marry the princess, even if it was fake. Everything was ready. They were just short of getting married. But now she was gone. He was just short of having her. Just a little bit, just a little bit. Fu Yizhi was extremely upset. He hated himself for not guarding her. He thought that she would be out of danger when she arrived at the manor. But he didn't expect that the people in the manor were even more dangerous. Because the third prince was now a rebel, no one dared to approach him for fear of implicating the manor and its wealth. And there were so many people in the manor. Bastard, instead of asking me for her, you might as well go out and ask around. Master Ho rubbed his eyebrows. Children were all debts. Ever since Fuizhi was young, he didn't need the adults to worry about him when it came to studying. However, love was something that drove him crazy. The manor sent some spies and went out to drink tea with colleagues. Soon the news spread that the third princess had been caught. As for how she was caught, it seemed that the third princess returned to the manor and fainted in front of the manor. She was discovered by the patrolling guards. Such a dramatic discovery. But Master Ho was relieved that the manor wasn't implicated. But just as he was relieved, it was brought up again. The third princess was originally in the manor. Why was she in front of the manor in a coma? It was obvious that she was knocked out and brought to the manor. She was discovered on purpose. Then who was it? Master Ho wanted to curse. What the hell, would someone appear to accuse the manor of harboring a fugitive? Fuizhi knew that the princess was caught. His heart ached. He looked at his father with an inexplicable gaze. Father, did you do this? Let the princess appear in the manor and be discovered. This way, the manor wouldn't be implicated. Father, why didn't you tell me? Master Ho, he didn't want to talk to this retard anymore. Why did he insist that he was the one who took her away? Master Ho was so wrong that he wanted to beat this son of a bitch to death. Don't stare at me with eyes that are worse than death. You treat a little admiration as a great thing in life. You also treat everyone around you as bad people who want to break up your love. Fuizhi wanted to see the third princess, but Master Ho tied him up and locked him in a small dark room. He hung the portrait in front of Fuizhi and made him look at his lover every day. He only gave him one meal a day, a tattered quilt, and an unknown stench and musty smell. Fuizhi's life was too smooth. He was the young marquis. When the time was right, he would inherit the title of marquis. He lived a life of luxury and opened his mouth to eat and stretched out his hands to wear clothes. Now that he didn't get a response from a woman, he was particularly persistent. If he was still so stubborn, Master Ho felt that he could give up this son. As for the third princess, Fuizhi didn't care about the interests of Ho's mansion at all. Ho's mansion was in danger now. Someone sneaked into Ho's mansion and took the third princess away. It meant that someone was watching Ho's mansion. Master Ho felt a chill in his heart. Maybe it was the emperor's secret guard who was secretly observing. Everywhere in the capital, Fuizhi's behavior was transparent in the eyes of others. Master Ho's brain was about to explode. This troublesome son of his still said that he took the woman away. Where was his brain? Like a madman, he pulled him apart. He directly locked him up. Out of sight, out of mind. His son was unreliable, so he could only rely on himself. He secretly inquired about the princess to make sure that Ho's mansion would not be implicated. Fuizhi was locked in a dark room. There was not even a candle. There were 2 glazed tiles above his head. During the day, sunlight could come in. But at night, there was no light. It was as dark as it was outside. Fuizhi wanted to sleep, but he had to wrap himself in a quilt. The quilt seemed to be a little damp. It was very uncomfortable to sleep on it. In the past, his quilt and clothes had incense. After he washed them clean, the incense would be sent to his room. Lying on the bed was very comfortable and he missed it. Moreover, there was only a quilt and no pillow. He could not sleep at night. He had never suffered like this before. Fuizhi rubbed his stomach. He was given 1 meal a day and the taste was not very good. It was not a delicate dish. Rice and soup was actually not bad. But for Fuizhi, it was very difficult to endure. On one hand, he was worried about the third princess. On the other hand, he was shouting to go out. But no one paid attention to him. Now he was no longer the high and mighty young marquis. Those servants also did not listen to him. Generally, people would first satisfy their material needs. Eat, drink, go to the toilet and sleep. Then they would pursue spiritual pleasures. Only when they were full and warm would they think about sex. Now Fuizhi wanted to leave. The marquise did not understand how the relationship between the father and son became like this. Fuizhi was locked up. The marquise's position as the legal wife was stable. Half of the time, it was because of her family and her son. No one could compete with her for the position of the marquis's woman. Those concubines and concubines were all well-behaved and did not dare to speak up. But recently, the situation in the marquis's mansion changed. Fu Yizhi was locked up. Obviously, he had angered the marquis. Moreover, the marquis was angry and did not go to the marquis's courtyard. Now was a good opportunity. Those concubines and concubines were a bit noisy. They took the opportunity to pull the marquis to their courtyard. The marquis was in a bad mood. Every time he came to the concubines' room, he would reward them with some toys. It was enough to make the concubines happy. The marquis's heart was full of hatred but also disdain. In the end, it was just a toy. Being rewarded like a servant and still so happy. The marquise had been in charge of the inner residence for a long time. She knew that if the east wind was not suppressing the west wind, then the west wind was suppressing the east wind. There were concubines who were firmly suppressed by the legal wife. There were also legal wives who were trampled on by the concubines. Moreover, the marquise understood that her husband was doing it on purpose. Because of Fu Yizhi, he was angry with her. The marquise was mentally and physically exhausted. Ever since her son fell in love with Minister Qin's daughter, it was as if he was repaying a debt. What exactly did he owe that woman? Now that she was married, her son was actually going to be a widow for the rest of his life. He was the young marquis and would be a marquis in the future. How could he inherit the title of marquis without an heir? It wasn't easy for him to get married, but he ended up marrying a brothel girl. He didn't know what happened, but the woman suddenly left. The conflict between her husband and son was definitely because of that woman from the Qin Tower. If this continued, there would be no place for them in the marquis's estate. The marquise went to the door of the solitary confinement room and talked to Fu Yizhi, who was bored to death. There were 4 walls. There were no books. There was nothing. Fu Yizhi had to go from day to night, and then from night to day. It was a terrifying torture. The marquise tried her best to persuade her son not to be angry with his father. She also told him about the recent situation in the marquis household. Your father likes concubine Zhou's son and wants him to be the top scorer in the imperial examinations. Your title will be taken away by someone else. Fu Yizhi didn't believe such words, but his heart was very angry. Since he was young, he was the young marquis. For Fu Yizhi, inheriting the title was a matter of course. Now that he suddenly had to give his title to someone else, Fu Yizhi found it hard to accept. What originally belonged to him, what should have belonged to him? How could it be taken away by someone else? When he had it, he didn't feel anything. But when it was taken away, it was incomparably painful. If you want to destroy a person, it is to take back everything that was given unconditionally. No, I am the legitimate son of the marquis's estate. How could my father give the title to a bastard? Fu Yizhi refused to believe this matter. Whether you are the legitimate son or not depends on your father's words. In the future, when it is under my name, you will be the legitimate son. Moreover, there is a precedent of a bastard inheriting the title. The marquise was mentally and physically exhausted. Fu Yizhi made a fuss and wanted to go out. The marquise went to the marquise to talk to the marquise. But the marquise refused. He said that Fu Yizhi was not calm and dared not let him out. He even bit his own father. If he was let out, who knows what kind of trouble he would cause. The marquis household can't afford to be tossed around anymore. The marquis was now frightened when he thought that someone came and took away the 3rd princess. See, the marquise begged bitterly, but the marquise's face was indifferent. The marquise suffered a lot of grievances. Her husband doted on those concubines and gave them face, but he didn't give her any face. Seeing her husband like this, she couldn't help but shout, why do you treat Yizhi like this? Then go back and ask your son what he did. The marquise coldly said. Then tell me, what did he do? The marquise was pestering endlessly. She had enough, just because he brought back a prostitute? Don't you have prostitutes in your backyard too? You also play with prostitutes. Your son is just learning from you. You don't set an example, and you want your son to be obedient. The marquise was full of resentment. The marquise was too lazy to argue with her. You ask him yourself, don't ask me. The Marquis household was in chaos. Ningxu and Dong Shui were living a good life. Now they needed to find a place to stay. They couldn't always stay in the inn. The land in the capital was very expensive, so were the houses. Ningxu didn't plan to buy an expensive house. As long as it was in the city, it didn't matter even if it was a little remote. By the way, it was a house that could be used to make a living. No matter what kind of business it was, there must be a shop. The news that the third princess was caught spread quickly. It was estimated that they wanted the third prince to know and let him walk into the trap. They didn't know how painful Fuizhi was now. Ningxu strolled around the Marquis household and used his spiritual power to scan the Marquis household. When he found that Fuizhi was locked up, he immediately laughed. In the family, everyone huddled together for warmth. When one person achieved the Tao, even his chickens and dogs would rise to heaven. But if something happened, they would also be implicated. It was not as simple as just enjoying life. The Marquis's uncle's mind was still clear. Now Fuizhi's brain was controlled by a third leg. His brain was full of love, and it was best to lock him up. Fuizhi cut a sorry figure. Not only was he handsome and suave, but he was also sore. He hadn't washed up, and looked very sloppy. Young Marquis, seeing that you are not living well, I feel much better. Dong Shui saw Ningxu walk to the door of the Marquis household and said, Miss, do you want to go in? Do you want to go in and see the old madam? After all, blood was thicker than water. Ningxu shook his head, no. She had disappeared for a few days. They should have found out, but they didn't send anyone to look for her. It could only be said that they chose Fuizhi between Fuizhi and her. There was a difference between close and distant relatives. This wasn't a sad thing, it was fine as long as one got over it. Dong Shui sighed, old madam didn't ask you, but young Master Qi came to see you. Fu Hongqi did come to the inn to look for her, saying that he wanted to see if she needed anything. Ningxu said she didn't need any help. When Fu Hongqi came, he brought some silver, some broken silver, and a small bag. It seemed that Fu Hongqi had saved it. When Fu Hongqi gave the money to Ningxu, Ningxu stared at him. Fu Hongqi couldn't sit still and his ears turned red. Ningxu was a little more certain now. This scholar probably liked his clients. Otherwise, he would come to the inn for no reason and wouldn't even study. The client wasn't bad looking. Although Fu Hongqi was the heir of the Marquis, his status wasn't good. He was just the son of a concubine and wouldn't inherit the title in the future. At most, he would be given a meager amount of property. If the client married Fu Hongqi, it wouldn't be considered climbing up the social ladder. Ningxu didn't want to have any contact with the people of the Marquis's household. She directly told Fu Hongqi not to come find her. Then Ningxu changed to another inn. As for whether Fu Hongqi came to the inn to find her, she didn't know. What was so difficult about being confined by your own father? Without love, power, and title, that was called suffering. As for the third princess, Ningxu didn't care much about her. If anything happened to her, it had nothing to do with her. Moreover, she took the client's name and didn't refuse. She took advantage of it. Now, she didn't want you to take advantage of her name and status. Since you've enjoyed glory and wealth, now that you're in trouble, you should accept it. Even if something happened to the third prince, the third princess lived a life of luxury in the Marquis's household. She was carefully taken care of. Then, the third prince returned and became the empress. Then she continued to enjoy life. She must have saved the universe in her previous life to have such good fortune. Ningxu found a house. It was the kind of house that could be used to do business. It wasn't a problem to do a small business. However, it wasn't cheap either. It cost a few hundred taels. If it was an ordinary person, they might not be able to buy it in their lifetime. It was comparable to the price of a house in modern times. Ningxu bought it and went to the yamen to complete the paperwork. Although Dong Shui was distressed, she was very active in cleaning. After all, it was her home. With a house, she had a place to live. It was also very comfortable. These days, Dong Shui had been wandering around with Ningxu, and her heart was a little wild. How could a lady from the boudoir casually go out like this? After tasting the taste of freedom, she did not want to be restrained. Dong Shui was happy that she didn't have to worry about other people's opinions. However, she was worried about what to eat every day and how to save money. After she became the head of the household, she felt distressed every time she spent a sum of money. Every day, the young miss would give her some money to buy vegetables and meat, as well as other necessities for the family. Dong Shui wished she could save as much as possible. She also knew that her young miss had bought a house and did not have much money on hand. While Ningxu was thinking about how to make a living, Fu Yizhi, who was locked up in the small dark room, felt a crisis. If he continued to be locked up like this, he might lose his title. Moreover, he did not know how the third princess was doing. Fu Yizhi learned from the painful experience and insisted on leaving here. He could not stand it anymore. He ate, drank, defecated, slept in the same room, and even used the same room to relieve himself. Although there was a toilet bowl, it did not mean that it did not stink. The smell in the room was suffocating. Fu Yizhi had never spent so many days with his own excrement. He was simply an animal. He was like an animal locked up in a pen. How could his father be so cruel? He pulled the servant who delivered the food and said that he wanted to see the marquis. He asked the servant to inform him that there would be benefits. Fu Yizhi did not count on his status as the young marquis to make these servants obedient. He could only tempt them with benefits. After all, his father was the one who controlled the fate of everyone in the marquis's mansion, including his son. Fu Yizhi used to think that his father loved him and was proud of him. Now it seemed that this was not the case. He took it for granted. As long as his title was not confirmed, he would be kicked out by his father at any time. He was not the only son. It was only when he held it in his hands that it was real. The marquis did not trust his son very much. If he came out, he would definitely make a big fuss because of the third princess. So he rejected his son's request to talk. The servant came back and told Fu Yizhi what the marquis said. Fu Yizhi did not believe it. "Did you tell my father?" The servant held his breath. Even through the crack of the door, he could smell the smell inside. He said, "Young master, I really did tell him. The marquis said that you should reflect on it." Reflect on it? How could he reflect on it? He had promised that he would not look for the third princess when he went out. Now that the third princess was caught, he would not take action. Instead, it would make the third princess's situation worse. The servant pried Fu Yizhi's hands away. There was dirt on his hands. When he grabbed himself, he seemed to be stained with a foul smell. The young master who was like a banished immortal was now in such a sorry state. He fell from the clouds. The marquis was insulting the young master's self-esteem. Don't turn against him. The marquis might be kind enough to let the young master reflect on it, but the young master might think otherwise. As for why he should reflect on it, as a servant, he did not know what the young master had done that made him reflect on it. He had seen the young master's sorry state. When the young master came out, he did not know what to do with him. From tomorrow onwards, he would take turns to deliver food to the other servants, so as not to be killed. The servant left the food and left. Fu Yizhi looked at the food on the floor. It was very simple. There were no hard dishes. There was no chicken, duck, or fish. There was only some shredded meat and vegetables. Fu Yizhi was so angry that he wanted to flip the plate. But there was only one meal a day. If he flipped it over, he would have to starve for a day. It was not that he had not flipped it over before. In the end, he had to starve for a day. He was the young marquis. Now, he was in such a sorry state because of a meal. Fu Yizhi sneered. Without power, he could not protect the people he cherished. Without power, he would be trampled on. Before, he was the glorious young marquis. Now, he could not even be compared to a servant. Fu Yizhi did not dare to pick up his clothes and smell them. They were too smelly. The marquis's wife would occasionally send some food and 2 sets of clothes. But without washing up, even if he wore the clothes, it would still be smelly. Fu Yizhi said to his mother, "Mother, I want to take a bath. I can't stay here any longer. I will go crazy." The marquis's wife was very distressed. But she still said, "Yizhi, bear with it. You will be able to leave soon. Your father is still angry." Fu Yiji's heart suddenly ached. He asked, "What does my taking a bath have to do with my father being angry?" Could it be that he could not even take a bath when his father was angry? Fu Yiji never knew that he could be so pitiful. The Marquis's wife naturally heard the resentment in her son's words. "Only your father has the key to this house. If he does not let you out, you will not be able to leave." Only the Marquis had the key, so whether he could leave or not depended on the other party's words. Otherwise, he would be locked in here forever. Because the other party was a Marquis, a member of the royal family, so he could not compete. Because he wanted to do what he wanted to do, but because of the benefits, he could not do it. Did he become a man of his word, a man that no one dared to oppose, and he could get whatever he wanted? Fu Yiji sighed. He felt that he was a failure in this life. In the past, he was a beautiful and handsome young Marquis. He was a man of the hour in the capital, but he could not even get a girl's heart. It seemed that he could get whatever he wanted, but he could not even get a woman. Because there was a man who had more power than him. It was really depressing. Historically, the big fish ate the small fish, and the small fish ate the shrimps. He was at most a small fish, eating shrimps. Just like how he dealt with the orphan girl, and the imperial family treated him the same way. Fu Yiji laughed coldly. Outside the door, the Marquis wife looked into the room through the gap. It was a little dark inside, and her eyes were not used to it, so she could not see where Fu Yiji was. There was a smell at the tip of her nose, and it seemed to be the smell of sweat and excrement. The Marquis wife was very distressed. Fu Yiji had never suffered since he was young, and now he was worse than a servant. "Yiji, don't quarrel with your father. No matter what, your father is doing this for the Marquis household. Yiji, you are still young, and you don't know that some things will affect the whole situation," the Marquis wife advised earnestly. What was the point of making the family restless for a prostitute? The Marquis wife probably heard that it was because of that prostitute, and that prostitute had disappeared from the Marquis household. Like Fu Yiji, the Marquis wife immediately thought that the Marquis had taken her away, and did not allow a prostitute to become the Marquis wife. This was simply a big joke, and there were also people in the capital who were not stingy and fooled around, and became a joke. The Marquis wife did not want her son to become a joke. "Yiji, say something." There was no sound at all, making the Marquis wife feel very anxious. "What do you want me to say?" Fu Yiji asked. What was there to say to his mother? Her husband was her everything. When faced with a choice between her son and her husband, of course she would stand on her husband's side. The Marquise was a little unsteady on her feet. She felt that her son was really bewitched. If she had known earlier, she would have let him marry Xianxia and take the position of the first wife. Even if she was an orphan, she was still a prostitute. Regardless of whether Xianxia agreed or not, she was going to be forceful. Previously, she had repeatedly asked for Xianxia's opinion. What was there to ask? Why couldn't they just force them to get married? Now that things had turned out this way, Xianxia had already run away. Previously, he didn't care much about an orphan girl. But he didn't expect that the chicken had flown away and the eggs had been smashed. There was already news that the young Marquis Fu Yiji was going to get married. But there was no bride now. How did things end up like this? Fu Yiji, don't forget that you are a member of the Marquis estate. You are related to the glory of the Marquis estate. Forget about glory, you will implicate the entire Marquis estate. The Marquise felt that her son was simply impossible to communicate with. He was as stubborn as a calf. She couldn't even pull him back. He knew that there was a cliff in front of him, but he just kept walking forward. The bystanders were scared witless. They wanted to do something, but he turned around and used his sharp horns to poke at them. It was really painful. But they couldn't just ignore it. Glory? Face? Fu Yiji sneered. The Marquise frowned. What are you mocking? You have enjoyed glory and face since you were young. Now you are mocking this glory. Aren't you also struggling because you can't get a woman? You got what you wanted. Why are you looking down on the glory of the Marquis estate? What's wrong with the Marquis estate wanting to maintain its glory? It's as if you are very good at pursuing your love, treating money like dirt. Aren't you dissatisfied with the Marquis for locking you up? It's the same as bullying you. The marquise suddenly felt that her son was sick. Fu Yizhi gasped for breath. His lips moved, but he couldn't say anything to refute. But his heart was screaming. No, it's not like this. He clenched his fists and leaned against the wall. They didn't understand. Sometimes it wasn't others who moved him, but himself who moved himself. What he did was all his own business. What did it have to do with the third princess? NNN. Fu Yizhi fell into his own imagination. He was like a crazy demon, thinking that it was the purest love in the world. Mother, I know I was wrong. Can you help me talk to father? I won't make trouble again. Fu Yizhi said calmly. His voice didn't have any ripples. He couldn't act like a spoiled child. Good, good. It's good that you have thought it through. The marquise hurried to find her husband. Fu Yizhi listened to the sound of footsteps getting farther and farther away. He raised his head and looked at the sunlight shining through the glazed roof. His face was expressionless, and his eyes were calm. What is the marquis estate? Father, your son will bring you greater glory. The marquise went to tell the marquise that her son knew he was wrong, but the marquise still didn't take out the key. He is not convinced. Admitting his mistake now is just a temporary measure. The marquise couldn't help but say, even if it is a temporary measure, he knows he was wrong. How long do you want to keep him locked up? When the dust settles, he will come out. The marquise said directly. The marquise was stunned. She sat on the round chair weakly. Marquise, that is our child. He is the eldest son. You didn't see how chaotic the marquis estate is. The marquise didn't say anything. It's better if it's chaotic. As for who will inherit the title, it will depend on their ability. Of course, the prerequisite is that they have the ability. The marquise was about to die from anger. Originally, it was a matter that was in the bag, but suddenly there was a change. It was true that lust was a knife. Moreover, it seems that Fu Yizhi's chances of inheriting the title are gradually decreasing. The marquise had a splitting headache. How can you be so cruel? That was the child he was proud of. Now the child was just a little confused and suddenly rebelled. As the child's father, he didn't care and even wanted to deprive him of his glory. How cruel. It's not that I am cruel. It's just that he is living too well. So well that he doesn't even know that he is a member of the marquis estate. The marquise waved his hand to let the marquise go. You don't have to worry about him. When the time is right, he will definitely come. Out. The marquise almost cried. When the time comes, everything will be cold. How can a young marquis be locked up for so long? A person who has never made a mistake was suddenly locked up. It will definitely lead to a lot of speculation. How big of a mistake did Fu Yizhi make? The marquise wanted to say something, but the marquise lowered his head and continued with his work, ignoring her. How can she see the child? /BK The marquise did not dare to see Fu Yizhi, so she returned to her own courtyard and rubbed her head. A maid brought the medicine over, reminding the marquise that it was time to take the medicine. The marquise drank the medicine, squinted her eyes, and breathed quickly. Fu Yizhi, who was waiting for his mother, smiled and lay down on the damp bedding. In here, even a quilt could not be put in. There were no windows, so it looked like a place of confinement. Before, he did not know that there was such a place in the manor. He only saw a bright and beautiful place, but did not expect that the filth behind it would happen to him. Miss, why did you come to the manor again? Dong Shui said to Ning Shu. This was the back street of the manor, so there were few people coming and going. Miss was standing outside the wall. Since Miss is reluctant to leave the manor, why did you leave? Dong Shui sighed. Ning Shu only said, in any case, my name is about to get married, so I came to see. What happened in the manor, Ning Shu knew, so he came to wander around when he had nothing to do. It doesn't look like they are getting married. At least there was no wedding atmosphere. Now that they are getting married, Miss can't go back, sigh. Dong Shui sighed like an old man. Ning Shu turned and left. You want to go back? Dong Shui quickly followed Ning Shu. No, miss, I don't want to go back. Although life was not good now, there was no one to care about it. If she went back, she would have to look at other people's faces. Ningxu smiled. The current Fuizhi seemed to be a bit evil. For love, he became evil, so touching. She did not know if he would fight with the third prince in the future, but the third prince did not have any direct grudges with her, at least until now. Even if there was a grudge, it could be after the third prince came back. Without Xiao Kaishan's name, the person who took over her name suddenly became the empress. She would probably be so angry that she wanted to drag everyone down with her. Then what should she do? She must say the relationship between Fuizhi and the third princess. The third princess borrowed someone else's name and married an official. How could such a woman be the empress, and during this time she gave birth to a child? Who the father of the child was still unknown, the royal blood was not allowed to be mixed up. If the client made a fuss, or not, she would probably die. After all, dead people do not speak. Whether it was Fuizhi or the third marquis, neither would allow such a bomb to exist. Once it was ignited, it would definitely set off a huge storm. The marquis's mansion would suffer, the third princess consort's reputation would be ruined, and the child would be ruined. Even though the child was of royal blood, it was inevitable that they would be suspicious of the child after such a thing happened. The child was the empress was the empress. The client's position was the lowest in this incident, but she was also the most important, who asked her to be a vicious cousin. Ningxu wanted to steal the third princess from the palace, so he might as well let Fuizhi marry her, and also solve Fuizhi's illness. But the palace was much more heavily guarded, and if she was stolen, it would definitely cause a large-scale search. Fuizhi and the third princess would soon marry, and after the marriage, he would use some methods to make the two of them marry. But the current situation, the fugitive third prince did not seem to have any direct grudges with the client. Ningxu sighed. He did not know the plot was so troublesome, he did not know if the enemy would be let go, and he did not know if the innocent would be implicated. Ningxu guessed, it was very likely that the client died a long time ago, and was killed by Fuizhi before the third prince came back. Anyway, Fuizhi could not escape, he had to deal with Fuizhi first. Now that Fuizhi was locked up, the third princess was also recuperating in the palace. It was said that she was still imprisoned, waiting for the third prince to come back. Besides, killing a woman, a child, and the child in the womb was a little cruel, it might give the fugitive third prince an excuse to rebel. Raising the child was like raising a hostage. Both of them were locked up, let's see how they would get married, so what if they took the name, the feeling of failing at the last step. But he did not know how evil Fuizhi could be, and whether he dared to go to the palace to kidnap someone. Most likely, the marquis would directly kill Fuizhi on the spot, he would not let Fuizhi implicate the entire marquis household. It was not that the marquis did not have a son, without an heir, he still had other sons. Fuizhi's evil side was just this, he would pull a long face, give a long face, and roar a few times. Barking, could he gather a group of people? The marquis household did not have an army, the various families in the capital relied on their connections in the bureaucracy. How could a group of people rebel? Political power came from the shaft of a gun. Ningxu curled her lips, that was all. If Fuizhi really succeeded in gathering the army, she would definitely give him a thumbs up. He was only able to bully an orphan girl like her. In other aspects, to lock Fuizhi up until the dust settled, how long would it take? 1 year, 10 years. Fuizhi might have mushrooms growing on his body, it would not be easy for him to make a comeback. Dongshui chattered beside Ningxu on what to eat today, the price of the dishes, and how to save money. Ningxu just listened quietly and did not interrupt. Occasionally, when she passed by a rich family, she would scan. Her mental power was simply a peeping tool. Many daughters were talking about the third princess. Before she got married, she showed up in public, talking about food, beauty. Yes, it's obvious that she is not blessed, the third prince is obviously so good to her, but in the end, she is a curse to her husband, causing the third prince to become like this. Indeed, she is not blessed. Life is unpredictable, no one knows what will happen in the future, the third princess is quite pitiful. Someone sighed, with a pitiful face. What's pitiful? The third princess is a rebel, don't talk nonsense, otherwise, people will say that you are a pitiful rebel. Yes, there is nothing pitiful. It was always icing on the cake, adding insult to injury. Previously, the third princess was a unique woman, like the wind, but now, she showed up in public, and even cursed her husband. Previously, the third princess was envied by many, but now, she was despised. Why can you marry such a good man? We can't, and can't find such a man, now our hearts are balanced. Ningxu sneered, despising the third princess now. When the third prince makes a comeback, at that time, the third princess will be the mother of the world. According to the love story of the emperor, there must be only one queen in the harem, this is the supreme love. At that time, it will be a slap in the face. It was just that he did not know when the third prince will come back, riding a colorful cloud in front of the third princess, and become her unparalleled hero. /BKAI, I wonder how worried the locked-up Fu Yiji will be about the third princess. Let her be your messenger and convey your feelings of yearning. At night, Ningxu lit some calming incense and let Dong Shui fall asleep. Then Ningxu wore black clothes and went out. He avoided the patrolling guards and went to Minister Qin's house. He could not break into the palace, so he could only break into the minister's residence. The minister's residence looked a bit withered because of the third prince's matter and the marriage of the minister's daughter to the third prince. The minister's residence was inevitably implicated. Ningxu found the third princess's room. It was empty and there was nothing inside. Ningxu scanned and did not find any handwriting related to the third princess. However, he found a ball of paper under the bed. Ningxu pulled out the ball of paper and opened it to take a look. My God, this handwriting is really ugly. This was completely the handwriting of modern people who were not used to writing with a brush. The size and thickness were not uniform. To use a soft brush to write beautiful handwriting, it required special effort, including the strength of the wrist and the weight of the brush. Only then can one write smoothly. Being able to write is not a problem, writing well is a skill. Modern people used pens and ballpoint pens. As long as one knew how to write, the strength of the wrist was completely different. What kind of proposal was written on the paper? It was probably some business. In the past, before the third princess was married, all kinds of businesses were doing well. Ningxu took the ball of paper and left as if there was no one around. The marquis's residence had guards, but the minister's residence was not so particular. There was no need to avoid people. Ningxu returned home and unfolded the ball of paper. Then, he began to imitate the handwriting of the other party. If this handwriting was taken out, it would definitely make people laugh. Even if it was a woman, she had to seriously learn and practice to write well. Unless it was a daughter of a poor family who could not read and write. Daughters of scholars, nobles, and officials would let their daughters learn. These were all things that increased the value of a woman. This handwriting was quite easy to imitate. In any case, it was as ugly as possible. If he used a letter to convey his feelings, Ningxu felt that the other party would not even want to read the contents after seeing such words. Just like humans, your ugly appearance is the biggest obstacle that prevents me from understanding your heart. No matter how romantic the content was, the words were simply too beautiful. The young miss of the minister's matter who had been transmigrated probably couldn't write such ugly words. She didn't know why no one had seen through her disguise. After imitating the notes, Ningxu wrote another letter, this time in the third princess's tone. How could a rebellious wife be treated well in the palace? It was guaranteed that she would not die, but that did not mean that she would be given a high bed, soft pillow, and servants to serve her. The food was definitely not exquisite. It was not easy to fill one's stomach. The third princess was actually a captive, and the imperial court did not give preferential treatment to captives. Ningxu wrote about how these servants treated him harshly and how they ignored him. The palace was very cold and cheerless, and the servants were all monitoring him. It took a lot of effort to send this letter. Sometimes when his stomach was not feeling well, he wanted to find a doctor, but these servants ignored him. He was very scared, very lonely, very helpless, and did not dare to speak. Ningxu wrote several pages in one go, crying with every word. Seeing the person he liked suffer, and being unable to do anything, Fu Yiji was definitely in pain. Fu Yiji tortured himself, moved himself, and did some rituals to express his love. Ningxu dared to guarantee that the third princess in the palace only thought of her husband. Towards Fu Yiji, she only treated him as a friend who came to help her. She gritted her teeth and endured it. She definitely thought of the third prince, and definitely not Fuiji. Even if she wrote a letter every day, she would write to the third prince. Even if the letter could not be delivered, the third princess could still comfort herself. So, who was Fuiji? He thought too highly of himself. Ningxu folded the letter. It was several pages thick, and after folding it, it became even thicker. Taking advantage of the night, Ningxu slipped into the Marquis Fu again. Now there were several groups of guards patrolling the Marquis Fu. It seemed that because of the third princess incident, the Marquis Fu was in a state of alarm. Ningxu stuck close to the wall, like a cat. His footsteps did not make any sound. In the end, he found that there were people guarding the door. They did not guard during the day, but at night. She was so timid. She was not going to kidnap Fuiji. She would be so stupid to carry Fuiji everywhere. It did not benefit her at all, and it would also expose the fact that she was an expert. She would also be suspected of the princess consort's incident. Ningxu flashed in front of two people. The two people guarding the door were stunned. Their voices were stuck in their throats, and they were about to break out, but they were knocked unconscious. Their screams were all blocked. In the room, Fuiji opened his eyes. His eyes could not see, but it made his hearing more sensitive. Something happened outside the door. Did they let him out? But it was in the middle of the night. Even if they let him out, it would be useless. His father, the Marquis, had said that they could let him out once before locking him in again. Was he going to wander the world? His mother would not be so stupid, right? Fuiji was still thinking when he saw something thrown in. Then there was no movement outside. Fuiji fumbled around and felt a stack of paper. He put it on the tip of the pen and smelled it. It seemed to have a fragrance. It was a woman's letter. Maybe it was because he smelled the stench for a long time, a little bit of the fragrance was infinitely magnified. Now that it was dark, he could not see clearly what was written in the letter. There was not even a lamp. Could it be that they wanted to cut the wall to borrow light? For the first time, Fuiji felt that life was difficult. Fuiji put his heart in his chest and felt a burning warmth. For the first time, he could not wait for dawn to come. He wanted to know what was written in the letter. She did not have any power in the capital. It was difficult to send a letter. At dawn, Fuiji woke up in a daze. He hurriedly checked the letter. Seeing that the letter was still there, he breathed a sigh of relief. When he opened it, he saw the crooked handwriting. Fuiji burst out laughing. Only she could write such ugly handwriting. None of the young ladies in the capital could write as ugly as her. At that time, she also took out a proposal and put it in front of him. She said that there was a business and if he wanted to buy a share. At that time, her handwriting was similar to this. Fuiji looked at the letter and gradually frowned. He clutched his chest. It was very painful, very painful. What kind of life did she live in the palace? She was a woman who laughed wantonly and was different from the others. Now she was like a withered flower in the harem. If she married him, the third princess would definitely not live such a life. Although the Marquis's mansion was not the palace, it was still glorious and rich. Moreover, the third princess was in the palace. How could she live well? She did not care how glorious she used to be. Now that you are down, she immediately turned hostile. /BK even a Marquis's mansion was like this, not to mention the imperial palace. Fuiji took a deep breath, feeling as if he was about to suffocate. His tears could not help but fall. He wiped his face, making it look even more messy, like a prisoner in prison. Fuiji narrowed his eyes. This was a private prison set up by the Marquis's mansion. Which family did not have such a thing, but he did not expect that he was the one locked inside. Fuiji was burning with anxiety, but he did not know what to do. The footsteps outside were hurried and messy. Clearly, many people were coming this way. Fuiji hurriedly put away the letter. Locked in here, he had to rely on this thing to survive. Then there was the sound of chains being unlocked. The door opened and a smell came out. Fuiji covered his eyes with his hand. After a while, he adjusted to the strong light. He looked at his father standing in front of him, the Marquis of the Marquis's mansion. looking down at him condescendingly, as if he was a lowly thing. Fu Yizhi could not help but gather his clothes. Father, I have thought it through. I will not be willful anymore. Fu Yizhi said. If there is a good life, why should he be locked up here? Last night, the 2 guards guarding you were attacked. What did you hear? The Marquis looked at Fu Yizhi and asked. Seeing his hand consciously or unconsciously move to his waist, the Marquis narrowed his eyes. Fu Yizhi said without changing his expression, I don't know. I fell asleep. I was too hungry. If I don't sleep, I will be hungrier. Fu Yizhi's tone was sarcastic, but the Marquis did not seem to hear it, or did not care at all. What's wrong with that? It's not like I haven't been here before. A Marquis who has not squatted in a dark room is not called a Marquis. The Marquis said lightly. Fu Yizhi was stunned. What does he mean by a Marquis who has not squatted in a dark room is not called a Marquis? Does a Marquis have to be like this? Starving his body and being poor, he must be sick. See what he has on him. The Marquis took 2 steps back and said to the guard. Fu Yizhi looked at him in horror. You, after saying the word you, Fu Yizhi was restrained by a few guards. They searched his body and found the letter at his waist. Master Marquis. The guard handed the letter to Master Marquis. Master Ho took it and couldn't help but grin when he saw the handwriting. Who wrote this? Even a 7-year-old could write this well. Master Ho quickly finished reading the letter and said to Fu Yizhi, who was struggling, Do you want to see her so badly? Fu Yizhi was not happy. Instead, he looked at him warily, as if he wanted to see if he was plotting something. Yes, I want to see her. The more you try to stop me, the more I want to do it, Fu Yizhi said angrily. Master Ho shook the letter and said, Then I'm really sorry. You may not be able to see him. I heard that the 3rd prince has gathered a group of people in the north and is ready to attack the capital at any time. Fu Yizhi was surprised. He knew that the 3rd prince would not be defeated so easily. Immediately, his face turned pale. If the 3rd prince rebelled, then what was the use of keeping the 3rd princess as a hostage? He must kill her to vent his anger, or kill her and send her corpse to the 3rd prince directly to affect the 3rd prince's mood and at the same time to frighten those who were disloyal. So, you can't see her. But you can see her. When she dies, you can see her corpse, Master Ho said coldly. Fu Yizhi trembled at his father's words. The 3rd princess could not live. If she had married him and not been caught, she would not have lost her life. Moreover, she would have been pregnant. Father, you killed her. It was you. Fu Yizhi looked at Master Ho with red eyes. If I hadn't sent her away, she wouldn't have become like this. Master Ho was indifferent to his son's accusation. Even if I hadn't sent her away, she would have died. In such a big country, there are many women who died of pregnancy. Either disfigure her face or burn it beyond recognition, or send it to the 3rd prince. The result would be the same. Fu Yizhi's heart beat faster. He felt more pity and pain. If the imperial court sent a fake corpse, then the 3rd princess would be dead. If they had married, then they could be together because the 3rd princess was dead. She was Xiao Kaishan and had nothing to do with the 3rd princess. He was so close to getting the 3rd princess consort. So close, so close. They could spend the rest of their lives together. He did not care who the child in her womb belonged to. He would treat the child as his own flesh and blood. In addition to this child, they could have more children. It was too desperate. Just a little. Fu Yizhi gasped and his body trembled. He didn't know if it was because of regret or pain. Fu Yizhi's first thought was that if he really wanted to kill the 3rd princess, he would find someone to replace the 3rd princess. Could it be that he had another chance? Master Ho stepped out of the door and was about to lock it. Fu Yizhi rushed to the door and clung to it. Father, let me out. No, I know what you want to do, but you should give up. Master Ho refused Fu Yizhi directly. Father. His voice was very hoarse, as if he hadn't spoken for a long time and had lost his voice. Fu Yizhi didn't know where the strength came from. He opened the door and knocked Master Ho, who was at the door. Master Ho staggered and ran away. Crazy, really crazy. Master Ho's face was cold. What are you waiting for? Catch him. If he ran to the palace gate and talked nonsense like this, the whole mansion would die without a burial place. He had heard that something happened to the guards at the gate, so he hurried over. At the same time, he was frightened. Who could come and go freely in the whole mansion? He even sent letters to them. Could it be the third prince's people? But if it was the third prince's people, why did he push the third princess out? He knew that if he pushed her out, the third princess would have a hard time. It didn't make sense. Master Ho was very anxious. How many forces were stirring up the situation? Was the Marquis Manor being targeted? Fu Yizhi was caught by a group of guards. He was about to run out of the whole mansion when he was pulled back. 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. Fu Yizhi knew a little kung fu, but he couldn't fight against so many people. Fu Yizhi was brought to Master Ho. Master Ho wanted to slap him, but it was too dirty. Master Ho didn't want to dirty his hands. Most people who came out of the dark room were misophobic. Lock him up. Lock him up until it's over. Fu Yizhi was thrown into the dark room and the door was locked. Fu Yizhi got up from the ground and shouted, "Father, you can't do this. Let's have a good talk. Have a good talk. If you don't agree, I will shout that you took in the third princess and was afraid of being implicated. Then I sent the third princess to the prince's mansion and was found by the patrolling guards." Master Ho suddenly understood. There was nothing wrong with the logic. It made sense/BK after the woman woke up. She said that she didn't remember anything. Ernia pitied her, and she didn't have a place to stay, so Ernia took her home. A great hermit hiding in the city might be able to escape the pursuit. And it seemed that she didn't remember anything. Amnesia, that was unlikely. If she had amnesia and couldn't remember the past, then she had forgotten the third prince. Perhaps she could live peacefully with a blacksmith. The plot would definitely not develop like this. Even if they went through hardships, they would still be together in the end. It was probably to have a place to rest, so she made up such a story. If someone asked, it would always make people feel that something was wrong. If she said that she had amnesia and couldn't remember, then everything would be over. The third princess fainted in front of the door, and Ningxu didn't look at her. They should have never met. They had met in the Lord Protector's mansion, but the third princess definitely couldn't recognize him. It was so annoying. If they searched here, the whole street would probably be in trouble. And that Ernia was probably a small cannon fodder, someone who would be used to deal with the third princess in the fight for power in the future. Ningxu didn't look at her, and the third princess took the initiative to come. After a few days of rest, she looked a little better. The third princess was wearing an ordinary woman's dress. It wasn't good, and it was gray, but her white skin made the gray dress look good. A good-looking person would look good wrapped in a curtain. "Welcome." Dong Shui hurriedly greeted the guest. When she saw the third princess, she said, "What do you want? Is your master here?" The third princess looked at the embroidery on the shelf and asked. "Yes, if you have anything to say, you can just tell me directly. I was the one who fainted here this time. I heard that your master sent me to the clinic. I came this time to thank her. This is my gift," the third princess said to Dong Shui. He placed the basket on the table. There were eggs and pork in the basket. The thank you gift was quite sumptuous. "Oh, so it's you. You're so good looking," Dong Shui said in surprise. "I'll take it. My master is in the backyard now." Dong Shui cheered in her heart. "Wow, there's meat and eggs. It's a sumptuous lunch." Dong Shui found Ningxu and told him that someone was visiting. Ningxu went into the shop and saw the third princess looking at handkerchief embroidery. "Are you feeling better?" Ningxu lifted the curtain and asked the third princess. The third princess came back to her senses and turned to look at the source of the voice. She saw a beautiful woman with fair skin, big eyes, and cherry lips. When she walked, the hem of her dress seemed to ripple with layers of water. It was indescribably beautiful. The third princess smiled at Ningxu. "I'm here to thank you. Thank you for saving me." Ningxu didn't want to have too much to do with her. He said directly, "It's not me. It has nothing to do with me." The third princess was speechless. How was she supposed to respond? Forgive me for being blunt, but the embroidery patterns in your shop are nothing special. You can make some newer patterns, the third princess said. Ningxu raised his eyebrows and looked at her. Was she meddling in her shop's business? Did she think that she was so great that she could turn stone into gold? With some ideas, her shop's business would roll in. Ningxu just said, "Oh, thank you for your suggestion." So what if it was new? Embroidery was about being alive. It was only good if the embroidery was done well and exquisitely. Wasn't it better to make something kawaii? The third princess felt that the other party was ignoring her and couldn't stay any longer. Ningxu suddenly said, "I heard that you lost your memory and don't remember anything from the past. Then what do you remember about the patterns?" The third princess's eyes flickered. "I don't remember anything. I just don't think the patterns look good." Ningxu, "Oh, haha, not good? Are you here to cause trouble?" The third princess also realized that her words were a little offensive. She quickly said, "That's not what I meant. I've already received the thank you gift. If there's nothing else, I won't keep you for dinner." Ningxu directly asked her to leave. The third princess had no reason to stay. The owner was so cold. She wouldn't be so nice to him. She could have given some new ideas, but with the other party's attitude, then forget it. After the third princess left, Ningxu pursed his lips and told Dong Shui to cook all the things the third princess sent. These things were probably prepared with money from Erniu. The third princess didn't have much money. Erniu, Ningxu wondered if he should report him again. It was really not safe for the third princess to stay on this street. It was as if there was a bomb buried here. Ningxu thought for a while and felt that he should inform Fu Yizhi so that he wouldn't be so worried. In the evening, Ningxu slipped to the Lord Protector Ho's mansion again and sent a message to Fu Yizhi. His messenger had really broken his legs from all the running. When Fu Yizhi found out that the third princess consort had escaped from the palace, he heaved a long sigh of relief. She had finally escaped. He had heard that the palace was on fire. It must have been set on fire to save her. At dawn, Fu Yizhi said to the guards at the door, "I want to see the madam. I want to see my mother. Go and inform them." Women were always soft-hearted. The Lord Protector would definitely not let him go. Now he was hoping that his mother could help him. He wanted to go out and see the third princess. The Marquise hurried over and asked Fu Yizhi what happened. Fu Yizhi directly cried and said that he wanted to go out. He already knew that he was wrong and didn't want to stay here any longer. Even if it was for a while, even if it was for a day, he just wanted to go out and get some fresh air. The Marquise was worried about her son. Fu Yizhi, who never cried, actually cried. For this reason, the Marquise copied the key and let Fu Yizhi out. When Fu Yizhi came out, the first thing he did was to wash his face and rinse his mouth. After washing a bucket of water, Fu Yizhi still felt that he wasn't clean. There was a stench on his body. This stench seemed to have seeped into his skin. No matter how happy he was, there would always be a stench. How was he going to see the third princess like this? Fu Yizhi also let the two servant girls smell him to see if there was any smell on his body. One servant girl said, "Young master, there is no smell on your body." "Nonsense." Fu Yizhi kicked the servant girl. "I just washed, there is no smell on my body?" There is a smell." The servant girl immediately cowed out and said. "Then you said that there is no smell on my body. Clearly there is a stench, that's why you said there is no smell." The two servant girls trembled with fear and didn't dare to speak casually. Otherwise, they wouldn't know that their words had offended the young Marquise. They felt that the young Marquise was now gloomy and moody. Fu Yizhi went out with a smell on his body. His clothes and shoes were covered with incense. He went to the stable and picked a horse to go to that place/BK. Fu Yizhi's heart was beating very fast, he was very excited. When the horse passed by a shop, it neighed and stood up, directly throwing Fu Yizhi off the horse's back. Ah! Fu Yizhi fell to the ground, but the horse seemed to have gone crazy. It did not care about anything, it wanted to run. The hard horse's hoof stepped on Fu Yizhi's leg. Gotcha! It was the sound of bones breaking. Fu Yizhi let out a wail. He hugged his leg and curled up into a ball. Something happened, the horse startled, the horse stepped on a person, Dong Shui, who was observing the accident closely, also wanted to scream. F*ck, can you not be so unlucky, in front of the shop? Dandy, who asked you to ride a horse on the street? She squeezed into the crowd and saw the wailing people. She immediately covered her mouth and quickly ran back to the shop. She ran to the backyard and said to Xianxia, "Miss, something happened to young master." "What young master? Where did this young master come from?" Xianxia asked. "Miss, there is also young master, of course it is Fu Yiji, young master, his horse was startled, it stepped on his leg and is bleeding, it must be very serious. Do you want to go and see?" Dong Shui deeply felt that the feng shui of this shop was not good, otherwise, someone would have an accident in front of her shop. It was not fainting, it was seeing blood. So scary. When Xianxia went out, Fu Yiji had already been carried away. There was a pool of blood on the ground. "Dong Shui, wipe the blood clean." Xianxia said to Dong Shui, "Anyway, what happened to Fu Yiji has nothing to do with him." "Doctor, how is it?" The marquise's eyes were red, her whole body was not very good. She secretly let Fu Yiji out, but in the end, something like this happened. The doctor shook his head and said, "It is a bit serious, if he recuperates well, maybe he can still walk." "What do you mean by maybe?" The marquise suddenly exploded. "It means that Fu Yiji may be a cripple in the future." "How can this be, in the future? How can Fu Yiji inherit the title? Do you want a cripple marquis?" All government officials had requirements for their appearance. If you don't care about your appearance and make yourself look like you're in your 40s or 50s, sorry, you'll have to retire early. Moreover, the emperor will give the officials some cosmetics and so on, let them take care of themselves. So, appearance is very very important. If there is any defect, there is no title, no title, no title, limping to the court. "You bastard, why did you go that way? If I knew it would be like this, I would have just locked you inside." The marquise howled in grief, but Fu Yiji who was unconscious couldn't hear her. "What have you found?" asked the marquis. "Yiji, the marquise s, the marquis." The marquis rubbed his eyebrows. His son's life was too smooth, so smooth that he didn't even care about some dirty things, but now he fell because of these dirty things. It seems that during the time when Fu Yiji was locked up, the people in the marquis' mansion had some thoughts that they should not have. But it is a pity for this son. In the blacksmith shop, the third princess was absent-minded. That was Fu Yiji. Fu Yiji must have had an accident. Fu Yiji came to see her, so something happened on the way. It was all her fault for harming Fu Yiji. She didn't know how he was now. The third princess was very worried. All she could hear was the clanking of the blacksmith. It made her feel irritated. "Where is he now? What is he doing? Does he still remember me?" The third princess stroked her belly. The baby was already moving. But father was not by her side. "Miss, do you want to go back to the marquis' mansion to see young master?" When she was washing the street, she saw the blood on the ground. It made her panic. It hurt to be stepped on by the horse. Dong Shui gasped. "No, we have nothing to do with the marquis' mansion. Besides, we don't have our previous identity. We will be kicked out of the marquis' mansion." She would not go, she would not go. Dong Shui hesitated and said, "Miss, I think the feng shui of this house is not very good. Something happens every 2 or 3 days. Xianxia said, "It has nothing to do with the house, don't wrong the house. It was the plot that brought her to this place." Now the third marquis lived in Erniu's house, and Erniu was a bachelor. For the sake of convenience, the two seemed to be husband and wife. They were not husband and wife, but a man and a woman living alone under the same roof. It would always make people's imagination run wild. Damn, everyone on this street knew that the future empress would live with a blacksmith. Then the people on this street would suffer. Maybe they would be found out by someone with bad intentions. In the game between the big people, the small people would directly become cannon fodder. Dong Shui said, "If it has nothing to do with the house, then what does it have to do with? Is there a ghost?" "Yes, there is a ghost." Dong Shui's face changed. "Is there really a ghost?" Her cousin was sick, of course she had to visit. She used her spiritual power to do so. The atmosphere in the marquis' mansion was low. Fu Yiji's room was filled with a strong smell of medicine. One day and one night, Fu Yiji's high fever had not subsided. If it went on like this, it was likely that he would die. In addition, it was summer, the wound was particularly easy to get infected, the place where the horse's hooves stepped on the flesh rolled up, suppurating and bleeding. The doctors were sweating profusely, it was still a problem whether the young Marquis's leg could be saved. Seeing that the situation was not good, the Marquis burst into tears, he cried in front of the emperor, and then asked for an imperial doctor. Seeing the situation, the imperial doctor just shook his head, the situation is not very good. Imperial Dr. Zhang, can my son's leg still walk, can it recover? The Marquis's wife asked anxiously. Imperial Dr. Zhang shook his head, the high fever will not subside, it is still a problem whether he can keep his life. Of course, it was impossible to completely recover from the injury. It was just stepping on the leg, not on the vital parts, otherwise, he would have lost his life. It was very easy to scare the horse when making trouble. No, you must save my son's leg, you must. Fu Yizhi was about to wake up, it was hard to accept. Without a good body, you can't inherit the title. Fu Yizhi, who was in a daze, was talking nonsense, muttering to himself, calling a girl's name. The Marquis's wife completely collapsed, why are you thinking about her, look at what you have become. The unconscious Fu Yizhi couldn't hear, he just muttered to himself. After a few days of torment, Fu Yizhi's fever finally stopped, but during this period, he didn't wake up even once. Then the Marquis's wife hated herself, she hated herself for being soft-hearted and letting him go. Who was he going to see? Wasn't the third princess burned to death? Xianxia used his spiritual force to scan Fu Yizhi's wound, the bone was broken, and it was a comminuted fracture, there will definitely be sequelae. Even if it's good, he will still be a cripple. Xianxia was very satisfied with this result, his lover was gone, the power was gone, and he didn't even have the chance to see the third princess from afar. /BK Fu Yizhi finally woke up, and the first thing he wanted to do was to check on his leg. The Marquise tearfully comforted her son, saying that if he recuperated well, he would be able to recover. Fu Yizhi was no longer a child, and he wouldn't believe what people said. At that time, he clearly felt the horse's hooves stepping on his leg. There was the sound of bones cracking, and he was going to become a cripple. He didn't just lose his leg, he also lost a lot of things, a lot. Why did the horse suddenly go crazy? The Marquise held back her tears and told him to rest well, and not to move around. Fu Yizhi's face was gloomy, and he sneered. His whole body gave off a cold aura that kept people away. The Marquise couldn't help but sigh. This was her son. For a woman, he ended up like this. Fu Yizhi's temper was getting weirder and weirder. He would throw bowls at the slightest provocation, and sometimes he would directly splash a bowl of hot medicine on the maidservant's face, causing blisters to form on the maidservant's face. Fu Yizhi sneered, you want me to drink such hot medicine? With such a weird temper, the servants serving him trembled in fear, not daring to even breathe loudly. Since the incident, the Marquise had come twice. When he saw Fu Yizhi, he either threw things or threw a tantrum. He only looked at him coldly. Don't try to reason with people who are stubborn. Otherwise, they would be impatient to beat the shit out of them. Therefore, the Marquise only looked at him crazily and foolishly. But the more the Marquise's attitude was like this, the more Fu Yizhi panicked. Now, he didn't even have the qualifications to be lectured by his father. The water of man had a temper towards things that he cared about, but towards things that he didn't care about, he was cold and indifferent. So, now he was giving up on him. His leg had a problem, and his title was going to be passed on to his other brothers. Fu Yizhi was very dejected. There was a ball of fire in his heart, and he had nowhere to vent it, causing his emotions to become more and more difficult to control. There were more and more people avoiding him, and many servants went around the courtyard. It felt like the whole courtyard was emitting an irritable and uneasy atmosphere. Fu Yizhi was recuperating from his injuries. He was lying on the bed, unable to move. Xianxia would occasionally take a look at Fu Yizhi's wound out of kindness. Anyway, this leg would not be able to recover, and he could only wait to become a cripple. Why was Fu Yizhi not thinking about the third princess now, who could become a marquis in the house of Marquis had nothing to do with her, the entire house of Marquis had nothing to do with her. If you're no longer the Marquis, who will remember you? They don't even know your name. Therefore, Fu Yizhi did not have much of a future to speak of. Of course, he could not enter the imperial court. He could earn money, but he was inferior to everything else. Studying was the only thing that was worth it. Even if Fu Yizhi had become a cripple who couldn't do anything, the Marquis mansion would not let him go into business. A former young Marquis running away to do business, the Marquis mansion would not be shameless. Therefore, Fu Yizhi's life was still the same. There were groups of servants, a high bed and soft pillows, but some things were different. Moreover, he could not let the third princess stay here. If she was taken away, she would come back. If she came back, he could still take her back. Although the fake princess was dead, her face was burned beyond recognition. Who would know who she was? Therefore, in the middle of the night, Ningxu started again. He went to Erniu's house. Erniu and the third princess slept separately. When the third princess was sleeping, her mouth murmured "Prince, Prince, don't leave me," and so on. How could no one discover her identity even like this? She had a noble person to help her along the way. She was really lucky. Ningxu knocked the third princess unconscious and carried her to the imperial palace. There were patrols around the imperial palace at all times. Ningxu put down the third princess and ran away. He did not think of calling the guards. There were too many guards around the imperial palace. If he poked them, it would be like a hornet's nest. Moreover, such a conspicuous location should be discovered quickly. Ningxu felt very tired. This third princess was really troublesome. As for the fate of the third princess who was caught, it was not her business. She only needed to be responsible for not being implicated. Maybe in the storyline, she was the one who detonated the bomb. Whether it was marrying Fu Yizhi or now the third princess was stranded here, only she knew the real identity of this girl. She was going to report it. This report would certainly cause a huge uproar. She would definitely be killed. In order to avoid being implicated, Ningxu simply went all out. He carried her away again and again. He did not know the storyline and did not know if he had any grudges with the third princess. But in order to protect himself, he definitely had to take the third princess away. Maybe the entire street would be implicated. A large group of people would prove that the Empress and Erniu were husband and wife. It would prove that the Empress was not fit to be the Empress. Ningxu waved his hand. Goodbye, goodbye. Ah, goodbye, my friend. He returned home in the dark. Ningxu began to sleep. When the sun rose, he saw Erniu looking for her everywhere. He asked everyone if they had seen her. Ningxu directly said to Erniu, "You don't have to look for her. Maybe she left because of some difficulties. Looking at her extraordinary temperament, she is definitely not an ordinary person." Erniu was an honest man. He did not have this blessing. Not to mention a blessing, it could be a disaster. Erniu sighed. Sadness flashed through his black and red face. Why didn't she tell me that she wanted to leave? It's not like I won't let her go. Anyway, she's going to leave. It doesn't matter whether she said it or not. Ningxu said directly. Ningxu's words really made Erniu sad. When he met a fairy-like woman, he piously worshipped her and did not dare to blaspheme her. Now that she was gone, he felt lost and sad. Ningxu watched Erniu leave in a daze. He felt that the third princess was really charming. The third princess would definitely be taken to the palace, but the third princess was already dead. Therefore, the third princess was locked up in the palace. She was an anonymous person. She certainly could not announce that she was the third princess. This was a bit embarrassing. The identity of the third princess became very embarrassing. Moreover, she was pregnant. Who knew how many concubines would suspect her? Ningxu didn't worry about these things. He just wanted to know when he could leave this world. It had been a long time. Why didn't they tell him to leave here? Could it be that the mission hadn't been completed yet? Fu Yizhi was already ruined. Other than that, what else was there? Did they have to wait until the third Xianxia came back? How long would they have to wait? Ningxu paid attention to the situation of the battle. He said that the third Xianxia had captured the city again. Everyone was in a state of panic. They didn't know when the battle would come. Ningxu only hoped that it would end quickly. It was really stupid to be so confused. Moreover, the person who entrusted him didn't even have a wish. Who knew what he wanted? No, he didn't even know. Miss, young Master Qi is waiting for you in the shop. Dong Shui jumped into the room and said to Ningxu with a smile. How did he know about this place? Ningxu looked at Dong Shui. Dong Shui lowered her head and said, we met on the street, and then young Master Qi pestered you to ask about your situation. /BK he didn't expect Fu Hongqi to find this place. It was a bit annoying. Also, Dong Shui, this thoughtless girl, even told them the address. Dong Shui felt Ningxu's displeasure and lowered her head. Miss, I was rude. Young Master Qi only came to see you. He's relieved that you're doing well. They hadn't even met twice. Was it okay to say such things? Ningxu held a fan and waved it as he walked to the shop. Fu Hongqi was drinking tea. When he saw Ningxu, he quickly put down the teacup and cupped his hands. Miss Biao. Ningxu nodded. Young Master Qi, what business do you have here? The weather is getting hotter. I went to order 2 bolts of cloth. They're very refreshing. Ningxu looked at the cloth on the table and asked, why are you giving me these things? In what name are you giving them? It seemed like they had nothing to do with each other now. Fu Hongqi immediately said, you're a guest of the Marquis' manor. Although you've moved out, you're still a guest. Ningxu shook his head, it's okay. I have nothing to do with the Marquis' manor now. Fu Hongqi obviously couldn't win against Ningxu. He muttered and his face turned red, although our identities are different, we're still related by blood. I don't have any blood relations with you. Ningxu waved his fan and said lightly. At most, he had a bit of blood from his father's side. Fu Hongqi's father was the son of the old master and a concubine. Logically speaking, they couldn't be married until they were out of the family. In ancient times, there were many marriages between close relatives. However, there weren't many that were deformed or sick. Actually, there were. Those that were born with defects or deformities would be disposed of so that the child wouldn't grow up. There were also some that had serious genetic diseases. They either had miscarriages or died in the womb. They couldn't be seen in the world. Men didn't care, but women were miserable. Ningxu said, young Master Qi, take these things back. Don't send them over. I don't need them. If I need them, I'll buy them myself. Young Master Qi shouldn't come here in the future, Ningxu said directly. Fu Hongqi's expression was a bit ugly and desolate. He hugged the 2 bolts of cloth and left. His back looked a bit bleak. Dong Shui stood at the door of the shop until Fu Hongqi disappeared. Dong Shui asked, Miss, why? Ningxu waved his fan. There's no reason. I just don't want to interact with them anymore. I don't want rumors to spread. Young Master Qi is just concerned about Miss, Dong Shui said. Ningxu shook his head. I don't want to go back to the Marquis estate. I don't want the people of the Marquis estate to see me and say, hey, you look a lot like our young miss. No, I'm not the young miss you know. It's tiring to explain. Once, twice, time after time, wouldn't he be exhausted to death? Even though the client didn't interact with others, the servants of the Marquis estate still recognized the client. It was annoying to listen to gossip every day. Dong Shui made a sound of disappointment. Ningxu asked, why are you so obsessed with returning to the Marquis estate? Dong Shui said, this servant is worried that after Miss passes away, there won't be any incense. Miss, we're like rootless grass right now. We don't have any clan, no family. In the future, there won't be anyone to burn incense for Mississippi without any offerings. Without incense, Miss will definitely be very miserable after passing away. Ningxu used his fan to hit her head. You're saying it like your family's Miss won't marry. Even if she doesn't marry, if she wants incense, it's simple. Give the temple incense money and have the monks burn incense for me. I'm already dead. Why would I care about what happens after I die? The main thing was that the people of this era especially believed that people could conquer the heavens. As long as there were people, anything could be done. Clans and families banded together to help each other. They placed great importance on this. Dong Shui stomped her feet. Miss, even though Ningxu said that he refused to interact with them, Fu Hongqi still sent some trinkets over from time to time. They weren't sent by Fu Hongqi, but by Fu Hongqi's page boy. He would throw the things away and run away, afraid that he would be rejected. Ningshu conveniently put these things in a box. When the time came, he would return it to Fu Hongqi together. Was there any meaning in sending it every day? Miss, why hasn't young Master Qi come to deliver things today? Dong Shui looked outside the shop. Ningshu very calmly waved his fan. Calm down. This is called loosening the reins to grasp them better. The more she traveled in the world, the more tricks she would use. Even if she received things and felt unhappy and impatient, she would continue to send things. Gradually, people would get used to receiving things every day. If one day, he suddenly didn't send anything, her heart would definitely be filled with fluctuations. She couldn't help but guess what was going on with the other party and why he didn't send anything. See, even Dong Shui was used to it and asked why he didn't send anything. Miss, she didn't understand, but it was awesome. In the evening, when it was almost dark, Fu Hongqi's page boy came to deliver the things. He apologized and said, young master has been studying in the academy recently and rarely comes back. Ningshu made an O sound and took out the box. Take these things back and return them to your young master. Don't send anything else. It's not good to give things in private. This. The page boy looked at these things. They were all placed in the box. They were all things that were sent in the past. The sugar figurines had melted. Take it back. Ningshu said to the page boy. You've also suffered during this period. He asked Dong Shui to give him some money for running away. The page boy had no choice but to take the box back. He stammered and passed the message to Fu Hongqi. Fu Hongqi sighed. This cousin didn't like him. Did she like Fu Yizhi? But now Fu Yizhi's leg was injured. The imperial physician from the palace said that his condition was not good. As the son of a concubine, Fu Hongqi understood Fu Yizhi's current situation. He was really crippled. Maybe his cousin didn't know about this situation. But he heard that Fu Yizhi had an accident in front of his cousin's shop. Maybe his cousin already knew. Regardless of the undercurrent in the Ho Fu because of Fu Yizhi's accident, Fu Hongqi knew that no matter how many people tried, it wouldn't be his turn. He didn't have such thoughts. Besides Fu Yizhi, his uncle also had other sons. But Fu Yizhi, who was the pride of the Ho Fu, was defeated so quickly. It seemed like someone was manipulating behind the scenes to destroy Fu Yizhi. He heard that Fu Yizhi was going to marry a brothel girl. But this brothel girl had disappeared. Originally, they were going to prepare for the wedding. What was Fu Yizhi doing? Fu Hongqi felt that there were too many things that he couldn't figure out. He didn't suspect the delicate and pitiful orphan Xianxia. After all, Xianxia was deprived of her name and was driven out of the Ho Fu. Fu Hongqi sighed. Prince Xiang has a dream, but the goddess has no heart. The page boy didn't understand and asked. Then will she continue to send things? Fu Hongqi shook his head. No, she doesn't want to have anything to do with the Ho Fu. Young master, why are you not good enough for her? She is an orphan who has lost both her parents. Young master, you are the son of the Ho household, and will soon become an elementary scholar. The attendant felt that his young master was 1,000 good things about him. If the other party didn't agree, then it was not tactful. Fu Hongqi held a brush and practiced calligraphy. If you don't want to, then forget it. Why force it? For a bastard like him, when the time came, he would marry a bastard's daughter. It would be a good match. Then he would be further and further away from the power center of the Ho Fu. After a few generations, he would be a member of the Ho Fu. He would be an accountant or a shopkeeper, managing the Ho Fu's business. The nobles had their own businesses. If they relied on the emperor's little money, how could they support such a large family? Fu Hongqi now wanted to study more and earn his own glory. Deal with these things as you see fit. Don't ask me. Fu Hongqi didn't stop writing. He used the brush to fill it with ink and casually said to the servant. Young master, what about Miss Gu? The servant asked. Fu Hongqi said, don't worry. She still has half a year to go. Yes, young master. The servant immediately dealt with the things with a smile. Fu Hongqi was still practicing calligraphy. The light flickered. Ningshu's life was very good. The servant didn't come anymore. His business gradually improved. Occasionally, he would do embroidery. When he was free, he would squat in the corner outside the Ho Fu and eavesdrop. On the other hand, Ernyo had been inquiring about the whereabouts of the third princess consort. However, this person seemed to have vanished from the face of the earth. There was no news at all. This really made Ernyo dispirited for some time. Someone sent the third princess to the emperor's door. The emperor was probably muttering in his heart. What was the intention of the person behind this? Who was it? She was rescued, but now she appeared again. He could only lock her in the cold palace. A woman entered the palace for no reason. There were always people who noticed that the cold palace was an ominous place. There were few people here. Of course, the emperor also sent people to guard her. For the time being, they would not take her life. She sent herself to the emperor's door again and again. This third princess would not die for the time being. He wanted to see if there was any conspiracy. So far, the third princess had been to several places. It was also quite bumpy. Ningxiu asked the system, "Has my mission been completed?" The system replied, "It should be done," but the client didn't say anything about returning, nor did he say anything about reincarnation. In this situation, you should stay in this world for now. Ningxiu was speechless. His heart was stifled. Ningxiu, she's watching from the side. Doesn't she remember anything? The system replied, "I don't know, I can't communicate with him." Ningxiu propped up his chin and looked at the people coming and going outside the shop. He sighed in his heart and wondered when he could leave. Or is this mission not completed yet? You should at least give me a direction to work towards. This kind of mission really left the mission enforcers at a loss. Ningxiu stretched and released his spiritual force to check on Fu Yiji's situation. Right now, Fu Yiji was in the mood of "I want to take revenge on society." He was injured and had lost a lot of things. "I can't take it anymore. I have to do something." His temper was so bad that no one could get close to him. Even the marquise couldn't do anything about him. She gave up on this son with tears in her eyes and turned to a concubine's son to raise. Having such a son was a guarantee. It could guarantee the marquise's position in the marquise's household. Of course, the one who loved her son the most was still her son. She served him medicine every day. But whenever Fu Yiji wasn't happy, he would break things. Well, one day, the young marquise of the marquise's household, Fu Yiji, died of illness. He was trampled by a horse. After dragging on for a while, he couldn't take it anymore and passed away. The marquise's household was hung with mourning clothes. That peerless man was like a shooting star, his brilliance fading away in an instant. Ningxiu smacked his lips. If one were to ask who was the most ruthless person in the marquise's household, it would definitely be the marquise who was related to this body by blood. This uncle was really ruthless. But the marquise couldn't be blamed for killing his son. At that time, the marquise gave him two choices. One was to drink this bowl of poison and end this crazy life. Two was to raise his spirits. Don't be like this all the time, causing everyone to suffer and being looked down upon. He repeatedly stated that this was real poison. Once it entered the throat and blood flowed, he would definitely die. When the silver needle was placed in the bowl, it instantly turned black. It was incomparably black. Then Fu Yiji drank the poison, he lost too much. The woman he liked, the title, and a crippled body. What was the point of living? To be ridiculed by others, the marquise sulked for several days because of this, scolding his unfilial grandson. This matter was the biggest blow to the marquise. She felt that the marquise felt that this son of hers had lost face, so she poisoned Fu Yiji. Even a vicious tiger wouldn't eat its cubs. How could you be so cruel? The husband and wife quarreled until they were about to become enemies. Furthermore, the marquise's son, whose concubine had been taken away, also took the opportunity to ask for his own child back. The marquise's last bargaining chip was gone. He's too arrogant. This cousin is good in every way, but he thinks too highly of himself. It's as if the whole world is looking at him. This is actually an illusion. Fu Hongqi shook his head and said, "Most people ignore you. You haven't reached the point where others can't ignore you." Fu Yiji's death, rather than saying that he was killed by others, it was better to say that he was forced to death by himself. Excessive pursuit of perfection, unable to accept any imperfection, not even a little bit. Perhaps there were too many people who praised Fu Yiji's perfection since he was young, resulting in Fu Yiji's injured leg. He felt that he was imperfect and couldn't accept it. For a concubine's son like him, should he end his own life, Fu Yiji was the one who started high and left low. As his brother, Fu Hongqi, of course, had to burn incense for his brother and then kneel down and kowtow. The sound of the suona filled the marquise's mansion. Ningxu watched as Fu Yiji's coffin was carried out of the marquise's mansion. Fu Yiji didn't have any children, and there was no one to throw the basin. A suitable child was chosen from several branches of the marquise's mansion to throw the basin for Fu Yiji. Ningxu felt that Master Ho's way of persuading people was wrong. King brought over a bowl of poison and asked me to either live or die. Didn't you want me to die? Then I'll drink it. Fu Yiji was originally in a state of despair. After being provoked, he must have directly drank the poison. Of course, it couldn't be ruled out that Master Ho wanted to get rid of Fu Yiji. It was a bit cold. Fortunately, he left. Master Ho might have accepted a perfect heir, but suddenly this heir went crazy and made himself like this. He didn't want to admit that he was blind. Fu Yiji had been meddling in the affairs of the third princess, which had already made the emperor vigilant. Who knew if Fu Yiji, in this state, would throw caution to the wind and say something earth-shattering? Without Fu Yiji, the marquise's life in the marquise's mansion was not easy. Moreover, the marquise had missed the best time to give birth. The couple had fallen out like this, how could they lie on the same bed and make a baby? Ningxu planned to move, but he was tight on money. However, Fu Yiji was already dead, so it should be fine to stay here. Everything was done in secret, so they would not suspect a weak girl like her. At most, it would lead to those big shots. The system's mechanical voice sounded in his mind, mission completed, leaving the world. Ningxu was stunned. Could it be that the client's wish was to kill Fu Yiji? If he knew earlier, he would have killed Fu Yiji, or made the marquise suffer. Ningxu was forced to leave the world and return to the system space. The mission was finally completed. Ningxu asked the system, will she go back? No memories, no future. If she went back, it would be a new life. If she did not go back and directly went to the afterlife, then she would have wasted half of her life. The system said, she should go back. Ningxu asked again, why did the mission suddenly finish? The system said, before the mission enforcer went back, she said that it was probably because that person died, and the big stone in her heart was suddenly removed, and she could breathe freely again. So, she still wanted Fu Yiji to die. He did not know what happened, but from what Ningxu understood, Fu Yiji was a person who looked calm on the surface, but was extremely stubborn on the inside. Moreover, he was arrogant. After being praised for a long time, he could easily obtain anything. This kind of stubbornness would inevitably implicate others. The client probably killed him to silence him, and in the matter of exchanging identities, the marquise was probably involved. Ningxu opened the status panel. Name, Ningxu age, 27 level, Super Mission Enforcer points card, 237 plus 5, 10 million points per card. Soul value, 31 plus 1 life value, 28 plus 1 wisdom, 39 plus 1 luck, 25 plus 1 charm, 15 plus 1 spiritual power, 40 plus 1 martial strength, 28 plus 1 qualifications, 36 faith, 20,000 merit, 15,000,000 soul strength, 11 authorization ticket, 0 pure heart, none law comprehended, water law incarnation, wood law incarnation, space law, earth law incarnation, constructed world, reincarnation world items, calm aura, heart calming pill, amulet 4, upgraded amulet plus 2, faith bell honorary titles, goddess of war, selfless ancestor skills, 5th ring shooting technique, intermediate fighting technique, intermediate level. Poison technique, beginner level business management knowledge, beginner level code programming, beginner level lawyer skill, sage ghost catching skill, beginner level cooking skill, intermediate level embroidery skill, trash hypnosis aura, mother of the world, queen's blessing, sister model worker, Qinshi's blessing, leader aura, grass blessing, best friend for life, Miao Miao Miao's blessing, healer of the dying, Zhu Susu's blessing, founding woman, Chen Ermiai's blessing, beauty and law. Chen Ning's blessing, bane of the blood clan, Jasmine's blessing, transcending race communication, Bai Sanyang's blessing, brave heart, Wang Ying's blessing, bloodthirsty tyrant, and I Bingyan's blessing, heart of peace and joy, luck halo, faith halo, and longevity. Completed Xiao Caishan's wish. Mission completion rate, 100%. Total mission rewards, 5-point cards, 7 attribute points, 60% soul power, 4,000 faith, including previous world's accumulation. Ningxu looked at the points and the attribute points. What a pitiful amount of points. These were the real points. The ones given before were all fake. 80% soul power, but it didn't feel like it was more than 80%. It was only 60% now, but it was more than 80% before. Ningxu kept the soul power. His current soul strength didn't need to absorb soul power. Let's go take a look at the law of nothingness. When it came to the law of nothingness, Ningxu felt a headache. He had already entered the law of nothingness and was floating in the air. There was no place to step. Anyway, the law of nothingness was already very big. It was like an ocean. Ningxu had to fly for a while to reach the end. It would take a lot of time to go around it. Ningxu threw the starstones into the law of nothingness. There wasn't even a splash. Ningxu also didn't feel the peerless martial art asking him for help. He touched the peerless martial art and didn't feel anything strange. Ningxu could only comfort himself. It was good news that there was no movement. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to react in time. He went to the world of reincarnation to check on the soul fluid. He set up an array and also made a pool of starstones. Ningxu walked in and took a look. The pool was clean and there was nothing in it. He didn't collect any soul fluid either. Ningxu, this was awkward. He spent so much money but didn't get anything. Maybe it was because there weren't many souls in the world of reincarnation without consciousness. Ningxu set up an array that could prevent other souls from stealing the soul fluid. It wasn't easy for him to collect some. He couldn't let the souls in the world of reincarnation steal the soul fluid. Although the outside world was still evolving and he didn't know how many worlds it would evolve, this world was stable. It was equivalent to taking root. Ningxu wasn't afraid anymore. He also went to take a look at his precious skeletons. In the arena, there were skeletons fighting. There were cheers and shouts in the surroundings. There were more than 2,000 people. When they fought, there was a huge commotion. There were no souls in the surroundings. Ningxu just looked from afar. Some skeletons already had a faint golden color on their bodies. Some skeletons were still white. The gap was slowly widening. Other than individual battles, there were also some group battles where they cooperated. Zhu Jun looked up and saw Ningxu above the clouds. He jumped up and jumped very high. He exchanged glances with Ningxu and then fell back down. When he fell, he bent his knees slightly and jumped up again. Ningxu, there were springs under his feet. He could jump so high. Ningxu landed on the ground and asked Zhu Jun, "How's the situation now?" "It's okay, but there are no more merit grains," Zhu Jun said. Ningxu looked at him indifferently. "You didn't embezzle them, right?" Zhu Jun shook his head seriously. "No, those merit grains are managed by the 4 selected people. There is no embezzlement. If the number is wrong, it will be discovered at the first moment." It was good that there was supervision. He was afraid that Zhu Jun would monopolize it. There must be someone to check and balance it. "Bring the other 3 people over. Let me take a look." Although he might not remember who was who, it was necessary to meet them. Maybe they were the future leaders. All right. Zhu Jun ran off at a very fast speed, disappearing from sight. After a while, 3 skeletons came over. Zhu Jun said, "This is the master of this world, our Pai. Boss." "Hello, boss." The 3 skeletons saluted differently. One saluted with a military salute, one put his hand on his chest and bowed, a knight salute, and one cupped his hands. Although she had no memory, the greeting was imprinted in her bones. Fortunately, no skeleton reached out to shake her hand. "Do you all have names? Tell me your names," Although they were all skeletons, he could just call them by their names if he couldn't recognize them. Yingyu, Yan Chuan, Wen Ji. Ningxu chewed on the 3 names and memorized them. Then, he took out some merit points, recorded these merit points in a book. Also, just fighting is useless. You must develop morality, intelligence, physique, beauty, and labor. Some skeletons are just smart, but their physical fitness is not good enough. Zhu Jun shook his head, they are all skeletons. As long as they have the support of merit grains, they won't be too weak. On the contrary, those who are not smart will become weaker. Ningxu nodded, that's the reason. However, there are some skeletons with special characteristics. Pay attention to them. For now, the team will be temporarily handed over to the 4 of you. The 4 of you won't be able to manage such a big team. Spread out and promote those who can be promoted. This way, it will be easier to manage. Ningxu said. The 4 skeletons nodded stiffly, got it. Pay more attention to the Lake of Rebirth. The Lake of Rebirth will give birth to an evil beast. Zhu Jun should know what it is, so you must monitor it at all times. That's all for now. Pay more attention. Ningxu thought for a while and didn't have much to say. Ningxu let the 4 skeletons go back. He went to the Lake of Rebirth to take a look at the Book of Life and Death. He didn't know if the Book of Life and Death recorded the life and death of this world. With this thing, it would be much easier to check a person's past life. If it evolved again, it would record the life and death of more creatures. Things born from the Tao of Heaven are all good things. Zhu Jun didn't go back with the other 3 skeletons. He followed behind Ningxu step by step. Ningxu asked, what's the matter? Crispy Pippy, when will you go to the world of living again? Zhu Jun asked expectantly. Crispy Pippy your sister, your whole family is crispy. Ningxu said elegantly, not for now. Don't keep thinking about the outside world. Oh, Zhu Jun replied. When are you going? Can you bring me along? If you work hard, I will bring you on a trip. If you don't work hard, then forget it. Zhu Jun said, don't worry, I will definitely do my job well. If you want to go to the world of living beings, remember to bring me along. Ningxu grunted, and Zhu Jun immediately skipped away. It wasn't the delicate skipping of a little girl. Instead, he jumped very far away. After landing, he jumped up again and jumped even further. Lisi kept flipping through the Book of Life and Death. Ningxu asked, did you find it? Lisi shook his head. No. Now, the words on the Book of Life and Death are gone. There's nothing left. Lisi handed his Book of Life and Death to Ningxu. Ningxu flipped through the Book of Life and Death, and as expected, it was filled with blank sheets of paper. The living beings that were recorded in the past were all gone. Ningxu said, it's a good thing that they disappeared. How can they record the creatures of this world if they don't disappear? Lisi probably wanted to laugh, but the skeleton couldn't laugh. In order to express its joy, it squeezed out a few chuckles from its throat. What an unpleasant laugh. Ningxu squatted beside the pool of rebirth and watched the souls jump in one by one. There was no ceiling, and they disappeared. Flowers bloomed and wilted. Life was just like that. Reincarnation was really bitter. Who knew what she would become next time? So, her current state was the best. Ningxu was still feeling sad beside the pool of rebirth when the system shouted, Master, there's a message. It was probably about picking up trash again. It could always accurately find the time when she was resting. Ningxu stood up with the umbrella and returned to the system space. He took a look and saw that it was indeed the system urging him to pick up the fragments. Ningxu picked up the sign and hung it around his neck. Since he was going to pick up trash, it would be good to earn some money. There were so many wild men waiting to be raised. Ningxu asked the system to send him a location. He wanted to try building a spatial tunnel himself. Ningxu wasn't sure how strong his spiritual power was, but he wanted to test it out. Maybe he could build a spatial tunnel. The system gave him the location of a spatial node. Ningxu coughed and swayed left and right to warm up. He let out a long breath and began to build the spatial tunnel. His spiritual power surged out like a tide and quickly built the tunnel. It was as if many invisible bricks were flying over to form the tunnel. The consumption of spiritual power was too great. Ningxu was stunned, but the construction of the spatial tunnel continued. Finally, it connected to the spatial node. Ningxu couldn't believe it was real. Did it really succeed? Ningxu was a little afraid that it wasn't solid enough. He had to crawl through the spatial tunnel that he built himself. Ningxu walked into the spatial tunnel. The tunnel was a little shaky. Ningxu stepped lightly. When there was no movement, he put his feet back down. It was as if he was afraid of stepping on a landmine. Fortunately, he finally reached the location. As soon as he came out of the spatial tunnel, Ningxu wanted to shout, "Everybody, I finally succeeded in building the spatial tunnel. This has something to do with everyone's support, but more importantly, it's my own efforts." Ningxu turned the sign in front of him over and showed the side with the words, "Picking up fragments, 100,000 yuan each time." As soon as Ningxu appeared, business came to him. It was so popular. Ha 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 ha, the wild man at home had food to eat. F***ck, I'm responsible for making money to support the family, but even skeletons aren't as beautiful as flowers. Ningxu, come here. Ningxu waved. I have something to tell you. Ningxu smiled at these customers and said, "The judge is looking for me." Wait a minute, wait a minute. Ningxu squeezed out of the crowd, worried that the grand uncle was here to cut off his source of income. Ningxu asked with a smile, "Why are you looking for me?" "You handle the star stones," said the grand uncle. Ningxu was stunned. Why? Why what? The grand uncle raised his eyebrows. Isn't it good to master one more skill? Ningxu shook his head. I don't know how to. I can't make money from handling the star stones. Fragrant Wind Man looks irritable every time he handles the star stones. This shouldn't be a good job. Ningxu said, "There are so many people. How can you find me? They all have their own worlds to maintain and deal with more things." The grand uncle pulled a chair out of nowhere and sat down. Ningxu was speechless. That's why I seem to be the most idle here. I can even make money. Since you can pick up fragments, you have to learn how to handle the star stones. Ningxu was very touched and wanted to break his legs. Actually, I really don't know how to handle this. Besides, I have things to deal with. Besides, I'm already very tired from picking up 1,000,000 pieces. I can't handle the star stones, Ningxu said. The grand uncle sharpened his nails with a file, put it to his mouth and blew. He said lightly, "You can handle it." I can't handle it. Based on the current situation, Ningxu felt that the grand uncle wanted to shift the responsibility to someone who could handle the star stones and then climb up on his own. Besides, there were so many people who could handle the star stones. Why did he look for her? They are all very busy. And he has a huge team to manage, and uncle has to deal with the prop problem. The grand uncle's glasses were a little reflective, and his eyes couldn't be seen clearly. Wasn't she afraid of embezzling the star stones? Ningxu was very surprised that she was suddenly asked to deal with the star stones. Senior uncle had always been the one to deal with it. Occasionally, Fragrant Wind would do it, but it was all done through gritted teeth. Ningxu asked, "Aren't you doing well?" Senior uncle sat in a chair. "I have something to do." "What's the use of learning more?" Ningxu said, "You guys can do it. I can shout 666 from the side." Senior uncle said, "Why don't you learn something else instead of picking up the pieces?" Uncle has too many things to deal with. Not only do you have to make items, but you also have to make the system space that matches the mission taker and the system. And he patrols the plane, so you have the most free time. Ningxu was speechless. What do you mean by the most free time? I don't know how busy I am. I have to worry about how to make money every day. There are so many people to feed. Do you think she's free to pick up the pieces to make money? Ningxu chuckled in his heart. Ningxu said tactfully, "I may not be able to do it." "What's the benefit?" Senior uncle put down the nail clipper and file and said to Ningxu, "Go easy." "What the hell? Go easy?" Senior uncle stretched out his hand, and Ningxu realized that he was going to wash his hands. Ningxu got some water expressionlessly. Senior uncle washed his fingers carefully, wiped the water on his hands with a white handkerchief, and then slowly put on white gloves. Don't you have me to teach you? You're not a pig. You should be able to learn it, senior uncle said. Ningxu shouted silently. I'm a pig. Senior uncle stood up and took off the tag on Ningxu's neck. Let's start. You're not as direct as selling your body. This was simple and clear. What's selling my body? Ningxu asked. What do I need to do? Since it was already like this, he might as well learn. Ningxu asked again, how many merit points do I get every time? No matter how great loyalty was, it couldn't compare to poverty. I love the organization deeply, but I can't live without money. 100,000, Ningxu frowned. So little? Every time, there would be a huge pile of star stones that needed to be dealt with. He had to remove the star stones from the fragments. There were a lot of star rocks, and they were connected to more than one side. Processing the star rocks included purifying the star rocks. Fragments could not be mixed in. They had to be processed piece by piece. Then, he had to turn the solid stellar stone into a liquid state, and he had to place the liquid stellar stone on the plane wall. Then, he would let the planes stick together. He still had to see how well they stuck together. If he let go too early and didn't stick them together properly, he would have to redo it. If he dragged it out too long, it would be a waste of time. The next place was waiting to be dealt with. Such a complicated process. It was only 100,000 yuan. Ningxu wondered why it was so cheap since it was a technical move. The Grand Elder said indifferently, one place is 100,000, and the next place is 100,000, understand? Ningxu replied, oh, I understand. Grand Elder, let's start. Learn it as fast as possible. Ningxu was speechless. These two props are used to process and scrape the star rocks. Put away the processed star rocks and then process them together. Ningxu squatted down and picked up a smaller fragment to scrape the surface of the star rock. However, a force directly numbed her arm. She used a lot of strength, but it bounced back. Ningxu shook her arm. No. Since you can connect the planes, you can't hold the planes without some strength. Since there are rules, use the power of the rules, the Grand Elder said indifferently as he watched from the side. Ningxu cursed in her heart. Could it be that she, a newbie, had to deal with so many star rocks? Ningxu had no choice. She had the power of the rules, but she was still very unfamiliar with the process. She felt that her arm was no longer her own. She really wanted to leave. It was so easy to pick up the fragments. The Grand Elder pulled a chair and sat beside her. He had no intention of helping at all. The big shots who had picked up the fragments were waiting. There was also the army that was dragging the plane that had lost control. Everyone stared at Ningxu. Oh my God, so many people are looking at me. I'm so nervous. Ningxu felt that her arm was shaking. It was bounced back by the power of the star rock. Even if she used the power of the rules, it was still bounced back. It hurt, especially when she saw the mountain of star rocks that needed to be processed. It really made her feel desperate. Ningxu said euphemistically, everyone is waiting. The Grand Elder looked at her, his eyes white. What does it have to do with you? You have the time to worry about others, but you don't have to worry about yourself. Ningxu was speechless. I mean, the two of us can do it faster. Does she have to worry about others? Ningxu began to process the star rocks dispiritedly. As she processed, she asked, are there any tricks? Xingqing's body was so big. She guessed that the Grand Elder's body wouldn't be small either. He must be very strong. She was just an ordinary soul. How could she have such strength? Wait until your body adapts, the Grand Elder said coldly. Ningxu was speechless. Damn it, it wasn't easy for her to pick up fragments, but now she had to learn it again. Ningxu was still struggling. I think I can shine more if I pick up fragments. There's no distinction between high and low jobs. I'm willing to give my whole life to pick up fragments without any regrets. The Grand Elder said, hurry up and deal with it. Use the strength of talking to deal with these things. Ningxu was speechless. Don't you understand? Even if you did, you pretended not to understand. Ningxu sniffed and continued to process. Now, not only were her arms shaking, but her entire soul was in pain from the rebound. Oh, F***ck, this was really a tough job. No wonder Fragrant Wind looked so bitter. These big shots were all waiting. Some impatient ones didn't want to wait. They walked over and asked the Grand Elder, "When are we going to the next place?" It was boring to waste time on such useless things. The Grand Elder said, "It's urgent. Help me deal with it." The big shot choked. Looking at the mountain like star stones, he said, "Forget it. I'll wait. I can afford to waste some time. I'm just worried that there will be many planes to deal with later." The Grand Elder said, "I'm not in a hurry." "Why are you in a hurry?" Big shot, "Of course I'm in a hurry. Can't you help a little? There are so many." When will the little girl finish? The big shot could only go back and continue to wait. The Grand Elder sat in a chair with his eyes slightly closed, as if he was taking a nap. He crossed his legs and didn't move at all. Ningxu wanted to cry from dealing with the star stones. How long would it take to get so many? If this went on, those eyes would pierce her into a sieve. Well, on the path of beginners, if you rush and don't deal with it well, you have to do it again, and everyone will collapse. Moreover, there might be new planes that would collapse and produce even more fragments. Ningxu slowly worked. The rebound force was getting stronger and stronger, as if it was going to bounce her soul away. Ningxu used a lot of strength to stabilize her soul, /BK however, it was very painful. She had to use a lot of strength to deal with it while enduring the pain. F***ck, what kind of work was this? It was like torture. Fortunately, every time she was about to run out of strength and her soul was in pain from the shock, there was a warm current flowing out of the law of life that flowed through her soul, making her soul feel better. Ningxu was busy processing the star rocks. Some of the big shots were really bored, so they gathered together and chatted or sat cross-legged to cultivate. The scene was really boring. Ningxu was sweating profusely. She was so busy that she was dying. In the same world, different people. Ningxu felt sour. If she picked up fragments, she could probably make money now instead of dealing with a mountain of stellar stones. Just dealing with them was the first step. There were still the second and third steps. Ningxu wiped her face. Probably because she was obsessed with the stellar stones, Ningxu really couldn't bear to waste a single bit when dealing with them. She scraped off every bit. Thinking back to how much money she had spent to get this thing. And recently, she had spent so many merit points to buy stellar stones and build a pool. She didn't know if she could get a bit. Apart from picking up a few scraps, could she get a few pieces? Ningxu thought bitterly. Dealing with one area was worth 100,000 merit points. Then dealing with 10 damaged areas of the plane was worth 1 million merit points. Thinking about it, it was quite worth it. Ningxu's granduncle asked, "Can my 1 million fragments and tax punishment be cancelled?" If she didn't talk about conditions when she could, she would be crazy. The granduncle opened his eyes. These are two different things. Don't mix them up. With that, he closed his eyes again. Ningxu pursed her lips. If she picked up fragments in the future, it would still be at least 1 million. And there hadn't been any tax for hundreds of years. If there were 3 law cities supporting her, she wouldn't be in such a poor state now. Ningxu was in despair. So much, Ningxu was like an ant, moving a mountain bit by bit. When she encountered a bigger fragment, she had to crawl and scrape off the stellar stones bit by bit. Working high up in the sky was so dangerous. Ningxu didn't know how much time had passed, but he felt the gaze on him change from urgency to helplessness, then to despair, and finally to stupefaction. In any case, he had no expectations for himself, especially for the army. They had to delay the plane for so long. They were probably in despair. Ningxu was also in despair. Even if he wanted to teach someone, this wasn't the right way to do it. By the time all the star rocks were collected, Ningxu could no longer find himself. His mind was in a mess. Who am I? Where am I? Where am I going? Even his soul had become much dimmer. After processing the last star stone, Grand Elder opened his eyes and said, "Now, melt the star stone." Ningxu sat down and waved his hand. Let me rest for a while. I can't take it anymore. This is treating people like animals. Taishu ignored Ningxu's rejection and said, when you melt the star stones, use your rule power and make sure every star stone is melted. Ningxu was speechless. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Taishu picked up a star stone. The star stone slowly melted in his hand, forming a viscous liquid state. I understand. Try it yourself. Taishu's hand tilted and the star stone liquid in his hand fell on the surface of the star stone. Gradually, the liquid began to solidify. Ningxu picked up a small piece of star stone and put it in his palm. He looked at the star stone. It didn't move at all. Ningxu said, I've tried my best. It can't be saved. He was too tired. After processing so many star stones, he still had to melt them into star stones. Taishu sat in a chair and leaned back. You can deal with it when you can. Ningxu was very upset. This meant that he had to deal with it. Ningxu concentrated on melting the star stone and used the rule power. The water droplet between his eyebrows was faintly hot and then cooled down. This cycle repeated. Ningxu suspected that his head was going to be damaged. But fortunately, the star stone showed signs of melting. It's melting. Ningxu looked at the star stone melting in his hand. It was like mercury, a viscous liquid. You have to melt all the star stones in an instant, Taishu said to Ningxu. Ningxu sighed. She didn't know what to do. It was very difficult to melt a star stone. How could she melt a mountain of star stones in an instant? As long as it wasn't a pig, it probably wasn't a pig. How could there be a pig smarter than her? What should she do? Ningxu glanced at Taishu. He didn't speak. He just sat in a chair and looked at her. He wasn't a qualified guide. Since he brought her here to do manual labor, he didn't teach her. Ningxu's hand followed the surface of the star stone and mobilized the rule power. There was a milky white source of life at her fingertips. She gathered her mental strength and began to melt the star stone. Soon, the star stone that came into contact with her hand began to melt first and then radiated out. More and more star stones began to melt, but the energy in Ningxu's body began to withdraw. Not only the rule power, but also the rule power. The rule of earth on her wrist, the rule of wood between her thumb and forefinger, and the water droplet between her eyebrows were all burning hot. Ningxu really wanted to withdraw her hand, but half of it had already melted. If she withdrew her hand, all her efforts would be in vain. She had to persist. When all the star stones had melted, Taishu said, put it in place and face the wall. Use your mental strength as fast as possible. Ningxu used her mental strength to arrange her mental strength and directly buckled the star stones in the liquid state onto the plane. Not only that, but she also had to spread them evenly on the plane wall. Of course, she also had to use her mental strength, and it had to be evenly distributed. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to smear it on the small places. Ningxu couldn't grasp the quantity at all. She didn't know if she had enough star stones. If she had more, she wouldn't be afraid. She was afraid that it wouldn't be enough. That would be despair. Seeing that Ningxu was done, the army dragged the free plane and slammed it against the plane wall that was smeared with star stones. They used the strong adhesive force of the liquid state to stick the plane together. Taishu pointed to the place where the plane wall was joined. When the star stones begin to crystallize, it's almost done. But when the outer part begins to crystallize, it doesn't mean that the inner part will also crystallize. You have to wait until the outer part is completely crystallized before you check the situation inside. The heat of the plane collision will slow down the crystallization of the star stones. Use your mental strength to check. Ningxu released his mental strength, but it was very difficult to penetrate the star stones. The star stones were natural adhesives. It wasn't that easy for mental strength to penetrate them. The outer part had all crystallized, but the inner part hadn't. Taishu didn't say that it was done. The army didn't dare to let go. If they did, it would be equivalent to working for nothing. The price was too high. After waiting for a long time, Taishu said, "It's done." The army slowly let go. The plane didn't shake, which meant that they had succeeded. BK Ningxu heaved a sigh of relief and patted her shoulder. I'm going back, I'm too tired. Doing 10 missions was tiring, but fighting was even more tiring. Granduncle said, keep doing it, someone will take over when the time comes. Ningxu, huh? It wasn't over yet. Several of her law imprints were already throwing a tantrum. If she forced herself to do it, her imprints would be destroyed in the end. If she didn't cherish herself, who would cherish her? So Ningxu said directly, I have no energy left, and I can't do it anymore. Even if I lose my life, I can't do it. With her current strength, she still couldn't handle the star stones for a long time. This wasn't like picking up fragments and controlling the law of wood. This was all about her hand-to-hand combat. She couldn't save any trouble. Granduncle frowned. He probably didn't expect Ningxu to be so useless and waste so much of his time. He waved his hand and let her go. Ningxu didn't hesitate and directly built a space channel to return to the system space. She couldn't take it anymore. When she built the space channel and returned to the system space, Ningxu was already paralyzed. I'm too tired, I'll go, I'd better pick up the fragments first. Dealing with the star stones was still beyond her ability. Ningxu was very clear in her heart. And the strength of her soul wasn't good enough. The law imprint was boiling hot. Ningxu went to the city of wood and let the law of wood absorb the energy. She also went to the restaurant to eat. Her hand holding the chopsticks was shaking. She felt that the power of the star stones still remained in her soul and hadn't dissipated. Don't tremble, it's like epilepsy. Ningxu ate with trembling hands. Sure enough, the star stones weren't something that ordinary people could handle. It was better to leave it to those big shots. It was especially tiring. Maybe when she was strong enough, it wouldn't be difficult to deal with the star stones. Her world of reincarnation had evolved into a world. It was probably the star stone that had glued several worlds together. When the law of wood was no longer boiling hot, Ningxu paid the bill. When she left the restaurant, she strengthened the enchantment of the city. Next, she went to the city of water and the city of earth to absorb the power of law and strengthen the enchantment. However, where could he absorb the law of life? There were law cities, but there were no law cities. The space between his eyebrows was boiling hot, making Ningxu feel as if his forehead had been splashed with sulfuric acid. This was a symptom of overuse. Ningxu went to look for the Xianxia man, but he was told that the Xianxia man wasn't around. He wanted to go Taba with him, but since the Xianxia man wasn't around, Ningxu went to look for Elder Qi alone. Elder Qian was still setting up his stall at the same place. He stroked his beard and asked Ningxu with a smile, do you want to go to the void world? The void world is full of treasures. Ningxu was speechless. Everyone was familiar with each other, so there was no need to brag like this. What world of treasures? Liar, Ningxu asked, are there any popular treasures recently? There were too many types of treasures, and Ningxu couldn't recognize all of them. Generally, he would ask about the more popular items. Generally, popular items meant that they were items that the mission enforcers needed. Elder Qian said, Spirit Stone. Ningxu thought, don't mention these things to me. Elder Qian took out a scroll and said, look at this. There are spirit stone mines in this world. He took out another scroll. This world might have secondary fire orbs or heavy fire orbs, which can be used to purify spirit energy. Ningxu sighed. These were all leftovers. She still had so many spirit stones and 8 fire orbs in her system space. Her spirit energy hadn't taken shape yet, so she couldn't use spirit stones or fire orbs. Ningxu asked, is there anything else? I don't need these things. For example, the world tree, or something with a strong assimilation ability, or something with abundant life force? Now, the space between her eyebrows was burning. The after effects were showing. Elder Qian flipped through the scroll. Wait, let me look for it. Not many people want things with life force. Since she was in a spirit state, life force wasn't seen by others. I found it. This is something from a long time ago. I don't know if the void world still exists. Do you want to buy it? Elder Ningxu asked. Ningxu said. You don't even know if the void world still exists. You dare to sell it to me? Elder Qian said, I'm only in charge of selling it, not after sales. If there are any problems, you'll have to take care of it yourself. Then can I see if the void world still exists? She just needed to use the spatial tunnel in the scroll to test it. Elder Qian shook his head. That won't do. This is a one-time use item. If you use it and don't buy it, I'll lose out. Ningxu was speechless. Then I'll pass. She didn't have much money now. If she bought an empty shell and the void world disappeared, it would be a waste of money. Ningxu sat beside Elder Qian. Elder Qian looked at her from the corner of his eyes. What are you doing? Are you buying it or not? I'll sit for a while. Ningxu asked Elder Qian, aren't you doing missions now? Elder Qian stroked his beard. Now that I've changed my profession, I'm not doing missions anymore. I'm starting my own business. Ningxu asked, then when will I be able to leave the mission state? I don't know about that. I'm old and don't want to do it anymore. I've separated myself from the system. There's no future in following an old man like me. I'll let the system follow other young people. Oh, someone like Xu Bai. Once the system separated, it would erase its memory and reformat it. Actually, the system was a little bitter. There was a reason why the organization arranged for two people. One person's skills were weak, while the other two were strong. There was always room for discussion. However, it didn't rule out the possibility of one of them becoming a puppet or the system becoming a background character. Sometimes, the system couldn't control the actions of the mission enforcers and would even be implicated. Ningxu felt that her relationship with Xingqing could be described as that of a puppet. As for Elder Qian saying that he was old, Ningxu didn't believe him. They were both in spirit form, so there was no way to talk about age. It was just that he gave up halfway and chose another way of life. Under normal circumstances, mission enforcers wouldn't be allowed to leave the mission state. Only by doing missions can one have a future. People like us are useless other than paying taxes to the organization, Elder Qian said casually. The organization needs people who are strong. Ningxu replied, oh. You're the embodiment of the space rule. Isn't that strong enough? Tisk, there's always someone stronger. You haven't stepped out of this place yet. How would you know how big the world outside is? Elder Qian shook his head. Elder Qian was probably bored waiting for business and had someone to chat with. The two of them sat in a dragon's gate for a while. In the end, Ningxu ended the conversation reluctantly. She wanted to understand other rules. The prophecy rule, the witchcraft rule, and all sorts of other rules were waiting for her to understand. Anyway, there was nothing wrong with learning more. However, dealing with the star stones was beyond her ability for now. /BK Elder Qian, you're not buying anything? After talking for so long, was their friendship fake? Ningxu shook his head. I don't need anything for now. I'll come again next time. Elder Qian, get lost. Ningxu arrived at Prophecy City. This city was really gaudy. There were all kinds of mirages everywhere. It was dazzling. Furthermore, everyone saw different things. Ningxu didn't understand the prophecy law at all. As for whether what he saw was real or just a mirage, Ningxu didn't believe it at all. He treated it as a fart to affect his state of mind. Prophecies were things that he wanted to see. It had nothing to do with the future and was just his own imagination. Ningxu wandered around the city and found a suitable place to sit down. All kinds of images flashed in front of him. Ningxu closed his eyes, but these things appeared directly in his mind. You're really all-pervasive. I'll be damned if I believe you. Ningxu was like an old monk in meditation. After a long time, he seemed to wake up from a nap. I didn't understand anything. Ningxu didn't understand what had happened. Could it be that he had blocked these things? Prophecies were actually precise calculations. They calculated the possible future situations. In other words, anything could happen in the future. So these things had to be accepted. Whether her soul was destroyed, she was strong, she was bullied, or she died on the battlefield, these things had to be accepted. Alright, Ningxu didn't even blink. He looked at the images one by one. His fingers moved slightly. His mind was calculating rapidly. What were the chances of him appearing in the images? In the end, his mind was numb. He finally came to a conclusion. These were all possible outcomes. She would either die or become strong. If I ask you, do you think I don't know? Ningxu rolled his eyes. He didn't know who the prophecy law incarnate was. Could she make a prophecy for him? He felt that prophecies were probably things that couldn't be made by people who were stronger than him. The weaker the living being, the easier it was to make a prophecy. The stronger the prophecy, the more likely it would backfire. Speaking of which, this law was actually a little useless. It was not bad to be a quack. Being able to see through someone's life with a single glance was indeed quite godly. However, life is full of all kinds of changes. A river forks and flows in different directions. In any case, it was not a burden to have more skills. If he could comprehend them, he would not force himself to do so. It was not like the law of space, where he had to learn it. Now that Ningxu could construct a spatial tunnel that was relatively far away, he still wanted to comprehend the laws of time. Space and time were two high-level laws, so comprehending these two was not wrong. He decided not to comprehend the witchcraft law for the time being. After exchanging for the faith bell, he would be immune to many curses. Moreover, there was an annoying person there. When he saw dog shit, of course he had to avoid it. He couldn't just step on it. Once he was able to process a large amount of star stones and increase his value, he would deal with that person. Ningxu's schedule was packed. Although he was comprehending the laws of prophecy, his mind was filled with thoughts. Of course, the consequence of this was that the law of prophecy was even less compatible with him. Ningxu immediately adjusted his mentality. No matter what kind of law it was useful. There were no useless laws, only useless mission enforcers. Ningxu took a deep breath and then began to comprehend the laws of prophecy wholeheartedly. All kinds of messy information exploded in front of him. Frame by frame, all kinds of sounds mixed together. There were sounds of tsunamis, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, human voices, animal voices, and all kinds of sounds that could directly penetrate the soul. Ningxu felt unwell all over. The sounds and images were especially annoying. Ningxu wanted to give up, but at least he had persisted until now. What could be more terrifying than now? His sister had seen the world, so she was not afraid of this little thing. Moreover, the images were getting worse and worse. Ningxu suddenly felt that he was sitting on the edge of a cliff. Below was a dark abyss, and he could not see anything. His sudden appearance caused people to feel nervous. Ningxu steadied herself. She was a soul, so she could fly. Suddenly, a meteorite appeared in front of her at high speed, heading straight for her face. Ningxu could not help but want to tilt his head to avoid the meteorite, but his thoughts were fake. The meteorite hit his face, and an invisible barrier shattered the meteorite. It exploded in front of Ningxu with a loud bang. If he had a physical body, Ningxu suspected that he would have been turned into atoms by the sound waves. He would be annihilated in an instant and cease to exist. F*ck, he was quite scared. Ningxu floated in the sea. The waves came one after another. Even if Ningxu was the embodiment of the law of water, he could not use the law of water in this situation. He flopped in the sea. They watched in despair as wave after wave crashed against them. Ningxu steadied his mind. F*ck, comprehending the law was like reading an adventure. It shook his mind. It challenged the fear in his heart. Ningxu could still deal with these natural challenges. He felt the power of nature. These were not strong powers to him. However, the void was destroyed by the Grand Elder's spear and turned into darkness. This was what Ningxu was afraid of. He was eaten by the monster and became a part of the nutrients for the insect monster's evolution. He disappeared completely. This time, it was fear. Or he was crushed to death by the giant. Those tall and strong giants. Ningxu would only feel fear when her life was threatened, and her life was threatened. Ningxu did not know how long this image would last, but it was very taxing on his mind. Once his mind was not firm, his heart would be occupied by fear. He did not know if he could wake up. He also did not know what kind of harm it would cause him if he forced himself to wake up. It was hard to get off now. Ningxu decided to persevere. Even if he was afraid of these things, they were real and might happen. This might be something that he knew about the future. so what if it was a prophecy? He might not be lucky to know his fate. Ningxu was angry. Let's see what else you can do to scare me. The image changed. Ningxu saw many giants that were as big as Xianxia fighting with each other. A giant fell to the ground with a thud. Countless worlds in his body were exploding. The giant's body was fragmented. At that moment, countless creatures and worlds were wailing. She was like an ant. She hugged her head and fled between these giants. She was afraid that a giant would smash her to death. Ningxu was speechless. This image really scared him. Ningxu was stunned. He did not even know how to react. /BK No, I'm ignorant. Hey, don't just talk. Continue to deal with the star stones. How can you be so irresponsible? Who didn't know how to accuse others, Ningxu said cheekily. The entire organization was haggling over every detail. They couldn't wait to split the merit points into 2 halves. How could he still have the face to say that he wasn't petty? Senior uncle stared at Ningxu. Ningxu touched his heart. Why are you looking at me like that? I'm scared. I didn't do anything wrong. You can't erase me. Senior uncle sighed in the end. Don't argue with an idiot. Only an idiot would argue with an idiot. Ningxu snorted twice and released even more vines. The vines covered the sky, and some people came over to let Ningxu pick up the broken pieces. Ningxu accepted the order with a smile. He received 100,000 merit points and gave 100,000 fragments to the big boss. The big boss took the fragments and left. Ningxu asked senior uncle, is my rule power too weak? Is that why I'm so tired? Senior uncle, yes. Ningxu nodded. Then she should strengthen the power of the rule of life. How to strengthen it might have something to do with her perception. Senior uncle finished dealing with the star stones. He looked very relaxed, completely different from her tired appearance. Ningxu asked, every time you deal with it, does the organization give you money? Senior uncle, the organization is mine. Do I need the organization to give me money? Oh my, this is incredible, the grand uncle grinned. With his foggy glasses, he looked very cold. He said in an indifferent tone, I'm too direct. The organization should belong to everyone. Let's build a harmonious and prosperous organization together. Ningxu laughed. It wasn't funny at all. Ningxu didn't want to discuss the ownership of the organization. Are there any extra star stones this time? Can I take a few? Senior uncle, no. Ningxu wasn't disappointed. He put away the vines and prepared to pick up some leftover materials. This time, when he was trying to get the star stones, he was too nervous and didn't pick up the leftovers. The Grand Elder melted the star stone very quickly. It melted in the blink of an eye and was soon on the bit wall. His series of actions were very smooth. Even a painter is so generous. All of you are generous, okay. After the planes were glued together, they rushed to the next place. This time, the world of Samsara was broken. The void of the world of Samsara was gray. Let me come this time. I feel that I should be able to handle the star rocks in the world of reincarnation. She treated it as practice in advance. She had the world of reincarnation, so it should be easier for her to handle. The Grand Elder sneered, do you think this is a game? If you want to do it, then do it. If you don't want to do it, then don't do it. Ningxu exclaimed, I realize that you people are really speechless. When I don't want to do it, you say I'm useless. When I want to do it, you say I'm just a game. So, what do you want me to do? I'll send you to your death. Good or bad, it's all up to you. I can only accept your judgment. The Grand Elder narrowed his eyes and looked at Ningxu. You seem to have a lot of grievances. What right do you have to question me? Grievances don't exist. I'm just not used to you guys changing your state at any time, Ningxu said. The Grand Elder said, I'm like this. Whether you're used to it or not, it has nothing to do with me. Your grievances have nothing to do with me. Ningxu spread his hands. I don't intend to get used to you. What kind of person you are has nothing to do with me. Then I won't deal with it. The Grand Elder said, if you deal with it now and don't handle it properly, you'll have to pay with your life. What you're dealing with is not a toy. You shouldn't have the attitude of trying. You should know the consequences. Ningxu was speechless. In close contact, he realized that this person was even worse than he imagined. As he said, if you have the ability, kill him. I don't have the ability now. I'll bear with it. Ningxu took the tool in his hand and began to process the gray star stones. The star stones in the life plane were bright, but the star stones in the world of reincarnation were gray and had no luster. Ningxu used the tool to scrape the star stones. The power of the star stones was indeed strong. Ningxu's hand was numb from the recoil. The Grand Elder pulled a chair and sat next to him, closing his eyes to rest. The big shots who were picking up the fragments and the army holding the plane were all in despair. This little girl was dealing with it again. How long would she have to wait? His Excellency walked over in the air with a child. He had just collected the souls of the broken plane and planned to come over to talk to the Grand Elder. Seeing that Ningxu was busy processing the star stones, she took the child and turned to leave. When Ningxu swung his arm, he found His Excellency and immediately waved. Here, here. The Grand Elder opened his eyes and saw His Excellency. He saw him holding a child and looking at the child. His Excellency had no choice but to come over with the child. He also pulled a chair and sat down. He said to the Grand Elder, "There's no way to continue like this. The plane is getting more and more damaged. Because the Sea of Laws has dried up, it can no longer provide energy for the plane. The plane has lost its ability to heal itself. The human immune system had lost its function. A little virus and bacteria could infect a person and end their life." Ningxu listened to the conversation between the two with his sharp ears while looking at the 7 or 8-year-old child. This child was crystal clear. He had grape-like eyes and white and tender skin. He was very cute. Looking at his clothes, he should be a boy. His Excellency was teaching him to be a man. The boy smiled at Ningxu, revealing his white teeth. But his teeth turned into sharp teeth. They were shiny and wanted to bite people. Ningxu narrowed his eyes and looked at him. In the end, the child couldn't withstand Ningxu's gaze and looked away. "If you want to eat me, you have to be prepared to vomit and have diarrhea." Ningxu focused on processing the spirit stones. The topic of discussion between the Grand Elder and His Excellency wasn't something she could solve or worry about, so she didn't care. Ningxu shook his hand and calmed down to process the star stones. His processing speed was a little faster. During this time, His Excellency stuffed a black pearl into the child's mouth. In such a pearl, there was the soul of a reincarnation world. It was stuffed into the child's mouth as a snack. If he didn't eat it, these souls would have nowhere to go. Now, this child's appetite had become so big. He could eat the soul of a world in one bite. How terrifying, his own world wasn't enough for him to eat. The child smacked his lips as if he was still savoring the taste. He shook his head in dissatisfaction. The Grand Elder held his forehead and listened to His Excellency's words. His Excellency only said one sentence, "Do as you see fit." His tone was a little helpless. "What you're doing now is all deceiving yourself and others. The Sea of Laws no longer provides energy. Even if the planes are glued together, there won't be any energy transmitted through the star stones. So, what difference does it make whether these planes are glued together or not? BK Granduncle, it's already old and decayed. It's been around for too long. We've lived for too long. If you can't bear to part with Xingqing, you have to make a final decision. To be swallowed by them or to cut off my own path of survival and leave my dignity behind. I'll listen to you." His Excellency shook his head and left with the child. The Grand Elder took off his glasses and pinched the bridge of his nose. His nose was pinched red. Without the cover of his glasses, the Grand Elder's eyes were dark and gloomy, suffocating and ominous. Seeing Ningxu staring at him, he said, "I'll deal with you." Ningxu didn't say anything and just scraped the star stone. Perhaps she was used to the rebound power of the star stone. Ningxu felt that it was a little faster to deal with the star stone. Could it be that she was really used to the power of the star stone? After picking up all the fragments, Ningxu was still dealing with the star stone. Everyone was staring at her. Some people sincerely suggested, "Little girl, you're more talented at picking up fragments. Don't deal with the star stone." Maybe they wouldn't have to pick up the fragments in the future. She could deal with it alone. This job was mandatory. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come. Ningshu just smiled and didn't say anything. She had a world to live in. How could she ask someone like the granduncle to deal with it? She had to rely on herself. Ningshu dealt with the star stone alone. It wasn't that these big shots didn't know how to deal with the star stone, but they didn't want to be tired. She didn't want to be tired either. She wasn't stupid. She didn't know how these big shots dealt with problems in their worlds. Ningshu scraped the last fragment clean and said to the granduncle, "It's done." The granduncle put on his glasses. "Continue." Ningshu began to melt the star stone. The granduncle said, "There aren't enough star stones this time. Can't you see?" Ningshu thought, no wonder it was done so early. After a while, the army brought over a lot of star stones. They poured them out bag by bag. "If you don't have any, try going to the plain to look for them. These star stones should have been lost there," the Grand Elder said calmly. His tone was light, and he wasn't even strict or evil. But this made him even more nervous. Ningshu swallowed nervously. He still had to go to the plain to search. How much time would that waste? Ningshu began to melt the star stone. After melting, he smeared it on the bit wall as fast as he could. At this time, it was a test of one's mental strength. If one's mental strength was proficient, it would be easy to do things. Ningshu felt that he should go back and practice his spiritual power. If he picked up his hair, his spiritual power would become more skillful. The collision between the two planes produced a muffled sound, but with the viscous star stones acting as a buffer, the collision between the two planes was not a big deal. Now, he was waiting for the star stone to solidify. Ningshu observed the solidification of the star stone. She had completed the bonding of the planes by herself. She should be able to do it alone in the future. 100,000 at a time, and 10 times a million at a time. This was enough for Skeleton to last for a while. He couldn't grasp the amount of star stones. He didn't know if it was more or less. There wasn't a specific amount. It all depended on the situation of the planes breaking away. If there were more planes breaking away, more star stones would be needed. Ningshu was proud of this success. He thanked everyone for their support. Of course, this was his effort. The Grand Elder said, "You go and pick up the fragments." Ningshu agreed and followed him to the next place where the plane was broken. His Excellency said that it didn't make much difference whether these planes were glued together or not. But if these planes were left to wander and the fragments were not dealt with, these intact planes would also suffer. The Grand Elder called the eldest uncle and Fragrant Wind over and disappeared in a flash. Ningshu guessed that he must have gone to find Xianxia. With so many planes, looking for one person was undoubtedly like looking for a needle in a haystack. Fragrant Wind was in a military uniform. Looking at the mountainous star stones, he sighed. His expression didn't look good. Ningshu felt that his expression should be the same as Fragrant Wind's when he dealt with the star stones. Suddenly, he felt that picking up the fragments was so easy. It was like playing. Fragrant Wind said to Ningshu, "Come and help me deal with it." Ningshu tilted his head and looked at Fragrant Wind. He asked seriously, "Everyone can deal with it. Why do you want me to help?" Fragrant Wind said directly, "You're new. Who will do it if not you?" Ningshu had a look of understanding on her face. She then asked, "If I refuse, will it be because I don't know what's good for me and then it will be my fault?" Fragrant Wind nodded. "Of course it's your fault. It turns out that I'm easy to bully. I don't know what's good for me if I don't follow others' wishes. Like the company, interns were cheap labor. If you were asked to do it, it would be your honor. If you refused, it would be ungrateful and ungrateful. The organization recruited you and asked you to do things. You didn't know what's good for you and even talked about conditions. God, you should shine and work hard without complaint. You should have no desires and die for the organization." Ningshu asked, "If I help, will you give me some of the reward?" Fragrant Wind said, "I'm asking you to help. I'm not the one paying." Ningshu said, "Oh, I refuse." The job that pays me is to pick up fragments. I can't not do what I'm supposed to do and help you. Uncle Chang chuckled. Fragrant Wind glanced at him. What are you laughing at? What's so funny? Why are you bullying the little girl? The little girl was originally trembling in fear. If you bully her like this, she'll find trouble with you when she comes back to her senses. Let me tell you, don't mess with women, Uncle Chang said as he dealt with the star stones. TSK, you're used to pretending to be a good person. It's fine to trick an ignorant girl, Fragrant Wind said with disdain. Uncle Chang wasn't angry. He took out the star stones. Because I'm a good person. A good person will live a peaceful life. Fragrant Wind was probably so disgusted by Uncle Chang that he couldn't speak. Ningxu sat at the side and controlled the vines. He felt that it was boring watching the two of them hurt each other. He suddenly thought of something and asked Uncle Chang, I heard that you created a space for mission enforcers and the system to coexist. Then, did you also create the space for me and Jingqing? Seems like it. Jingqing is too noisy, so it needs to be reinforced, Uncle Chang said. Ningxu blinked. So you guys know me? Uncle Chang smiled and said, yes, I know you. I was still thinking about when I should change Jingqing's space. Light and cruel. Ningxu didn't feel anything when he heard this. Maybe Jingqing was angry with these people, but he was also tired of living in such a delicate situation. Otherwise, he would have died in his ignorance. Ningxu cursed in his heart. He almost lost his life. If he came just a little bit earlier, he would have died. /BK uncle still looked like a good old man. He was gentle and had a smile on his face. From his body, he did not seem to have the arrogance of the other big shots. It was as though he was a polite man. Ningxu suddenly laughed and said, if there is a problem with the Sea of Laws, everyone will die in the future, although we cannot be born in the same year, month and day, but we can die in the same year and month. And he glanced at her, you even know about the Sea of Laws. Ningxu nodded, I have been scolded by all of you, I have been despised by all of you, if I do not know any news, or my own situation, I should really die. Because of Jingqing, she was forced into a circle that did not belong to her, she was kicked around like a ball, and the people around her laughed at her. She directly despised him, and the people around her laughed, she was called here and left at will, she set some conditions, it was her fault. Ningxu thought about it now, her expression at that time was filled with fear, but she did not know it. She handed over what she had with both hands, traded with others, and talked about conditions, it seemed to be her fault as well. She had paid double the price, and these people were trading with her while looking down on her, saying that she did not know what was good for her, that she was stingy, that she was not magnanimous. If anyone were to talk to her about magnanimous, she would definitely spit at them, I spat on your face, and you actually did not forgive me, how can you be so magnanimous? A few million merit points to buy a star rock, but in reality, a star rock was 20,000 merit points, of course, that was the wholesale price, if not, it would not reach a few million merit points. In truth, it was her own stupidity to be cheated, she had to find others to trade with. At that time, the nihility laws were about to leak out, and being cheated was something that could not be blamed. Ningxu thought about it now, but there was not a single ripple in her heart. Who did not take a detour, being mocked for being stupid was also a thing of the past. Sometimes, living was not an easy thing, especially if one wanted to live a carefree life, it was even more difficult. Say no. F***K, you don't know what is good for you. Ningxu looked at Anhe, I hate you the most. And he said indifferently, I don't need you to like me. Ningxu nodded, that's right, if the law sea really collapses, will you die? And Changbo smiled and shook his head. It's not like that. You will die, but some people won't. We have methods to preserve our lives. The collapse of the algorithmic sea is nothing more than one less place for us to live. Ningxu chuckled. You speak as if you can find a new place to live. If they could find a place to live, then Abyssal Prefect wouldn't have said those words to the Grand Uncle. Ha ha ha, when faced with the threat of death, Ningxu's heart suddenly relaxed. Let's go hand in hand and die together. Whoever doesn't die is a bastard. Ningxu was no longer afraid. What was there to be afraid of? When the time came, everyone would die together. It was the end of the world. When I'm not even afraid of death, there's nothing to be afraid of. Until now, only the fear of death could threaten her. Seeing the two of them handling the star rocks while she leisurely controlled the vines to pick up the fragments, she felt inexplicably happy. Little girl, 100,000 fragments. A person walked over and said to Xianxia. Alright, keep the fragments well. Xianxia received 100,000 contribution points and gave her 5 bags of fragments. She was now selling fragments. Uncle Chang was handling the star rocks. Seeing Xianxia's carefree look, the fear in his body suddenly disappeared. He said, "You seem to have some misunderstanding about the Law Sea. Even if you die, it will still be there. A few 100,000 years is nothing to us, and the Law Sea still has a few 100,000 years. The premise is that you can live until we die together." Xianxia only said, don't worry. I will try my best to live until then. Don't worry. Uncle Chang's face was good. What am I worried about? You're worried that I won't be able to see the Law Sea collapsing. Don't worry, I will definitely try my best to live until then. If I don't see that kind of destruction in this life, the beauty of tragedy, then I would have lived in vain. Xianxia said with a smile. Xianxia felt that his current state of mind was like a carnival before the end of the world. Although it was very far away from the end of the world, Xianxia's mind was very calm, without any fear. Uncle Chang, it's good to think that way. Grand Uncle said that you can handle the star rocks independently. You will take over later. Uncle Chang said. Xianxia shook his head. Although I can handle it independently, I don't want to. I want to pick up the fragments. After I'm done, I want to do the mission. Although these worlds are going to be finished, we still have to look at the present. Everyone will die eventually. Do what you need to do. Everyone knew that they were going to die, but no one would do nothing just because they were going to die. Instead of being fearful of eternal life that had no end and fearful of dying in the next second, knowing that they were going to die eventually made them feel more relaxed. When it was time to die, then die. Do what you need to do and work hard. No one knew what you would achieve, but no one could make her die before the Law Sea collapsed. And he frowned and wanted to say something, but Xianxia interrupted him. Don't spit out evil words to me. I don't like to hear these words at all. Uncle Chang laughed. Knowing that the Law Sea is going to collapse, you let yourself go. Do you want the Law Sea to collapse? Xianxia snorted. Don't put such a big hat on me. What do you mean I want the Law Sea to collapse? The Law Sea has problems to begin with. These problems were not caused by me. Knowing that my mission has an end, I'm very happy. This has nothing to do with hope. Xianxia calculated. By the time the Law Sea collapsed, she would have lived long enough. Many hundreds of thousands of years. Uncle Chang, alright. You're right. Do you want to take over? Xianxia shook his head. He stood up and patted the non-existent dust off himself. Sorry, I'm a very stingy person. I'm not changing. Furthermore, the main system did not arrange for me. The main system arranged for me. I will do what I need to do. Not everyone was ordering her to do this and that. It was as if anyone could order her around. Sorry, I won't do it now. You can just kill me. Not only am I stingy, but I also don't know what's good for me. He would even complain that she did not do well. She had already reached the number of 1 million and earned a sum of money. She could go back. The people here were all big shots. Once they were done, she would be a joke if she stayed here. Xianxia used the spatial node provided by the system space to construct a spatial passage and left. Furthermore, he did not even look back. Uncle Chang wiped his sweat. The power of the star rock was especially strong. This was the most annoying/BK Uncle Chang said to He, don't mess with girls. Women are petty and hold grudges. You've messed with her. On the phone. And he rolled his eyes. Obviously, she doesn't like you. She can handle the star stones on her own, which means that the power of the law is not weak. She'll probably take turns with Grand Uncle. If she doesn't come, the two of us will replace Grand Uncle. I don't have the patience to deal with this. Uncle Chang handled the star stones. The power of the star stones was especially harmful to the soul. The inside of the plane was regulated by the heavenly axiom, which made the plane endlessly grow. The outside was protected by the star stones. They could also protect the plane. The star stones were difficult to handle because they could attack and were also protected by the law. If an ordinary soul handled the star stones, it might be directly annihilated. Therefore, the star stones would consume the soul. Not only would it consume the soul, but it would also cause damage to the body. This damage was very small, but it could cause a lot of damage over time. Some methods were needed to heal it. It's not fun at all. I prefer to make props and space systems. Looking at the mission enforcers and the system in a small space system is so warm and cute. Uncle Chang sighed. And he frowned. As a straight man, it was a bit difficult for him to adapt. Can you not be so disgusting? You people don't understand warmth. And he turned his back to Uncle Chang and handled the star stones. Ningshu returned to the system space and absorbed some soul power. When he handled the star stones, his soul became dim again. No wonder no one handled the star stones. Not only was it tiring, but it also affected the soul. She was stingy, but the organization was also stingy. The soul power he had stored up earlier was almost gone. Soul power was something that could not be bought. Even if he worked himself to death, he would only earn 100,000 contribution points for each trip of star stones. She didn't want to do things that others didn't want to do. She didn't know what was good for her. She deserved to be bullied. Ningshu thought that if he hadn't been chosen as a mission enforcer, he would have been reincarnated many times. He would have been a human, an animal, an insect, and then slowly dissipated. After the idea of immortality faded a little, Ningshu felt that reincarnation was not something difficult to accept. If it was a human, they would suffer for the rest of their lives. If it was an animal, they would be ignorant for the rest of their lives. In the end, they would be slaughtered or hunted down by their natural enemies. There was also a possibility that they would become an insect that lived and died at night. Their souls would be so weak that they would disappear. There would be a day when it would disappear. It was only a matter of time. When the sea of law collapsed, she would also dissipate. There was no difference, the only difference was how long she lived. Immortality, which was too ethereal, made her tremble with fear. Knowing that he was going to die, his feet felt steady instead. It was as if immortality was a great gift from the organization. Now, this gift seemed as weak as paper. Once it was broken, the relationship between the mission enforcers and the organization would be nothing more than a relationship between enslaved and enslaved. However, some people took this slavery as a great gift. How could you not know what's good for you? They didn't even give him an equal and mutually beneficial relationship. They were clearly using each other, but they twisted it into a gift. Ningshu had heard too many people saying that they didn't know what was good for them. The price of immortality was to cut off all escape routes. Ordinary souls could start anew, but mission enforcers couldn't. It was probably because the organization was afraid that mission enforcers would be distracted and think too much, so they cut off all escape routes. There was only one path for you to walk, and everyone had to cross a single plank bridge. They were given a chance to be strong, but this strength was also earned by oneself. Could it be that when the organization helped people become strong and gave them the power of the soul, they still had to carry the burden and move forward? It was clearly a matter of mutual benefit, but Ningshu was annoyed by people looking at her as if she was ungrateful and didn't know what was good for her. Did she not do what she should do? Was it because she wasn't kind and benevolent, and took on everything herself, like a selfless person bearing all the responsibilities? Her relationship with the skeleton was just a relationship of using. She made the skeleton to protect the world of reincarnation, and the skeleton used her strength to obtain resources from her. It was a matter of mutual benefit, and not a matter of bestowment. Ningshu let out a long breath, and the anger that had been suppressed in her heart for a long time was let out. Every time she faced other people's disdainful eyes, she retorted because she didn't know what was good for her. Well, she would be even more ungrateful and petty in the future. What can you do to me when I'm like this? I don't want to, but I will do what I should do. Ningshu let out a breath. Even if she died in the future, she wouldn't die so easily. What was there to be afraid of? She was clearly in a soul state, but Ningshu didn't know why she had so much exhalation. It was probably because she had been holding in her anger in the past. Ningxu patted her chest and said quietly, "I won't be bullied in the future. I'm going to die anyway, so it doesn't matter. Immortality is just a water-moon mirror flower." Since she was given immortality, why did so many mission enforcers die, get erased, or die in the mission, and die in various ways? It was said to be immortality, but it was actually a lifetime. Ordinary souls could reincarnate many times. She had been on the brink of death many times. She should have understood earlier that immortality was a false proposition. She didn't blame the organization, but her own brain wasn't clear enough. She held on to an illusory thing as a treasure. She had clearly encountered too many deaths, but her brain was stupid. She deserved to be laughed at because she was really stupid. She was so stupid that she ignored something that truly existed, and treated a joke like a pursuit. This pursuit itself was wrong, and it made her life so suffocating. This was probably because she knew she was going to die. Like what her uncle said, she let go of herself. Death was no longer something she was afraid of. She had nothing to fear now. If she still held in her anger before death, she would have lived her life in vain. Ningxu let out her last breath and smiled. The water droplet mark between her eyebrows was hot, and there was the sound of water flowing by. The mark emitted specks of light, and it was so hot that Ningxu felt like her brain was going to melt. The world above her head began to grow. Tree trunks, branches, and fingernail-sized leaves grew. It moved from the top of her head to Ningxu's palm. Ningxu looked at the world tree in his palm and touched it with his other hand. It was real. There was an inexplicable power as soon as he touched it. It had exuberant vitality and a dark aura of death. Ningxu smiled bitterly. What immortality? Only life and death were real. The organization drew a big pie, and it was an illusory pie. The organization didn't even take it seriously. When someone was erased or died, everyone thought it was natural. No one thought about the immortality the organization had bestowed. Since it was immortality, why would one die? /BK to think that he had the world of samsara, he could even ignore death. How blind must he be? Ningxu now realized that his previous thinking was very contradictory. He took immortality for granted, but he was careful not to let himself die. Ningxu touched the world tree. He worked hard to accumulate and increase his energy. He did not want to be erased. This was his suspicion and distrust of immortality. On one hand, he had the gift of immortality. On the other hand, he was afraid of being erased. The mark between his eyebrows was sometimes cold and sometimes hot. Ningxu felt like he was going to catch a cold. Ningxu put away the world tree. He was really relieved. Fortunately, the potted world tree did not grow on his head. Knowing that it was not suitable for him to stay in his head, the world tree also moved. The world tree hid in the soul. Ningxu picked up the mirror and looked at the situation on his forehead. The mark was surrounded by a little fluorescent light. It made the mark deeper, more three-dimensional, and more mysterious. It was sometimes cold and sometimes hot. It was uncomfortable. One moment the soul was about to melt, and the next moment it could freeze the soul. He did not know when it ended. Ningxu lay on the sofa without moving. He closed his eyes and rested. It was dark in front of him, but suddenly there was a light. One dark and one bright alternated with each other, mixed with a ding-dong sound. Ningxu fell asleep, and it was forced. After becoming a soul, Ningxu had never been so sleepy. He obediently closed his eyes and slept. Anyway, it was in the system space. There was no danger. When he woke up, Ningxu felt so comfortable. He had never felt so comfortable before. It was as if there was a stone pressing on his heart. Now the stone was removed. It was too easy. Ningxu stretched. He looked at his clothes and saw that they had changed again. It was a black dress with a long skirt and a tube top. It was tightly attached to his body. Ningxu touched his chest. It used to be flat. Although it was not big now, there was a curve. The size was just right. Ningxu picked up the mirror and looked. His face used to be pale. Now he had peach blossom eye makeup and eyeliner. This permanent makeup was not bad. The mark between his eyebrows had a small fluorescent halo around it, as if it was reflecting the light. Ningxu sighed. Why are you so beautiful? He didn't know what kind of law had modified her soul. It was probably the law of life or the law of water. He felt that the law of water would not have such a sharp and dark wind. It was most likely the law of life. Life has a beginning and an end. There is life and death. The cycle goes back and forth. This was probably the dark side of death of the law of life. Ningxu touched her face and felt that the makeup suited her current state of mind. Joy surged in her heart. Perhaps it was because of the law of prophecy. Ningxu knew that there was a change in her world of reincarnation. Ningxu raised the umbrella and smiled at the mirror. At that moment, Ningxu was stunned by himself. She could be so beautiful. This beauty was a symbol of strength. It was the law's modification of her soul. The law was creating a better and better version of her. Ningxu walked into the world of reincarnation. He didn't go to the first world of reincarnation. Instead, he went to the second world of reincarnation. This world of reincarnation was very big. It had already grown to the size of the first world of reincarnation. A black sandy ground was slowly becoming moist. Then, it slowly accumulated into puddles. The puddles converged into a pool. The pool transformed into various beautiful scenes. Fragrant flowers grew around the pool. These flowers brought the scent of happiness to people. In the future, this pool would grow bigger and bigger. Ningxu smiled. Another world of reincarnation had been born. Perhaps not long after, souls would be brought into this world to undergo reincarnation. However, the first world of reincarnation was enough for the souls of Nine Palace Mountain. This world didn't seem to be connected to the world of living beings. If I'm empty, I'll be happy. I have a house. If I don't live in it, I'll be happy too. Ningxu stood beside the moist sand and smiled. His entire body was relaxed. There was nothing more important than his own happiness. Ningxu entered the world of Nine Palace Mountain and collected some power of faith. There was power of faith in the third world. It was provided by those uncivilized people. When he entered this world, he heard all sorts of chants that he couldn't understand. He collected many threads of power of faith. The power of faith in the fourth layer was provided by those women who were saved. These women lived in secluded valleys and cultivated peerless martial arts. Occasionally, they would come out to save women who were in desperate situations. If there were abandoned baby girls, they would bring them back to raise them. This would probably form a country of women. The last time Ningxu came, there weren't so many people. This village was very big. There were many people living here. They were all women. There were both old and young. However, all of them tidied themselves up well. Even if they didn't have any jewelry on their heads, they would put a flower in their hair. It was flourishing. This was because these women all cultivated peerless martial arts. No matter what they did, they had strength. Sometimes, they couldn't do things and needed men to solve them. Moreover, they had fighting strength. Occasionally, they would come out to teach men a lesson. Gradually, they became famous. Of course, some of the women who had lived in the valley since young had never seen the outside world, so they treated it well. Even if the elders said that men weren't good, it couldn't stop these young ladies from treating men well. Of course, there were also women who fell in love with each other. Being a lesbian was also love. Some young ladies snuck out to face the temptations of the world and the temptations of men. Ningxu stood in the clouds and looked down at the village. He didn't appear. Instead, he collected many threads of power of faith. The fate of these people wasn't Ningxu's responsibility. If she saved them, she would be responsible. Should she be responsible? Perhaps that was why she wasn't likable. She was irresponsible. Perhaps it was because she had to pay the medical fees and take care of them until they were discharged. Only then would she be responsible. She had already given them a place to stay. If she didn't cherish it and attracted people who she shouldn't have, it was up to her. Anyone with a brain would understand that this was their foothold. Moreover, the people in power outside the valley were searching for these women. After all, it was a mysterious organization and they were all women. If a man didn't treat a woman well, these women would suddenly descend from the sky and beat him up. Who knew if it was because of the existence of these people, but the women became more confident. Even if the men wanted to hit the women, they would hesitate before doing so. When they abandoned their wives and children, no matter what status they had, they might be found by those mysterious women. /BK This was probably the earliest women's federation organization. Therefore, as long as one was strong, one would not be bullied. If one fell behind, one would be beaten. If one did not work hard and shout for oneself, would others help you? Ningshu put away these threads of faith power. These faith power were the key to destroying the disaster beasts. Ningshu was patrolling the 9-palace mountain world, looking for any treasures along the way. In the void, Taishu scanned the plain again and again, looking for Xianxia. Suddenly, he stopped and entered the plain in front of him. Enter the capital and kill the fatuous ruler. Kill the fatuous ruler. Kill the fatuous ruler. Clean up the ruler's subordinates. Clean up the ruler's subordinates. Outside the city walls, there were shouts. They were like roaring tigers, shaking the city walls and causing dust to fall. Outside the city walls, groups of people in ragged clothes held weapons. These weapons were either hatchets, sickles, or wooden sticks. Attack the city. We have food. We have food. Our wives and children have food to eat. Attack the city, attack the city. Attack the city. Attack the city. The shouts were not in sync, but these old, young, and even young people's faces were filled with desire and even fanaticism. They waved the weapons in their hands. This was a war caused by hunger. The war happened because they were too hungry and forced to a dead end. Taishu stood in the air and looked at these people. An old man with a hunched back raised a sickle and shouted at the top of his lungs. His old face was full of vicissitudes. He seemed to feel something. He looked up and saw Taishu, but as if he did not see anything, he shouted as well. His voice was haggard and hoarse. Taishu walked towards him. Taishu's appearance made many people look at him. The shouting became sparse as they stared at the man in strange clothes who suddenly appeared. Who was this person? Taishu's hands were wearing white gloves. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the old man and grabbed his neck, not giving the old man a chance to speak. How dare you? What are you doing? Who is this person? It's the enemy. He's killing our soldiers. These people raised their hoes and sickles to slash at Taishu, but they were blocked by an invisible barrier. Some people murmured, Immortal? Immortal? The Grand Elder threw the old man's body away, but his hand was still clutching the neck of a young man. Everyone was at a loss. They looked at the old man's body, and then at the two of them. The Grand Elder grabbed Xianxia's neck and flashed into the void. Xianxia didn't look too good. I was in the old man's body and used the decaying aura to hide my existence. How did you find me? Grand Uncle, it's not about how you hide. It's about whether I want to find you or not. Xianxia sneered, his expression fierce. Why? Why? The Grand Elder said calmly and indifferently, because I'm grabbing your neck now, and you're not grabbing mine. When you can grab my neck, I won't ask why. Xianxia was grabbed by the Grand Elder and brought to a void. There was a huge body in this void. Xianxia looked at his body and revealed a smile that wasn't a smile. He said strangely, aren't you the most hypocritical person who values life? Why? The world in my body will also be annihilated by the law of nothingness? Why don't you feel bad? The Grand Elder ignored Xianxia's sarcasm. It doesn't matter. Just wait for the new sea of law to be born. Don't you see all life as ants? Why do you care about those planes? Grand Elder, can you not King disgust me? Creating a new sea of law isn't just because you want to live. Use me to exchange for your life. Xianxia was like a dog that had been forced into a dead end. He bared his teeth and wanted to tear everything apart. The Grand Elder was still indifferent. If you grab me now, you can also use my life to exchange for yours. Hee, it's just a winner takes all. Xianxia smiled at the Grand Elder. I'd rather self-destruct and find a way to live. I won't be immersed in the law of nothingness anymore. Grand Elder, don't bully people too much. Over and over again. What do you take me for? Can you peel off that hypocritical and disgusting face of yours? Xianxia roared. Why should I, your father, give up my life for those ants? Who do they think they are? Who do you think you are? The plains are all destroyed. Those ants have a place to live. This place is gone. It should die with them. So what if the sea of law is destroyed? I'll live as long as I can. So what if I'm destroyed with the sea of law? Can these ants bear to let me die to help others? They died in the blink of an eye. What qualifications do they have to make me sacrifice? I have no love or responsibility for them. Grand Elder, what's the point of living for so long? Your life has meaning. It's not about being yourself, and there's no joy. Can you not King be moved by yourself? Do you think you're so great? You created a toy-like organization. You're too bored. Now you want to extend your life to continue this boredom. You're sick. The Grand Elder's expression didn't change. That's it. Fuse with your body. Xianxia was furious. What if I don't? What if I choose to die? Then I'll watch you die. Since you don't want to, then it's fine to die like this. Xianxia laughed. Grand Elder, you're so disgusting. The Grand Elder nodded. I'm quite disgusted. I let you soak in the law of nothingness not only because I'm bored, but also because the sea of law is about to collapse. Even if you can't form the sea of law, at least you'll die before me. I'll feel at ease. Xianxia, F***ck, I know you've always disliked me. Either you die now or you fuse with your body. Xianxia, what if I don't choose either? The body behind Xianxia began to explode. I choose to destroy my body. Xianxia laughed. His laughter was quite carefree. It was as if doing this would make the other party's plan fail. He could see the other party pounding his chest and stamping his feet. The Grand Elder didn't stop him. He just watched Xianxia's body collapse indifferently and said, from now on, your body no longer needs the nourishment and power of the Sea of Law. This is also a good thing. It's a good thing for the Sea of Law. Thank you. I seem to be able to live for a few million more years. The Grand Elder actually laughed. The white lenses covered his eyes. Xianxia paused. F***ck, he immediately stopped collapsing his body. No matter what he did, the Grand Elder would take advantage of him. F***cku, Xianxia, I choose to die with you. The Grand Elder grabbed Xianxia's neck and directly pressed Xianxia's soul into the huge body. Xianxia struggled and refused to fuse with the body. However, he was pressed down by the Grand Elder, and his soul fused with the body / BK. Xianxia's soul hid in the huge body. Soon, he opened his eyes and stood up, looking down at the Grand Uncle. The Grand Uncle stood in front of the huge body like a black ant. He wasn't even an ant. At most, he was just a black dot. His voice was deafening. It feels so good to have a body. Xianxia raised his foot and stepped on the Grand Uncle. Without a body, I can't use many methods. I have to thank you for giving me a body. It's easy to run. Xianxia's body had been guarded by the Grand Uncle. Xianxia couldn't use his own body. The Grand Uncle pulled out his gun and used it to block the huge foot. Xianxia couldn't step on it anymore. No matter how much strength he used, he couldn't kill the Grand Uncle. What did you do to my body? You sealed my body. Xianxia roared. The sound waves shattered the fragments and dust in the void. No wonder the Grand Uncle pressed him into his body. He wasn't afraid of him having a body at all. The Grand Elder exerted his strength and directly pushed away the huge foot above his head. Xianxia was staggered by this force and almost fell down. Xianxia stabilized his body and checked himself. His power was controlled. There was a huge seal that controlled the world in his body. He couldn't draw power or mobilize the power in his body. Xianxia shrank his body to the same size as the Grand Uncle. He grabbed the Grand Uncle's collar. You're really so heartless. I didn't guard against you at all last time and you put me in the law of nothingness. Now you're doing it again. Even if I die, I won't let you get what you want. The Grand Uncle said, then you can die. Why should I die? Xianxia spat at the granduncle. You're really disgusting. Do you think I can't do anything just because you sealed my power? The granduncle looked at him indifferently. He watched him fight like a trapped beast. He was sharp, roaring, questioning, and desperate. Xianxia turned and ran, but his body was frozen. He couldn't even lift his feet. A huge force was suppressing his body. He was frozen. Even his clothes couldn't move. Xianxia sneered and muttered something. An inexplicable force poured into his body from all directions. These strands of power were like threads that entered Xianxia's body. Just as Ningxu was about to complete a quest and exchange for fasting pills from the exchange store, he suddenly felt something tearing at his soul. Ningxu's soul power was rapidly draining away. Startled, he hastily set up a magic array to prevent his soul power from being sucked away. What's going on? Although there was a formation covering Ningxu, his soul power was still being extracted. The world tree took root tightly, grabbing the spreading soul power. The imprint between his eyebrows stabilized Ningxu's soul, while the law of earth imprint suppressed his soul. With the cooperation of several parties, Ningxu's soul only slowed down its disappearance, but it was still disappearing. At the same time, all the mermaids that were flying in the sea had their souls sucked out in an instant. They lost their vitality and floated in the sea, motionless. The beautiful mermaids were instantly wiped out. Not a single one was left. The soldiers who were besieging the city suddenly died in front of their opponents. Large groups of soldiers fell down. In an instant, both sides were wiped out. No one was left alive. Large-scale deaths occurred in many planes. Anyone who came into contact with Xianxia had their souls sucked away one by one. Their souls turned into threads, passed through the plane wall, headed toward the void, and merged with Xianxia. They became the power of Xianxia. Ningxu was still struggling to hold on, checking her body over and over again. This scene was too familiar. In the past, almost all of her soul power had been sucked away by Xianxia. Xianxia was extracting her soul power again. He must have done something to her body to be able to extract her soul power from a place far, far away. She thought it had nothing to do with Xianxia. The battle between the Taishu and Xianxia had nothing to do with her. But now it seemed that it wasn't over yet. What exactly was it? Ningxu checked her soul over and over again, but she couldn't find anything. Was it because she was too weak? Her soul power was still dissipating. Even with the help of the laws and the world tree of laws, the other side was still slightly better in this tug of war. Her soul was getting weaker and weaker. Ningxu sneered. She followed the suction and jumped in the direction of the suction. Xianxia, who had absorbed a lot of souls, could move his body now. With his soul power as his power, he gained freedom and used his soul power to break the seal in his body. The Taishu looked indifferently at Xianxia, who was fighting like a cornered beast. He wasn't in a hurry to make a move. Only by wearing down Xianxia's will and pushing him into despair again and again could the law of nothingness successfully merge with Xianxia. Xianxia was wary of the Taishu while breaking the seal in his body. But this seal couldn't be broken in a short time. Suddenly, a sharp blade pierced through Xianxia's heart. The Taishu narrowed his eyes. Xianxia lowered his head and looked at the sharp blade. He looked back at the person who had pierced his body and sized her up. After a while, he seemed to remember. It's you. I almost couldn't recognize you. You've become different. Xianxia didn't seem to feel the pain of the sharp blade piercing his body. Instead, he sneered and broke the blade with his hand. This kind of thing can hurt me? Xianxia sneered. The Taishu just watched. He didn't say anything or stop the fight between the two. Ningxu also sneered. I don't know if it's useful or not. After all, things like soul poison don't seem to have any effect on an existence like you. She had taken the risk of contaminating her own soul by smearing soul poison on the blade. When Ningxu looked at people, his black eyeliner slightly raised, giving people a feeling of fierce disdain. Xianxia suddenly laughed. Little puppies can bite people. This kind of soul poison is just like a mosquito bite to me. It's useless. Because they were close, Ningxu's soul power drifted towards him. Ningxu stretched out a vine and tied Xianxia up. Xianxia sneered. What harm can these methods do to me? Your appearance here is quite unexpected. I thought you would think of a way to save your life and not come here to fight with your life. What made you go all out all of a sudden? Xianxia looked at Ningxu seriously. He seemed to be really curious about this question and looked like he was seriously asking for an answer. Ningxu condensed a blade in his hand. He flicked his hair and smiled. It was fierce and beautiful. I'll die sooner or later. I've said it before. I won't let myself be wronged again. Even if I have to die, I'll dig out a piece of flesh from your body. Life is just one death. Death is eternal. If you want my life, I'll have to fight with my life on the line. Ningxu raised her head and grabbed her collarbone. She pulled out a red mark that connected to her soul. Her collarbone caved in. Xianxia smiled. His clothes fluttered and his fine black hair fluttered, shaking away the vines that wrapped around his body. This strength passed through the vines and into Ningxu's body. The woodlaw's imprint between her thumb and forefinger made a cracking sound as cracks appeared on it. Why don't you take a look at your own strength and bark in front of me? Xianxia said as he attacked the seal on his body. For Xianxia, it was just a toy that appeared to relieve boredom midway. This toy could also distract the Grand Elder. The more chaotic the situation was, the better. If he got close, he wouldn't have to spend a lot of energy to extract her soul. Little puppy, you have a lot of resentment towards me. Xianxia looked at her. His facial features were gentle, unlike the Grand Elder's fierce and cold appearance. He was very delicate. He was like a naughty child who was teasing a dog or watching an ant bare its fangs and brandish its claws. He had a kind of high and mighty disdain. It's not resentment. I thought some things could be over. Even if you took away my soul power, I'll admit to what I did before. But now, you still want my life. Ningxu said indifferently. She didn't have any resentment or anger towards Xianxia. The only thing left was to fight with her life. If she could live, then she would live. If she couldn't, then she would turn herself into a sharp blade and pierce Xianxia's body. At least, she would make him feel pain for a while. The law of prophecy in her hand was boiling hot. It seemed to feel something and wanted to escape from Ningxu's hand. When it found that it couldn't, it sank deep into Ningxu's palm. Ningxu stroked the small spoon. This should be the law imprint that she had spent the shortest time with. Comprehending these things was to become stronger. If she didn't use it now, when would she use it? Wasn't using her life to protect these things putting the cart before the horse? Ningxu raised his hand. The red whistle spun rapidly in Ningxu's palm. Ningxu said in a low voice, his words rippling through the void. With 3/4 of my soul power, I foresee that you will fall into the law of nothingness and will never be able to rise again. I curse you to suffer the pain of being devoured and assimilated by the law of nothingness every day. Although it was called a prophecy, it was more like a curse. A prophecy could predict what would happen in the future. Instead, it used the power of prophecy to make the prophecy come true. The spoon spun faster and faster. In the end, it exploded with a bang and turned into specks of starlight. They converged into a beam of light and shot towards Xianxia. Xianxia calmly looked at the beam of light shooting towards him. With a wave of his sleeve, the beam of light dissipated, turning into specks of light and disappearing. Don't use these childish methods on me. Because he had lost 3/4 of his soul power, Ningxu's soul power was now very weak, and it was still being absorbed by Xianxia. She smiled slightly. Her somewhat transparent face was full of smiles. Whether it works or not, you'll only know after you try it. Also, are you sure it doesn't work? Even if the power of prophecy didn't enter your body, those specks of light still landed on your body. Perhaps this power wasn't very strong. In fact, to Xianxia, it was like a speck of dust that would disappear with a pat. However, as long as the time was right, it might be the last straw that broke Xianxia's back. Although she might not be able to see it. Xianxia tilted his head and looked at him. His delicate face was full of confusion. What happened to you? That dog that only knew how to hide in a corner and whimper. No matter what happened, it would silently endure it. At most, it would bark twice and become obedient after being kicked by others. Now, it bared its sharp teeth, bringing with it a sense of sharpness. It was about to bite someone. Ningxu said, a cornered dog will jump over a wall. A cornered rabbit will bite. As Ningxu spoke, he removed the Law of Earth imprint from his wrist. Xianxia suddenly laughed as if she had seen the funniest joke in the world. Although you have a bit of a temper, you're still as naive and ignorant. These methods of yours, what power of laws? Don't forget where I was born. Xianxia pointed at the motionless granduncle. There are no laws in our bodies. Our bodies are the laws themselves. You actually used this kind of power to deal with me. Xianxia looked relaxed on the surface, but he secretly sped up, breaking the seal. Only granduncle was his opponent here. Granduncle was watching from the side. He knew too well what granduncle wanted to do. He just wanted to humiliate him over and over again. Midway, such an amusing existence appeared. Interesting, interesting. Ningxu said, oh, thank you for reminding me. Ningxu put the Law of Earth imprint back on his wrist and asked, since the power of laws can't deal with you, what kind of power can? Can laws do it? Xianxia narrowed his eyes. Are you that dependent on me? You want to kill me, but you still have to ask me questions? Ningxu's soul was already very transparent. She still had a smile on her face. You know that I don't have much soul power left. Before I die, I have to see you in pain. It won't be a waste of the power I worked so hard to obtain. When it came to death, there was no fear in her tone. There was only calmness. Xianxia felt that she was really different. No one can kill me, Xianxia said. Ningxu looked at granduncle and asked, not even the judge? Ningxu, like a lady from an ancient family, bowed elegantly to granduncle. Please deal with Xianxia. Since Xianxia is the key to forming the Sea of Laws, it doesn't matter if he's alive or dead. Forming the Sea of Laws requires his body. It has nothing to do with whether he's alive or not. If he's dead, just throw his body into the Law of Nothingness. It can also form the Sea of Laws. If he's alive, his will of existence will slow down the assimilation of the Law of Nothingness. Ningxu actually didn't understand why Xianxia should be soaked in the Law of Nothingness alive. It would be the same if he was dead, unless granduncle didn't kill him. Being swallowed and assimilated by the Law of Nothingness was very painful. His body and mind had to endure this pain. In the end, his consciousness dissipated and became a part of the Law of Nothingness. Xianxia would no longer exist in this world. Ningxu said, as long as you kill him, I'm willing to pay any price, even if it's my life. Xianxia's pupils constricted. He looked at Ningxu. He's my brother. No matter how bad our relationship is, it's not up to an outsider like you to ask him to kill someone. Even if granduncle wants to kill me, it's him who wants to kill me. It's not up to you to speak. Ningxu nodded. That's right. Whether he wants to kill you or for other reasons, as long as he kills you, it's what I want to see. It was just to tell granduncle that killing Xianxia was the best choice. Ningxu now understood what the abyssal prefect meant when he said he was reluctant. Clearly, it was best for Xianxia's body to be soaked in the Law of Nothingness. Even if she died, she would not run around. However, the granduncle wanted Xianxia to be soaked alive. Even though Xianxia would suffer a lot of pain. There were only two situations. Either he did not want Xianxia to die, which would be painful, but he was still alive. Or he had a deep hatred and had to use this method to torture her. Moreover, the torture would not be for 1 or 2 years. It would be tens of thousands of years with no end in sight. Her soul was already transparent. Although she was lucky that she did not die in Xianxia's hands immediately, she would eventually die in his hands. As for asking the granduncle to kill Xianxia, it was just to disgust him. Ningxu was very calm. He did not have any resentment. She was just a piglet that had been fattened up. It was just time to slaughter her. The granduncle was indifferent to the two's dispute. He was also indifferent to Ningxu's request. Ningxu did not know what he meant. The corners of his trench coat fluttered slightly. Behind him was the endless dark void. It made his face as white as a sheet of paper. He stood there and waited for the seal in Xianxia's body to be broken. He then moved to suppress Xianxia's body once more, sealing the seal within Xianxia's body. Xianxia looked at the granduncle with resentment. What do you want? If you want to kill me, then kill me. If you want to cut me, then cut me. Is there any meaning in teasing me like this? He did not know how much soul power he had used to reopen the seal. In the end, he had to do it again. Where was he going to get soul power? Could it be that absorbing the power of the world in his body would harm his body? Unless it was a last resort, Xianxia would not harm his body to obtain power. Moreover, if he damaged his body, he would only die faster. He hated the grand-uncle to death. B*****. The person he hated the most in his life was this B*****. This B*****. When they were still in the Law Sea, he had imagined the outside world with him. In the end, he had turned his back on him. When he had climbed out of the Law Sea naked, he had said that he wanted to see the world together. That B*****. Xianxia burst into laughter. Only the grand-uncle was treated as an equal by the Minister of Justice. Xianxia pressed down on the mark between his eyebrows. I heard that the laws are higher than the laws. Since the laws cannot deal with you, then let's use the laws. Xianxia muttered to himself, I have to hurry. My soul is about to dissipate. Xianxia looked at the mark that was emitting starlight. Why are you staring at me and biting me? Didn't senior uncle kill you many times? You should kill him too. Xianxia shook his head. I can't kill him in my current situation. To me, killing either of you would have the same effect. I can only focus on one person, so I chose you. Not to mention too, he couldn't even kill one of them. He could only go all out and inflict pain on one of them. Xianxia seemed to have a sudden realization. So that's how it is. I've had enough bickering with you. A dog came over to make a fuss. It's time to scram. Then, Xianxia's remaining soul force was completely absorbed. Her figure was already transparent. Xianxia's face was solemn. The white mark in his hand slowly turned black. It was pure black and carried a thick aura of death. Xianxia held the mark and rushed towards Xianxia. Under the power of the laws, Xianxia penetrated Xianxia's body. The black mark stuck to Xianxia's body and gradually imprinted into it. What was the most powerful thing? Death was the most powerful thing. Life was great, and death was terrifying. Nothing could escape death and decay. Xianxia smiled. His soul was full of cracks. He looked at Xianxia, who was shrouded in the aura of death, and was very satisfied. He didn't waste his life fighting. It was just that he didn't see the tragedy of the Sea of Laws collapsing. He died so early. Xianxia dug out a piece of flesh from his body. There was a mark on this piece of flesh. Even though the flesh was dug out, the black thing had penetrated deep into his body. He turned his head to look at Xianxia. Xianxia stretched out his hand, and the mark returned to his hand. It disappeared in a flash. Even if he died, he would find a place to die elegantly and not in front of Xianxia. The Grand Elder made his move. He extended a sword and cut off one of Xianxia's arms. This arm was shrouded in the black aura of death and quickly corroded, turning into dust and disappearing. Xianxia's face was extremely ugly. It was really ugly to lose an arm. The Grand Elder said indifferently, if your body is corroded by death, it will be useless. Xianxia sneered. It's useless. It's good that it's useless. The Grand Elder said, how does it feel to be injured by an ant? Xianxia, you're getting more and more useless. You. Before Xianxia could finish speaking, he was grabbed by the Grand Elder. In a flash, they arrived in front of a huge pool. This pool was made of star stones. In the void, one couldn't see the end of it. The Grand Elder directly threw Xianxia in. Xianxia struggled in the law of nothingness with a painful expression. He endured the pain of being swallowed and assimilated. However, he was suppressed by the seal above his head and couldn't leave the law of nothingness. He used his only hand to hammer the surface of the water and shouted the Grand Elder's name hoarsely. Why are you doing this to me? Why? Why? The Grand Elder stood in the sky and didn't speak. He watched as Xianxia's struggle calmed down. Xianxia raised his head and looked at him. Grand Elder, I curse you. The Grand Elder nodded. Do as you wish. Curses are something that weaklings do. Do you care about that ant cursing you? Of course, he didn't care. He was already like this. Couldn't he just have some fun with his mouth? The Grand Elder left in the sky, leaving Xianxia in pain. Xianxia, who had lost an arm, couldn't obtain the energy of the Law C to regrow it. In the law of nothingness, he had to maintain the appearance of a one-armed hero. Kacha, kacha. Ningxu's ears were filled with this sound. His soul was already full of cracks. It would shatter with a light touch. After escaping back to the system space, Ningxu stood in the system space. He thought about who he should give the peerless martial arts to if he died. Who should he give the world to? There was also the world of reincarnation. There was also the Nine-Palace Mountain in the world of reincarnation. A new world of reincarnation was born. If he died, wouldn't it perish along with his death? Ningxu opened his hand and looked at the black water droplet imprint. This was good stuff. Death was the ultimate mystery. He was very satisfied to be able to make Xianxia feel pain. Ningxu's heart ached to give this to someone else. Kacha, kacha. There were even more cracks on his soul. Ningxu felt that if it weren't for the imprint and the world tree, he would have been blown away by the wind. He had to deal with these things before he could die. He had to give it away. For a moment, Ningxu didn't know who to give it to. After absorbing all the stored soul power, he still couldn't resist the collapse of his soul. His roots were already broken, so it was useless to absorb more soul power. Ningxu couldn't even open the chat system now because his soul was transparent and had no power. He went to the Time City. Ningxu dragged his collapsing soul to the Time City. He had some revolutionary friendship with the Xianxia man, so it was suitable to give him some things. He asked him to help him contact Wan. Since Wan didn't have any rules, he would give her one and let her become a big boss. It wouldn't be a disgrace to this rule. He also gave the imprint of the law of wood and the law of earth. And the world tree. Yes, the peerless martial arts. The peerless martial arts were a bomb. Even if he gave it to others, no one would want it. The world of reincarnation was not bad. She hoped that someone would treat it well. And the skeleton that she had just made was also made by her painstakingly. She hoped that the person who took it over would continue to cultivate it. The Xianxia man was richer than her, so he shouldn't be as poor as her. Ningxu walked into the restaurant and said to the waiter, "I'm looking for your boss." The waiter was speechless. Where was she? Ningxu said again, "Please call your boss. I have something to tell her." Okay. The waiter informed the Xianxia man. The Xianxia man came downstairs and asked, "Who is looking for me?" The waiter said, "I don't know." Ningxu said, "It's me." The Xianxia man furrowed his brows and looked at Ningxu, who was almost invisible. With a face full of surprise, he asked in shock, "You're really different every time. Why is it this time?" Ningxu said, "I'm going to die. This time I'm really done for. I have something to tell you." The Xianxia man sat down. "You want to tell me your last words? Your soul is so weak. Hurry up and absorb some soul power. Stop talking." Ningxu shook his head. "I can't absorb soul power. My soul origin has collapsed." The Xianxia man said, "So, why is it this time?" Ningxu laughed. "You might not believe me if I tell you this, but I've killed someone at the level of an inquisitor, and I paid with my life." The Xianxia man was speechless. "Are you out of your mind? Tell me, why are you looking for me?" The Xianxia man said. Ningxu stretched out his hand, and the world tree appeared in his palm. The world tree had already withered. When the soul dissipates, take this world tree. It seems that we found it together. The man in the Xianxia looked at the tree of world. It's grown quite well. It's just that it's withered. When it leaves, it'll be very painful. Instead of bickering with me here, why don't you save yourself? The man in the Xianxia looked at Ningxu seriously. Although I don't know why you seem to be in an accident all the time, we should try to save you if we can. As for your things, I'll definitely take them away when you're really dead. It'll be a waste not to take them. Ningxu smiled. It was probably the most relaxed smile he had ever had since becoming a mission enforcer. Although you can't find a girlfriend, you're really a good person. Cheongsam man, who says you can't find a girlfriend? Ningxu suddenly understood why the Cheongsam man's girlfriend chose to die. Immortality didn't exist. When it was time to die, it would die. Ningxu felt that he was probably waiting for death in a Buddhist land. It didn't matter if there was reincarnation or not. So what if there wasn't reincarnation? It didn't matter. You're still laughing? What's so funny? Have you lost your mind? The man in the Cheongsam frowned. If you don't have the power of the soul, I can lend you some. But you'll have to return it. Thank you. Ningxu thanked him and wanted to pull out the world tree. The world tree was rooted in the soul. With such a pull, Ningxu's soul shattered even faster. Hurry up and rest. This isn't suicide. If the world tree leaves, you'll be dead too. The man in the Cheongsam used his folding fan to press down Ningxu's hand. But he couldn't hold it down. The fan pierced through Ningxu's hand. I'll help you, ask Elder Qi, if there's any way. Just you wait. I'll be damned if I believe you. The man in the Cheongsam walked out of the restaurant. Ningxu didn't think that there would be a way. He was very clear about his situation. He was terminally ill and couldn't be saved. Ningxu opened his hand. The black water droplet mark was pure black and reflected light. Ningxu looked at the floating mark. It was good to fall into the embrace of death. Ningxu used his remaining soul to jump into the black mark like a moth to a flame. Instead of waiting for his soul to dissipate, it was better to merge with the mark and return to death. The man in the Cheongsam came back and saw that the person was gone. He pulled the waiter and asked, "Where is he? Where's the soul that was about to die?" "Ah, I didn't notice." He should have left. The waiter was busy serving customers and didn't notice a transparent soul. The man in the Cheongsam frowned and opened the chat system. There was no reply from the other side. What was he doing? Didn't he ask him to wait for him to come back? He couldn't have finished playing, right? The man in the Cheongsam sighed, but it was just a sigh. He had seen too many deaths on this path. It was normal for the people he was familiar with to disappear and cease to exist. Grand Uncle stood on the Sea of Law. The seawater of the Sea of Law was black and was slowly drying up. The seawater became more and more viscous. The Sea of Law emitted a decaying aura. It was like an old mother moaning. Nothing could stop it from withering away. Grand Uncle squatted down and scooped up the seawater. The seawater flowed through his fingers, leaving behind some unknown black impurities in his palm that emitted a stench. The corpses of the insects that were once floating on the surface of the sea were rotting inside. No one knew whether it was the corpses that contaminated the Sea of Law or if the corpses could really provide energy for the Sea of Law. No one knew, but they couldn't do nothing. Where did Grand Uncle go? Why isn't he back to change shifts? Uncle frowned. I feel that the atmosphere isn't right. Something happened. And he silently dealt with the star stones. Contact someone else to change shifts. Can't that little girl deal with it alone? Contact her. She'll be fine if you coax her more. Don't always give people a hard time. A straight man like you is the least liked by girls. Uncle said as he opened the chat system and contacted her. However, there was no reply for a long time. The feedback from the main system was that this person wasn't online and wasn't in the state of doing missions. Dead? Uncle raised his eyebrows. That's too fast. A meteor has fallen. Looks like we have to continue dealing with it. These people are too lazy now. They only do things that are easy. This won't do. We have to force them. And can you stop talking? Right, I heard that one of your soldiers is husband and wife with that girl. Do you want to tell him that his wife is dead? Uncle said. And he looked at him from the corner of his eyes. Did you gossip about a soldier? The man in the Cheongsam asked the waiter to prepare a pot of tea. He poured himself a cup and drank it. Suddenly, a looming leg appeared in front of him. The man in the Cheongsam spat out the tea in his mouth. Then, a head popped out. It was a looming head with a pale face. There was a black petal-shaped mark between her eyebrows. It was as if a shy girl was peeking out of the door and secretly looking at the outside world. The man in the cheongsam put down his teacup and looked at her in confusion. What are you playing at now? Ningshu's figure appeared. Her soul spirit was still very weak and would scatter with a gust of wind. She said to the man in the cheongsam, Zuli, I'm dead. I'm dead. The man in the cheongsam? A smile appeared on Ningshu's face, I'm dead. The man in the cheongsam thought, you're crazy. Ningshu lifted her skirt and ran out of the restaurant. She stood at the door and shouted, ah, I'm dead. She lifted her skirt and the long skirt dragged on the ground. When she turned back, the light shone on her pale face and almost penetrated her transparent soul. A strand of hair stuck to her face. She smiled brightly and the black mark between her eyebrows shone. She was dead. From now on, no one could kill her because she was dead. Only death was eternal. She was death and death was eternal. She could be considered as death walking in the human world. Everything could disappear, but death would not disappear. She was death. Even if her consciousness and consciousness dissipated in the future, a new consciousness would be born. Death would not disappear. Perhaps that consciousness would not be her, but death was eternal. Ningshu said, I'm dead. I'm dead. Ningshu ran around the city of time. She ran to Elder Qi and said, Elder Qi, I'm dead. I'm dead. Before Elder Qi could say anything, Ningshu lifted her skirt and ran away. Her snow-white transparent feet stepped on the bluestone floor and brought a fragrant wind with her as she ran through the crowd. Someone turned around to look at her. Ningshu turned around with a wanton smile on her face. Her hair fluttered in the wind, making her look extremely beautiful. Looking at Ningshu, a smile appeared on her face. She didn't know that she was smiling, but when she saw the smile on her face, she smiled as well. Ningshu lifted her skirt and ran back to the restaurant. The cheongsam man was drinking tea and eating pastries. Ningshu sat opposite him and poured a cup of tea. The man in the cheongsam glanced at her. Can I understand that you're toying with me? You came here looking like you were about to die. What's the situation now? Ningshu laughed before saying, I'm indeed dead. I'm really dead. The cheongsam man said, speak human language. Ningshu pondered for a moment. My current state is a little special. Actually, I'm dead, but I'm not dead. I'm living with the will of death. She was death. No one could kill death because death could not die, but death was eternal. Death was immortal. Because all things wither away and die, death is eternal. The cheongsam man squinted his eyes. Although I don't really understand, you're not dead now, are you? Will you return the world tree to me? Ningshu shook her head. Of course not. I've already saved it. Why should I return it to you? Did Elder Qian say that there's a way? There's no way. There's only death, the cheongsam man said. Yes, there was only death. Whether it was alive or not, it would all return to the embrace of death. It was just that her soul power was too weak now. She wouldn't die, but that didn't mean that it wouldn't hurt. If she couldn't be killed, it would hurt a lot. Now, her soul was about to dissipate with the wind. It was a very weak and uncomfortable feeling. Even if it was weak, it wouldn't dissipate like a normal soul because she wouldn't die. She was already dead. He couldn't kill her. Even if he destroyed her consciousness, she would still be reborn. She would regain consciousness and form a new personality. You said that you can lend me your soul power. Is that true? Ningshu asked. Her soul power was so weak now. It was uncomfortable. The cheongsam man said, looking at you, I don't think you're going to die. Scram. I'm not lending it to you. It's just a waste of my feelings. She looked like she was going to die. She really thought that she was going to die. Ningshu said, heartless. Ningshu asked, am I pretty? Average. There are too many beautiful women in the organization. You can only be considered average. The cheongsam man glanced at Ningshu. If it's a beauty contest, you can only be in the top 10. Ningshu was stunned. Then, he smiled. Being in the top 10 was a big compliment. There were hundreds of millions of people in the organization. There were countless mission enforcers and many beautiful women. Being in the top 10 was amazing. Mission enforcers could also modify their souls. There were many attractive female mission enforcers. Life was like summer flowers and death was like autumn leaves. She was probably very beautiful. Ningxu touched his face. So beautiful. It's so frustrating. Such a beautiful face will accompany me for eternity. It's so satisfying. Sweet trouble. From a face as plain as soup to a face as beautiful as it was now, it was only this face that did not abandon her. It was getting better and better, and she was also getting better and better. The Xianxia man had just picked up his teacup. When he heard this, he put it down again. He almost vomited the snack he had just eaten. He changed the topic. Why is your soul always fat and thin? It was as if his soul had just become stronger, but it would suddenly disappear with the wind. It recovered, but it would collapse again. What was he playing at? Was this fun? Ningxu said, it won't happen again. It won't happen again. In the future, no one would be able to beat or kill her. Otherwise, be obedient and come into my arms. Ningxu smiled at the Xianxia man. This time, his smile was bright and beautiful. The Xianxia man was dazed for a moment. Thank you for this time. When I have time, I'll treat you to something. In the future, we'll go to the void world to look for treasures. She would not die, but it would be very painful to be pressed down and beaten. When the pressure reached the critical point, her consciousness would collapse and then a new consciousness would be born. But at that time, the new consciousness would be different. It would not be her anymore. It was like renting a house. When the previous tenant left, the next tenant could come. But it would no longer be the previous tenant. The stronger she was, the higher the pressure she could bear. She could do nothing. She could sit aside and support her chin. She could watch the sea of law collapse and everyone be destroyed forever. Obediently, they had all fallen into the embrace of death. Death meant eternal life. The Xianxia man nodded. Okay, it's a pity for the world tree. She could have inherited some inheritance. Now that she was not dead, it was a joke. Ningxu opened his hand and the world tree appeared in his palm. Sorry, I can't give it to you. At that time, she was determined to die. Even if she died, His Excellency in the world of reincarnation would not leave her alone. Because that child was born in that world of reincarnation. His Excellency would take care of it and not let the world of reincarnation have any problems. She worried too much. End of chapter 30:17. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.